Xia Shunning smirked, a mix of mockery and disdain in her voice. What are you even saying? After all this time, you still can't get anywhere. Seeing a young and beautiful girl like me bossing around men must really hurt, right? Watching Jean look like she was about to have Xia Shunning had an idea and added fuel to the fire. You can't handle the older ones, and you can't charm the younger ones. Have you ever thought about why? She pulled out an old book titled The 36 Strategies of Love from her bag, waving it in front of Jean, and declared, because you don't read. Jin's whole body shook, and her gaze shifted to Zhuo Zhiheng beside her. This was the first time she saw Zhuo Zhiheng so dutifully helping a girl, carrying her things. In the past, he would avoid girls entirely. Even if he helped, he would run off with the items. The Zhuo family was cold-hearted, and despite her efforts over the years, she had only become the master of the kitchen. Just relying on the Zhuo family's indifference was enough for her to show off in her small circle, so she wanted to be the lady of the Zhuo family. Jin's gaze returned to the old book in Xia Shunning's hands. The pages were yellowed, and the corners were worn, showing it had been read many times. She wanted that book, but didn't know how to ask for it. After all, she wasn't young anymore, and buying such a book in public felt a bit embarrassing, but thankfully, Zhuo Zhiheng wasn't looking at them. Comrade Jean thought for a moment, took out a handkerchief, and selected a bill from 1 yuan, 5 yuan, or a larger amount. Gritting her teeth, she handed a larger bill to Xia Shunning, pretending to be polite. Comrade Xia, look, since this is our first meeting and I am older and have worked at the Zhiheng family for over 10 years, I should give you a gift. These days, a wedding only requires a 5 yuan or 10 yuan gift. This is quite a generous first meeting gift. Xia Shunning didn't mind the gift. After all, who was she to refuse a gift from an older lady? Since it was free money, she gladly accepted it, especially since she was only playing along for the money. Thank you. Xia Shunning put the money and the book back in her bag. Comrade Jean was stunned. She thought Xia Shunning was the type who valued reciprocity. She didn't realize Xia Shunning's rule was that if you annoy me, everything you have is mine. Comrade Jean even imagined that since she had given such a generous gift, Xia Shunning should also give her something in return. After all, showing her the book The 36 Strategies of Love must have been a sign of goodwill, right? After receiving the gift, Xia Shunning remained still for a while. Comrade Jean had to muster her courage and said, Comrade Xia, that book you had earlier is nice. I want to give it to my distant niece. Could you possibly give it to me? This book? Xia Shunning took out The 36 Strategies of Love again and handed it to Comrade Jean. Comrade Jean reached out to take it, but Xia Shunning put it back in her bag. She shrugged and said, This book has been very helpful to me. I want to keep it for my daughter. Zhuo Zhiheng, who had been looking at the clouds and grass, glanced at Xia Shunning, and a small version of her appeared in his mind. Comrade Jean opened her mouth, feeling anxious. Holding up the handkerchief, she asked Xia Shunning, I won't take it for free. I'll buy it. Is that okay? She secretly resolved that once she became Zhuo Zhiheng's stepmother, she would firmly oppose him being with her. Xia Shunning proudly said, This book is very expensive. You can't afford it. Comrade Jean quickly pulled out a 1 yuan bill and said eagerly, I can afford it. Xia Shunning shook her head and regretfully said, Not enough. This is a rare edition, do you understand? There is only this one in the whole world. Little Phoenix cried, I want to read it too. Please don't sell it. The original owner often organized the bookshelf and comforted it, saying, There are more books. They just have different covers. Comrade Jean suddenly remembered the gift she had just given. But I just gave you a large bill. That should be enough. Xia Shunning looked at her with a silly expression and retorted, Wasn't that a gift you gave willingly? Comrade Jin's eyes filled with anger as she clutched her chest, fearing she might get too upset. She wanted to scold Xia Shunning for being shameless, but couldn't bear to part with the book in her hands. She forced herself to suppress her anger and asked, How much do you want to sell it for? Xia Shunning held up one hand. Comrade Jean handed over 5 yuan and asked, Is this enough? Xia Shunning looked at her with disdain. Comrade Jean widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, 50 yuan? Why don't you just rob someone? 50 yuan was her salary for 2 months. Xia Shunning nodded, looking a bit scornful, and said, I told you that you can't afford it. You should just keep relying on your hard work to attract men. After saying that, she packed the book into her bag and said to Zhuo Zhiheng, Zhuo, let's go. Comrade Jean vaguely felt that Xia Shunning was insulting her. The idea of attracting men through hard work was quite hurtful. Xia Shunning didn't give her time to think and jumped into the passenger seat. Zhuo Zhiheng put the items in the back seat and went to drive. Comrade Jean hurried after them, gripping the passenger door with one hand and offering money with the other. I'll buy it. Xia Shunning looked unwilling and urged, Hurry up and let go. We need to catch the bus. Comrade Jean pleaded anxiously, Xia, please sell it to me. Reluctantly, Xia Shunning accepted the money and handed her the book. With a sincere expression, she said, Actually, the most important tip isn't in the book. Do you want to know? Comrade Jean nodded vigorously. Seeing Xia Shunning raise an eyebrow, she secretly cursed her for being a shrewd businesswoman but obediently handed over another bill. Xia Shunning smiled slightly and said, Choices are more important than hard work. Comrade Jean looked confused, repeating, Choices are more important than hard work. What does that mean? Just as she thought about spending another 10 yuan for an official explanation, she realized Xia Shunning had already left. It must be said that Comrade Jean was ahead of her time, having developed a habit of paying for knowledge thanks to Xia Shunning. On the way to the airport, Zhuo Zhiheng looked ahead seriously and asked, What book did you just sell to her? Xia Shunning casually slouched in her seat and replied, It's called How the Steel Was Tempered. I bought it at a recycling station. Do you want to buy one too? Zhuo Zhiheng paused. That book only cost 90 cents at the bookstore, and he wasn't a fool. He explained to Xia Shunning, Comrade Jin's father was a martyr who saved my dad's life on the battlefield. She wasn't like this when she first came to my house 2 years ago. Xia Shunning immediately understood. He was explaining their family's indulgence towards Comrade Jean. She didn't understand or agree, but it wasn't her concern. Flying is faster than taking the train. In less than a day, Xia Shunning returned to the Zawa farm. Zhuo Zhiheng went back to the army to report, while Xia Shunning went straight home. As soon as she entered the house, she felt something was off. In broad daylight, Tang, Junjun, and Tong were all missing. The yard was a mess. The grape trellis had fallen, the chickens were clucking nonstop, and there were several broken eggs on the ground. As Xia Shunning approached the chicken coop, the restless chickens suddenly quieted down. She suddenly had an idea and asked the little phoenix with her mind, Can you ask those chickens what happened? The little phoenix felt greatly insulted and angrily replied, I am a divine beast, not a poultry beast. Xia Shunning laughed and corrected it. Chickens are domestic fowl, not poultry beasts. She checked around. The door was still locked, but the yard looked like it had been ransacked. Xia Shunning narrowed her eyes. Who dared to come here while she was away? She entered the house and took out the gifts she brought for everyone, placing them on the table. Then, Xia Shunning quickly entered her space, took out the yaki cherry wood mirror, dipped a brush in cinnabar, and drew a safety rune on the mirror's surface. The mirror indicated that Tang, Junjun, and Tong were all safe. After thinking for a moment, she took 2 boxes of peony cigarettes and 2 bottles of Red Star Ergotu, packed them in a green bag, and headed to the Guichong family. In the distance was the Gobi Desert, and nearby were cotton fields, with cotton plants reaching half a person's height, dividing the fields into straight lines, their leaves a deep green. Xia Shunning had thought cotton flowers were white. Only upon arriving did she realize that cotton flowers change color. In the morning, they are creamy white, in the afternoon they turn pink, and the next day they become purplish red. Irrigation channels draw water from the river, and the river water seeps into the cotton fields, saturating the soil and filling the air with an earthy smell. Along the field edges, wind-resistant red willows, bulrushes, and sand jujube trees grow, guarding the endless cotton fields. It was just past noon, and most of the farm workers were at home for lunch, while cicadas on the jujube trees were loudly calling. Xia Shunning, wearing a sun hat, felt the heat and took a sip from her water bottle, which had become warm from the sun. Why should our Zawa farm's eggs be sold first to Jinhua farm? We don't even have enough for ourselves. Jinhua farm actually dares to come here and cause trouble. We won't sell. If they come again, we'll break their legs. An angry male voice came from the Guichong family's yard. Xia Shuning immediately recognized the voice of Captain Guan, who was in charge of the soldiers clearing the Hua flower farm. The people from Jinhua farm said that if we don't sell them our eggs, they will cut off our water supply for irrigation. We have so many cotton fields that need watering. This time it was Director Gui speaking, and his worried tone was clear. Xia Shuning took out 2 boxes of peony cigarettes from her bag and put them into her green satchel. Then, she walked directly into the yard and saw Captain Guan standing under the eaves, with Director Gui squatting beside him, surrounded by cigarette butts on the ground. Xia Shuning greeted them with a smile. Director Gui, Captain Guan, I'm back. Captain Guan, who usually spoke little, nodded to Xia Shuning and briefly said, Xia, you're back so soon. Seeing Xia Shuning had come to find him, Director Gui realized she must have returned to the base first and hadn't seen Tang Bing and the others. His face turned red with guilt as he said, Comrade Xia, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Tang Bing and the others. Before Xia Shuning went on her mission to the capital, she had specifically asked Director Gui to help look after Tang Bing and the others. Xia Shuning softly asked, What happened to them? Director Gui replied, Tang Bing hurt her back and is now in the farm clinic. Junjun and Tong Tong are taking care of her there. Before Xia Shuning could ask more, he continued, The people from Jinhua farm insisted on buying our farm's eggs. Yesterday, they went straight to your chicken coop. When Captain Guan and I heard about it and rushed over, the people from Jinhua farm had already taken over 500 eggs and left. Tang Bing got into a conflict with them while trying to protect the eggs and fell, hurting her back. Hearing this, Xia Shuning felt relieved. Such an injury could be treated easily. She asked her lingering question, Why would the people from Jinhua farm come to buy eggs from our chicken coop? Director Gui had only a cigarette left. He threw it on the ground and crushed it with his shoe before he began to explain. This summer, it's hot and dry here, and the hens are laying fewer eggs and often getting sick. In the past, our farms didn't have many eggs. For example, Jinhua farm is nearly out of hens, with probably less than 10 left. Thanks to you, Xia, our Hua flower farm has been able to distribute 1 egg per family each day, in addition to what we have to turn in. Xia Shuning then asked Director Gui, Why were there so many eggs in the coop yesterday? When she was there, they collected eggs about once a week, and before she left, she instructed Tang Bing to collect them every 3 days. The farm manager patted his thigh and said, Oh, it's my fault. Recently, the work in the cotton fields has been heavy, and most of the farm workers are helping there. I thought I would stock up on eggs in the chicken coop so that each household could take eggs directly home, avoiding the hassle of moving them around and breaking them. Captain Guan's anger flared up again as he said, Someone must have tipped off the Jinhua farm. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come and steal from us while we're working in the cotton fields. If it weren't for the strong laborers and soldiers being in the cotton fields, the people from Jinhua farm would never have made it out of the Zawa farm. Xia Shuning asked, Did the Jinhua farm people pay for the eggs they stole? The farm manager replied angrily, They only gave us 100 yuan and didn't even provide egg tickets. Now you need tickets to buy cigarettes, alcohol, and even eggs. The Jinhua farm is acting like a bully. Captain Guan said fiercely, I'll guard the chicken coop tomorrow and see who dares to come and steal the eggs. Xia Shuning felt a spark of inspiration and asked, Are the Jinhua farm people coming to steal eggs again tomorrow? The farm manager confirmed, Yes, they said our eggs must be sold to them first, or they will cut off our irrigation water supply. Xia Shuning had already heard this outside, so she didn't ask more questions. She took out 4 boxes of peony cigarettes and 2 bottles of Red Star Ergoto from her green bag, handing 2 boxes of cigarettes and 1 bottle of alcohol to the farm manager and Captain Guan. She smiled and said, These are local specialties I brought from the capital. Try them and see how they taste. The farm manager and Captain Guan's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes and alcohol, as they both enjoyed smoking and drinking, but they rarely managed to get tickets for them. They both said, "This is too precious. We can't accept it." Xia Shuning had other things to do and couldn't keep insisting, so she quickly made up a reason. "These are free. I received them at the award ceremony." Both the farm manager and Captain Guan knew about Xia Shuning receiving 3 second-class honors. If it weren't for the need for confidentiality, they would have thrown a celebration for her, as she was an outstanding youth in their farm. However, they didn't expect the prizes to include cigarettes and alcohol, especially since Captain Guan had spent his whole life as a soldier and had only received 1 third-class honor. Look at Xia, who has only been at the farm for a short time and has already achieved 3 second-class honors. Their gazes towards Xia Shuning were filled with admiration and pride. Once outside the farm manager's house, Xia Shuning's expression darkened. "How dare someone steal my things? When she finds out who did it, make sure to teach them a lesson they won't forget." "Hey everyone, I'm looking for 5-star reviews and free gifts for my book collection." Xia Shuning said goodbye to the farm manager and Captain Guan, then went straight to the farm clinic. "Big sister, you're back." Xia Letong shouted loudly, her voice ringing out. "Shunning's back." Junjun's voice was even louder. The noise was overwhelming. She couldn't take it anymore. Xia Shuning felt that being a teacher was the hardest job for her. Whenever kids screamed loudly, she just wanted to cry. She gestured to them, mimicking zipping her mouth shut. Xia Letong and Junjun immediately covered their mouths and sat quietly on the bench, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The new doctor at the farm, Su Man, had heard about the skilled Xia youth and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Xia youth. I'm Su Man, the new doctor here. I was also a youth volunteer before." Xia Shuning smiled warmly and replied, "Hello, Dr. Su. I'm Xia Shuning. I'm here to check on Tangbing's back, okay?" Su Man's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked cautiously, "Xia youth, may I observe and learn from you?" She had been sent to a health school for short training because she had a high school diploma and could recite the Barefoot Doctor Manual. After passing the exam, she became a farm doctor, but her skills couldn't compare to Xia Shuning's. For example, with Tangbing's back, she could only apply some oil and massage a little, but Tangbing would feel pain with any movement. Xia Shuning generously said, "No problem. Feel free to watch." Su Man was overjoyed and quietly chose a good spot to observe. Tangbing looked at Xia Shuning with joy and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work, Shuning." As she spoke, she struggled to sit up. "Don't move. Let me check you," Xia Shuning said as she stepped forward, gently pressing on both sides of Tangbing's lower back with her fingertips. She asked while pressing, "Does this hurt?" When she reached a tight muscle, Tangbing frowned but didn't speak. Xia Shuning said, "It's this spot, right? Don't worry, the pain will go away after acupuncture." Then, she took out a few silver needles and inserted one into the Yangguan point and another into the Xinyu point, giving them a slight twist. Su Man held a fine needle in her hand, closely observing Xia Shuning's technique. Tangbing initially felt soreness in her back, but then a warm sensation began to relieve her discomfort, and she felt much better. Xia Shuning took out the needle, sterilized it, and put it away. She instructed Junjun and Tong, "Help your sister Tangbing up." She glanced at Su Man, who was practicing with a fine needle on a cloth, and reminded her, "Dr. Su, when learning acupuncture, start with shallow needles and avoid deep insertion." Su Man blushed and nodded vigorously. Xia Shuning led Tangbing, Junjun, and Tong towards the courtyard. Tong pouted and began to complain, "Sister, those bad people pushed down Sister Tangbing and broke many of our eggs." Junjun raised his hand and shouted, "They broke 28. I counted them." Xia Shuning frowned. "Did you all remember what those people looked like? Will you be able to recognize them tomorrow?" "Sister Shuning, I can draw them. I've learned sketching," Tangbing said, holding Junjun with one hand and Tong with the other. Xia Shuning nodded and calmly said, "You haven't had lunch yet, right?" "We're having roast duck for lunch." Tong exclaimed happily, "Wow. I haven't had roast duck in a long time." Junjun couldn't even remember the last time he had roast duck. Xia Shuning took out the roast duck from her storage and with her skilled knife work, she sliced it into 4 shiny, fragrant plates. Tang Bing went to the yard to pick cucumbers and garlic. She cut the cucumbers into strips, the green onions into thin slices, and minced the garlic. The wrappers, sweet bean sauce, and sugar were all ready. Tong Tong washed her hands and came over to help, saying, "I'll help everyone roll the roast duck." She took a thin pancake, spread a layer of sweet bean sauce evenly, then added 3 or 4 cucumber strips and green onions, folded it a few times, and made a roast duck roll. Seeing that the kitchen was too crowded, Junjun decided to tidy up the chopsticks and support the grapevine. Xia Shuning saw this and called out, "Everyone in the yard, don't move. Whoever made the mess will fix it tomorrow." She still held the knife, and her tone was serious, making Junjun feel a chill at the back of his neck. He quickly moved the table and set the bowls and chopsticks. Xia Shuning simmered a pot of milky duck bone soup, adding loofah, goji berries, and chopped green onions. She took out 4 bottles of chilled soda for everyone to enjoy with the roast duck. Xia Shuning liked to dip the roast duck rolls in minced garlic, while Tang Bing and the others preferred to dip theirs in sugar. After finishing the roast duck, they had a bowl of delicious duck bone soup. Xia Shuning took out clothes, shoes, toys, and comic books she bought from the city and gave them to the 3 of them. Junjun and Tong Tong washed the dishes, cleaned the kitchen, and took out the trash. Tang Bing sat at the desk and drew the 5 or 6 men who had come to the yard to steal eggs yesterday. Junjun and Tong Tong finished their tasks and gathered at the table to watch Tang Bing paint. The 3 of them occasionally discussed the features of the men in the drawings. Junjun pointed at a man with wide eyes and said, "That's the one who pushed down Sister Tang Bing." Tong Tong pointed at a skinny man and said, "He was the first to open 3 eggs and drink them straight." Xia Shuning nodded, imagining the scene in her mind, knowing who she would confront tomorrow. She took the drawing and said to Tang Bing and the others, "You 3 remember, if anyone bullies you, fight back as hard as you can. If you can't win, run away quickly. Remember their faces, and I'll deal with them. Don't get hurt. If anything is lost, I will make them pay." Tang Bing, you are in charge of teaching Junjun and Tong Tong how to sketch. The 3 nodded eagerly, their eyes shining with excitement, wishing the men from the farm would come right away so Xia Shuning could take action. The next afternoon, around 3 o'clock, a loud noise was heard as a tractor stopped outside the yard, and 6 strong men jumped down. "It's so hot. With this sun, coming here every day to collect eggs is exhausting. We should just take the hens away." A loud voice echoed into the house. Another man chimed in, "Good idea. That way, we can just relax at home and still have eggs." A voice joined in, "No one on our farm knows how to raise chickens. Why not bring that girl who raises chickens to our farm to help us?" A commanding voice angrily interrupted, "What are you talking about? This isn't about hens. You're just being ridiculous." The man flattered, "Brother Chen, you're a big deal. You shouldn't have to come here every day for eggs." The man called Brother Chen kicked open the slightly ajar door and decisively said, "All right. Any female in this yard, bring them all back to the farm." The man continued to flatter him. "Look, that girl didn't even lock the door today. She must have been thinking about your impressive presence yesterday." As the men entered the yard, Xia Shuning rushed out with a whip, shouting, "Close the door." The men from the farm were startled, and before they knew it, the man was pinned near the chicken coop. With a mouth like that, go wash it out. Xia Shuning, ready to confront the men from the farm, is here asking for support, 5-star reviews, and free gifts. Xia Shuning stepped on the back of a rude man with 1 foot and held a long-handled scoop in one hand. She scooped up some waste from the pit and splashed it on the rude man's face. The men at Jinhua Farm were all stunned. Where did this beautiful woman come from? Tui, tui, tui. The rude man desperately spat out the filth. Who the heck splashed? Xia Shuning raised the scoop and hit the rude man on the head with it. With a loud. Just hearing the sound made everyone feel a headache. Then, she scooped up another scoop of waste and poured it into his mouth. Your mouth is too dirty. 1 scoop isn't enough to clean it. The rude man, with a buzzing head, seemed dazed, and instead of spitting out the filth, He started swallowing it.
Wow.
Several men at Jinhua Farm gagged in unison. It was too disgusting, and they felt like throwing up. Xia Shunning's expression turned serious as she narrowed her eyes and warned, "Anyone who dares to in my yard will have to eat it back the same way it came out." Everyone looked at Xia Shunning, thinking only one thing: extreme beauty, extreme cruelty. They instinctively covered their mouths with their hands. Brother Chen raised his hand to his mouth, then realized what was happening as he looked at the rude man by the pit and his own brothers. His already dark face turned a sickly yellow. This was so embarrassing. How could he show his face again? Since he became the security chief at Jinhua Farm, he had never faced such a big loss. "You dirty woman, if you dare to hit my brother, you must be tired of living. I'll kill you today." Brother Chen shouted as he charged at Xia Shunning, taking huge strides that made him look very intimidating. The men at Jinhua Farm looked at Xia Shunning with sympathy, thinking, this beautiful woman is about to be beaten badly by Brother Chen. "Sister!" Tang screamed in fright, grabbing a wooden stick and standing in front of Xia Shunning. Tang Bing and Junjun, having seen Xia Shunning use a crossbow before, were much calmer. Tang Bing held an axe, and Junjun held a brick, silently standing behind Xia Shunning. Xia Shunning remained calm, almost cold. "Tang Bing, take Tang away. Junjun, guard the door. Don't let them escape." The men at Jinhua Farm looked at Xia Shunning as if she were crazy. Why would they run? Brother Chen was the strongest warrior at Jinhua Farm, unbeatable in wrestling, capable of killing a cow with one punch. Chen felt ignored and angrily said, "Today I'll make you call me Dad." Xia Shunning's beautiful eyes showed a fierce glint, and the wild side within her stirred. At that moment, she felt like she was aiming at a zombie's head through a scope. She said slowly, "Do you dare to act tough with me?" Chen felt a chill run down his neck, a fear he hadn't experienced since adulthood. Could he really be scared by a woman? His friends would laugh at him. But for the sake of his pride, he couldn't back down. He swung his fist, aiming for Xia Shunning's temple. Based on past experiences, the men from Jinhua Farm expected Xia Shunning to be knocked out. They were excited, thinking her pretty face would soon be covered in blood. The more beautiful something is, the more satisfying it is to destroy it. So thrilling. So anticipated. Xia Shunning quickly flicked her wrist, and her whip struck Chen's wrist hard. The sound echoed as the whip hit his wrist. Snap! It sounded like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers through everyone. Chen still had some spirit. Despite his broken wrist, he remained silent. His experience in fights told him he had met his match today. If he couldn't win against this woman, it would be the end for him and his friends. For his brothers, Chen swung his left fist and charged again. Xia Shunning took a step back and put away her whip. The men from Jinhua Farm thought she was scared and laughed. It's too late to kneel to Chen now. But then they noticed Xia Shunning had put on boxing gloves. She stepped forward, and her right fist collided with Chen's left fist. Another sharp sound. The yard fell silent, with no referee and no commentary. Chen's arm was 4 times thicker than Xia Shunning's. The men from Jinhua Farm naturally assumed Xia Shunning's wrist must have broken. They jeered. "You must have broken your hand. Still daring to fight Chen barehanded. Chen can knock out a bull with one punch. Quick, think of a way to beg for Chen's forgiveness." Chen stared at his left wrist in disbelief, cold sweat running down his face. He had thought Xia Shunning's whip was strong, but now he realized he had underestimated her. Xia Shunning looked around, her lips curling into a cold smile. She swung her left fist and hit Chen in the nose, causing him to lean back suddenly and blood to spurt out. In the next moment, Xia Shunning punched Chen in the ribs, making him bend over in pain. She then raised her knee and struck his stomach, leaving him unable to stand up straight. But Xia Shunning didn't stop there. She brought her elbow down Chen's back. Chen had no chance to fight back, as if he were just a punching bag. Finally, as Xia Shunning turned quickly, she lifted her leg and swept it across, her heel crashing down on Chen's temple. Thud! Chen fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching. Xia Shuning took off her boxing gloves and threw them to Junjun, who was quietly squatting at the door, wrapping bandages and putting on boxing gloves. She looked at Chen, who was bruised and unrecognizable, and complained unhappily. Is that all? I haven't even had my fun yet. The men from the flower farm were so scared that their legs went weak, and they knelt on the ground, begging Xia Shuning, please, don't hurt us. We can't take it like Chen can. If we get hurt, our lives aren't worth much, but yours is precious. Hearing this, Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and became more excited. You just gave me a new idea. She pulled out a syringe and a bottle of medicine, mixed it, drew the liquid into the syringe, and gave Chen an injection, then fed him a pill. The men from the flower farm watched as Chen, who was barely hanging on, began to breathe evenly again, and color returned to his face. Xia Shuning grabbed Chen by the collar and, pointing at him as he stood unsteadily, said, Didn't you want to take me down?
Come on.
Without waiting for Chen to respond, she switched to a new set of moves and started punching and kicking him again. Xia Shuning had found a new game, which was much more fun than shooting zombies in a post-apocalyptic world. With her medical skills and supply of medicine, she could keep him barely alive and then continue to fight. The men from the flower farm, without saying a word, banged their heads on the ground, regretting why they had come to the flower farm to steal chickens today. Where did this woman come from? Why is there such a person at the flower farm? Hey, everyone, want to experience Xia Shuning's joy? Add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. Sister Shuning, let us handle the rest. Jun put on his boxing gloves, Tong raised a wooden stick, and Tang held an axe as they charged at the men from Jinhua Farm. Xia Shuning took a moment to give them a thumbs up, encouraging them, fight hard. If anyone dares to resist, let me take over. Don't worry about hurting them too badly. As long as they can still breathe, we can save them and keep fighting. They couldn't rely on her forever. Taking the first step to fight back was important. Tang and the others felt happier as they fought back. It was so satisfying. The men from Jinhua Farm didn't dare to fight back, knowing that if they did, Xia Shuning would step in. Seeing Chen Ji's miserable state, they weren't ready to risk their lives. A few of them covered their heads and took the hits quietly. The creepy guy initially felt lucky that no one wanted to hit him because of his dirty appearance. He thought he had found the secret to avoiding a beating. Unexpectedly, the trio, enjoying their newfound thrill of fighting, turned their attention to him after taking down the others without needing Xia Shuning's orders. That hurts. Spare me. Don't hit there. My hand is broken. The yard was filled with cries of pain. Chen Ge wished he could just end it all. This endless torment seemed never-ending.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Someone knocked on the gate. Xia Jiqing, are you there? The men from Jinhua Farm felt a glimmer of hope. Their savior had arrived. Surely, this woman wouldn't attack in public. Xia Shuning paused, took out a packet of powder, and sprinkled it on them one by one. Stop lying around. Get up and clean the yard. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, Xia Shuning had even used zombies as labor for hard work. Any man who could still breathe had to work for her. She then told Tang and the others, keep an eye on them. If anyone isn't working properly, let me know later. Only then did Xia Shuning open the gate. Outside stood a young woman, about 28 years old, looking neat and gentle, carrying a backpack. Behind her was a little girl, around 6 years old, holding a bamboo basket that contained an adult tabby cat. Xia Shuning smiled and asked, Excuse me, are you looking for me? The woman smiled back and said, Xia Jiqing, my name is Yun. My husband is a tractor driver at the farm. I heard from Aunt Gui that you are good at medicine, and I wanted to ask if you could help my cat by neutering him. He keeps running away, and often comes back hurt. We can pay for the consultation. It seems that Yun's family is doing well, as they can afford to keep a cat and spend money on its medical care. After speaking, Yun took off her basket and said to Xia Shuning, Comrade Xia, these are freshly picked vegetables and fruits from the field, along with some dried fruits from home.
Please don't mind them.
We've tried to give Mimi to several places, but no one wants her. The farm doesn't have a veterinarian, and everyone mistakenly believes that someone skilled in medicine can treat anything. Xia Shuning hasn't formally studied veterinary medicine, but during the apocalypse, she occasionally helped animals. Animals are much more reliable than people. Sometimes, when she needed a companion, she would briefly take care of a cat or dog. Neutering a cat is very easy for her. It only takes a few minutes. Xia Shuning invited them into the yard and chose a shady spot. The little girl was clearly well taught by her mother. She picked a bunch of dewy golden lotus flowers from the bamboo basket and handed them to Xia Shuning, saying, "Sister Xia, these flowers are for you. Be gentle. Mimi is afraid of pain." And Yun saw several men in the yard with bruised faces, sweeping, fixing the grape trellis, and cleaning the chicken coop. Everyone was busy, working hard. The men at Jinhua Farm dared not be lazy. Xia Shuning entered the shed and took out a veterinary kit from her space, which contained a full set of veterinary tools, all the labels burned away with her fire abilities. She is a woman with vast resources, having emptied the treasury of Sakura country. After disinfecting, she used her powers to calm the tabby cat, swiftly applied the medicine, and before the cat could even meow, it was done. The men at Jinhua Farm felt a sudden chill between their legs. For a brief moment, they felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. At least their own parts were still intact. Xia Shuning handed the medicine to Yun, saying, "Apply it 3 times a day for 7 days. The fee is 1 yuan." And Yun handed over a yuan, thanking her profusely as she left with her daughter. The men at Jinhua Farm had already cleaned up the yard neatly, even pulling out all the weeds from the vegetable patch. Brother Chen and his companions knelt in a row, saying, "Comrade Xia, we were blind and offended you. Please forgive us this time. We've taken our punishment and cleaned the yard. Can we leave now?" A cruel glint flashed in Brother Chen's eyes. He had underestimated the situation by bringing these useless men along. Once he healed from his injuries, he would return with real strength to deal with this woman. He would make her pay for how she had treated him today, and he planned to leave marks on her pretty face. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." The men at the Jinhua Farm were nearly going crazy. They complained like a 200-pound child, saying, "How can men hatch eggs?" "No, how can people hatch eggs?" Xia Shuning shook her finger and said, "Even male penguins can hatch eggs, so why can't men?" Playing with a knife in her hand, she kindly suggested, "How about I teach you how to hatch eggs?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "But it can't be free since I don't know you. Let's charge 50 yuan each for the lesson, and I guarantee you'll learn." One man from the farm got angry and shouted, "50 yuan? Why don't you go rob a bank?" In a flash, Xia Shuning threw her knife right between the man's legs.
"Ah, my."
He screamed, covering himself and sliding back in shock, scared and unable to relieve himself. Chen and the others instinctively covered themselves as well. At that moment, they deeply regretted their actions. If only that woman had been there yesterday, they would have calmly discussed buying some eggs, and if not, they would have let it go. They shouldn't have come back today to forcefully buy eggs. They only had themselves to blame for letting yesterday's victory go to their heads. Only Chen regretted not bringing a weapon today. He couldn't believe they couldn't handle this troublesome woman with one. Xia Shuning remained silent, flicking her wrist to retrieve her knife with her whip. She changed her approach and tossed an apple at each of the men at the Jinhua Farm. With one hand throwing the apples and the other handling the knife, she focused on entertaining herself. The men stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, their right eyes twitching. Each of them worried that the next thing to fall wouldn't be apple peels, but their own scalps.
Who could stand this?
Taking advantage of the moment, when Xia Shuning was retrieving her knife again, the men shouted in unison, "We want to learn how to hatch eggs." Xia Shuning lazily asked, "Are you volunteering?" The men, unable to tolerate her endless tricks, replied, "We are volunteering. Please teach us how to hatch eggs." Xia Shuning turned to Tang Bing and said, "Draft a statement of voluntary learning to hatch eggs, stating the tuition fee. 6 people, a total of 300 yuan. Have them sign it, and those who can't write can use their fingerprints." Tang Bing went inside to prepare the statement and had them each press their fingerprints. Xia Shuning also reminded, "And draft an IOU. You took 500 eggs for hatching yesterday, and if each chick costs 1 yuan, you owe us 400 yuan. That seems fair, right?" The men at Jinhua Farm dared not complain about unfairness. Brother Chen's eyes sparkled. "Comrade, I am the security chief of Jinhua Farm. I'll go help you get the money." Xia Shuning looked him up and down with disdain. "Is there no one else at Jinhua Farm? How can someone like you be the security chief?" The man boasted, "My brother is the brother-in-law of the farm manager." Brother Chen shot an angry glare at the man. Xia Shuning waved her hand, and a knife flew into a tree in the yard. "Let's start learning how to incubate eggs now. Pay attention." She stood on a stool and began. "First, the temperature for incubating eggs is higher than the human body temperature. The human body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, while incubating eggs requires 37.8 degrees Celsius, so you need to incubate them in the sun. Second, incubating eggs requires a certain level of humidity. I will provide moisture bags, but these materials will cost extra. The tuition does not include material fees. Third, you need to turn the eggs every 2 hours. Now, let's start incubating the eggs. You all go lie under the sun." The men at Jinhua Farm thought this was easy. It was just lying there, as simple as a woman resting after giving birth. Brother Chen had another idea. He asked Xia Shuning, "Can we leave once we hatch the chicks?" Xia Shuning nodded. "Once you hatch the chicks and pay, you can leave. The first person to hatch chicks can go back and report." Brother Chen was the first to find Tang Bing to get a moisture bag. He was determined to be the first to hatch chicks. These moisture bags for incubating eggs were created by some peculiar people from Sakura country, and they were finally useful today. When the men at Jinhua Farm went to lie under the sun, they encountered the first problem. "Ouch! It's burning me. Comrade, I can't lie down at all." This was a place where people wore cotton coats in the morning, thin clothes in the afternoon, and ate watermelon by the stove. Even though it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the ground temperature still exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. "Comrade, can I lie down somewhere else?" Xia Shuning scoffed and had Junjun draw a line in the yard. She said coldly, "You can change positions within the line, but if you break our eggs, you'll have to pay with your own." The men at Jinhua Farm lay down cautiously, with a circle of eggs on their bellies. Soon, they no longer found lying down easy. Their backs felt like they were burning, and it didn't help to change positions. Plus, they were afraid of breaking the eggs. Brother Chen pleaded, "Comrade, can you give us something to cushion ourselves? It's unbearable. Even straw would help." Xia Shuning thought for a moment. When she cleared out the Wang, Fong, and Wang families, she collected quite a few bamboo mats, which were taking up space. She turned away from everyone's gaze, took out 6 bamboo mats, and threw them on the ground. Then she went inside and had Tang Bing write an IOU. Bamboo mats, 10 yuan each. If you want to buy, please leave your thumbprint on the IOU. The men from Jinhua Farm no longer dared to complain about the price. No one wanted to be shot at. Brother Chen, who had a lot of money, was the first to jump in and buy the bamboo mats. The others hesitated to spend money, but after a few minutes, they couldn't resist and also bought the mats. The moment they lay down on the bamboo mats, they felt grateful to Xia Shuning. It was definitely more comfortable than lying directly on the hot ground.
Bang, bang, bang.
The gate of the yard was knocked loudly. "Xia Jiqing, are you all okay? Are the troublemakers from Jinhua Farm bothering you?" Xia Jiqing, open the door quickly. "We brought people." Director Gui and Captain Gao shouted anxiously outside the gate. They had expected the people from Jinhua Farm to come in the morning, but they didn't show up. In the afternoon, they took dozens of young men to water the cotton fields. Halfway through watering, they heard from the tractor driver's wife that there were a few strong workers at Xia Jiqing's house who were working especially hard. With the farm's young men in the cotton fields, where did the strong workers at Xia Jiqing's house come from? Director Gui and Captain Gao were worried and rushed with dozens of young men to Xia Shuning's chicken coop. When Xia Shuning opened the door, besides Director Gui and Captain Gao, she saw many people, many men. There were also villagers who had come upon hearing that Jinhua Farm was trying to steal eggs again, which concerned every household. Seeing the men lying all over the yard, Director Gui asked the question everyone was thinking, what are they doing lying there? Dear readers, I originally wanted to update earlier this weekend, but I accidentally burned my right wrist while cooking. Please add this to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. Brother Chen saw Director Gui as if he were seeing his own father and immediately greeted him. Director Gui, I am Chen Chuan, the security director of Jinhua Farm. Director Gui ignored him and asked Xia Shuning, Comrade Xia, did they bully you? The men from Jinhua Farm wanted to cry. Wasn't there anyone to stand up for them? Didn't anyone see that they were all injured? Who would dare to bully such a poisonous flower? Xia Shuning smiled and defended them, saying, no, they are quite polite. The men from Jinhua Farm felt a bit touched that Xia Shuning was speaking well of them. She was really nice. Director Gui looked skeptical. However, he then noticed that the men were lying on the ground with a circle of eggs around them and asked, why are you lying on the ground? Get up. The men from Jinhua Farm felt wronged. Why should they get up? They wanted to talk to Xia Shuning. It wasn't that they didn't want to get up. Xia Shuning stepped on Chen Chuan's wrist and ordered, speak loudly and tell them what you are doing. Chen Chuan winced in pain, protecting the eggs with one hand and his lap with the other. Director Gui, we are learning how to hatch eggs from Comrade Xia. The crowd became excited upon hearing this. Farming activities like growing vegetables and raising chickens are deeply rooted in the DNA of the people of Huang. Especially in these times of scarcity, eggs are a precious source of nutrition, usually reserved for the elderly, children, and new mothers. Almost every household raises chickens to ensure their families can have eggs, but only a few manage to raise them well enough to produce many eggs. Since Xia, the young educated worker, took over the chicken coop, they have been producing over 100 eggs a day in less than a month. It is said that the production is still increasing, nearing 200 eggs daily. Each household in Zawa Farm can receive an egg every other day, and they haven't even learned the hatching technique from Xia yet. An outspoken villager loudly questioned, why teach the Jinhua Farm people how to hatch eggs? Xia Shuning pressed down harder, and Chen Chuan shouted, we paid. The tuition is 50 yuan per person. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper to each other. Oh my, it takes my family 6 months to save 50 yuan, and they're using it to learn how to hatch eggs? Xia is from our Zawa Farm. Let's ask her if we can learn for free. You fool, the Jinhua Farm people are still here. They paid for the lessons, so you can just sneak in and learn. Some clever villagers, realizing they could learn the hatching technique for free, quietly called their friends and relatives to join in. Even Director Gui and Director Gao were intrigued. This hatching technique was worth 50 yuan. They had hesitated to ask Xia how she increased egg production. Word had spread that a particularly skilled young educated worker had come to Zawa Farm, producing over 200 eggs a day. Some devious individuals even reported to higher-ups, demanding that the young educated worker from Zawa Farm hold a meeting to share advanced chicken-raising techniques. Under the pressure of Director Gui and Captain Gao, even when sharing was necessary, I had to first help Comrade Xia secure good treatment and honor. Director Gui and Captain Gao exchanged glances and moved closer to observe the men at Jinhua Farm hatching eggs, asking questions as they watched. Why do they lie in the sun? Why use moisture bags? Why turn the eggs? Xia Shuning patiently answered each question. The chicken coop was packed with people, and those from nearby farms who heard that the men at Jinhua Farm were learning to hatch eggs came rushing over. The yard was filled with people, and even the walls had people leaning against them. There were even people hanging from the trees outside. The director of Jinhua Farm, Huang had been waiting for his brother-in-law to buy eggs. As night approached, he finally received news from his informant. His brother-in-law, Chen Chuan, had paid 50 yuan in tuition and was learning to hatch eggs at Zawa Farm. Huang Shuling felt a jolt in his heart. His brother-in-law was in trouble at Zawa Farm. He needed to act quickly and bring help before his fierce wife found out. He knew his brother-in-law well. He would believe he took someone else's 50 yuan, but he would never pay 50 yuan to learn to hatch eggs. He called over a dozen young men, all from his hometown. By the time Huang Shuling and his group arrived at the chicken coop, the sun was nearly setting. He was stunned to see the coop packed with people, even more than when the farm showed movies. Huang Shuling pushed his way into the yard. A woman elbowed him in the side, shouting, "Watch where you're going. Who do you think you are?" Huang Shuling winced in pain and stumbled forward, bumping into an older man, who turned and punched him in the eye, saying, "Why did you bump into me, you?" A young wife grabbed Huang Shuling's ear and pulled him back, scolding, "Can't you see where you're going?" Huang Shuling was so angry he wanted to retaliate, but then someone grabbed the back of his collar, and a middle-aged man yelled, "Are you trying to sit in there and rest?" He had no idea where the people he brought had ended up. Huang Shuling pushed forward, determined. The crowd was also very angry. Those inside had arrived early. Didn't they see how many people were outside? They shouted in frustration, "Why are you pushing? Why are you crowding? Why are you here? Why are you bothering us? If you wanted to be inside, you should have come earlier to claim your spot. This guy definitely isn't from our farm. We don't have such rude people here. Is that the manager from Jinhua Farm here to steal our eggs again?" Someone recognized Huang Shuling and remembered that yesterday, people from Jinhua Farm took over 500 of their eggs. Are they back today? Do they think no one is at Zawa Farm? The crowd quickly took action against Huang Shuling, pulling his hair, tugging at his clothes, and pushing him around. In the end, Huang Shuling, nearly stripped of his clothes, fell beside Chen Chuan with a thud. Chen Chuan only saw a white blur coming toward him. To protect the eggs in his belly, he instinctively pushed the white blur away.
Ah,
"That hurts."
my hand.
Chen Chuan cried out in pain. His already broken hand, which was tied with a branch, got hurt again. Xia Shunning stepped back, pretending to be careless, and accidentally stepped on Huang Shuling's legs.
Ah,
"That hurts."
my.
Huang Shuling's scream drowned out all the noise in the yard. Xia Shunning pointed at Chen Chuan and innocently said, "It's not my fault. I was teaching, and he suddenly pushed someone over." The crowd chimed in, right? "It's not Xia's fault. We won't testify against her." Huang Shuling was in so much pain, he could hardly speak. Ever since he got involved with the family in the capital, he had never experienced such suffering. Chen Chuan finally realized that the man in front of him, wearing only shorts, with a black eye and scratches on his face, was his brother-in-law, Huang Shuling. He blurted out, "Brother-in-law, how did my sister beat you up like this? Didn't you break up with Widow Zhao?" Dear readers, Zawa Farm Xia Shunning sincerely asks you to add her book to your shelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shunning loves you all. Everyone turned to Huang Shuling. Some were confused, while others who caught bits of the conversation asked, "Did you catch someone cheating?"
What? Who is cheating here?
Huang Shuling felt certain his eggs were broken. His expression was pained and twisted as he shouted, "Shut up. Are you here just to lounge around? Why haven't you gone back yet?" Chen Chuan felt wronged. Did he want to go back? He couldn't. He quietly asked, "Brother-in-law, did you bring money? I need to pay my tuition." Huang Shuling's face turned dark. He was about to be driven mad by this foolishness. He muttered angrily, "You came to buy eggs. Pay for the tuition." Chen Chuan whispered, "My mom is your mother-in-law. Don't let my sister hear this." Huang Shuling raised his foot to kick Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan quickly protected the eggs, saying, "Don't move. If they break, she'll be really mad at us." Huang Shuling felt a chill and realized he was in pain. At that moment, Director Gui approached, extending his hand in a friendly manner. "Hey, Director Huang, dressed so lightly today?" Reminded by Director Gui, Huang Shuling checked his waist and realized he was missing something important.
He was sweating.
He nodded awkwardly at Director Goe, glaring at the crowd. Every gaze directed at him was filled with hatred, disgust, and mockery, as if they had taken something from him. Yet, despite their fierce looks, they all met his gaze openly, unlike someone who had stolen from him. Xia Shuning observed everything with a slight smile. No need to guess, Huang Shulong's missing item was with her. Originally, farm directors weren't supposed to have guns. His was obtained improperly. He wouldn't dare to search for it openly. This time, Xia Shuning was determined to teach the Jinhua farm people a deep and unforgettable lesson. Otherwise, if anyone could come and cause trouble while she was away, how would she ever go out again? At that moment, someone in the crowd pointed at Huang Shulang and laughed. Look, his red shorts have a big hole. Huh, did he rip them by accident? I think he got too carried away. Maybe he's wearing his wife's shorts. The crowd was joking and laughing, as Jinhua Farm often cut off their water supply, leading to many fights over it. Director Goe wore a serious expression, pretending not to hear, but he was almost laughing inside. He couldn't look at Captain Gao. If their eyes met, he would definitely burst out laughing. After all, the water source was still at Jinhua Farm, so he had to maintain appearances. Huang Shulong's eyes flashed with anger, but wearing only red shorts made him look weak. He quickly grabbed clothes from the men of Jinhua Farm and put them on. Chen Chuan was afraid his brother-in-law would run off after getting dressed, so he quietly reminded him, brother-in-law. Money. Tuition. Huang Shuling shouted angrily. Tuition? Get up quickly. It was all this fool's fault for not handling things properly. He felt utterly embarrassed today. Chen Chuan raised his arms, tied with branches, and said pitifully, brother-in-law, I can't climb anymore. Both my hands are broken. Huang Shulong's eyes lit up. This was the perfect excuse. This fool finally had some use. Cough, cough. Huang Shuling cleared his throat and turned to Director Goe. Director Goe, our two farms have always been friendly. Your Zawa farm is a military farm, while our Jinhua farm is a pilot farm. Chen Chuan is the security chief of our Jinhua farm and an important manager. Now that he is injured on your farm, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Director Goe had already noticed Chen Chuan's injury. No matter who did it, it was a good thing. As the head of Zawa farm, he would take the blame. He didn't even look at Xia Shuning and said directly, you can't say that. Why is Chen Chuan a security chief from Jinhua farm, here at our Zawa farm? Also, yesterday Chen Chuan and his men stole over 500 eggs from us and injured comrade Tang Bing. Shouldn't we get an explanation? The people from Zawa farm immediately responded, we must get an explanation. The men from Jinhua farm, including Chen Chuan, dared not speak, pretending to focus on hatching eggs. Huang Shulong's expression changed. Where had the more than 10 skilled workers he brought gone? Did they all run away when they saw him in trouble? Xia Shuning stepped forward, holding up a note, and added, yesterday, the eggs stolen from Jinhua farm were over 500 breeding eggs we used to hatch hens. She handed the IOU to Director Goe. Since our two farms are friendly, I'll give you a discount. With a generous expression, she said, just compensate us with 500 yuan, deducting the 100 yuan from yesterday, and give us 400 yuan instead. When the people from Zawa farm heard that breeding eggs for hatching hens had been stolen, they were outraged. Director Goe and Captain Gao exchanged glances, looking at Xia Shuning with pride. She was truly the only young woman from their farm to receive 3 second-class awards. This was handled beautifully. Huang Shuling finally noticed Xia Shuning's appearance and was stunned. She was such a beautiful young woman. Why shouldn't she be shared with their farm? He decided to speak with the head of the city's youth office about her. Huang Shuling had an idea. He wanted to bring Xia Shuning to their farm, so their youth association would have a star attraction. That would surely impress the older folks. How could Goe Jia, a simpleton, arrange for such a beautiful young woman to raise chickens? The beautiful young women at Jinhua farm don't have to do any work. They just need to accompany the officials in singing, dancing, and drinking. Huang Shuling adjusted his clothes, put on a charming expression often praised by Widow Zhao, and gently said to Xia Shuning, young lady, you can't just say anything. How can you prove that those 500 eggs are for breeding? He paused, casting a murky glance at Xia Shunning's stomach with a teasing tone. It's not like you laid the eggs. Smack. A loud sound. Xia Shunning forcefully slapped Huang Shulang on the left side of his face with her shoe. His left cheek instantly swelled with a shoe print, and he angrily shouted, "You filthy woman! How dare you hit me?" Smack. Another loud sound. Xia Shunning slapped him again on the right side of his face, leaving another shoe print. Huang Shulang instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that his gun was gone. He trembled with anger, his rage boiling over. Captain Gao saw his movement and immediately drew his own gun, aiming it at Huang Shulang's head, warning him not to draw a weapon in front of him. With someone playing the bad cop, Director Gui stepped in as the good cop, casually making an excuse. "Our Xia is just helping you get rid of mosquitoes." As he said this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Shunning. Xia Shunning smiled slightly, feeling that Director Gui was quite protective. Huang Shulang, with both cheeks swollen, angrily exclaimed, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Who uses a shoe to swat mosquitoes?" Xia Shunning calmly shook her head and replied, "It's definitely not for swatting mosquitoes." Huang Shulang had a look that said he knew it was her doing and was ready to deal with her. Xia Shunning flipped her shoe over, saying, "Look." The crowd saw the brownish sticky substance on the sole of her liberation shoe, mixed with a piece of a snail shell. Everyone looked confused, not recognizing it. "What is this?" At that moment, a male youth from Shanghai widened his eyes, trembling as he pointed at the snail on Xia Shunning's shoe. "Oh my! It's a blood fluke. How could there be blood flukes in the Northwest?" The locals at the farm still looked puzzled. What is a blood fluke? Blood fluke disease mainly ravages the southern water towns, and there are almost no blood flukes in the Northwest. The locals at the flower farm think that the young men from the city are too delicate. What's there to be scared of with a little bug? The young man from the city took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "We have a local song that goes, 'Blood flukes, harmful creatures, cause disease, bring great trouble. Men grow big bellies, women can't give birth, children don't grow. Fields are barren, no one to farm. Mother carries but doesn't give birth. Father coughs blood into the soil. Brother looks like an old man. The whole family lies on the board.'" Xia Shunning added, "Schistosomiasis, also known as big belly disease, leaves patients thin and with swollen bellies. Men lose their ability to work, women can't have children, and children become stunted." Everyone looked at Huang Shulang, imagining him with thin limbs and a belly like a pregnant woman. They all shivered. Huang Shulang felt a chill creeping up from his feet and angrily said, "Don't scare me." Xia Shunning raised an eyebrow and waved her shoe at him. Huang Shulang thought she was going to hit him again and quickly raised his hands to protect his face, causing everyone to laugh. Xia Shunning, with a slight smile, glanced at him and raised her shoe higher, emphasizing to everyone, "This is a mutated blood fluke. It's more harmful than regular blood flukes and can cause liver cancer once it enters the body. If it spreads widely without effective medicine, many people will die. In the southern water towns, entire villages have been wiped out, creating ghost towns. If you don't believe me, you can check the newspapers." Then, she loudly warned everyone, "Do not drink untreated water. Boil the water before drinking." She looked coldly at Huang Shulang. "Director Huang, why did you bring mutated blood flukes to our flower farm?" Chen looked at Huang Shulang suspiciously and whispered, "Brother-in-law, did you have a secret encounter with Widow Zhao by the river again? Don't pass anything on to my sister or my nephew." Huang Shulang's pupils shrank, cold sweat running down his spine. Could it have been from that time? Director Gui and Captain Guan immediately became tense, as their farm was already short on labor. "We need to report this to the health station quickly." Xia Shunning remembered she had a special medicine for treating blood flukes, praziquantel, from the treasury of Sakura country. She turned to Director Gui and said, "If anyone at our farm gets schistosomiasis, they can come to me for treatment." Huang Shulang's eyes brightened as he looked at Xia Shunning, smiling and asking, "Comrade Xia, can you help me with treatment?" He already had a vivid image in his mind, with Xia Shuning's delicate white fingers checking him all over. Just thinking about it made Huang Shuling feel overwhelmed, and his gaze towards Xia Shuning grew hotter. Xia Shuning shrugged and said bluntly, "I'm not a doctor." She had become quite skilled at dealing with those who annoyed her in a reasonable and legal way. She had helped Huang Shuling catch schistosomiasis, and the special medicine, praziquantel, worked wonders. If taken in the morning, it could clear out the dead worms by the afternoon. However, it wouldn't be available in China until 1977, and only she had it in her space. Currently, the only treatment for schistosomiasis in China was antimony, which required 20 days of intravenous injections and had severe side effects, including vomiting, heart damage, and even sudden death. In short, whether treated or not, it was deadly, and Huang Shuling would soon suffer from the torment of schistosomiasis. Director Goe chimed in. "That's right. Comrade Xia is only responsible for raising chickens at our farm. By the way, you haven't paid for the eggs yet." Chen Chuan was worried that Huang Shuling might infect his sister, but didn't dare provoke Xia Shuning, especially since his wrist hurt badly. He wanted to go home and quietly reminded, "And there's tuition." Huang Shulong's face turned grim because he had rushed over without enough money. He turned to Director Goe, intending to threaten cutting off the farm's water supply, but he had lost his gun, and his dozen helpers were nowhere to be found. Huang Shuling was also worried about someone using a gun against him and feared he might really have schistosomiasis. After repeated discussions, the final decision was for Huang Shuling to go back for money while Chen Chuan and the others continued to incubate the eggs, releasing him only when the money arrived. Huang Shuling had come on a tractor. When he arrived, there were many people outside the hut, so he parked far away. After leaving the hut, he angrily walked toward his tractor, only to find his companions sleeping soundly in the trailer. Frustrated, Huang Shuling jumped onto the trailer and started kicking and punching. "Are you all sleeping? You lazy bunch. I got beaten up, and you all sleep like pigs." His confused subordinates were groggily awakened, unable to explain why they had all fallen asleep while supposedly protecting Huang Shuling. Covered in sweat and feeling itchy, he initially thought it was just the clothes he borrowed from someone who might have had lice. He kicked a few more of his subordinates and shouted, "Hurry up and start the tractor. I need to go home and get money." But his subordinates took their time and didn't start the tractor. Huang Shuling was itching terribly, with many small red spots appearing where his clothes covered him, and his temper was getting worse. Driving a tractor is so slow. "Do you want to keep waiting for it to hatch?" One of his subordinates hesitantly replied, "The tractor won't move." If Huang Shuling had a gun, he would have wanted to shoot the fool in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Is it broken?" The subordinate happily said, "The tractor isn't broken." Smack. Huang Shuling couldn't take it anymore, and since he was also going crazy from the itching, he swung his arm and slapped the subordinate hard. "If the tractor isn't broken, then why aren't you driving it? Are you out of your mind?" The subordinate, with a sad face, said, "The joystick is missing." Huang Shuling was so angry he felt like his head would explode. He thought the Zawa farm was against him. Nothing had gone right since he arrived. They searched everywhere but couldn't find the joystick, and even Chen Chuan's tractor was missing its joystick. In the end, he had no choice but to go find the local farmer Goe Jia, whom he usually looked down on. At first, he spoke harshly. "Director Goe, my tractor's joystick is missing from your farm, and you need to take responsibility." Director Goe stared at him angrily and said, "What? You want to avoid paying and still cause trouble? Don't think I don't know. You brought a dozen people and hid in the trailer. Who would dare to steal anything? A dozen people hiding in the trailer?" Just thinking about it made Huang Shuling furious. He would have preferred to bring a dozen pigs instead. At least if a stranger approached the tractor, the pigs would make noise. Huang Shuling was even itchier and wanted to take off his clothes and rub against the ground. Now, he just wanted to leave the unlucky Zawa farm as quickly as possible. He waved his hand and said, "Let me borrow the joystick, and I'll let you use water for an extra week." Director Goe was overjoyed. This was a great deal. Last year, he had even knelt down to Huang Shuling to get 3 extra days of water. Since it was rare for Huang Shuling to ask him, he had to take advantage of the situation. Director Huang, I can't lend it to you. Our Zawa farm only has one tractor and one joystick. He remembered how Huang Shuling often insulted him behind his back, calling him a poor farmer, and said sarcastically, Our Zawa farm is poor. Unlike your Jinhua farm, which has more policies, more subsidies, and more tractors. This was something Director Gue couldn't understand. Why did every good thing go to Jinhua farm? Was it just because Huang Shuling knew how to flatter? He could do that too. Huang Shuling was about to go crazy from this farmer's nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he said, 10 days. The manager of the Gue farm saw that he was really anxious and didn't dare to provoke him further. A fixed price, 14 days. If you won't lend it, then forget it. Huang Shuling was scratching and fidgeting, annoyed, and said, 14 days it is. Look at you acting so poor. He felt sick to his stomach and vowed that when the Zawa farm was watering the fields, he would take the workers from Jinhua farm to the upstream area. People's joys and sorrows do not connect. The manager of Gue farm was very happy and decided that no matter who took the joystick, he would give them a 14-day break and still count their work points. Noticing small red spots on Huang Shulong's face, he recalled what Xia Shuning had just told him about the symptoms of schistosomiasis and kindly reminded him, Huang, you should get a blood test. Our Xia youth mentioned that in the early stages of schistosomiasis, because the worms burrow into the skin, it can cause unbearable itching and small red spots. Severe cases may even have convulsions and diarrhea. Huang Shuling scoffed, Don't curse me. I'll just take a shower when I get back, and I'll be fine. Although he suspected he might have schistosomiasis, he didn't want to give the manager a reason to laugh at him. In the past, the manager couldn't even stand straight in front of him, but now with Xia Shuning around, he seemed to stand tall. Huang Shuling was still calculating in the tractor. The place where Xia Shuning lived was remote. It would be better to act quickly and take him away tonight. The family from the capital was about to send someone, and it would be perfect to have Xia Shuning as company. As it was getting late, Huang Shuling kept urging his subordinates to drive faster. Just after the tractor left Zawa farm, his stomach began to churn. The veins on Huang Shulong's forehead bulged as he pressed down on his stomach, clenching tightly. Suddenly, the tractor hit a big rock, jolting forward and then dropping down again. Huang Shuling lost control, and a sudden rush came out, ruining his pants, with the mess running down his leg. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Hey, can't you drive properly? A foul smell filled the air, and the people in the trailer huddled back. That wasn't the end. Huang Shulong's stomach continued to rumble, and the trailer was a mess. He wanted to get out to relieve himself, but accidentally stepped in his own mess, slipping and falling, getting his face dirty. Huang Shuling slumped in the trailer, unable to move his weak legs, feeling sticky and terrified, convinced he really had schistosomiasis. He decided not to get out anymore and urged his subordinates to hurry back to Jinhua farm. One of the workers was gagging while stepping the gas pedal, and the tractor was belching black smoke like a manure truck. Some people at Jinhua farm managed to get some stolen eggs yesterday, but most did not. Those who had the eggs said that the eggs from Zawa farm were especially delicious. At first, many were secretly complaining that Huang Shuling only shared eggs with his fellow villagers. Then someone mentioned that the farm manager and the security chief went to Zawa farm today to buy eggs, and they took 2 tractors. Wow, the people at Jinhua farm calculated that one tractor brought back 500 eggs yesterday. Today, with 2 tractors and the farm manager himself going, they must have brought back at least 1,000 eggs. Now, everyone at Jinhua farm hoped to get at least 1 egg, even if it was just 1 per family, like at Zawa farm. After all, conditions at Jinhua farm had improved recently and were not much worse than at Chitai farm. To prevent Huang Shuling from secretly giving more eggs to his fellow villagers, the people at Jinhua farm decided to wait at the farm gate. They planned to distribute the eggs right there when the manager's tractor arrived. They waited and waited until the sun had set, but the tractor from Huang Shuling still hadn't returned. It wasn't until the moon rose that someone spotted a tractor speeding toward them, belching black smoke. The sharp-eyed person murmured, Why is there only 1 tractor coming back? Didn't they say two went? Could the other tractor be taking a back road with the eggs? Should we go back to the farm to check? We can't let them keep the eggs for themselves. My family hasn't seen eggs in 6 months. Let's just focus on the eggs from this tractor first, then we can look for the other one. As the tractor got closer, a foul smell wafted over. What is that smell? It's so bad. Who farted? It stinks, hurry home. At first, everyone thought the smell was coming from the crowd. But as the tractor approached, they realized, is this the egg tractor? Why does it smell like it's carrying manure? I see Manager Huang. It must be the egg tractor. Are we ready to grab the eggs? Buying eggs and getting manure as a bonus? It's so smelly. Huang Shuling had intended to sneak home in the dark to shower and change clothes before going to see a doctor. But he didn't expect the crowd to surround the tractor at the farm gate. Huang Shuling shouted, "What are you all doing here at this late hour? Go home." Everyone shouted, "We want eggs." Huang Shuling got angry when he heard about the eggs and said, "Get lost, there are no eggs." The crowd didn't believe him and thought he was just trying to keep the eggs for himself, even pretending to cover up with manure. They blocked the tractor, refusing to let it leave, while Huang Shuling stood there pale, stuck in a standoff with them. Suddenly, a few people jumped off the tractor, shouting, "Director Huang, I'll help you get rid of them." Huang Shuling felt happy. True friends show their loyalty in tough times. He thought that even though his subordinates were foolish, they were still loyal. The subordinates jumped off the vehicle, swinging their arms, and started running, a terrible smell wafting through the air. Once everyone had disappeared, the crowd finally saw that their director, Huang Shuling, was sitting alone in a manure pit. An older woman noticed there were really no eggs in the tractor and angrily asked, "Weren't you supposed to buy eggs? Why are you stealing someone's manure truck?" Hey everyone, let me ask you, is it scary to offend Xia Shunning? Please add to your bookshelf, give a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shunning a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shunning loves you all. Huang Shuling glared at the woman, squeezing out a "get lost" through clenched teeth. The woman, a poor farmer, was not afraid of anyone, including a director, and started to scold him. "Do you think I want to smell this?" When Huang Shuling heard the word smell, he felt a strong urge to retaliate. People quickly pulled the woman away, but she kept muttering, "What are you being fierce about? It's not like I'm trying to steal your manure." The crowd stayed away from the tractor. It was too smelly, worse than the farm's manure. They didn't leave, silently staring at the tractor, suspecting that Huang Shuling was hiding eggs. After observing for a while, they noticed something strange. Why was Huang Shuling still sitting in the manure? Didn't he think it smelled bad? After waiting a long time, without help arriving, Huang Shuling had to rely on himself. He didn't even know how he climbed into the driver's seat and drove the tractor back home. He was so exhausted that he fainted right at his doorstep. Huang Shuling's wife, Chen, smelled a terrible odor and thought someone had thrown manure at their door again. She grabbed a manure scoop and rushed out, only to find Huang Shuling unconscious at the door, covered in manure. Chen couldn't move him and didn't want to try, so she found someone to help clean him up before bringing him back inside. Chen was still worried when Huang Shuling suddenly developed a high fever of 40 degrees Celsius, shivering and complaining of feeling cold. The doctor at Jinhua Farm, a local from the northwest, had never heard of schistosomiasis. He gave Huang Shuling an injection to reduce the fever, but it didn't help at all. Huang Shuling was covered in red spots, and the doctor thought he was allergic to penicillin, which scared him. In the end, Chen rushed Huang Shuling to a hospital in Urumqi, where they fortunately met a doctor from Sioux City. Following Xia Shunning's plan, the doctor administered an intravenous injection of antimony. Within 10 minutes, Huang Shuling started vomiting uncontrollably, almost bringing up his bile. Chen was busy trying to save him. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan was forgotten at Zawa Farm. That night, the temperature dropped sharply, and Chen Chuan felt his limbs were numb from the cold. Xia Shunning kindly offered to sell them second-hand comforters from her space for 15 yuan each. Tang Bingbing and Junjun stayed in a newly built red brick house by Zhuozhiheng, which was decorated like a military camp, and they felt very comfortable since they were both military families. Tang clearly preferred the red brick house. She shared a room with Tang Bingbing, but had a different bed. Only Xia Shuning claimed to like the Earth House for its warmth in winter and coolness in summer, insisting on living there alone. Once the door closed, Xia Shuning entered her space. She lay in a bath, and the little phoenix curiously asked, "Will Huang Shuling die?" Xia Shuning closed her eyes and replied calmly, "It depends on his fate." The little phoenix, feeling anxious, helped dry her hair with its flames and asked, "Is his schistosomiasis contagious?" Then it cautiously glanced at Xia Shuning's expression. "If you end up killing everyone at Jinhua Farm, we'll have to prepare for a thunder tribulation." Xia Shuning had little hope for the little phoenix's intelligence and explained impatiently, "It's a mutated schistosomiasis developed by the Sakura country people. It shouldn't be contagious. At least it hasn't spread in Sakura country." The little phoenix widened its eyes, sounding suspicious. "What else have you been doing behind my back? You didn't pour schistosomiasis into Sakura country's water supply, did you?" Xia Shuning clapped her hands in admiration. "Great idea. Why didn't I think of that?" She regretfully stroked her chin. "What a pity. I only poured it into the developer's drinking water." After her bath, the little phoenix thought Xia Shuning was going to sleep and prepared lavender eye masks, a down comforter, and a silk nightgown. Unexpectedly, Xia Shuning sat at her vanity, put on green contact lenses, tied her hair back, donned a head covering, and changed into her stealth outfit. As soon as she stepped outside, she took out a small electric scooter coated with invisibility spray from her space. The dark night sky was adorned with a cold crescent moon. Xia Shuning tightened the throttle, and her small electric scooter roared into the pitch-black desert. The wheels rolled over the cracked salt flats, and spruces flew by in the background. A song called "I Am a Wolf from the North" played in her ears, matching her bright green eyes and giving her a wild look. The night breeze brushed against her face, cool and pleasant. For a moment, Xia Shuning felt she had fallen in love with night riding. In the next moment, the scooter sped down and turned several corners. The wind suddenly became fierce, almost toppling both her and the scooter. She really didn't expect the night wind in the border town to be so strong. It was thrilling. Dust and stones flew around as Xia Shuning quickly pulled out her green goggles. Her night riding outfit filled with wind, puffing up like a sail. At that moment, she no longer felt like a wolf. She was completely like a boat braving the wind and waves. Zhuo Zhiheng was leading new recruits on a field training exercise when his night vision binoculars caught sight of a chubby wild wolf running across the desert. He inexplicably thought this wild wolf resembled Xia Shuning. When Xia Shuning arrived at Jinhua Farm, the wind gradually calmed down. At 4 a.m, the farm was quiet, with only a few distant dog barks. Xia Shuning easily found Huang Shulang's house, but no one was home. They must have gone to the hospital. From the space between the firewalls, she pulled out bundles of yellow books and videotapes. This was the first time she had found something like this in this era. Opening one, she thought, "Who says people in this era are conservative?" After clearing out the books and tapes, she discovered bundles of cash hidden inside, totaling over 10,000. Xia Shuning instantly joined the ranks of the wealthy. The most surprising find was a large stack of flatbreads. If it weren't for the flint core, Xia Shuning would have thought they were food supplies. In fact, they were filled with colorful gemstones. Little Phoenix exclaimed, "Huang Shuling is truly talented. I've lived for over 10,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone use flatbreads to store gemstones. Strange but reasonable." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Not necessarily. I actually think his wife is worth paying attention to." Suddenly, she remembered that Little Phoenix had lived for over 10,000 years and curiously asked, "Why do traditional Chinese medicine practitioners say that old hen soup is more nourishing?" Little Phoenix flared up. "Wipe off your drool. Wanting to eat everything will only harm you. You haven't even had a taste of the soaring snake, and are already thinking about me. People in Huagua can eat anything and never impose morals or beliefs on their diet." And Xia Shuning had no morals or beliefs either. She chuckled. making little phoenixes first stand on end, and then turn to continue searching around the house. In Huang Shulang's bedroom, one wall was entirely made of gold bricks and white marble bricks. This was the first time Xia Shuning encountered white jade bricks. She had to remove them all and managed to get 36 gold bricks and 72 white jade bricks. Since she could buy a 3D cloning printer, Xia Shuning no longer took things without giving something back. She usually printed a copy to return. The printed items looked exactly like the originals, which was very deceptive. The person who lost something might not discover it for a long time, and even if they did, they couldn't trace it back. Xia Shuning was not worried about being caught. Her joy came from the despair of others when they urgently needed something and found it was already lost. As a farm director, Huang Shulang was much wealthier than the director of the Zawa farm, which explained why he looked at him as if he were a beggar. The bedroom was completely ransacked, and even the bedroom door was taken. Xia Shuning happily walked toward Huang Shulang's study. "Hey, everyone, want to fill your pockets with gems? Quickly add to the bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your help. Xia Shuning loves you all." Passing by a hidden basement, Xia Shuning easily picked the brass padlock on the door with a thin wire. Her eyes sparkled with surprise at all the new and interesting items. One wall was filled with Hatian jade ornaments, like jade grapes that felt cool to the touch, showcasing the craftsmanship of skilled artisans. Xia Shuning didn't have time to play with them and quickly stored them away. The basement also hid many musical instruments, including a doter made of mulberry wood that looked like a large ladle. There was a kalimba that could play the girl from Dabin City. Among these instruments, Xia Shuning liked the eagle bone flute the most, which was said to be made from the wing bones of the Tianshan snow eagle. She opened a wooden box filled with a silver decorative saddle, golden bells, and a golden whip. There was also a small knife inlaid with rubies that could cut through iron easily. Xia Shuning instantly liked it and decided to take the whole box. Additionally, there were over 10 handmade carpets, soft and beautifully patterned. No wonder a handmade carpet was auctioned for 500,000 in later years. There were also several bags containing raisins, walnuts, figs, apricots, and the rarest of all, a box of meat sustanche, known as desert ginseng. Xia Shuning gladly accepted everything. She was too lazy to print it all and just cleared everything out. After passing through 3 doors, she finally entered the study. Huang Shulang's study had very few books. Besides a desk, there were various boxes. Xia Shuning rummaged through a box of remittance vouchers, a box of cash, and a box of small yellow fish, all of which she stored away. Huang Shulang's wealth far exceeds that of a farm manager and comes from an unknown source. Xia Shuning has emptied the treasury of Sakura country before, so she has seen a lot. However, when she opened a wooden box, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The box was filled with handguns, more advanced than the one she had stolen from Huang Shulang earlier that afternoon. In addition to handguns, there were rifles and rifles, all imported from a beautiful country. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most astonishing discovery was several boxes of explosives, enough to flatten the entire Jinhua farm. Little Phoenix exclaimed, "Huang Shulang is very suspicious." Xia Shuning nodded. "These weapons are enough to start a medium-sized war. They could conquer a Southeast Asian island nation." She paused, her eyes sparkling with interest. "I thought I was just here to deal with an old lecher, but instead, I found an agent." Little Phoenix asked, "Are you saying Huang Shulang is an agent?" Xia Shuning smiled. "Huang Shulang must have someone backing him. He doesn't have the ability to acquire so much on his own." For example, she also had guns in her space, but those were taken from the Sakura country treasury. The study was almost emptied, leaving only the desk. Xia Shuning opened a drawer and routinely searched through various tickets, meat tickets, cigarette tickets, alcohol tickets, fish tickets, and other regular tickets, including bicycle, sewing machine, and television tickets. Little Phoenix couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this a bit crazy? Tickets expire. Why hoard so many?" Xia Shunning ignored Little Phoenix because she had just found a file folder in the drawer with the name Xia Xinglong written on it. Opening the folder, she found all the information on Xia Xinglong, Song Peilan, Xia Jingjun, now called Fong Jingjun, and Xia Ledong, but nothing on Xia Shunning herself. Tilting her head, she fell into deep thought. What connection did Huang Shuling have with the Huang family in the capital? What did he want with the information on the Xia family? Xia Shunning cleared out everything from the study and then collected several large pieces of Hetian jade from the yard into her space. Now, Xia Shunning decided to visit the hospital. With so many secrets surrounding Huang Shuling, she couldn't let him die so easily. She needed to interrogate him thoroughly. At the hospital, Huang Shuling had already been injected with antimony and was constantly vomiting, unable to even bring up bile anymore. He could only hang on with glucose solution. Just as he was barely hanging on, a furry paw woke him up. Struggling to open his eyes, the first thing he saw was a long, blood-red tongue that seemed to be dripping blood. Huang Shuling bravely looked up and saw a wolf standing at the foot of his bed. Yes, it was standing. The wolf had a blood-red tongue and bright green eyes, staring at him as if he were a piece of meat. Huang Shuling felt dizzy and wanted to faint, but his mind was surprisingly clear, while his body couldn't move at all. It was like being stuck in a nightmare, knowing what to do, but unable to act. He felt as if the wolf was chewing on his wife, a strange sensation spreading through his spine. Huang Shuling trembled and said, "I'll give you my wife. Please spare me." The wolf's claw tightened around his neck, its sharp nails just a millimeter away from his carotid artery. Huang Shuling begged, "I'll bring you offerings every day. Live cows? Live sheep? Live chickens? Even live people." The wolf loosened its grip, and he thought it accepted his offer. To save his life, he continued, "Yes, I'll offer you young boys and girls. They're tender. I'm old. My meat isn't good." Suddenly, the wolf claw yanked at his tongue, interrupting him. The sharp nails pierced his tongue, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. A strong smell filled the air. Huang Shuling was so scared he lost control. But the pain in his tongue made him fully alert. Xia Shunning, dressed in a realistic werewolf costume, withdrew the claw from Huang Shuling's tongue and pulled out a sharp knife. "Now answer my questions. If you lie, I'll cut off a piece of your tongue." First question, why do you have information about the Xia Xinglong family? With a bloody hole in his tongue, Huang Shuling struggled to speak. "It was given by my family." In the next moment, the wolf claw stretched his tongue again, and the knife glinted.
Ah!
Huang Shuling let out a terrible scream as a thin slice of his tongue was cut off. Xia Shunning used the knife to pick up the thin slice of tongue. "Who in your family gave it to you? Why did you get information about the Xia family?" Huang Shuling's eyes filled with tears. He truly wasn't trying to withhold information, but even a slight movement of his tongue caused excruciating pain. He dared not remain silent. "The Huang family in Jing City is my family. Old Master Huang is my great-grandfather. Old Master Huang's second grandson, Huang Dinghua, gave me the Xia family's information so I could find Xia Xinglong's research notes. If necessary, I could threaten him by taking his wife and daughter." Xia Shunning continued to ask, "When did you get the Xia family's information?" Huang Shuling swallowed hard. "I just received this 2 days ago. I haven't caused any trouble for the Xia family. Please let me go." Xia Shunning asked again, "Why does the family want Xia Xinglong's research notes?" Huang Shuling thought for a moment and carefully replied, "I asked Huang Dinghua, and he told me to stay out of it. He just said that Xia Xinglong's research notes are very important." Without saying a word, Xia Shunning used a small knife to slice a piece of Huang Shuling's tongue and place the meat in front of him. "I'll give you one last chance." Huang Shuling's tongue hurt terribly, and he pinched his thigh to distract himself. "Huang Dinghua never told me what they want Xia Xinglong's research notes for." He looked fearfully at Xia Shunning, noticing her grip on the knife tightening, and quickly added, "But I guess they want to sell them to the beautiful country." Xia Shunning nodded in satisfaction and threw a pill into his mouth as a reward for his insight. As soon as the pill went down his throat, Huang Shuling felt all the pain disappear, and a wave of happiness washed over him, causing a smile to form on his lips. Xia Shuning observed his reaction and asked, "Is it effective?" She didn't mention that the effect came at the cost of his lifespan, and that the pill was developed by the people of Sakura country. Huang Shuling nodded vigorously, almost wanting to ask for another pill. He began to think hard. Huang Dinghua regularly receives supplies from the beautiful country, but only a small portion is stored with me. Xia Shuning nodded and tossed him another pill. Huang Shuling felt like he was becoming a saint. Without waiting for Xia Shuning to ask, he eagerly said, "Huang Dinghua is coming soon. Every time he gets supplies from the beautiful country, he only keeps a small part with me. Most of it is stored in his desert warehouse. I've followed him many times, but couldn't find out where it is." Xia Shuning smiled and asked, "Your youth association is doing quite well." Huang Shuling instinctively wanted to smile proudly, but suddenly felt a warning in his heart. He lowered his gaze, hiding his pride, and explained sincerely, "The youth association wasn't my idea. It was proposed by Chen. The main purpose is to have female youth accompany the officials who come down, singing, dancing, drinking, and eating to improve their lives. Chen said that all the female youth participate voluntarily. She is a woman and never forces anyone." He didn't mention that those who were unwilling either ended up marrying local men from Jinhua Farm and lost their chance to return to the city, or were sent to do the dirtiest, hardest, and most dangerous jobs. Xia Shuning showed no reaction after listening. Huang Shuling thought he had escaped the werewolf's questioning when Xia Shuning threw him a large, soft, sticky mass. He instinctively opened his mouth. The substance went in, and as he realized something was wrong, it was already swallowed. He tried to push it out with his tongue, but it felt numb and wouldn't respond. He widened his eyes, trying to see what was wriggling deep in his throat. He could barely see a piece of white worm hanging from the corner of his mouth. Xia Shuning slowly said, "The mutated bloodworm will slowly consume your insides." Huang Shuling was terrified. With every movement of the worm, he felt as if his insides were being eaten away. The fear was so intense it triggered a panic response. But Xia Shuning wouldn't let him escape that fear. She wanted him trapped in a cycle of terror and despair. Feeling her power grow, she heard footsteps outside. She opened the third-floor window and jumped out. When Chen opened the hospital room door, she instantly wore a worried expression and stood by Huang Shuling's bed, gently calling, "Old Huang." But she saw a white worm wriggling at the corner of his mouth, looking like it was trying to rise like a snake.
"Ah!"
A worm. Chen screamed, her face pale, trembling as she pointed at Huang Shuling's mouth. Huang Shuling desperately tried to signal her to help him get the worm out. After years of marriage, Chen understood his signals, but took 3 big steps back, her voice filled with concern. "Old Huang, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Huang Shuling's eyes widened with anger. If he could move, he would have attacked. Chen noticed his fury and that he couldn't speak or move. She smiled sweetly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Why don't you curse at me? Is it because you don't want to? Why don't you get up and hit me? Is it because you don't want to?" Then, looking at the motionless Huang Shuling, she hid her worry, her gaze turning resentful, and softly said, "But Huang Dinghua is coming soon. You wouldn't dare hurt me. Did you know that Widow Zhao is pregnant? The doctor said your illness could spread. I sent someone to bring her here to take care of you, okay?" Huang Shuling's throat let out rough gasps. Chen looked at Huang Shuling's anxious expression and smiled happily. Standing at the door of the hospital room, she continued to tease him. "You still don't know, right? De Bao is not your biological child. How does it feel to raise someone else's son? I think you must enjoy raising someone else's child, especially since your wife could send herself to another man's bed." Chen laughed loudly, and as she laughed, tears streamed down her face. She remembered the time before the youth association when Huang Shuling could have sent her to another man's bed at any moment. "You better get better soon, otherwise, the family business in the Northwest will fall to me. From now on, you'll have to work under me. And remember, Zhao's widow is carrying your only child. You must not pass on schistosomiasis to her. I asked, and if a pregnant woman gets schistosomiasis, there's a 99% chance of losing both mother and child.
Ha!
The murderous intent in Huang Shulang's eyes overshadowed all his pain. Knock. 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 The door to the hospital room was knocked on. Chen quickly changed to a worried expression. Seeing Zhao's widow outside the door, a mocking glint flashed in her eyes. Foolish woman. Zhao's widow no longer feared Chen as she used to. She entered the room with a submissive demeanor, her eyes betraying her pride. Seeing Huang Shulang indeed gravely ill, lying in bed unable to move, she gently caressed her belly, knowing that this child would be his only true blood. Chen left the hospital directly, anxious to return home. The news of Huang Shulang's serious illness would spread by tomorrow. Tonight, she needed to move everything back to her family home with her brother, Chen Chuan. Xia Shuning hid in a tree outside, knowing Huang Shulang was practically a living corpse. Not killing him directly was just to torment him. Originally, her next target was Chen, but seeing Chen looking eager to stir up trouble, she hesitated. Little Phoenix curiously urged, "Why haven't you made your move?" Xia Shuning followed behind Chen, pulled out a tiny hair-shaped listening device and quietly tossed it into her hair. She had already placed a listening device under Huang Shulang's bed. She smiled slyly. "You don't understand. The drama of couples harming each other is quite interesting." Xia Shuning hopped onto her electric scooter. "Extracting key information from the recorder is up to you too. Remember to change the tape regularly." Returning to her hideout, she found the men from Jinhua Farm sleeping soundly. Xia Shuning first set up soundproof barriers in front of Tang Bing and the other two's room, then banged a gong. Dong.
Dong. Dong.
3 loud sounds. A loud noise suddenly exploded in the ears of the men at the Jinhua farm. Their ears were filled with a sharp buzzing sound. Their temples throbbed. They struggled to open their eyes, but everything looked blurry. Fortunately, they couldn't move their bodies, and their hands were still holding onto the egg incubator. Xia Shuning held a gong in one hand and placed her other hand on her hip, saying, "Get up, turn the eggs." Hearing her voice, the men's body hair stood on end. What a terrifying woman! When would they escape her grasp? Chen Chuan looked at the dark sky. He had lost his watch yesterday and had no idea what time it was now. He was filled with complaints and muttered through gritted teeth, "Why hasn't my sister brought the money to rescue me? She's sleeping soundly while I'm here suffering. Humph. Ever since she had her first child, she hasn't cared about me as much. I'll have Mom take care of her and give her a good talking to." The men at Jinhua Farm carefully turned each egg. Tonight was another late night for Xia Shuning as she worked to empty someone else's little treasure. She yawned and went back to her place to catch up on sleep. It was the darkest time before dawn. If she didn't sleep now, it would be morning soon. When Chen returned home, it was already bright outside. She found the house empty. The children had been left with a friendly neighbor before going to the hospital. But her brother Chen Chuan still hadn't come back. So much had happened last night that she hadn't had the chance to ask Huang Shulang where her brother was, and Huang Shulang was too sick to speak. Chen was very worried and didn't go to pick up the children. Regardless of the early hour, she knocked on the doors of Chen Chuan's friends. They all said he had gone out with Chen Chuan and hadn't returned yet. Fortunately, the last family she visited had 2 brothers, and the older one had come back with Huang Shulang last night. He had told his family to let Chen know this morning to bring more money to the flower farm to pick up Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan was learning to incubate eggs at the flower farm, with a total fee of 300 yuan, plus 400 yuan for any damaged eggs. Chen was very surprised. How did Chen Chuan decide to learn about incubating eggs? Unfortunately, the older brother was running a high fever and couldn't answer her questions. Chen hurried home and found all the cash was gone. She thought it was Huang Shulang's doing and gritted her teeth. How dare they move our shared property without permission? Of course, all the cash from the Huang family had been taken by Xia Shuning, leaving not a single cent behind. Moreover, 3D printing couldn't be used because Xia Shuning believed that creating paper money with it would be counterfeiting. At this point, a friend jokingly remarked, You just don't want to spend your yen coins. Besides, you've printed currency from Sakura country before. Chen had no choice and didn't have time to sell her family's gold bricks or marble. She had to borrow money from men she used to be close to, and of course, some of them took advantage of the situation. By the time Chen arrived at the chicken coop at the Zawa farm, it was already noon. The door to the coop was wide open and people from Zawa farm were holding bowls, some squatting in the yard, others leaning against the wall. Basically, wherever there was space, there were people. Many from other farms were also there. Everyone was watching the men from Jinhua farm hatch eggs. At that moment, there weren't many entertainment options. Watching men hatch eggs was as curious as watching men take care of newborns. Who wouldn't want to take a look? As time passed, people realized that hatching eggs, while it seemed simple and easy, was not a job for just anyone. For instance, those watching could shift positions and stretch their legs after squatting for a while. But the men from Jinhua farm hardly moved, afraid of breaking the eggs and failing to hatch the chicks, which would cost them dearly. Especially when Xia Shuning woke up and spent half an hour throwing knives at the trees in the yard. Not only were the men from Jinhua farm feeling uneasy, but some from Zawa farm, who had previously taken eggs from Tangbing while Xia Shuning was away, were also quite scared. As soon as Chen entered Xia Shuning's yard, she spotted Chen Chuan lying on the ground, his hands tied with branches, looking pale and exhausted. She rushed over, cupping his bruised face in her hands, and asked with concern, "Chen Chuan, who did this to you?" Chen Chuan shook his head defiantly, giving her a haughty look, and vented his anger. "Humph. Stop pretending to care. Mom isn't here, so who are you trying to impress? If you really cared about me, you would have come to get me last night. Why wait until now?" Chen Chuan wriggled away from her grasp, refusing to let her see the injury on his wrist, and continued to fume. "If Dabao had been stuck here, you would have crawled over. Is it because Mom hasn't looked for you lately that you don't care about me anymore?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. As the only child and grandchild in the family, he had always been cherished, and with his brother-in-law being the head of Jinhua farm, he had never experienced hardships like yesterday. He is still in the chicken coop and doesn't dare to blame Xia Shuning for now, but he has a lot of anger to release. His usual outlet, Chen, seems to be a good target. Chen looked at the injured Chen Chuan and felt very guilty. When she was younger, her mother held the baby Chen Chuan and told her, Chen, as the eldest sister, you should take care of Chen Chuan like you would your own child. No, you should take care of Chen Chuan even more than your own child, because your child doesn't carry the Chen family name and won't continue our family line. Chen Chuan's Chuan means to pass on the family line. It means to carry on our legacy. Her mother's words were not just for Chen, but also for the understanding Chen Chuan. So the whole Chen family agreed that everyone should cherish Chen, who could continue the family line. In the Chen family, Chen Chuan is a source of pride. Chen is the proud elder sister. Chen softly said to Chen Chuan, calm down. I will pay the money first, then take you home. After we see the doctor, I will make you something delicious to help you feel better. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who hurt you get away. Chen stood up, turned around and looked around the yard, loudly asking, who is in charge of the chicken coop, Xia Shuning? Xia Shuning came out from the corner, looking at Chen's fiery eyes. I am. What do you want? Little Phoenix chimed in. This woman really cares for her brother. Chen's eyes showed experience. As the head of the publicity department at Jinhua Farm, helping Huang manage the youth association, she had seen many beautiful young women. She herself was also beautiful, but none of them compared to Xia Shuning. Not just in looks, but in temperament as well. She thought to herself, if Xia Shuning were a youth at their Jinhua farm, she would definitely bring her into the youth association. She understood very well what those men liked. Hearing Chen Chuan's muffled cries of pain, she snapped back to reality and said with a serious face, Xia youth, are you going to explain why my Chen Chuan is hurt like this? Hey everyone, let's team up with Xia Shuning to clear out someone else's little treasure. Quickly add to your bookshelf, give her 5-star reviews, and send free gifts. Chen thought that as the publicity director of Jinhua Farm, dealing with a new female youth wouldn't be difficult. She had dealt with countless female youths, many of whom came from good families and were smart. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning looked Chen up and down and coldly asked, "What? Do you think this is a daycare?" Chen Chuan quickly withdrew to the ground upon hearing Xia Shuning's voice, focusing intently on hatching the eggs. He waited for his sister to distract Xia Shuning with a headband. If his sister gained the upper hand, he would settle scores with Xia Shuning. If she couldn't win, he would continue to stay out of it. Chen frowned. "What's your attitude?" Smack. A sharp sound echoed. Xia Shuning raised her hand and slapped her hard, her voice fierce. "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my attitude." Chen fell to the ground, covering her swollen face. "How dare you hit me in public?" She never expected another young woman would dare to strike her. Smack. Xia Shuning reached out and slapped her again. "Do you think I wouldn't?" Chen was furious, her voice shrill. "You hit me again. You're outrageous. I will report you." She paused, sizing up Xia Shuning, not finding any faults. Remembering that Chen Chuan was there to buy eggs, she added, "I'll report you for buying and selling illegally, and you'll regret it." Then, a cruel glint flashed in her eyes. "Just wait to be sent away for re-education. I want to see who would dare to protect you." She expected to see fear and panic on Xia Shuning's face, but to her surprise, Xia Shuning looked even more defiant, arms crossed, with a look of disdain. "Then go ahead and report me." Chen was stunned, feeling confused. Since becoming the publicity director at Jinhua Farm, she had never encountered such a bold young woman. In fact, even during her own time as a young worker, she had never seen anyone so arrogant, regardless of gender. Chen Chuan sensed the situation was off and quickly intervened. "Sister, you can't report her." His sister was usually very capable, managing the men and keeping the young women in line. Why was she suddenly acting foolishly, letting Xia Shuning lead her? Chen's expression darkened, alternating between anger and embarrassment, as her gaze shifted between Chen Chuan and Xia Shuning. Looking at Xia Shuning's fair and pretty face, she thought of a possibility and put on a stern face. "I am your older sister. What is your relationship with her? Why are you helping her? You can't marry her. I won't allow it." Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes dangerously and raised her hand to push Chen's chin down. "Who gave you the courage to speak nonsense in front of me?" Then, her gaze turned threateningly toward Chen Chuan. Chen looked at Xia Shuning in fear. "It has nothing to do with me. I was just focused on hatching the eggs and didn't say anything." The crowd watching the scene felt overwhelmed. However, that didn't stop them from lining up to support their own farm's youth. "Comrade Xia, well done. The people from Jinhua Farm dare to act recklessly here at Zawa Farm. Don't they see how their brother is? How can they think they deserve our Xia youth?" "Exactly. Does Jinhua Farm not have mirrors? Don't they check themselves before going out?" Chen couldn't speak, her bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Xia Shuning looked down at her coldly, as if she were just a tiny ant. Since the end of the world, she had not felt sympathy for anyone. And for Chen, Xia Shuning knew all her experiences and felt even less sympathy. There are women in this world who, despite being wronged and harmed by men, turn against their own kind and help men bully other women. They have faced hardships but do not help others. Instead, they pull others down with them. Such women are a disgrace to all women. Xia Shuning had no problem sending her on her way. Chen Chuan desperately signaled to his sister, quietly urging, "Sister, you can't win against her. She's tougher than you. Hurry, go get help." Chen listened to her brother and, enduring the pain in her jaw, struggled to get up and ran outside. Xia Shuning threw a kitchen knife in front of her feet, saying, "Stop." Chen turned around, glaring, not believing Xia Shuning would dare to kill in public. Xia Shuning stepped Chen Chuan's chest, making him gasp for air and shout, "Sister, come back. Help me." Hearing her brother's cry for help, Chen rushed back and tried to pry Xia Shuning's foot off. Xia Shuning pressed down harder, and Chen Chuan's face turned purple. Chen quickly let go, tears streaming down her face, feeling worse than if she had been the one being stepped on. Xia Shuning extended her hand. The money you owe me hasn't been paid. You think you can just leave? Chen Chuan finally caught a breath of fresh air and hurriedly said, Sister, quickly give the money to Comrade Xia. That's what I owe her. Chen Chen trembled as she took out a stack of money from her pocket, counted out 700, and handed it to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning refused to take it and stepped on Chen Chuan again. Chen Chuan winced in pain. Chen, are you trying to kill me? That's not enough. It's 1,000. Hurry up. Chen quickly counted out another 300 and handed it to Xia Shuning. She looked at Xia Shuning with the eyes of a protective mother wolf, wishing she could tear her apart. Xia Shuning took the money and put it in her pocket. She glanced at Chen and Chen Chuan, the siblings. Xia Shuning easily jumped onto the stone table, thought for a moment, and called out to Tang Bing, Bring me my loudspeaker. She raised the loudspeaker and smiled, saying, I see that the people at Jinhua Farm still haven't learned how to hatch eggs properly, and I'm not someone who collects fees for nothing. So I've decided to do a good deed for Jinhua Farm. When the people at Zawa Farm heard this, they misunderstood. Some thought Xia Shuning was going to lend Zawa Farm's hens to Jinhua Farm. Others thought she was going to help Jinhua Farm raise chickens. Comrade Xia, you can't. The people at Jinhua Farm have poor character. If you lend them anything, you won't get it back, and you'll be in trouble. Hurry and call Director Goe. Those hens are his lifeline. A new bride who had just married from Jinhua Farm quietly reminded, Xia, you must not go to Jinhua Farm. Beautiful young women like you have a particularly tough time there. Even Chen and Chen Chuan misunderstood. They exchanged excited glances, thinking that if Xia Shuning went to Jinhua Farm, they would make her life difficult. Xia Shuning stood tall and clearly saw the expressions on everyone's faces, not missing the malice in Chen and Chen Chuan's eyes. She turned to them and said loudly, I am going to report Jinhua Farm's Director Huang Shulang and Publicity Director Chen, as well as Security Director Chen Chuan, for gathering people to cause trouble. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chen's jaw was already unhinged, so it was easier for her, but her face turned pale. The look she gave Xia Shuning was no longer fierce. For the first time, there was fear in her eyes. She could only blame herself for underestimating her opponent. Chen always had the illusion that the more beautiful something was, the more fragile it was. Because of Xia Shuning's extraordinary beauty, she mistakenly judged that Xia Shuning must be weak and easy to manipulate. Now, Chen finally realized she was wrong. Xia Shuning was truly formidable, and she couldn't provoke her. With her head down, Chen reassessed Xia Shuning's strength, and her mind began to function normally again. She wondered how much Xia Shuning knew, whether she had evidence, and if it was witness testimony or physical evidence. Unfortunately, since her jaw was unhinged, she couldn't use words to probe for more information. At that moment, a strong, unpleasant smell filled the air. Xia Shuning frowned and looked at Chen Chuan with annoyance. This useless person had scared himself and made a mess in her yard. She jumped off the stone table, grabbed Chen Chuan by the collar, and dragged him to the chicken coop. With one kick, she sent him towards a pile of chicken droppings and stepped on it, mocking him. Someone like you belongs with this mess. Chen's forehead was covered in sweat as she watched Xia Shuning torment Chen Chuan, feeling heartbroken. She thought for a moment.
Bang, bang, bang.
Chen knocked her head 3 times in front of Xia Shuning, then pointed at Chen Chuan, and then at herself. Everyone was confused, wondering, what is she saying? What does she mean? Xia Shuning quickly understood Chen's intention and explained to the crowd, she means she also wants to eat chicken droppings. With one hand on her hip and the other holding a megaphone, Xia Shuning declared, even if it's chicken droppings, it's the property of Zawa Farm. How could we let you siblings have it for free? You owe us 10 yuan. Chen pulled out a 10 yuan bill and handed it to Xia Shuning, then knelt at her feet. Her eyes were red, and big tears rolled down her cheeks. The people at Zawa Farm had no idea what bad things Chen had done. Seeing her cry pitifully, they felt a strange sense of sympathy for her. The onlookers were excited, with little Phoenix saying, "Wow, the battle has begun. She's going to show off her acting skills." Xia Shuning ignored little Phoenix's provocation. She had watched the actor's self-cultivation 108 times. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." She spoke loudly into the megaphone. "I have a question. Chen Chuan is your brother, not your ancestor. Why do you support him?" Then, she turned the megaphone to the loudest setting and directed it towards the crowd at Zawa Farm, asking loudly, "Is there anyone like Chen Chuan, the security director from Jinhua Farm, here? Your own brother teamed up with your brother-in-law to drug you, and then took you to a stranger's bed." Xia Shunning's megaphone looked old and worn, as if it had been picked up from a trash heap. However, its sound quality surpassed that of the community loudspeakers, clear and far-reaching. Her voice was like a thunderclap. The people at Zawa Farm first reacted by thinking a professional female announcer had arrived, with a sweet voice and clear pronunciation. Then they realized what she was actually saying. What a shocking gossip this is. People's first reaction was to rush to the drying field, thinking there was a struggle happening there. Director Gue and Captain Guan immediately recognized Xia Shunning's voice and felt overwhelmed. Comrade Xia is incredibly capable and does things exceptionally well. But when it comes to causing trouble, she is even more impressive.
No.
Impressive doesn't even begin to describe her. She is fierce. Director Gue and Captain Guan sprinted towards Xia Shunning's location, competing for speed like they were racing for water and grain. Comrade Xia is being too reckless. Where did she even get a loudspeaker? Young people sent to the countryside are supposed to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, and they cannot use loudspeakers to address all members without approval. If things go wrong, they could be labeled as counter-revolutionaries. They cannot let such an outstanding young person get into trouble. They need to quickly control Xia and help her come up with an excuse to stop using the loudspeaker. As they ran, Director Gue felt a toothache coming on, while Captain Guan felt pain from his old injury. Meanwhile, Xia Shuning continued speaking into the loudspeaker, completely ignoring the crowd's reactions. She raised her hand and pointed to Chen. Xia Shuning continued, "Comrade Chen, as a victim, do you have anything to say?" She brought the loudspeaker closer to the stunned Chen. A great leader said that women have equal rights to men in politics, economics, culture, society, and family life. Women in our country must resist the oppression of patriarchal authority. Do you want to report your husband, Huang Shulang, and your brother, Chen Chuan, for violating women's wishes and harming women? You must believe that the party and the people will help you and will not let any bad person go unpunished. Chen's face turned pale, and she muttered, "This isn't real. This isn't real. You're lying." Then she lunged at Chen Chuan, grabbing him. "Chen Chuan, you say she's lying, that you haven't harmed me?" Chen always thought her abuser was her husband, Huang Shulang. She couldn't believe that Chen Chuan was involved too. Chen Chuan couldn't meet her gaze. He tried to push her away, but his broken wrist brushed against her, causing him intense pain. Seeing Chen Chuan's reaction, Chen understood him well. He had practically grown up on her back. No matter how bad she was, she had never wronged him. Chen covered her face and cried silently. Those who rushed to the drying field found no struggle happening, and someone mentioned seeing Director Gue and Captain Guan running towards the chicken coop. Everyone rushed towards the chicken coop, fearing that if they were late, they wouldn't get a good spot. Such shocking news had never appeared at the flower farm before. Those already at the chicken coop quickly gathered to watch, and there were even 2 people involved present. The sense of participation was strong. The crowd looked at Chen with increasing sympathy, while their gazes towards Chen Chuan were filled with disdain. Xia Shuning didn't care about the commotion. She raised her megaphone and spoke up, "Chen, don't cry. As the publicity director of the flower farm, why are you helping Huang Shulang harm the young women at the farm? Hey everyone, Xia Shuning invites you to enjoy the gossip. Don't miss out. Please add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all." Chen's crying suddenly stopped. She knew this was not the time to cry. She needed to save herself quickly. Her mind raced as she thought about which man could help her. Huang Shuling was in the hospital and could not help himself, but he couldn't speak or move, so he could take the blame for her. Huang Dinghua was far away in the capital, and she needed to send him a message quickly. The most urgent thing was to leave this place. She lowered her eyes and secretly glanced towards the entrance. The crowd initially thought Chen was the victim, and they looked at her with sympathy. But now, after hearing Xia shunning, the plot had twisted. The victim had turned into an accomplice. Chen felt all eyes on her, making it impossible to sneak away. Determined, she switched to a gentle and understanding demeanor when looking at Xia shunning and said softly, "Xia Jiqing, I was too worried about my brother earlier and may have offended you. I am older, so I apologize and hope you can forgive me. I truly don't know what Huang Shuling has done outside. I'm just a suffering woman." She then wiped her tears and continued, "Since he turned against me, our marriage has long been over. If it weren't for the children, I would have given up long ago. You might not understand the situation at the flower farm, but you can investigate. I treat every young person there well, regardless of gender." The crowd watched Chen cry and felt pity for her. She was beautiful for her age. Especially when she dropped her aggressive demeanor, she appeared to be a kind and approachable woman. "Xia, you just arrived at our Zawa farm not long ago. You probably haven't even been to Jinhua farm. Is there a misunderstanding here?" "Yes, Comrade Chen is also a victim. How could he help Huang Shuling persecute the female youth at Jinhua farm?" "Xia, you aren't from Jinhua farm. How would you know about these matters? Aren't you all from Zawa farm? What benefits has Jinhua farm given you? Instead of supporting Comrade Xia, you're helping the wrongdoer find excuses?" "Exactly. What Xia said makes sense." Director Gui and Captain Guan rushed to the courtyard, and everyone looked excited and eager. If it weren't for Captain Guan's battlefield experience and strong physique, they wouldn't have been able to squeeze into the courtyard. Even so, when they entered, something quite strange happened. Director Gui was wearing Captain Guan's large shoes, and Captain Guan was wearing Director Gui's small shoes. They were too shocked by the scene before them to change back. The courtyard felt like a debate competition, with groups arguing passionately. Some who struggled to express themselves became flustered and resorted to physical confrontation. Others, in their excitement, were spitting while arguing, with one side wiping their face and responding. Meanwhile, the instigator, Xia Shunning, calmly stood on a stone table with her megaphone, seemingly unaffected by the commotion around her. Director Gui and Captain Guan exchanged glances, feeling that Xia had a hint of madness about her. Director Gui pulled off the white towel from his head and, in an authoritative tone, shouted, "Be quiet. Stop the noise." No one listened. He looked at Captain Guan. "Old Guan, you try?" Captain Guan stood tall, raised his right hand, and shouted with the intensity of a battlefield commander, "Be quiet. Stop the noise." Still, no one listened. They exchanged glances and noticed the megaphone in Xia Shunning's hand. Director Gui and Captain Guan gestured desperately for her to hand it over. Xia Shunning had already seen them and tossed the megaphone to them. Captain Guan caught it, realizing there weren't many soldiers around, not even any veterans. He handed the megaphone to Director Gui. With a stern expression, Director Gui raised the megaphone and shouted, "Be quiet. Stop the noise." Still, no one listened. Director Gui, not willing to give up, checked the megaphone, confirmed the volume was still at maximum, and shouted even louder, "Silence. Everyone, be quiet. No one is paying attention. The debate among the crowd is too lively, with many points to discuss. Everyone thinks they're very clever. Of course, by the end, most are just caught up in the excitement, debating for the sake of debating." Xia Shunning noticed that both Director Gui and Captain Guan looked unhappy. She formed her hands into a shape and used a bit of energy, shouting, "Quiet." The people inside and outside the yard felt as if their ears were struck by a powerful. With a loud bang, the sound exploded in their ears. Suddenly, the yard fell silent. Everyone tugged at their earlobes to ease the ringing, gradually able to hear again. Director Gue and Captain Guan both twitched at the corners of their eyes. Chen had seen Director Gue at a meeting in the city. She noticed Director Gue glaring at Xia Shuning with a dark expression and couldn't help but feel pleased. As the publicity director of Jinhua Farm, she thought she understood the leader's mindset, which was to dislike troublemakers. The scene was chaotic. If Huang Shuling started swinging a stick, it would be a mess. Chen tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gently greeted Director Gue. Director Gue, Comrade Xia has misunderstood me. She is young and just arrived in the countryside, not familiar with our Jinhua farm. I understand her well. At her age, I was also focused on revolution. I won't hold it against a young comrade. Then, her eyes flickered. I promise not to report her today, so please don't criticize her. Chen hit her sharp gaze, planning to deal with this troublesome girl once Huang Dinghua arrived. Currently, Director Gue has little confidence in Xia Shuning's mental state, but is very confident in her abilities. In less than half a year, this young girl has received 3 second-class awards. Xia Shuning's capabilities are unmatched, not just at Zawa Farm but across all farms in the Northwest. Since the yard is already quiet, Director Gue decided to turn off the loudspeaker and hold it behind him. He asked Xia Shuning, Comrade Xia, do you intend to report Jinhua Farm's Director Huang Shuling, Publicity Director Chen, and Security Director Chen Chuan for gathering people to cause trouble? Captain Guan asked seriously, Comrade Xia, do you have evidence? Chen's eyes brightened as she looked softly at Captain Guan, perhaps shocked by the fact that Chen Chuan and Huang Shuling conspired against her. She had never thought of such a serious oversight. Xia Shuning, a young worker from Zawa Farm, had never been to Jinhua Farm, so she had no way of knowing these things. Even if she had heard some rumors, she certainly had no evidence. Thinking of this, Chen felt a bit foolish. After all she had been through, how could she be outsmarted by a young girl? Comrade Xia, do you have any evidence? Have you been to our Jinhua farm? Xia Shuning shook her head and honestly said, I haven't been to Jinhua farm today. Chen didn't want to argue with Xia Shuning any longer. She sensed something unusual about her. She turned to Director Gue, speaking in a calm and gentle tone. Publicly slandering a government official can lead to serious consequences. If it were someone else, I wouldn't let it go easily. But look at Comrade Xia. She's only in her early 20s, still so young and inexperienced. I truly feel sorry for her, having to leave home and come to this remote place. Then Chen changed her tone. Director Gue, kindness should guide our actions. The government entrusts these young people to us, hoping we can educate them. You must take good care of Comrade Xia. Now it was Director Gue's turn to think quickly, trying to find a way to help Xia Shuning. The villagers watching began to realize the situation was serious. Most thought it was just a typical argument that might end in a fight. In these times, the word education could mean a lot. Everyone grew tense, unsure of how Director Gue would handle Xia Shuning. By the chicken coop, Chen Chuan wiped the chicken droppings off his face, feeling pleased. My sister is in a good position. As long as she leaves quickly, she will surely get help. Just then, he noticed everyone's attention was on Chen and Xia Shuning. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Chen Chuan placed the eggs back in the coop and quietly moved toward the gate. Seeing Director Gue silent, Chen understood the situation and softly stated her ultimate goal. Director Gue, look, after the commotion with Comrade Xia, my hair is a mess and my clothes are dirty. After all, I am a woman. Perhaps I should return to Jinhua Farm first. Then she thought for a moment and added to the people from Zawa Farm, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay at Jinhua Farm. If you need anything, just come find me. Director Gue nodded at Chen, signaling her to leave quickly. He had come up with a clever idea. After all, most of the onlookers were villagers from Zawa Farm. At worst, they could deny everything and pretend Xia Shuning never reported anything. Chen brushed her hair and straightened her clothes, putting on a mature demeanor as she smiled at Xia Shuning. Xia Jiqing, if you get a chance to go to Jinhua Farm, make sure to visit my sister's house. She'll make you delicious meat-filled pastries and lamb buns. Everyone sighed in relief, as it seemed Chen was not planning to cause trouble for Xia. Thank goodness. Chen was quite nice. The crowd parted for her. She maintained her graceful and gentle appearance, but a hint of pride flashed in her eyes as she hurried toward the gate. Little Phoenix praised, "What great acting." Xia Shunning communicated with Little Phoenix through her mind. "Stop chatting. Have you finished the task?" Little Phoenix quickly handed her the items. At that moment, Chen was almost at the door. Xia Shunning's fingertips glimmered, and she smirked, coldly commanding, "Stop." Chen did not want to listen to Xia Shunning. She didn't want to stop. Just one more step, and she could escape this unfortunate place and call for help. She had already thought of how to stir up trouble for Xia by inciting the people at Jinhua Farm. It was simple. She just needed to say that because of Xia Shunning's interference, Jinhua Farm would no longer sell eggs to them. Those desperate for eggs would surely turn against Xia. But to her horror, Chen found she couldn't move. Xia Shunning looked around calmly and said, "Comrade Chen, you're mistaken. I only said I didn't go to Jinhua Farm today, not that I have no evidence." Then, she pretended to sigh dramatically. "I wanted to spare you some dignity and not present the evidence publicly. Who would have thought you would doubt my integrity and revolutionary spirit? Comrade Chen, why are you standing there? Don't you want to move? Didn't your mother teach you to look someone in the eye when they speak to you?" Chen remained frozen. Xia Shunning addressed the onlookers. "Could you please help me bring Chen over here for public confrontation?" I will. Before she finished speaking, two strong men rushed over, one on each side, lifting Chen and placing her in front of Xia Shunning. Chen glared fiercely at Xia, looking as if she wanted to harm her. But when Xia's cold gaze swept over her neck, Chen felt a chill and immediately subdued her expression. In front of her, Xia Shunning took out a box of tapes and a stack of photos from her bag. She said to the onlookers, "This is the evidence. Tang Bing, can I borrow your radio?" Tang Bing is the daughter of Commander Tang. Xuejing often pretends to be nice and has never taken advantage of Tang Bing materially. Besides, Tang Bing has her mother's savings book. She doesn't lack money or tickets. Ever since the incident, she has moved everything from her home here. Tang Bing held the radio and stood next to Xia Shunning, inserted the tape into the recorder, and pressed the play button.
Click.
The tape got stuck and playback failed. Chen felt a rush of joy. The evidence was damaged. Tang Bing, blushing, opened the radio, took out the stuck tape, and found a chopstick to fix it. She pressed the play button again. The first sound that reached everyone's ears was meaningless static. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what kind of evidence this was. Then a female voice came from the radio. "Su Jiqing is already 20 years old. That's too old. Director Huang likes younger girls. Didn't we just get a 14-year-old girl here?" Next, a male voice responded. "Sister Chen, that 14-year-old girl looks too young and childish. She definitely won't be able to take care of anyone. What if she offends Director Huang? Or should I train her for a few days first?" Chen angrily replied, "You don't understand anything. It's exactly because she has no experience and can't take care of anyone that Director Huang likes her." The male voice was very flattering. "Sister Chen, you really understand what these leaders like. No wonder they value you so much. Please take care of me." Chen laughed charmingly. "Let's see how you perform." Then, an inappropriate sound came through. The onlookers, who had secretly peeked at the wheat stacks and rolled by the river, had never gathered to listen to this. One by one, their faces turned red. About 5 minutes later, a boy said, "Did you not take good care of Director Huang from the youth office? Why are all the girls sent to our Jinhua farm this year so unsuitable? Chen, you're still my wife. We are in this together. Don't think that by getting close to him you can get rid of me." Chen felt a layer of frost on her face, and her blood felt like it had frozen. She looked at Xia Shunning's quiet and seemingly obedient face, incredulously asking, "How could there be a recording?" Xia Shunning did not lift her eyelids and said casually, "The people's eyes are sharp. Any actions that harm their interests will eventually be exposed to the light and face judgment from the people. You harmed so many female educated youth. Didn't you think this day would come? Chen realized she was completely finished. Xia Shuning looked young but acted with great cunning and ruthlessness. She publicly recorded the conversation in front of everyone at the flower farm, and even those behind her, no matter how powerful, did not dare to protect her. It seemed they had no intention of giving her a way out. What had she done to offend Xia Shuning so much that she wanted to eliminate her completely? Chen looked into Xia Shuning's calm and steady eyes. Even though she seemed to have the upper hand, there was no sign of emotion. Refusing to give up, Chen asked, "Who told you?" Xia Shuning glanced at her with a look of disbelief and rolled her eyes, saying, "It's a secret, and I won't tell you. Protecting witnesses is the duty of every citizen." Chen took a deep breath and decided to be stubborn. "How can you prove the person in the recording is me?" Xia Shuning let out a laugh and raised a photo. "You can deny the recording, but I have a photo." The recording and photo were obtained by Xia Shuning, who had the little phoenix and the original owner extract them from a videotape. It was not appropriate to show the video directly in public. She didn't care about Huang Shulang and Chen's embarrassment, but the victims were innocent. The recording was easy to get from the video, but developing the photos took a lot of effort. Especially since the original owner cried while developing the photos, saying, "These educated youth are so unfortunate. More pitiful than I am." A sharp-eyed man, standing close, accidentally caught sight of the images in the photo and turned red, exclaiming, "Unacceptable. Morally corrupt." Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they wanted to see more. "Li Si, what did you see?" "Yeah, tell us, don't keep it to yourself." Some even approached Xia Shuning directly. "Comrade Xia, let us see too."
Xia, we want to see.
"Right, just share it with everyone." The educated youth at the flower farm had often complained about the hardships they faced, poor food, and hard work. Now, hearing that someone at the Jinhua farm was harming educated youth, they felt both angry and curious. The educated youth are a collective. "Comrade Xia, let us see first." "Yes, understanding the truth will help us better criticize and fight against these bad elements among the people." The villagers were unhappy. "Why should you see it first? You are the ones being educated. We will look first before we educate you." "What? Do you also want to bully us like the people from Jinhua Farm?"
Who is bullying you?
"Although conditions at Zawa Farm are tough, we treat the educated youth very well. We don't even let you do the dirtiest and hardest work. Do you have no conscience?" As tensions rose again, some people rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. Director Gui noticed the excitement in Xia Shuning's eyes and feared she would reveal the photos. "Xia, hand over the evidence to me for safekeeping." The noisy crowd realized that Director Gui was trying to take the photos for himself. "Director Gui, do you want to see them alone? This could lead to trouble." Director Gui glared. "Stop talking nonsense. If I don't look at them, I will hand them over to the police." "We don't believe you." Xia Shuning stuffed the photos into an envelope and handed both the tape and the photos to Director Gui. The crowd thought the photos contained all of Chen's crimes, but many showed the suffering of the unfortunate female educated youth. Xia Shuning never intended to show them publicly, as it would be a second harm to the victims. At that moment, the yard was noisy. Chen Chuan secretly ran to the entrance, ready to escape.
"Stop."
Xia Shuning, who had been watching closely, called out to him. "Police, quickly catch him. He is Chen Chuan, the security chief of Jinhua Farm." Everyone turned to the entrance, where 4 police officers in blue uniforms, all around 35 years old, arrived. 2 officers restrained Chen Chuan and asked, "Are you Chen Chuan?" Chen Chuan nodded mechanically. He was done for. But he couldn't take the blame for others. He wanted to redeem himself and pointed at Chen, saying, "That is Chen, the publicity director of Jinhua Farm. Her husband is the farm director. They force me to do everything. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation and expose them." Seeing the silver handcuffs in the police's hands, he feigned injury. "Officer, my wrist is broken. I can't wear handcuffs." The experienced police officers noticed his broken hands and placed the handcuffs on his ankles instead. Chen, with her head down, suddenly laughed out loud upon hearing Chen Chuan's voice. Haha. Chen Chuan, you really are my good brother. If she had previously suspected that Chen Chuan conspired with Huang Shuling against her, now she heard him being the first to stand up and report her. When the wall falls, everyone pushes, and often the ones pushing the hardest are your closest relatives. Two police officers approached Chen, who was sitting on the ground and laughing uncontrollably, with silver handcuffs in hand. One of the officers, looking like a leader, asked the crowd at the farm, who reported that people at Jinhua Farm were gathering to engage in illegal activities. Everyone turned to look at Xia Shuning. Just as she was about to raise her hand, Captain Guan blocked her and glanced at Director Gui. Director Gui nodded, signaling Xia Shuning not to step forward. He handed an envelope and a tape to the police, saying, "Officer, we collectively reported Jinhua Farm. Here's the evidence." Jinhua Farm had been awarded Best Farm every year and was also a pilot farm, receiving the most subsidies from the government, including grain and fertilizer subsidies. The directors of several farms knew that Jinhua Farm had connections in the city, but did not know who specifically. Xia Jiqing had reported Huang Shuling, Chen, and Chen Chuan, but it was still unclear how many people would be taken away in the end. While it was satisfying for many, it also made them vulnerable to retaliation. Xia Jiqing had initially gotten involved with the trouble at Jinhua Farm because she helped raise chickens at Zawa Farm. They couldn't just push Xia Jiqing to the front. The police took the evidence from Director Gui and handcuffed Chen. Director Gui followed to assist with the investigation. Before leaving, he handed the loudspeaker to Captain Guan. He approached Xia Shuning looking stern and quietly scolded her, "Xia Jiqing, you're being too reckless. Next time something like this happens, report it in advance. Also, you can't misuse the loudspeaker. I'm confiscating it, and I'll return it to you when you go back to the city." Xia Shuning shrugged and smiled. "The loudspeaker? I'll donate it to the farm. Just give me some work points as a reward." Director Gui's eyebrows twitched, and he felt a surge of frustration, saying angrily, "You still want a reward? Go write an 800-word reflection and submit it." After saying that, he shouted at the onlookers, "Aren't you all supposed to be working? If you don't get back to work, I'll deduct work points." Tang Bing saw that Director Gui had left and pulled a sheet of paper from a stack, handing it to Xia Shuning. Guess what good thing Tang Bing gave to Xia Shuning? "Since I updated early today, please give me a 5-star rating, add me to your bookshelf, and watch a 10-second ad to send me a free gift." Xia Shuning took the paper, smiled at Tang Bing, and said, "You really came prepared." She took out a pen, signed her name and the date, and turned to hand it to Director Gui. Tang Yaya hid in the crowd, secretly checking her stagnant merit points. She touched her jade pendant, confused about why she could no longer gain merit points from Xia Shuning since arriving at the flower farm. The little phoenix said, "How silly. Hasn't she noticed something is off with the jade pendant?" Xia Shuning coldly laughed at it, mocking, "How can you call her silly? How would she know she could gain merit points from me?" The little phoenix immediately tossed aside the book it was holding. "I'm going to practice." The original owner, who was cooking in the kitchen, weakly said, "They are different from me in my past life. In my past life, Chen was the model female director of the flower farm, a national role model. Tang Yaya married a leader and became a military scientist due to her special contributions. She was even received by the leader and later became a well-known businesswoman overseas." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, "When did you get memories of your past life?" The original owner, a bit nervous, stammered, "Just in the last couple of days." The little phoenix happily said, "Your space has strong spiritual energy, and her mental strength is getting stronger too." Xia Shuning suddenly felt the frustration of tutoring a struggling student and angrily said, "Even with strong spiritual energy, I don't see you getting any stronger. Are you the only one left behind in the quality education of the cultivation world?" The little phoenix immediately curled up, muttering softly, "You're already so strong. Why should I even try?" Xia Shuning was exasperated. She glanced at the few remaining men at the flower farm. Chen Chuan had been taken away. They were trembling on the ground, thinking they wouldn't survive the night. Put the eggs back in the coop one by one, then clean up the yard. Those who want to continue learning how to hatch eggs can stay. If you've learned, you can leave after signing the proof. Once you sign, if you can't hatch the eggs, don't blame me for not teaching. Xia Shuning wasn't genuinely teaching them to hatch eggs. She simply wanted to teach them a lesson. Now that her goal was achieved, she had an incubator for hatching eggs and didn't need them, finding them bothersome. The men at the flower farm were overjoyed, not expecting this fierce woman to show mercy. They gratefully cleaned the yard thoroughly and hurriedly pressed their fingerprints on the completion proof. Xia Shuning tapped the proof and ordered them to open their mouths wide. One of them threw a pill and commanded, "Swallow it." The pill was bitterer than anything, leaving them wondering what kind of poison it was. The men at the Jinhua farm were terrified, and Xia Shuning watched them closely. They dared not refuse. Being poisoned was better than being beaten to death. They all thought they would be foaming at the mouth and bleeding to death any second. Xia Shuning thought to herself that the poison that could seal their fate was worth more than their lives. She tossed out some bitter herbs. Ignoring the crowd waiting for their fate, Xia Shuning coldly said, "Anyone who is trained under me and does bad things will face severe consequences." The men from Jinhua farm couldn't handle the pressure and immediately knelt down. "Comrade Xia, we promise to change our ways and be better people.
Get lost."
With a single command, the men from Jinhua farm quickly ran away. Almost everyone in the yard left, and just as Xia Shuning was about to close the gate, a woman around 60 years old blocked it, peeking inside. "Comrade Xia, I see the people learning to hatch eggs have left. You're just going to throw away the unhatched eggs? What a waste." She rubbed her hands together, her eyes glinting with a plan. "Wasting is shameful. How about I take them and help you eat them? You must be tired of eating eggs every day with such a big chicken coop. As for me, my health isn't as good as you young folks. I haven't eaten half an egg this year." Xia Shuning realized that no matter how much authority she tried to assert, foolish and greedy people would always be persistent. She smiled and asked, "Do you want some eggs?" The woman nodded vigorously, licking her lips. "Since there's no one around, you can secretly give all the eggs to me, and I'll keep it a secret. Go get your own." Xia Shuning replied firmly and shut the gate. There had been too many people in the yard lately, and the noise was driving her crazy. If it weren't for the consequences of harming innocent people, she would have wanted to throw a firecracker to get rid of all the noise. Since the original owner had taken residence in this space, Xia Shuning had been able to navigate her way through. The original owner had taken care of many trivial matters and even borrowed gardening books and recipes from the study, learning a lot of dishes. Aside from not allowing the use of fuel, cooking and boiling water had to be done with the little phoenix breathing fire. Everything else was fair game for them to create, as she had plenty of supplies. Today, the original owner used the seasonings Xia Shuning brought back to make several of her favorite dishes: sour fish soup, spicy chicken, stir-fried pork with wild, millet porridge, spicy potato slices, and noodle soup with intestines, along with a bird's nest soup. Xia Shuning made some noise in the chicken coop, pretending it was her cooking. After the meal, she set the other dishes on the table, inviting Tang Bing and Jun Jun, along with Tong Tong, to eat together. After they finished eating, Tang Bing took Jun Jun and Tong Tong to deliver food to the original owner's parents. Xia Shuning rarely went to the barn because she was impatient with acting. Occasionally, she would go to check their pulses and give them acupuncture, and now the original owner's parents were in good health. Xia Shuning closed the door, lit some incense, and soaked in a wooden tub. She was thinking about how to find the Huang family's warehouse in the desert. No matter why the Huang family was hostile towards the Xia family, they would eventually discover that the Xia family had a daughter named Xia Shuning. She preferred to take the initiative. Since she had no plans to go out today, Xia Shuning put on a mint green dress chosen by the original owner and wore matching mint green plastic sandals. The scenery around her looked like a picturesque Jiangnan. After visiting the medicinal fields, she realized it had been a while since she restocked in Tianshan. She was about to check her treasure trove when there was a knock at the courtyard door. Xia Shuning called out to Tang Bing, who was about to open the door, If someone is looking for me, I'll get it. She opened the courtyard door and saw Zhuo Zhiheng, who was dressed in army summer uniform. He looked at Xia Shuning in her mint green dress, with her ponytail and fair skin, and thought it was the first time he had seen her in a skirt. He felt as if he were looking at a fresh lotus in a summer pond. When Xia Shuning lifted her gaze, she met Zhuo Zhiheng's dark eyes. He awkwardly looked away, avoiding eye contact with her. Xia Shuning remained calm and smiled, asking, "Zhutuan, is there something you need?" Zhuo Zhiheng cleared his throat softly. "The commander is looking for you." Can you guess why the commander is looking for Xia Shuning? After midnight tonight, I'll post tomorrow's update. Please add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and send free gifts. Xia Shuning looked at Zhuo Zhiheng with confusion. He wasn't sick, so why was he coughing? After thinking for a moment, she understood and asked, "Haven't you seen a woman in a dress before?" Zhuo Zhiheng caught a faint scent of medicine from her, and his breathing became heavier. He blinked a few times, finally snapping back to reality. Yes. Xia Shuning said nothing more and didn't go back to change. She walked directly toward the jeep parked at the door. Zhuo Zhiheng was ready for her teasing, noticing her unusual silence. He bit his lip, took a few big steps, and opened the passenger door for Xia Shuning. The sun was bright, and the car felt stuffy. Xia Shuning reached out to press the button by the window. The window slowly rolled down, and her hair was blown around by the wind. Zhuo Zhiheng drove quickly, while Xia Shuning leaned back, watching the scenery rush by. She suddenly thought about driving herself. In the vast, sparsely populated Northwest, it was inconvenient not to be able to drive openly, especially since she didn't like the steering wheel being in a man's hands. Zhuo Zhiheng glanced at Xia Shuning. Her blouse had a square neckline that was larger than usual. Even though he wasn't looking closely, he caught a glimpse of a small patch of her fair skin below her delicate collarbone. He quickly shifted his gaze back to the road, swallowing hard, and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Xia Shuning asked, "Zhutuan, can I drive for a bit?" Zhuo Zhiheng kept his eyes on the road. "Do you know how to drive?" Xia Shuning confidently replied, "I'm smart. I can learn just by watching. Let me give it a try." Zhuo Zhiheng frowned and seriously advised her, "Xia, you don't have a license. It's too dangerous." Xia Shuning looked at the empty desert, feeling frustrated. Was he worried she would run over a lizard? She impatiently interrupted him. "Stop. I won't drive. Just tell me how I can get a license." Zhuo Zhiheng thought about how most people get a license and patiently explained, "You need a recommendation from your workplace, plus a political review and a health check. You study for 6 months, practice for another 6, and then take the test to get the official license." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and asked, "Official license?" Zhuo Zhiheng continued, "After the practice period, the official license has a red plastic cover. We usually call it the Red Book." Xia Shuning frowned, dissatisfied, and muttered, "It takes over a year to get it? That's too slow." She sighed and lazily said, "Forget it. I'll just ask Director Goe for a recommendation today." Meanwhile, Director Goe, who was still cooperating with the police investigation, suddenly sneezed, feeling an ominous premonition. Zhuo Zhiheng pursed his lips and slowly said, "There are limited spots for driving lessons. Usually only party members, model workers, and outstanding individuals get the chance to learn." Xia Shuning. After thinking for a moment, she still felt upset and turned to glare at Zhuo Zhiheng. "What do you mean by that? Where am I not advanced or excellent?" Zhuo Zhiheng looked ahead, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while lightly coughing into his fist. Comrade Xia is indeed excellent, but he felt that Xia Shuning was the kind of student who performed well academically, but was a bit unconventional. Xia Shuning leaned back heavily in her seat, turned to look out the window, and clenched her fists tightly. If their lives weren't still intertwined, she would definitely want to hit him. A hint of a smile crossed Zhuo Zhiheng's eyes. The driver's cabin fell silent as Xia Shuning closed her eyes to rest, planning to go racing in the desert at midnight for some excitement. Xia Shuning followed Zhuo Zhiheng into the military district. Outside Commander Du's office, Zhuo Zhiheng knocked on the door.
Reporting in. Come in.
Commander Du's voice was deep and strong. Zhuo Zhiheng opened the door and let Xia Shuning go in first. Commander Du immediately saw Xia Shuning and smiled broadly. Comrade Xia has arrived. Come sit across from me. He pointed to the chair opposite his desk and invited Xia Shuning to sit down. Then he told Zhuo Zhiheng, "You rascal, hurry and make tea for Comrade Xia." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, noticing that Commander Du seemed to really like Zhuo Zhiheng. Commander Du, looking at Zhuo Zhiheng's back, joked with Xia Shuning, "Don't be fooled by this rascal's serious face now. He was quite a troublemaker as a kid. He once poured half a bag of salt into my tea." Xia Shuning smiled sweetly, but remained silent. She knew very well that anyone who could reach Commander Du's position was very shrewd. She wouldn't forget who she was just because the other person seemed friendly. Commander Du felt even more satisfied with Xia Shuning. He thought she was calm and composed, showing great potential. He got straight to the point. "Comrade Xia, I previously invited you to join us in the capital. I wonder how you have considered it?" Xia Shuning replied directly, "I think being a regular soldier is not interesting." "Ah." Commander Du couldn't help but laugh, appreciating Xia Shuning even more. It's normal for capable people to be a bit bold. He recalled receiving information about several brother units, especially one cunning fox, trying to poach talent. Commander Du said with a smile, "With Comrade Xia's abilities, if you are willing to enlist, you would not be an ordinary soldier." Then his expression turned serious. "We have a special operations group that handles challenging tasks assigned from above, and I invite you to join. The Special Operations Group has demanding missions that may involve sacrifices and require confidentiality. Besides your companions, outsiders do not know your identity." Commander Du lightly tapped the table with his fingers and continued, "Comrade Xia, you can go back and think it over or discuss it with your parents and family." Xia Shuning thought for a moment and said, "I have a question I want to ask right now." Commander Du assumed she wanted to inquire about the Special Operations Team or ask about leadership, companions, or benefits. "Go ahead, as long as it's not classified, I can answer." Xia Shuning smiled slightly and asked, "If I join the Special Operations Team, can I get my driver's license quickly?" Commander Du was surprised by her question. "Do you want to learn to drive?" Xia Shuning nodded, "Yes." Commander Du replied, "Every member of the Special Operations Team must learn to drive." Xia Shuning shook her head and explained, "I mean learn to drive today and get the license tomorrow." Commander Du was momentarily taken aback. The Special Operations Team was filled with talented individuals, and he had seen many unusual requests, but this was a new one from Comrade Xia. He knew Xia Shuning was skilled in martial arts and medicine, and he expected her to be a good marksman, but he had not heard that she could drive. Seeing that Commander Du did not immediately agree, she raised an eyebrow and said, "If I can, I will join. If not, I will go back to raising chickens." Everyone Xia Shuning wants to learn to drive. Quickly add this to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. Xia Shuning boldly stated, "I can also go back to the farm and be a tractor driver." When Commander Du heard that Xia Shuning was considering quitting, he was concerned. It had taken a lot to persuade her. He immediately softened his tone. "You can, definitely." Xia Shuning nodded. "All right, if I can get my license tomorrow, I will join." Commander Du was stunned. There were only a few hours left in the day, and he thought she would at least start learning tomorrow. He couldn't help but advise, "Start learning during the day. It's not safe to drive at night." Xia Shuning replied plainly, "If it's dangerous, then I won't join the Special Operations Team." Commander Du realized she had a point, especially since Xia was wearing a dress today, looking like a sweet and pretty girl, which was quite misleading. Yes, she would be perfect for missions, capable and deceptive. He decisively said, "Then let's start learning today, and keep going until you can drive, even if it takes all night." At that moment, Zhuo Zhiheng brought in 2 cups of tea. Commander Du said to Zhuo Zhiheng, "Comrade Xia has agreed to join our Special Operations Team. Why don't you teach her how to drive?" Zhuo Zhiheng was about to nod when Xia Shuning directly refused, "I don't need him to teach me." Zhuo Zhiheng pressed his lips together and silently looked down. Commander Du thought Xia Shunning found Zhuo Zhiheng too strict, as no young girl likes to face a stern expression. He considered it and said, I originally planned to assign you to the medical office in the army, with the public identity of a new military doctor. So, let Zhuo lead you to the automotive unit to report to Chu Zimuo. If you pass the exam with Chu Zimuo, you can come to me for your driver's license anytime. Xia Shunning and Zhuo Zhiheng went out together. Zhuo Zhiheng glanced at her exposed neck and arms, which were fair and delicate. His gaze darkened, and he spoke in a low voice, Come with me. I'll take you to get some clothes. Xia Shunning nodded and followed Zhuo Zhiheng. The man in front wore a dark green military short-sleeve uniform, tall and long-legged, with broad shoulders and a perfect V-shape tapering at the waist. She thought that if she wore a military uniform, she would look just as impressive and striking. Xia Shunning expected Zhuo Zhiheng to take her to the clothing warehouse, but he led her to a single dormitory instead. She looked around the roughly 10-square-meter room, which was simple and tidy, with a faded map prominently displayed on the wall. The wooden bed was covered with a military green sheet, perfectly smooth without a wrinkle. Zhuo Zhiheng took out a neatly folded set of 65-style summer uniform and placed it on the bed, saying softly, It's already washed. Change into it and call me if you need anything. With that, he closed the door behind him. Xia Shunning picked up the military uniform on the bed. It was likely the new cotton-polyester blend uniform developed in 1973, commonly known as Dacron, in the smallest size. The top fit well enough, but the pants were too big and long. Xia Shunning tossed the clothes into her space, letting the original owner use a sewing machine to alter them. She then took out a tube of sunscreen and applied it generously to her face. By the time she finished applying it, the pants were altered, and even the oversized belt had new holes punched in it. Once Xia Shunning changed into the military uniform, she felt great, thinking she looked impressive and confident. I'm ready. Let's go. Zhuo Zhiheng's dark gaze fell on her, unexpectedly noticing her slender waist. He quickly looked away, a hint of red creeping to his ears. The automotive training ground is a bit far from here. I'll drive you there. The training ground for the automotive unit is located on a vast and desolate desert. On the training field, green trucks are lined up diagonally. The soldiers in the driver's seats have their eyes covered. A man wearing a military cap and green uniform stands with his hands on his hips, facing away from Xia Shunning. His arms are muscular, and his skin is very fair. He shouts at the soldiers, Today is the blindfolded figure-8 training. Step on the gas. Only those who can drive with their eyes closed are the soldiers I train. The trucks speed off, and as one turns, the front wheels pass smoothly, but the back wheels accidentally cross the line. The man in the green uniform yells, The back wheel is half a meter off. Turn the steering wheel sharply to the left. No crossing the line. Anyone who does will have to practice more. During a break, Zhuo Zhiheng greets the man in green. Commander Chu. The soldier who crossed the line will continue practicing. The rest can rest in place. Chu Ziming instructs his men. He jogs over and salutes Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Regiment. Zhuo Zhiheng points to Xia Shunning and says, This is Xia Shunning, our new female soldier. Xia Shunning looks at Chu Ziming, who has delicate features that are hard to distinguish as either masculine or feminine, resembling what people in the future would call a pretty boy. Chu Ziming observes the new female soldier, noting her red lips, white teeth, arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and fair skin. Her slim figure, especially with her shirt tucked into her military pants, emphasizes her tiny waist. He looks disdainfully at Xia Shunning's slender wrists and smirks. Do female soldiers in the arts troupe need to learn to drive now? Can you even handle the joystick? Don't come crying in the driver's seat later. I won't be comforting you. He immediately assumes this overly pretty soldier is likely a relative of some leader, someone who might be a burden. Xia Shunning meets Chu Ziming's gaze, sparks flying as she recognizes him as someone she wants to confront, a chatterbox. She turns to Zhuo Zhiheng and smiles lightly. Zhuo Regiment, you can go ahead and take care of your business. Zhua Zhiheng glances at Chu Zhiming with some concern, while Chu Zhiming looks confused, wondering why he's staring at him. Xia Shuning coolly watches the two exchange glances, thinking, do they have a secret? The atmosphere feels strange. After a moment, Zhua Zhiheng reminds Chu Zhiming, Commander Du said that if Comrade Xia passes your test, she can get her license from him anytime. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhiming's expression darkens, further confirming his belief that Xia Shuning is someone with connections. He coldly glares at Xia Shuning. She better be able to pass the test. Chu Zhiming's eyes convey that he will never let her pass the exam. Xia Shuning stood beside with a smile, looking very obedient, which made Zhua Zhiheng's heart skip a beat. He really had things to do later, and since there was nothing to take apart at the training ground except for the truck, it should be fine. Zhua Zhiheng hurriedly left. Chu Zimuo frowned, his gaze on Xia Shuning becoming sharper. You go to the theory class first, learn the traffic rules, memorize the fault codes. You'll need to know these for the exam. He decided to send Xia Shuning to the theory class. If she couldn't understand it, she should just leave and not be a distraction at the training ground. Xia Shuning replied somewhat provocatively, give me the materials, I'll study on my own, and I'll take the exam directly. Chu Zimuo was taken aback. It was the first time he met such a bold recruit. He decided to give her a memorable lesson. All right, new recruit Xia Shuning, get in the driver's seat. Chu Zimuo walked towards the parked truck, saying, if you can't climb up, go get a stool from the side. Xia Shuning's eyes flashed with determination, and she nimbly followed him. They both reached for the driver's door handle at the same time. Chu Zimuo ordered, you go to the passenger seat. Without saying a word, Xia Shuning lifted her foot and kicked. Chu Zimuo was caught off guard by Xia Shuning's sudden kick. He grunted in pain but didn't let go. Xia Shuning used the momentum to jump up, grabbing the window with one hand and stepping on his head with her foot, ready to flip into the driver's seat.
Hey.
That's sneaky. Chu Zimuo was furious as he was kicked in the face. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed her ankle and pulled her down, shouting, get down. Xia Shuning fell and quickly elbowed backward. Chu Zimuo grunted in pain, holding his ribs, but before he could recover, Xia Shuning threw a punch at his temple, causing him to lean back sharply. Furious at her aggressive moves, he kicked towards her abdomen. Xia Shuning dodged to the side and drove her knee into his groin. She had no concept of sportsmanship. Using her fists and feet was already showing restraint. Chu Zimuo quickly tried to block with his foot, and the two of them ended up tangled at the truck door, exchanging punches and kicks. Xia Shuning took advantage of Chu Zimuo's moment to catch his breath, lifted her foot, hooked it around the back of his neck, and slammed his head against the car window. With a loud bang, blood gushed from Chu Zimuo's nose. Xia Shuning lightly tapped her toes on his shoulder, climbed up to the car window, and slid into the driver's seat like a slippery fish. With a footprint on his forehead and blood dripping from his nose, Chu Zimuo shouted angrily, "What the heck? You hit so hard." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and teased, "Did you not eat enough? You can't even beat a female soldier from the performance troupe." Chu Zimuo was taken aback. How could a female soldier from the performance troupe be so fierce? He stuffed 2 pieces of paper into his bleeding nostrils and sat in the passenger seat with a dark expression. Xia Shuning had already buckled her seatbelt in the driver's seat, pulled out her study materials from her bag, and began examining the dashboard and the clutch. She could drive, but she had never driven a liberation truck from this era. For instance, the liberation truck had to be started with a hand crank, the clutch was stiffer, and the steering wheel was tight and large. Chu Zimuo watched Xia Shuning curiously as she fiddled with everything. What a rookie! He gritted his teeth, thinking that he, Chu Zimuo, had once been unbeatable in the army. Now, he was being outdone by a frail woman who had taken the wheel. Chu Zimuo felt a sense of humiliation, as if his pride had been stolen. He couldn't help but mock, "Wow. Look at you, is this your first time at the wheel?" Xia Shuning scoffed, gripped the steering wheel tightly, shifted into 3rd gear, and accelerated with a sudden burst of power, causing the car to lurch forward. Chu Zimuo thought she wouldn't even be able to start it, and since he would be taking over soon, he didn't even buckle his seatbelt.
Bang!
Chu Zimuo's head hit the windshield again. He cursed. Xia Shunning didn't give him a chance to buckle up. She recalled a driving rhyme she had heard before. Go into the pit if there's one. Run over stones if there's none. Small pits don't matter. Close your eyes for the big ones. Just then, she spotted a large pit ahead, slammed on the gas, and sped right into it. With a loud crash, Chu Zimuo was jolted up, hitting the roof of the car. Xia Shunning coolly remarked, being tall means you hit well. I'm so jealous. Before her words were even finished, she aimed for a large rock, and as Chu Zimuo struggled to hold on, she started turning and accelerating. The rear wheels of the Liberation truck suddenly lost traction, causing the car to skid sideways.
Bang!
With a loud thud, Chu Ziming was slammed against the car window, and without looking, it was clear his face was red and swollen. Xia Shunning remembered someone once said that the whiter the skin, the more interesting it is to tease. It was indeed interesting. This guy was quite amusing. Chu Ziming shouted, "Can you even drive?" "Stop the car." Xia Shunning gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes focused ahead. "Can't sit still? Should I call your mom to hold you? Didn't your mom teach you to brush your teeth? Your breath stinks." Seeing Chu Ziming still lively, Xia Shunning felt satisfied. He was tough, and the car was tough too. She continued to drive while reciting a beginner's driving rhyme. Chu Ziming, furious, lost his mind and reached for the steering wheel. Xia Shunning pressed the gas, not even looking, and threw a punch that hit his eye, causing him to slump back in his seat, seeing stars. Chu Ziming couldn't believe he hadn't dodged her casual punch. He yelled, "Stop the car. Let's get out and fight." Xia Shunning had already started practicing her figure-8 driving. Seeing she ignored him completely, he struggled to get up and reach for the steering wheel again. Xia Shunning kicked him hard in the stomach, nearly sending him flying out of the passenger seat. She mocked, "Look below. It's full of your fellow soldiers. If you fall out, the commander should let me take over." Driving the big truck, she made it sound like a tank. Other soldiers stopped their training, moved their vehicles far away, and watched the scene unfold. They thought Chu Ziming was just teaching a new recruit a lesson. This was a familiar sight for the soldiers. Many wanted to get a license from the auto unit. Anyone who went through Chu Ziming's training never returned to the training ground. Xia Shunning was driving too fast, and the soldiers couldn't see who was in the driver's seat. Chu is especially aggressive today. The tires might catch fire. What did this new recruit do to make Chu so mad? They're still not stopped.
Did you see?
It looked like a female soldier in there. A female soldier. Chu is really going hard. She might not even be as pretty as our Chu. You're in trouble. Chu hates it when people say he's handsome. Get ready for a promotion. I'll wash your stinky socks for a week if you keep this a secret. At least a month.
Deal. Wow.
Chu is demonstrating figure-8 driving. Now he's showing off serpentine driving. Now demonstrating the drift into the parking space.
Wow.
Do we have a telescope? That jump over the water was amazing. Xia Shunning was getting more and more excited. This was much more fun than racing cars. She could drive and also have fun at the same time. When she came back to her senses, she had already left the training ground. Chu Zimuo had been beaten up and looked bruised. He angrily said, "You actually took the training car away from the training ground without permission. Get ready to be punished." Xia Shunning boldly replied, "I'm a rookie, so if anyone gets punished, it should be you." Then she turned her head and smiled at Chu Zimuo, who seemed stunned for a moment, as if struck by lightning. Xia Shunning suddenly slammed on the brakes and kicked Chu Zimuo out of the passenger seat. "Captain Chu, you are a fine soldier of the Republic, with a strong will and body. I believe you can climb back up if you fall. If I get back to the camp and you haven't climbed back up, I'll report you for being a deserter." Chu Zimuo rubbed his sore backside and chased after her, shouting, "Xia Shunning, I'm going to get you." Xia Shunning pressed the gas pedal and sped off. Then she leaned out of the window. She saw Chu Zimuo behind her, sweating and panting as he chased her. She recalled a rhyme about reversing from her driving lessons. Shift to reverse. Stop with a sound. Press the gas in reverse. Don't hit anything. Just go around. Xia Shuning pressed the gas pedal again, aiming for Chu Zimuo, and decided to show him how to reverse while accelerating. Chu Zimuo saw her car coming close to him and quickly swerved. He was panting and angrily shouted, "Hey, if you're so brave, get out of the car. From today on, I'm going to take on women." Xia Shuning laughed joyfully. "If you're so brave, come up and hit me. Don't you want to?" She laughed while looking at Chu Zimuo behind her. She had to admit he looked quite charming, even in a sweaty state. It was quite a sight.
Wow.
So agile. Are you the legendary motorized infantry? Captain Chu, you didn't get promoted just because you're better looking than most, did you? You're all talk. Didn't anyone tell you that you're just a pretty face? You think you can judge others by looks? Chu Zimuo almost slipped and fell, furious that people commented on his appearance. Xia Shuning had been quiet before, but now she was hitting him with her words. He thought she was shy, but he didn't expect her to be so sharp-tongued. Today, it was her show, not his. He was angry. He wanted to get back at her. Chu Zimo was already exhausted, but with a little encouragement from Xia Shuning, he suddenly became energized and chased even harder. Xia Shuning, holding a lollipop, saw through the rearview mirror that Chu Zimo was climbing into the truck bed. She smirked, sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, and headed straight for a large patch of cacti. The cacti in the desert were particularly large, some reaching over 10 meters high, resembling a wall of thorns. With a sudden break, Chu Zimo was thrown into the thorns. As soon as he hit the ground, he yelped and jumped back up. He didn't have time to complain, quickly covering his backside and spinning in circles to pull out the thorns, looking like a red-bottomed monkey. Xia Shuning wished she could take a video. Shaking her military canteen, she shouted, "Chu squad leader, it would be easier to pull them out if you took your pants off. Cactus thorns can even treat hemorrhoids." Chu Zimo's face turned red, tightening his belt and glaring at Xia Shuning with a look of disbelief, roaring, "Xia Shuning, are you even a woman?" Xia Shuning laughed and replied, "Today, I'm a female soldier from the arts troupe." Chu Zimo felt like he was losing his mind. This fierce woman held grudges. Xia Shuning pressed the gas pedal, leaving Chu Zimo behind, as she focused on practicing driving. She practiced all the required driving skills, weaving in an 8-shape, S-curves, right-angle turns, starting on a steep, stopping at a designated point, reversing into a parking space, and parallel parking. She repeated them all. In a post-apocalyptic world, only the toughest survive. Xia Shuning was tough on others, but even tougher on herself. If she wasn't, she wouldn't last long. After practicing for a while in the dark, she realized the sun had already set. The moon was high in the sky, and the sand glimmered silver. The wind rustled through the bushes, stirring up a layer of fine sand, like smoke or mist. In the distance, the howls of wild wolves echoed. Xia Shuning turned the car around, following the trail of the tracking powder to find Chu Zimo. Meanwhile, Chu Zimo looked at the glowing green dots scattered in the night, feeling a tightness in his throat. Suddenly, a large male wolf appeared from behind a sand dune, twice the size of a regular wolf, with one eye blind. The wolf didn't rush to attack. Instead, it stood on the dune and howled at the moon. The glowing green dots responded with howls, each one getting closer. Chu Zimo realized that the one-eyed wolf was likely the leader of the pack, with about 6 wolves under its command.
Ah, ah, ah.
As the one-eyed wolf howled a few more times at the moon, the entire pack revealed themselves, surrounding Chu Zimo. Ah. The one-eyed wolf let out another long howl. The wolf pack began to close in, lowering their backs and kicking up sand, making soft rustling sounds. Chu Zimo's temples throbbed. The situation was sudden, and he had no weapons. He took off his shirt, wrapped it around a piece of dry wood, and lit it with a match. As the flames shot up, the one-eyed wolf king let out a short howl. The wolves that were about to pounce paused, their long, red tongues hanging out, drool falling onto the sand. It was clear that the cunning one-eyed wolf king was waiting for the torch to go out before organizing the pack to attack. Chu Zhimo held the torch and turned in circles, keeping watch around him. His shirt was burning and producing black smoke. Through the firelight, he saw the bloodthirsty glare in the one-eyed wolf king's green eyes and unexpectedly thought of Xia Shuning's almond-shaped eyes, feeling a strange resemblance. Fortunately, that fierce woman had driven away first. With her ghostly driving skills, as long as she kept moving, she could escape even if she encountered a pack of wolves. If he managed to escape today, he would definitely go after her. The summer gobi was dry, and the dry wood burned quickly. Just as the flames were about to go out, a cold wind brushed against Chu Zhimo's scalp, and he suddenly turned his head. The Wolf King had somehow circled behind him, its fangs grazing his chin as it slid past, and its sharp claws tore a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Chu Zhimo's fist struck the Wolf King's eye, sending it flying. Then, he kicked hard at the wolf, trying to attack his legs, and it let out a painful cry.
Ow!
Under the command of the one-eyed Wolf King, the pack attacked in turns, trying to bite his legs and abdomen to incapacitate him. Although Chu Zhimo fought fiercely, being unarmed, he couldn't withstand the relentless of the wolves. His wounds multiplied, and he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The one-eyed Wolf King noticed Chu Zhimo was exhausted and let out another long howl. Then it lowered its head, its back arched, and its green eyes fixed on Chu Zhimo's throat, preparing to deliver a fatal. Chu Zhimo squinted, biting his tongue to stay alert. He glared fiercely at the one-eyed Wolf King. Determined, he decided that before the pack could tear him apart, he had to take down the Wolf King first. The one-eyed Wolf King suddenly leaped into the air, a foul smell hitting him. Several other wolves surged from the sides, surrounding him and lunging at Chu Zhimo. In a critical moment, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a crossbow bolt shot through the one-eyed Wolf King's forehead. Thud! Blood gushed out, splattering all over Chu Zhimo's face. The one-eyed Wolf King fell to the ground with a thud, twitching a few times before going still. With the death of the Wolf King, the remaining wolves scattered in fear. Crossbow bolts rained down, each one hitting its target with precision. Amid the sounds of blood splattering, the last 6 wolves were shot one by one. 30 meters away, the headlights of the truck lit up. Chu Zhimo, against the light, saw Xia Shuning aiming a crossbow at his forehead, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. In that moment, a chill crept up from his heels, more frightening than the pack of wolves surrounding him earlier. Hey everyone, guess what Xia Shuning is planning to do? Add this book to your shelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. This new book needs your support, and Xia Shuning loves you all. Chu Zhimo was shocked to discover that Xia Shuning was actually enjoying the kill. He frowned tightly, looking coldly at her. Why didn't you turn on the headlights earlier? She could have turned on the lights and honked the horn from dozens of meters away to scare off the wolves. Instead, she kept the lights off and approached in the dark, determined to eliminate every wolf. Xia Shuning smiled slightly, her eyes cold and deep under the light. I didn't know how to turn on the headlights earlier. It was clearly an excuse, and a rather insincere one at that, showing she didn't care whether Chu Zhimo believed her or not. Chu Zhimo was so angry his face turned pale, his chest heaving with frustration. He wanted to expose her lie. She had parked silently, and he hadn't even noticed. She had intentionally kept the headlights off, but it was also her first time driving the truck today. Xia Shuning put away her crossbow, ignoring the injured Chu Zhimo, thinking a big man could handle a little blood. If he died, she wouldn't worry. She could bring him back. With one hand, Xia Shuning easily picked up the wolves scattered on the ground and tossed them into the truck bed. Chu Zhimo, who had been staring at her, felt a twitch in his eye. An adult wolf weighed at least 100 pounds, and he needed both hands to lift one. Seeing the seemingly delicate Xia Shuning with such strength surprised him. His mood lightened a bit. Perhaps the stronger the opponent, the less embarrassing the defeat would be. When Xia Shuning spotted the one-eyed wolf king, her eyes lit up. She thought about how much she could earn selling it to the marketplace, and that made her happy. Once the truck started moving, she planned to secretly sell the one-eyed wolf king. If Chu Jiemo found out, she would just tell him that the wolf had escaped on the road or fell out of the truck bed. He could believe it or not. Chu Jiemo's face was grim, and as soon as he relaxed, he felt pain all over his body. He looked speechlessly at Xia Shuning, who had already returned to the driver's seat. He silently wondered how he had offended Zhuo Zhiheng to deserve this torment from such a fierce woman. They had fought together, and he thought they were comrades. With his injuries, did he not matter more than a few dead wolves in Xia Shuning's eyes? If Chu Jiemo had the courage to ask who was more important, him or the Wolf King, Xia Shuning would surely make it clear that the one-eyed Wolf King was more important. After all, the Wolf King could exchange for currency, while Chu Jiemo could only serve as a punching bag. Xia Shuning looked at Chu Jiemo, who stood still like a fool, confused. Was he really dazed? Did the rabies virus of this era attack the brain first? If that were the case, she would be willing to open up his head and make him a living specimen. After all, it was rare to find such a handsome teacher like Chu Jiemo. Xia Shuning calmly watched Chu Jiemo below the car, her tone sarcastic. Chu Lieutenant, what's wrong? Can't move? Do you need me to carry you up? Chu Jiemo's temples throbbed, feeling more stressed than facing a pack of wolves. He took a deep breath and resolved that once he returned to the camp and healed, he would definitely take Xia Shuning down. Enduring the pain, he hurried over and struggled to sit in the passenger seat, already drenched in cold sweat. He learned from his previous lesson and immediately buckled his seatbelt once he was settled. He thought of the same trick and vowed not to let it work on him a second time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xia Shuning approaching with a sharp needle. Chu Jiemo's expression changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He gripped his pants tightly and stammered, "What? What are you trying to do?" Xia Shuning looked at him with suspicion, then understood instantly. She smirked and brought the needle close to his nose. Chu Jiemo's eyes were glued to the needle, crossing in fear. Xia Shuning chuckled. "Are you afraid of needles?" Chu Jiemo's face turned red. He was not afraid of anything except needles. Embarrassed and angry, he stubbornly replied, "You're not a doctor." Xia Shuning shook the syringe and mockingly said, "Don't worry. I used to be a vet and often gave injections to pigs." In this moment, Xia Shuning was indeed a vet. Chu Jiemo looked at her suspiciously, his face pale with anger. "Don't try to trick me. I won't do it." Xia Shuning sneered, "Right now, it's just me, and you have no choice." As she finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared, and she quickly used a silver needle to puncture several key points on Chu Jiemo's body. Chu Jiemo was terrified to find that he could only move his eyes. The rest of his body was completely still. Xia Shuning held up the syringe and said meaningfully, "Captain Chu, before I met you, I thought only pigs needed to be tied down before getting a shot." She deliberately brought the needle close to Chu Jiemo's wide-open eyes. "Captain Chu, are you ready? I'm about to give you the injection now." Xia Shuning lightly flicked the syringe to release air, then used an alcohol swab to disinfect Chu Jiemo's upper arm. Chu Jiemo was so tense that his body stiffened, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. If it were a less experienced doctor, they wouldn't have been able to inject him at all. But Xia Shuning had no such problem. She was strong and skilled. At the moment the needle touched his skin, Chu Jiemo's fear peaked. His subconscious screamed at him to close his eyes and not look at the needle, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of Xia Shuning, so he could only stare at the needle. Xia Shuning injected quickly. After all, she only wanted to scare Chu Jiemo and wasn't joking about the treatment. After giving him the rabies vaccine, she bandaged his wound. Only then did Xia Shuning release the pressure points on Chu Jiemo and handed him a pill and a military water bottle. "Drink this." Chu Jiemo clenched his fists, took the pill and water bottle, tossed the pill into the water, raised the bottle high without touching the opening, and drank it all in one go. After chasing a truck for most of the day in the desert, he was indeed very thirsty. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. The bottle contained diluted spring water. However, the water bottle she gave him wasn't the one she used herself. Chu Zhimo felt the pain in his body gradually ease, realizing that Xia Shuning's medicine was working. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Thank you." Xia Shuning smiled and sincerely replied, "If you pass out, it will affect my driving test tomorrow." She turned off the headlights, shifted to third gear, and stepped on the gas. If Chu Zhimo hadn't fastened his seatbelt in advance, he would have been thrown around again. Chu Zhimo could no longer hold back and shouted, "You're driving a person, not a pig." Xia Shuning scoffed, "If you're not a pig, then why don't you hold on yourself?" Chu Zhimo was momentarily speechless and forced himself to take a deep breath to calm down. He had just fought off 7 wolves and was injured. It wasn't the right time to start a fight. Once he was healed, he would settle the score with Xia Shuning. To change the subject and show that he wasn't that afraid of the syringe, he asked, "Why do you carry a syringe with you?" Xia Shuning smiled happily. "It's a vet's professional habit." Chu Zhimo wanted to slap himself. He really couldn't continue the conversation with her. The car fell silent. Suddenly, Xia Shuning suggested, "How about we try the night driving test first?" Without waiting for Chu Zhimo to respond, she couldn't help but show off. "I could pass this subject with my eyes closed." As soon as she said that, Xia Shuning closed her eyes and pressed the gas pedal hard.
Crash.
A loud noise followed. In life, one must be cautious. Never set a flag lightly. Maybe in the next second, it will turn into a loud slap across your face. At that moment, the skilled driver, Xia Shuning, was really in pain. Chu Zhimo held onto the handrail tightly and shouted, "Stop the car." But who was Xia Shuning? Would she easily follow his orders? When the flag falls, we must steady it. Not only did she not stop, but she also lifted her bottom slightly and pressed the gas pedal even harder. If it weren't for the seatbelt, Xia Shuning would almost be standing to press the gas. The truck sped forward.
Bang.
Another loud crash. Chu Zhimo's chest heaved violently, so angry he couldn't speak, wishing he could just disappear. Of course, if he knew that Xia Shuning was interested in his body and wanted to turn him into a beautiful anatomy teacher, he would probably try hard to stay alive. Chu Zhimo coldly ordered, "Turn on the headlights." After a pause, he added with a hint of sarcasm, "You should know where the headlights are now, right?" Xia Shuning looked very obedient and curiously asked, "Why turn on the lights?" "It wastes electricity." Chu Zhimo's forehead twitched, gritting his teeth as he reminded her, "Aren't you going to check what you just hit?" Xia Shuning smiled innocently and said, "We've already crashed. What's there to see?" Chu Zhimo couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "So crashing again by pressing the gas is the solution, right? Do you know that this counts as reckless driving? No matter who your dad is or what background you have, acting like this could land you in serious trouble." Dealing with such a rebellious person was exhausting. Who brought in such a wild soldier like Xia Shuning? Xia Shuning nodded with a smirk. "Don't get so easily angry. You'll get sick with no one to take care of you." Then she remembered something and said to Chu Zhimo, "I almost forgot. You still owe me 20 yuan for medical expenses. I was supposed to charge you 50. Her spring water is worth a fortune. If it weren't for him being surrounded by wolves, he wouldn't have needed her help." Although Chu Zhimo complains a lot, he didn't blame her for leaving him behind when he was in danger. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have let him drink it. Now, his wounds should be healing much faster, and his overall health might have improved too. Xia Shuning felt that she had saved Chu Zhimo's life. She hoped he would agree to donate his body to her after he dies. Chu Zhimo's anger and frustration rose, and he gripped the armrest so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He kept a serious face and searched his pockets, pulling out of cash. Without counting, he handed it all to Xia Shuning, saying, "It's all for you." Xia Shuning glanced at the money, which was nearly 100 yuan, and generously said, "I'll give you the last few shots for free. The rabies vaccine today could cause disabilities or even death. The vaccine she had was safer and had fewer side effects." Chu Mo tensed up completely. He regretted giving her extra money out of anger. Now he had to endure a few more shots. Seeing his expression, as if he wanted the money back, Xia Shuning quickly stuffed it into her bag. There were no returns or refunds with her. Once the money was in her hands, there was no way it would go back unchanged. Chu Mo's face darkened, looking very unhappy. Suddenly, Xia Shuning tilted her head to listen, put her finger to her lips, and softly shushed him. With a smile, she said to Chu Mo, "You drive, I'm tired." When Chu Mo saw her smile, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling an ominous premonition. It took him a moment to understand what Xia Shuning had said, and he pointed to himself in disbelief. "Asking me drive? I'm the injured one." Chu Mo wasn't foolish. He had trained many drivers. Xia Shuning's excited expression when she touched the steering wheel made it clear she wouldn't just hand it over to him. He would rather believe she would give him a man than let him drive. Especially since she had previously fought him for the steering wheel, leaving him bruised. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, showing a beautiful yet mischievous smile. She teased, "You're a soldier from Huang. You can't back down from a little injury." Chu Mo was momentarily speechless. He couldn't let the spirit of a Huang soldier fade away in his hands. He grumbled, "Fine, let's switch." Chu Mo raised his hand to push open the passenger door, but Xia Shuning grabbed the back of his shirt. Her delicate fingers touched his shoulder, sending a tingling sensation through him. Chu Mo froze in his seat, unable to move. Xia Shuning quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and whispered, "Let's switch places in the car. I'll go in front and you in the back." With that, she leaned towards the front passenger window. If Chu Mo didn't move soon, Xia Shuning would end up in his lap. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, swung his long legs out, and shifted to the driver's seat. Their bodies didn't touch, but as they passed each other, Chu Mo caught a faint scent of medicine. For some reason, his ears turned red in the darkness. He steadied himself while fastening his seatbelt. Suddenly, a cold, hard object pressed against his temple. "Don't move. Raise your hands." A rough male voice shouted from outside the car. Chu Mo obediently raised his hands and noticed Xia Shuning in the passenger seat also raising hers, her face filled with panic. In anger, he glared. The man outside tossed a bundle of rope to Xia Shuning while still pointing the gun at Chu Mo. "You tie him up and make it tight." Xia Shuning trembled as she picked up the rope, nervously tying Chu Mo's hands. The man pulled on the ropes to ensure they were secure before relaxing a bit. "You two, get out of the car." The man ignored Xia Shuning, who was looking down and afraid, and kept the gun aimed at the tall Chu Mo. After Chu Mo got out, he couldn't help but glance at the man. Suddenly, he understood why Zhuji Heng had looked at him that way before. The man stood on his toes and struck Chu Mo's head with the gun, shouting, "What are you looking at? Behave yourself."
Ah!
Xia Shuning screamed in fright, stumbling back behind Chu Mo, stuttering, "How can you hit people like that?" The man yanked on the rope, dragging Chu Mo to the front of a truck. He kicked Chu Mo the knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground. "What's wrong with hitting you? Look at what you did to my car. I could just shoot you." Chu Mo squinted, silently looking at the wreckage in front of the car. The ground was covered in shattered glass, and the entire driver's seat was destroyed. The driver must be in serious trouble. Xia Shuning covered her mouth, terrified. "Oh no. You killed someone. How could you not turn on the headlights? Quickly add to the bookshelf, give a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send a free gift to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning loves you all." Even knowing Xia Shuning's intentions, Chu Mo was still so angry he gritted his teeth. After all, who was it that caused a death and then tricked him into switching seats? What else could this reckless Xia Shuning possibly do? When the armed man heard Xia Shuning ask why he wasn't turning on the lights, he looked away, raised his very short leg, and kicked Chu Mo while angrily shouting, "How can you drive at night without lights?" Xia Shuning timidly glanced at Chu Mo and said, "Turning on the lights wastes electricity." Chu Mo silently reminded himself that she was a comrade, and he couldn't harm her yet. He was battling his inner demons because he wanted to get rid of Xia Shuning at every moment. The armed man also widened his eyes at Chu Mo, probably having never seen such a stingy man, and disdainfully insulted him. A poor soldier. Chu Mo clenched his fists. Xia Shuning was definitely trouble. Ignoring his two companions who had been knocked down by Xia Shuning, the armed man forcefully pulled a suitcase from the deformed trunk and then dragged out a black case. He hung the suitcase around his neck, held the gun in one hand, and carried the black case in the other. Xia Shuning and Chu Mo exchanged glances at the black case, which seemed to contain a radio. The armed man aimed his gun at Chu Mo, his gaze shifting sharply between Xia Shuning and Chu Mo, taking advantage of the moment. Xia Shuning quickly collected any remaining valuables from the injured person, thinking that even a mosquito's leg is meat. The armed man calculated that he couldn't drive and needed to keep this poor soldier behind the wheel. Once they reached their destination, he would shoot him. This female soldier looked like she was from the arts troupe, although not very useful. She was quite pretty and could be taken to the hideout to be given to someone. Having made up his mind, the armed man directed Chu Mo to sit in the driver's seat while Xia Shuning took the passenger seat, and he settled into the back seat. In this era, the Liberation truck had a double-row seat, with the front for the driver and passenger, and the back for passengers. The armed man told Xia Shuning, "You tie this poor soldier's hands separately, then hand me the rope." Xia Shuning obediently followed the armed man's instructions and Chu Mo. Then she returned to the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, while the back seat had no seatbelts. The armed man thought about how soldiers in his country treat women and children. He suddenly pulled the rope in his hand, causing Chu Mo's wrist to back. He aimed the gun at Xia Shuning, threatening Chu Mo, "Drive properly or I'll shoot this woman." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chu Mo's eyes as he thought, "Then go ahead and take care of this woman." Xia Shuning pretended to be very scared, her eyes red and filled with tears as she looked at Chu Mo. She noticed the surprise in his eyes. It seemed she hadn't hit him enough. This pretty teacher still hadn't realized the situation. The armed man didn't notice their exchange of glances. After all, they both wore the green military uniforms of his country, so he assumed they were comrades. He angrily said to the back of Chu Mo's head, "Follow my orders and don't try anything funny, or I'll shoot her first." Chu Mo nodded and reached to turn on the headlights. The armed man shouted, "No lights. It's a waste of power." The truck was sturdy and wouldn't break easily. If it crashed, it would be the driver's fault. Xia Shuning almost laughed out loud. Chu Mo quickly thought of a plan. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, shifted to third gear, and accelerated, causing the truck to lurch forward. With a loud bang, the armed man's head hit the back of Chu Mo's seat. He cursed, "What kind of driving is this?" Chu Mo replied seriously, "This is how we drive in our unit." After saying that, he looked regretfully at Xia Shuning, who was safely buckled in, gripping the armrest tightly. She shot him a look that said, "You learned well." The armed man, seeing how skillfully Xia Shuning held on, felt a surge of anger but still believed that this was how the military drove. He shouted, "If you hit a bump again, I'll shoot you." Chu Mo could sense Xia Shuning's joy. He had learned all her beginner tricks, taking the bumps and avoiding the stones. Small bumps didn't matter, but for the big ones, just close your eyes. The armed man cursed all the way. Because they were driving fast and following his directions, they headed northwest for over an hour. Finally, under the armed man's guidance, the truck stopped in front of an abandoned spot. He aimed the gun at the back of Chu Mo's head and was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Xia Shuning sweetly said to Chu Mo, "My mom says you're too poor for me to be with you. Driving in the army is dangerous and pays little. The drivers outside can earn over $80 a month." The man with the gun's eyes lit up upon hearing this. In this desolate area, it's really inconvenient without a vehicle. This poor soldier may not drive well, but at least he can guarantee speed. In critical moments, speed can save lives. The man with the gun cleared his throat and pretended to be generous, saying, "If you work well as my driver, I'll pay you $120 a month." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning smiled brightly and said to Chu Gmo, "Wow.
$120.
You don't even have $1 on you, and you rely on me to sneak money for my mom to support you."
Tutsi mos mut twitzt.
Why didn't she know why he had no money? Xia Shuning continued, "You might as well take off your military uniform and follow this guy. You'll definitely earn more than being a soldier." Then she turned to the man with the gun. "He should get his first month's salary directly given to me. I want to buy a nice item. All the girls in our art troupe, except me, have one already." The man with the gun became more convinced. He could tell she was from the art troupe. She was clearly a woman who liked to show off, and money could win her over. Chu Gmo watched as Xia Shuning chatted away, almost charming the man with the gun. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and added, "If you pay me $150 a month, I'll do it. $120 for her, $20 sent to my family, and I'll keep $10 for myself." The man with the gun thought for a moment, figuring this woman could be worth a lot, so $150 it was. He said to Chu Gmo, "All right, I'll pay you $150 a month, but you have to be my driver and my bodyguard. The first 3 months' salary will be held by me. If you can do the job well as a driver and bodyguard within 3 months, I'll pay you the full salary plus a bonus for those 3 months." Xia Shuning looked eagerly at Chu Gmo, who gave her a warning glance, signaling her to behave and follow his lead. Xia Shuning and Chu Gmo followed the man with the gun to the door of the hideout. The man quietly asked through the door, "Are the jujubes ripe?" A woman's voice came from inside, around 35 years old. "The jujubes aren't ripe, but we have some wild onions." Hearing this, the man with the gun jumped up and knocked twice on the door. With a creak, the door opened. The armed man put away his gun and led Xia Shuning and Chu Gmo into the underground hideout. Chu Gmo had to bend down to avoid hitting his head on the door. Xia Shuning sniffed the air, a smile forming on her lips, as if a third-class merit was calling to her. Once inside the hideout, she looked around and couldn't help but smile brightly. She finally felt a sense of height superiority again. It had been a while since she had the feeling of looking down at others. There were about 5 to 6 people in the hideout, most of whom were shorter than Xia Shuning, making Chu Gmo seem like a giant among them. There was only one woman, around 35 years old, petite and curvy. She immediately noticed the handsome Chu Gmo and asked gently, "Old Huang, why did you bring a new face without introducing her?" Xia Shuning and Chu Gmo both looked at the armed man, realizing his last name was Huang. They had thought he was from Sakura country. Old Huang pointed to Chu Gmo and said, "This is my new bodyguard and driver." A man, who looked like a 10-year-old boy due to his stature, was staring at Xia Shuning with a nasty, lingering gaze. Chu Gmo subtly blocked the man's view. Xia Shuning hid behind Chu Gmo, looking down at her toes, already deciding she would deal with this man first. The man glared at Chu Gmo and said to Old Huang, "They're both wearing uniforms from Hua country, and you brought Hua soldiers to the contact point without permission." Old Huang had been observing the man's gaze on Xia Shuning and flattered him, saying, "Captain Huang, these two are my undercover agents who have been trained within the Hua military for some time. This one is a female soldier from the Hua military's art troupe. You can take her back to Y country and let her join the Y country art troupe. My driver also brought a truck with Hua military plates, which can help us secretly transport those oil barrels to the border of Sioux country. The Sioux military will send planes to help us bring the barrels back." Old Huang didn't want to lie, but he had no choice. The 2 local contacts he had worked hard to develop were now in serious trouble. If he couldn't deliver anything, the cunning Captain Huang would kill him, and even his wife and children back in Y country would suffer. He could only use this poor soldier and the female soldier from the art troupe as a cover. After all, these 2 were driving a military vehicle at night, not daring to turn on the headlights, so they probably weren't serious soldiers and might even be trying to defect. Xia Shuning and Chu Gmo exchanged glances, realizing that this group was from Y country, involved in oil smuggling. Chu Gmo felt a pang of guilt. Had he misjudged Xia Shuning earlier? Did she discover that old Juan is a fuel thief and then crash into his two accomplices? But how did she notice something wrong with old Ruan's car when not even a veteran did? How did Xia Shunning figure it out? Chu Zhimo instinctively looked at Xia Shunning and asked with his eyes, "How did you find out old Ruan was a fuel thief?" Xia Shunning rolled her eyes at him, thinking, "I didn't discover anything. I just got out of the car and smelled the oil. There were dozens of barrels nearby. When she crashed into someone, she had no idea old Juan was a fuel thief. She just knew she could earn merit points, so she stepped on the gas and crashed. After all, who drives fast with their headlights off in the middle of the night? And didn't he see what kind of car he was driving? He was practically asking for trouble by colliding with her truck." Chu Zhimo mistakenly thought Xia Shunning didn't understand his look and thought to himself that she clearly wasn't the soldier he trained. They had no chemistry. Meanwhile, Captain Huang heard that old Juan had actually recruited 2 soldiers from Huagua to become spies, and even got his hands on a military truck. He needed achievements to report back to his superiors, and he didn't expect the useless old Juan to have this kind of ability. Captain Huang laughed heartily, patted old Juan on the shoulder, and said, "Old Juan, you did a great job. I'll report this to the general and help you apply for a commendation." Xia Shunning's eyes lit up when she saw Captain Huang pat old Ruan's shoulder. She had never hit someone trained in hard qigong before, and wondered if it would feel different. At that time, the special forces of Y country were influenced by the special forces of Su country and were practicing hard qigong. The training included walking barefoot on broken glass, using their Adam's apple to hold off a rifle, breaking steel pipes with bare hands, and jumping through fire rings. In Xia Shunning's eyes, these so-called difficult moves were just tricks, not as impressive as the performances of the older generation of entertainers from Huagua. However, she never expected that Captain Huang, who looked almost dwarf-like, came from the special forces of Y country. So tonight, she had to give Captain Huang a good beating to see if someone from the Y country special forces could take a hit. Chu Zhimo noticed the familiar excitement in Xia Shunning's eyes and instantly understood that this fierce woman was ready to fight again. He tried to signal her, regardless of whether she understood, urging her to follow his lead and not act recklessly. Since they had taken the military truck and hadn't returned for a while, the troops would definitely send someone to look for them. They are outnumbered and should show weakness to hold off these troublemakers. At first, Xia Shunning acted really well. He thought she deserved an Oscar. What has triggered her to act up again? Xia Shunning silently responded to Chu Zhimo. She wouldn't follow his orders. When facing the enemy, she was very emotional. If she wanted to act, she would act. If she wanted to fight, she would fight. She would do whatever felt right. Captain Huang was in a great mood. He smiled and asked Xia Shunning, who was standing next to Chu Zhimo, in a pretentious manner, "What kind of dance are you good at?" Xia Shunning noticed some bricks in the corner. Without saying a word, she pointed at the bricks with her delicate finger, signaling that she wanted 2 of them. Captain Huang found it hard to refuse her clear, beautiful eyes. Although he didn't understand the connection between bricks and dancing, he thought if such a lovely and graceful woman wanted something, he would get it for her. He confidently walked over to the corner, picked out 2 relatively clean bricks, and handed them to Xia Shunning. She took one in each hand, smirked, and said, "I'm good at brick tossing." Before she finished speaking, she raised both hands high and brought them down heavily on Captain Huang's head. From the moment Xia Shunning took the bricks, Chu Zhimo's instincts were on high alert. He sensed that she was about to act recklessly again, and his muscles tensed as he prepared for battle. As Xia Shunning's bricks came down, Chu Zhimo quickly grabbed old Juan by the neck, snatched his gun, and aimed it at Captain Huang. The other Y country members were on guard against Chu Zhimo and were completely unprepared for the seemingly delicate Xia Shunning to suddenly strike. They froze for a moment. Meanwhile, the Y country female spy, who had been gazing at Chu Zhimo with longing eyes, quickly drew her gun and aimed it at him. The other Y country members also pulled out their guns, targeting Chu Zhimo. Chu Zhimo's face was serious, filled with determination. It was another moment where he had to protect Xia Shunning. Could she please not act so impulsively? He was confident he could take down these people, but he couldn't ensure Xia Shuning would be unharmed at the same time. Honestly, having a teammate like Xia Shuning was exhausting. Captain Huang covered his bleeding forehead, looking very pale, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Xia Shuning. All his affection turned to resentment. You're asking for trouble. Keep an eye on that man. I'll handle this woman. Xia Shuning, still holding a brick, looked around and smirked slightly at Chu Ziming, saying straightforwardly, if you sacrifice yourself today, I'll take it as you agreeing to donate your body to me. Chu Ziming's forehead twitched with anger. He couldn't believe someone would say that. He didn't look like someone who would die young. Indeed, the only time Xia Shuning seemed normal was when she wasn't talking. Xia Shuning gave Chu Ziming a clear look, warning him that if he interfered, she would retaliate. The agents from Country Y were stunned. What kind of soldier asks for a body from a teammate during a fight? Captain Huang's eyes darted between Xia Shuning and Chu Ziming, wondering if they were exchanging some strange signal. He looked at the tall and handsome Chu Ziming with jealousy, thinking he would break his leg soon. With bloodshot eyes, Captain Huang questioned Xia Shuning, is he your man? Before he could finish, Xia Shuning swung the brick towards his mouth, saying, watch your words. Captain Huang's eyes held both cruelty and disdain as he punched the brick. The agents from Country Y were excited, waiting for Xia Shuning to scream in pain. In the past, they had seen Captain Huang shatter bricks with one punch, breaking the arm of the soldier holding it. As Captain Huang's fist shattered the brick Xia Shuning swung, a sharp pain shot through his hand.
Ah!
He gasped, stepping back in shock. Xia Shuning looked at Captain Huang's bloody hand and scoffed. Is that it? You call that tough? You can't even block a knife? Captain Huang's eyes widened in fear as he stared at his injured hand in disbelief. Chu Ziming, who had been watching closely and ready to protect Xia Shuning, was taken aback. He hadn't even seen how Xia Shuning had drawn the knife. Suddenly, Chu Ziming saw Captain Huang reaching for his waist and shouted, watch out. He lunged forward, ready to shield Xia Shuning from any danger. Xia Shuning skillfully kicked Chu Ziming towards the observing agents, knocking several down. Mind your own business. If you interfere, I'll take your body. With that, Xia Shuning charged at Captain Huang. Captain Huang aimed his pistol at Xia Shuning and shouted, stop right there. Don't move or I'll shoot. Chu Zimo took advantage of the chaos to collect the guns from the others. As he pulled out a gun and prepared to aim at Captain Huang, his expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, Xia Shuning completely ignored Captain Huang's commands and rushed forward, swinging a brick at him. Captain Huang gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, angrily shouting at Xia Shuning, die. Suddenly, his expression changed. How could the gun be empty? Chu Zimo, while grappling with the other agents, couldn't help but laugh. Xia Shuning was something else. How did she know their guns were unloaded? Having a teammate like Xia Shuning was thrilling. Captain Huang, realizing a shot missed, quickly tucked his gun away and pulled out a sharp knife, swinging it towards Xia Shuning's face. With a smile, Xia Shuning kicked the knife out of his hand. Captain Huang looked on in disbelief. He was an elite member of the Special Forces. How could a female soldier from a cultural troop in Huagua disarm him? Xia Shuning didn't care what Captain Huang was thinking. She swung the brick down with determination. No matter what moves he tried, he couldn't block Xia Shuning's strikes. The brick flew through the air with a whoosh, hitting him everywhere. Even in places that were hard to mention, Xia Shuning didn't hold back. Captain Huang couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, bending over to protect himself, his face twisted in agony. His skills were supposed to be impressive. Why couldn't he withstand a brick? Chu Zimo had already the others and found the best spot to watch Xia Shuning's performance. It was quite enjoyable to watch her, as long as you weren't on the receiving end. With every hit, there were no fake moves. After a few rounds, Captain Huang felt like he had broken every bone in his body and shouted, I surrender. Unexpectedly, Xia Shuning acted as if she hadn't heard him and swung the brick even harder, as if she intended to turn him into mush. The trapped agents from Y Country looked on with a mix of panic and relief. Fortunately, they were up against a male soldier from Huang who would take them down and tie them up. But the seemingly gentle Xia Shuning was like a force of nature. Old Juan trembled in fear, silently hoping, if you hit him, you won't hit me. Xia Shuning stopped only after she had beaten Captain Huang to the point of near unconsciousness. Coming from a post-apocalyptic world, she knew how unpredictable and untrustworthy people from Y country could be. She would show no mercy to anyone from Y country, especially if she had the chance to fight in the war years later. She intended to eliminate everyone from Y country, both military and civilian, without accepting their surrender or giving them a chance to betray her. Xia Shuning looked around and then began to deal with the Y country spies one by one. Blood covered the ground, and Chu Gmo, with a serious expression, reminded her, "Do you know that our soldiers in Hua country are strictly forbidden from mistreating prisoners?" Xia Shuning wiped the blood from the brick onto the spies on the ground, saying nonchalantly, "I haven't officially enlisted yet, so I'm not considered a soldier." The Y country spies looked at her as if she were a monster. If someone like her hadn't officially joined the military, how powerful must the soldiers from Hua country be? Chu Gmo was both angry and amused, threatening, "If you keep this up, I will report you when I get back." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. She might have been afraid of being reported when she first arrived, but now she wasn't worried at all. She suggested to Chu Gmo, "I've avoided their attacks. Now you can drive them to get the oil." Chu Gmo looked at her, concerned, and asked, "What do you plan to do by staying here?" Chu Gmo thought that scaring Xia Shuning would make her behave. He really couldn't take any more stress. His heart was about to give out. Xia Shuning was so unpredictable. You never knew what she would do next. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, half smiling in a teasing manner. "What's wrong? You can't go alone and need me to tag along?" Chu Gmo laughed in frustration. This woman was something else. However, he had gotten used to her antics and had a better idea of how to handle her without letting her lead him around. With a wary look, he asked, "Everyone is left. What do you plan to do by staying here?" Xia Shuning pointed to the dilapidated shelter and said, "There's nothing here. What's there to worry about?" Chu Gmo looked around. The shelter was both broken and empty. She could only tear it down, and it didn't seem like she could cause any trouble. Captain Huang, barely hanging on, had a flicker of hope in his eyes, but he was certain that no one else could find those things. Chu Gmo quickly pulled away Captain Huang, who was almost crushed by Xia Shuning. If he didn't get him out of the way, Xia Shuning might have harmed him. Once they left, Xia Shuning shut the door to the underground hideout. Feeling good, she took out a metal detector and put on headphones. Little Phoenix curiously asked, "You can scan directly with your mind and use the treasure-finding guidance from the firewood core. Why do you need the metal detector?" Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled with pride. "It doesn't cost anything, so why not try it? I want to see if this domestic metal detector is any good." Holding the metal detector in one hand, she wandered around the room, while in the other hand, she held roasted yellow goat meat, enjoying it with grease dripping from her mouth. She had hunted the goat while practicing driving earlier that afternoon. Xia Shuning felt that eating skewers of roasted meat lacked atmosphere. It was better to roast it over an open flame, letting the fat drip onto the fire, sizzling and releasing a delicious aroma. Roasting and eating at the same time was much more enjoyable. After collecting everything here, she planned to hunt a few more yellow goats to store in her space. Suddenly, the metal detector beeped, indicating that there were 3 boxes located 6 meters south and 9 meters underground from the hideout. The spies from Y country were quite cunning. Most people would hide things inside buildings. The hideout itself was underground, making it a suitable place for hiding items. In fact, the spies likely used the hideout as a coordinate and cover. Having confirmed the location, Xia Shuning didn't need to dig. The spies had already created a tunnel covered with wooden boards and sand on top. She lifted the wooden board, jumped into the tunnel, and saw 3 large wooden boxes. She quickly stored all of them in her space. Once inside her space, Xia Shuning opened the boxes. The first box was the smallest, and to her surprise, it was filled with gold bars. These were genuine gold bars, about the size of bricks, with a total of 20 pieces in the box. Xia Shuning owned quite a bit of gold, but this was the first time she had seen such large gold bars. She picked one up and weighed it in her hand. Each bar was at least 28 kilograms. In contrast, the large gold bars from the Future Gold Exchange weighed only 12.5 kilograms and were valued at around 8 million yuan. Calculating the value, each of these gold bars was worth over 20 million yuan. Looking at the writing on the side of the gold bars, they seemed to come from a prince's private treasury in Chinese history, with strange symbols painted in red on them. Why country, a small nation known for its bronze artifacts, must have stolen from some prince's tomb to acquire so many gold bars from China. What a shocking turn of events. They really need to be dealt with. Then, she opened the second box, which was filled with exquisite bronze artifacts. There were wine vessels from the Shang dynasty, bronze swords from the Warring States period, and ceremonial tripods from the Western Zhou dynasty. It was enough to earn 3 life sentences. In the last box, there was a set of dismantled jade screens made of high-quality jade. 9 pieces of translucent green Hetian jade could be assembled into a screen, intricately carved with figures resembling the flying celestial maidens from Huang. What a windfall. Her hard work the entire night was worth it. She left the items for Little Phoenix and the original owner to organize, quickly took off her clothes, and tossed them into the washing machine for a quick wash. After the clothes were clean, she still needed Little Phoenix to help with drying. After all, even the fully automatic washing machines from Sakura Country didn't have a drying function at that time. She took a quick shower, put on a clean military uniform, and was about to slip out of the space when she noticed Chu Zhimo had already pushed open the door to the den, shouting loudly, "Xia Shuning, where did you go?" The den was just one room, so he immediately realized Xia Shuning was missing. The place where Chu Zhimo went to fill up oil was less than 3 kilometers away, and he was anxious the whole way back, more nervous than when he first joined the army. He hurried back, only to find Xia Shuning was nowhere to be seen. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, thinking how lucky it was that Xia Shuning wasn't a soldier in the motor pool. He planned to give her a driver's license tomorrow, hoping he wouldn't have to see her again. The expression on Chu Zhimo's handsome face was no longer charming or carefree. It was filled with despair. He looked up, about to ask the moon in the sky for answers, when he suddenly caught sight of a bulging sandbag next to the den. In the moonlight, a beautiful head was peeking out from the sandbag. It was none other than the missing Xia Shuning. He was startled and shouted, "Xia Shuning!" He rushed over, knelt down, and began to dig frantically with his hands, desperate to rescue her from being buried alive. Xia Shuning couldn't help but laugh, throwing a handful of sand back at Chu Zhimo. "Are you silly? If I could get buried alive with my skills, you should have driven away immediately." Xia Shuning didn't want to reveal the underground tunnel. Otherwise, if Chu Zhimo found out she had 3 boxes of treasures, he would definitely demand she turn them in. Why should she give up the treasures she worked so hard to obtain? Once turned in, the staff might not take good care of them, and they could even be sold off. 1 piece for the legendary museum, 1 piece for me. So, after she exited the space, she didn't go directly into the den, but instead buried herself in the sandbag next to it. It's true that it has gotten colder now. Wearing just a military shirt feels quite chilly, but being buried in the sand is very warm. Chu Zhimo was very angry. He stood up without saying a word and wiped the sand off his face with the back of his hand. Xia Shuning looked at his tall figure and felt that he seemed to be very upset. If Chu Zhimo were to complain, Xia Shuning might even give him a good-natured punch. His silent anger was rare, making Xia Shuning feel a bit guilty. It seemed that she and Chu Zhimo were not close enough to joke around or play pranks on each other. Xia Shuning smiled sincerely and explained, "It's too cold outside. It's warmer in the sand. I didn't mean to scare you. How about I treat you to some candy?" She offered him a few pieces of milk candy. Chu Zhimo was too angry to respond and refused to take the candy. After thinking for a moment, Xia Shuning said, "How about this? On the way back, I'll take you to a fun place." Although Chu Zhimo was very angry, he was still quite clear-headed, more than ever before. Today's experience made him realize a truth. Staying away from Xia Shuning is the key to safety. He gritted his teeth and refused. I'm not going anywhere. When we get back to the training ground, you'll start your exam, and as soon as you finish, you'll go get your driver's license. Chu Zhimo wished he could fly back to the training ground right then. With all green lights, Xia Shuning passed all her tests. Then he personally watched her go to Commander, due to get her license. If Xia Shuning didn't get her license, she would definitely come to the training ground every day to bother him, and he would rather retire. But he didn't plan to easily take off his military uniform, so he needed to prevent any chance of Xia Shuning returning to the training ground. Seeing him refuse, Xia Shuning didn't push further and cheerfully said, "All right, let's move on. No one is allowed to mention this again." After all, she had already offered 2 compensation options. If he didn't accept, that was his problem. For her, it was already settled, and anyone who dared to bring it up again would get a punch. Chu Zhimo silently nodded, feeling speechless once again. Was it really something to be proud of for a company commander to be scared out of his wits by a female soldier who had just joined?
Who would even talk about it?
Did they think he was a fool? Chu Zhimo ordered himself to forget about it, as if he had just thrown sand in the desert. Xia Shuning believed that one should see things through to the end. She still wanted to drive the big truck back to the training ground. With a smile, she took the initiative to ask Chu Zhimo, "Commander Chu, can I sit in the truck bed?" After finishing her words, Xia Shuning walked directly to the back of the truck. Chu Ziming was surprised by her request at first, then felt speechless. Xia Shuning was somewhat polite, but not very much. She finally understood the need to ask for permission, yet she didn't follow instructions. Chu Ziming said firmly, "Wait." Xia Shuning didn't turn around but tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. "Captain Chu, what do you need?" Chu Ziming wanted to complain about Commander Du for not arranging discipline training for Xia Shuning first. He took a deep breath to stay calm, forcing himself not to be distracted by her unusual behavior. The important matters were at hand. He asked directly, "Why do you want to sit in the truck bed?" Xia Shuning gave him a look that said, "You're asking such a question?" and replied, "To watch over the spies from country Y. If they escape, we would have wasted the whole night." Chu Ziming fell silent. It sounded reasonable. But coming from Xia Shuning, it had to be understood in the opposite way. He strongly suspected she wanted to go and hit the spies from country Y again. They hadn't even been interrogated yet, and he couldn't let her harm them. Chu Ziming pursed his lips and said, "I'll keep an eye on the spies from country Y. You drive the truck." He paused and added worriedly, "Drive carefully. If you go too fast, the truck could flip, the fuel could explode, and people could get hurt." Xia Shuning's eyes brightened, and she politely replied, "Got it." Then, she quickly jumped into the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and kindly pulled out a mint green dress from her bag. "Captain Chu, hurry to the truck bed. It's getting cold back there. Wear this dress. You can return me a new dress later." Chu Ziming's military shirt had burned away while trying to fend off a pack of wolves. He was left wearing a red tank top and green military pants, which made him seem quite appealing to Xia Shuning. Anger surged in Chu Ziming, and his face twisted in frustration. He had fallen for Xia Shuning's antics again. He gritted his teeth and said, "No need." With that, he swiftly climbed into the truck bed. Xia Shuning stuffed the dress back into her bag and muttered loudly, "Fine. Don't wear it. Who needs warmth when you can have style? You'll freeze, and it'll serve you right." In the truck bed, Chu Ziming remained silent, gripping the iron railing tightly, ready to be thrown off at any moment. After all, Xia Shuning started driving the truck by flooring the gas pedal. But Xia Shuning was not someone he could easily predict. She murmured to herself, turned on the headlights, pressed the clutch, shifted into first gear, and released the handbrake while coordinating the accelerator to smoothly start the liberation truck. All the way, Xia Shuning steadily pressed the gas pedal. The fully loaded liberation truck maintained its stability even when driving over soft sand. She maneuvered skillfully, lightly tapping the brakes in advance when encountering bumps, keeping the speed steady at 85 kilometers per hour. Chu Zhimo, a typical introspective person from Huang, shivered in the truck bed from the cold. Watching Xia Shuning drive at night, even though he knew she was unfamiliar with the road conditions, he had to praise her for driving the Liberation truck smoothly and steadily. Chu Zhimo's journey of self-reflection led him to admit that he had some dark thoughts. He shouldn't have judged Xia Shuning harshly. Suddenly, Xia Shuning stopped the truck, leaned over the truck bed, and shouted at Chu Zhimo, "The sound of your teeth grinding has been ringing in my ears, making my head buzz. If we crash, who will be to blame? If you won't wear a skirt, then at least hold a wolf in your arms." Xia Shuning wasn't really concerned about Chu Zhimo. The summer in the northwest was not cold enough to freeze anyone. She was mainly bored from driving for so long and was just trying to entertain herself. Seeing that Chu Zhimo was slow to respond, she teased, "What are you hesitating for?" With that, she lightly tapped the car window with her toes and jumped into the truck bed. The spies from Country Y were tied to a metal railing, huddled together, shivering. Earlier, the wolves Xia Shuning had hunted were scattered around the oil barrels. She casually picked up a dead wolf and threw it into Chu Zhimo's arms, mocking him when she saw his face turn pale from the cold. "You care too much about appearances." Chu Zhimo didn't speak because if he did, the cold would make his nose run, and he didn't want Xia Shuning to see that. Next, Xia Shuning picked up the strongest dead wolf, except for the one-eyed wolf king, and squatted down in front of the spies from Country Y. She took a sharp dagger from her bag, pressed it against the center of the wolf's belly, and made a diagonal cut, splattering blood on the spies. Xia Shuning sliced open the wolf's belly along the center line. Then, she held the wolf's tail with her left hand and let the tip of the knife glide along the tailbone, making a faint rustling sound as it passed through the wolf's flesh. With a few crisp sounds from the wolf's leg joints, in less than a minute, Xia Shuning successfully removed the entire wolf skin. The spies from Country Y looked at the dark red wolf carcass and couldn't help but gag, one after another. Xia Shuning shook the sharp dagger in her hand and coldly warned, "If you throw up in the truck, I will skin you alive." Old One looked at the fierce Summer Shuning and wanted to slap himself. How could he have thought this female warrior was just a member of the art troupe? The spies from Country Y shrank back towards Chu Zhimo. Summer Shuning shook out a bloody wolf pelt with one hand and tossed it to Chu Zhimo, saying, "Here, use this. Just clean it and return it to me, and I might reward you."
Chuzi Montag.
Chu Zhimo quietly wrapped himself in the wolf pelt. It was smelly and bloody, but it was warm. He was already thinking about how to tan the wolf skin. Summer Shuning looked around and saw everyone shrinking back like quails. Even if she wanted to stir up trouble, she needed some interaction, but she couldn't find a reason to bother anyone. However, this was just a small problem for her and easily solvable. Summer Shuning took out a packet of itching powder from her bag, shook her wrist, and sprinkled it over the spies from Country Y. Chu Zhimo barely had time to close his mouth. Summer Shuning was too quick for him to stop her. The spies, with their hands and feet tied, were itching all over and couldn't scratch themselves, so they resorted to biting each other to relieve the itch, creating a rather unpleasant scene. Chu Zhimo closed his eyes, preferring not to see it. Summer Shuning happily returned to the driver's seat and restarted the vehicle to head back. After driving less than 3 kilometers, a jeep approached. When they were 500 meters away, the jeep turned off its headlights and flashed its high beams in a specific pattern 3 times. Summer Shuning didn't understand, so she turned off her headlights and stopped to wait for the other vehicle to come closer. Chu Zhimo also got out of the truck, leaving the wolf pelt behind. The spies from Country Y were left with bite marks all over, and they needed to be interrogated overnight. Otherwise, they would be dead within 24 hours. Zhuo Zhihan caught a strong smell of blood from afar and quickly approached after stopping his vehicle. He discreetly scanned the area and saw Summer Shunning sitting quietly in the driver's seat. Although Chu Zhimo was injured, he was still standing there, and he instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Chu Zhimo noticed Zhuo Zhiheng's worried gaze and the veins on his forehead throbbed as his muscles tightened. He greeted Zhuo Zhiheng, saying, "Team Zhuo." Zhuo Zhiheng asked directly what happened. "Why is there such a strong smell of blood?" Chu Zhimo didn't exaggerate. He honestly replied, "I was attacked by a pack of wolves in the Gobi Desert, and Comrade Summer Shunning shot 7 wolves with a crossbow and saved my life. She also captured 7 spies from country Y who were suspected of stealing our oil." He paused, initially wanting to mention to Zhuo Zhiheng that Summer Shunning might have engaged in mistreatment of prisoners. He almost spoke but swallowed his words instead. This was because Chu Zima suddenly realized that compared to Xia Shunning's shocking methods against the spies from country Y, he had to admit that Xia Shunning had indeed shown him some mercy. At first, he thought Xia Shunning was just skilled, but he had actually tried his best and still couldn't defeat her. When he was surrounded by a pack of wolves, Xia Shunning could have chosen not to save him. Her medical skills were excellent. She didn't use any drugs on him and even helped with his treatment. For all these reasons, even if Chu Zhima didn't agree with Xia Shunning's actions towards the spies, he wouldn't report her for mistreatment. In reality, he had overthought things. Xia Shunning was willing to help him mainly because they had developed a good understanding of each other. As long as Chu Zhima was alive, Xia Shunning wouldn't have to adjust to a new examiner. Moreover, Xia Shunning was confident that after her excellent communication, Chu Zhima was likely the one who wanted her to get her driver's license the most. They all shared the same goal, which made them good partners. After understanding the situation, Zhuo Zhiheng ran to the driver's side of the liberation truck and discussed with Xia Shunning, "Comrade Xia, you can take my car, and let Captain Chu drive the truck back to the base." Xia Shunning thought for a moment and asked Zhuo Zhiheng, "Captain Zhuo, you also need to report back, right? How about I drive your jeep, and you and Captain Chu take the truck back first?" Zhuo Zhiheng shook his head and firmly refused. "You don't have a driver's license yet." Xia Shunning pointed at Chu Zhima and said loudly to Zhuo Zhiheng, "Captain Zhuo, Captain Chu is injured. I will definitely get my license tomorrow. You can ask him." Hearing this, Chu Zhima looked over and agreed. If Comrade Xia starts her test as soon as she gets back to the base, she should be able to get her license by morning. He had given up on the idea of getting back at Xia Shunning. For him, the most important thing was to stay as far away from her as possible. Zhuo Zhiheng knew how strict Chu Zhima was when training the drivers, and since Chu Zhima said it was fine, he was willing to be flexible. In the end, it was decided that Zhuo Zhiheng would drive the liberation truck, with the injured Chu Zhima in the passenger seat, along with a truck full of spies and fuel barrels. When Zhuo Zhiheng handed the keys to Xia Shunning, he still reminded her, "Comrade Xia, drive safely at night." Xia Shunning waved her hand at them and confidently turned to drive away in Zhuo Zhiheng's jeep. Since the liberation truck was carrying fuel barrels, it had to limit its speed. Zhuo Zhiheng's jeep looked ordinary, but its engine had been modified. Xia Shunning pressed the accelerator, feeling like she was racing at full speed. When Chu Zhiming finished everything and returned to the car unit, it was very lively. Usually serious and reserved, the soldiers were as excited as ducks in a market. "Comrade Xia, you scored 100 on this test too. That's amazing. Every test was a perfect score."
Wow.
"This is the theory exam I was most afraid of." Commander Chu used to pass all his tests with an average of 95, and that record stood for 5 years. "I can't believe Xia Shunning broke it today. Are there more tests? Hurry and give them to Comrade Xia." Chu Ziming watched his soldiers chatter excitedly, all looking at Xia Shunning with admiration. He found the scene quite touching. Chu Ziming shouted, "Why are you all gathered here? Attention!" Deputy Commander Yi Gaoxing happily reported to Chu Ziming, "Commander Chu, Comrade Xia Shunning passed all her written tests with full marks. Typically, soldiers only need to answer 1 test on traffic regulations and vehicle knowledge. But Xia Shunning, with her competitive spirit, completed all the tests available to the unit." Chu Ziming glanced over and crawled under the truck to reach Xia Shunning. He asked Yi Gaoxing, did she pass all the practical tests like reversing, parallel parking, S-course driving, precision parking, reversing target practice, and high-speed driving? Yi Gaoxing proudly replied, She passed everything with full marks, and she took each test multiple times, always scoring perfectly. Commander Chu, where did you find such an amazing female soldier? Our unit has only had 3 female soldiers in its history. In the upcoming military skills competition, we should let Xia Shuning represent our unit. Chu Zhiming didn't want to hear Yi Gaoxing's exaggerated praise. He checked Xia Shuning's exam records and signed his name. He then called out to Xia Shuning under the truck, "Xia Shuning, come out. You've passed all your tests. Now, let's go get your driver's license from Commander Du." Yi Gaoxing grabbed Chu Ziming and raised his left wrist in front of him, saying, "Commander Chu, look at the time. Everyone, support Xia Shuning in buying a car. Please add her to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. Xia Shuning loves you all." Chu Ziming looked up and saw that it was already 3:45 a.m. He said with determination, "Great people say we should promote bravery, fight without fear of sacrifice, fatigue, or continuous battle. The timing is perfect." Yi Gaoxing looked confused at first, then ashamed. "Captain Chu, it's my lack of awareness. I will go write a self-reflection now." When Xia Shuning heard she could get her driver's license, she stopped taking apart the car. She told the mechanic, Xiao Ho, who taught her about car repairs, "I'll come back another day to ask you more about fixing cars." As she spoke, she pulled out a big white rabbit candy and stuffed it into Xiao Ho's hands, who was blushing. The quiet Chu Ziming and calm Xia Shuning made their way home without any obstacles, reaching the family compound in less than 20 minutes. The reason for their silence was surprisingly the same. They were about to get their driver's licenses, so why complicate things? Commander Du's residence was not in the apartment area, but in the single-story house section to the west, surrounded by a wall. After knocking 7 or 8 times, the door finally opened. Commander Du had to get up at 5 for morning training and had gone to bed late the night before, so he was sound asleep at this hour. Hearing the knocking, he jumped out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. Generally, if someone came to see him at this hour, it must be something important and urgent. With a serious expression, he opened the door and saw a pair of young soldiers in uniform standing in the moonlight. Could he be dreaming? Commander Du decided to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He kicked at Chu Ziming, who was ready, and jumped aside quickly. Now, Commander Du was sure he was awake. With a stern face, he invited Xia Shuning and Chu Ziming into his study. He glared at Chu Ziming, looking ready to scold him. "What do you want at this hour?" It couldn't be anything urgent. If it were, he would have spoken the moment the door opened. This kid had been behaving for a couple of years and was starting to cause trouble again. Chu Ziming handed a brown paper bag to Commander Du and said seriously, "Xia Shuning passed all her exams with full marks. I brought her to get her driver's license." Commander Du's face turned green with anger, cursing inwardly. This rascal. Frowning, he looked at Chu Ziming with disdain and exclaimed, "Just to get a driver's license? Couldn't you come tomorrow?" Commander Du felt exhausted. What kind of soldier comes to their leader at midnight to get a driver's license? He almost thought the country was under attack. Chu Ziming replied earnestly, "Team Zhua said you mentioned that if Comrade Xia passed my tests, she could come to you any time for her license." Of course, they couldn't wait until tomorrow to get the license. The longer they waited, the more could go wrong. He just saw clearly that Xia Shuning was already working on the car. After a night, Xia Shuning could take apart all the cars. Commander Du felt a lump in his throat. He was indeed the one who told Zhuo Zhiheng that Xia Shuning could get her driver's license any time after passing the exam. But he didn't expect the usually strict Chu Zimuo to let Xia Shuning pass the exam in less than a day, nor did he think someone would come to the house at dawn to get the license. Commander Du's forehead twitched as he opened the brown paper bag in his hand, seeing that Xia Shuning scored full marks in all subjects. She was the only one in their unit to achieve full marks. No, she was the only one in the entire army to get full marks. His eyes sparkled with excitement and pride as he looked at Xia Shuning. She was a soldier he personally recruited, not only showing his former style, but also surpassing him. Commander Du pointed at Chu Zimuo. "Why aren't you making tea for Comrade Xia? You clueless kid." Chu Zimuo's mouth twitched. It was the first time he saw this old man being so flattering. No wonder he could be a commander. Commander Du smiled at Xia Shuning and gave her a thumbs up. Shuning, you are the only one among the soldiers I trained to get a driver's license with full marks. Well done. Xia Shuning smiled calmly, unfazed by praise or criticism. The more Commander Du looked at her, the more he admired her. The license will be in my office soon. I'll get it for you. I'll give you a few days off. You can report to the medical office next week. You don't need to be on duty every day, just come in 2 or 3 times a week. Xia Shuning smiled and said, Got it. Thank you, Commander Du. She thought the medical office was nice since there weren't many patients. Those with serious issues went to the military hospital, and the schedule was flexible. She didn't lack money, but she wanted the identity and opportunity to freely use her resources. She felt a bit restricted by her status as a youth worker, as anyone could approach her easily. She wanted to try gaining identity and voice through accumulating military achievements. After getting her driver's license, Xia Shuning couldn't find Zhu Zhiheng to return the car. She left a message for him and went to fill up the jeep with gas. Suddenly, she remembered she had many tickets that were about to expire, so she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to shop extensively. She discovered that the locals really enjoy sweets. She bought a lot of candy, including white rabbit milk candy, peanut nougat, marzipan, pear syrup candy, puffed rice candy, shrimp chips, preserved plums, sesame candy, bubble gum, fruit candy, and malt extract. She also bought some local snacks like milk curds, dried fruit leather, snow lotus ice cubes, sunflower seeds, raisins, and jujube slices. The most she bought was the Shambhala beef jerky, which was especially delicious. Each piece of beef was coated in oil and white sesame, and when she took a bite, it was juicy and firm, with a rich, meaty aroma filling the air. She picked up some daily necessities too, like a straw hat, a sun hat, ginseng cream, seagull shampoo soap, seagull shampoo, sandalwood soap, pig liver soap, solid soap, and red guard soap. The trunk and back seat of her Jeep were packed full. Xia Shuning pressed the gas pedal and sped off to find the Fong family at the labor farm under the jurisdiction of Fengchao Lake. When she reached a deserted area, she stored most of her things away. She left some fruit candy and syrup cans in the passenger seat. The sun was getting hotter, and Xia Shuning's palms were sweaty on the steering wheel, making it slippery. The rolling sand dunes in the rearview mirror seemed endless. Outside the car, the heat waves were rising, and the outlines of the distant dunes were slightly trembling. She saw Fong Jingjun, who was sunburned and struggling to push a shovel into the quicksand, with her rubber shoes sinking into the sand and her back hunched over. Beside her stood Fong Jiangwo, lazily supporting a sapling, and Zhao Lady, who had a crooked mouth, carrying a water bucket. Fong Jingjuan's neck skin was peeling from the sun, and sweat was trickling over the raw skin, making her wince in pain. When she looked up and saw a military jeep approaching in the distance, her eyes lit up. She thought it must be there to pick her up. She had been dreaming of someone coming to take her away. Fong Jingjun dropped the shovel, brushed her messy hair back, and shouted loudly, "Brother Minnan, I'm over here." Fong Jiangwo kicked her in the side, saying, "You idiot, stop shouting. You forgot to put the red willow branches in again." Fong Jingjun felt like her dream had come true. Su Minnan must be there to take her to get married. After the wedding, she could follow Su Minnan and live the good life that Xia Shuning had in her past, no longer having to eat sand here. If it weren't for not wanting Su Minnan to think she was a shrew, she would have thrown lazy Fong Jiangwo into the sand pit with a shovel and buried him alive. Ever since their family arrived at the edge of the Gerbentungut Desert under the jurisdiction of Fengchao Lake Farm, Fong Shanjing, a local farmer, seemed like he had never done any farm work. He didn't even know how to plant trees. The poplar saplings sent to their family all died. None survived. Later, they received saxaul and red willow saplings. The team leader warned that if they all died again, they would have to pay for them, and if they couldn't pay, their food rations would be cut. Zhao Lady, a rural woman, was not as healthy as Song Peilon, who came from a wealthy family. Within a few days, she suffered leaving her with a crooked mouth and drooling. She had a strong odor that made people want to gag. Zhao Lady was also very biased, making Fang Jingjun do everything. She was in charge of digging ditches, planting trees, washing clothes, cooking, and even handling waste. At night, Zhao Lady would either complain about being thirsty or needing to get up. The first time, Fang Jingjun covered her ears and ignored her, but Zhao Lady ended up wetting the bed. They all slept on the same bed, and the straw bedding was soaked. Fang Shanjing, who was woken up, immediately grabbed a stick and beat Zhao Lady and Fang Jingjun severely. Only Fang Zhengwo lay there doing nothing, complaining about the food or the porridge being too thin. Fang Jingjun and Fang Zhengwo often fought. With all the digging, Fang Jingjun had built up her strength and could hold her own against Fang Zhengwo, but she couldn't withstand the combined efforts of Fang Shanjing and Zhao Lady. Fang Jingjun thought many times about getting rid of the three of them, but she had no poison and couldn't afford rat poison. She often wondered if she hadn't come to claim her family, would it have been Xia Shunning suffering instead? Xia Shunning should have been the one to endure these hardships. After all, she grew up in the countryside and was used to hard work, while Fang Jingjun, a city girl, was delicate and only knew how to read and dance. It felt unfair that she had to bear so much suffering for Xia Shunning. How would Xia Shunning compensate her for this? Just then, someone arrived and Fang Jingjun couldn't focus on fighting Fang Zhengwo anymore. Despite the pain, she rushed toward the military jeep. Fang Zhengwo, seeing her attempt to escape, grabbed her braid from behind and yanked her back. "You lazy girl. Where do you think you're going? Trying to avoid work again?" Now, Fang Jingjun was the main worker in the family. She could plant 10 saxaul and red willow saplings, but only 2 to 3 would survive. The family's food supply depended on her. She was willing to help with the saplings because the team leader said if she just lay around in the cow shed, she would be assigned to dig the irrigation ditch. Fang Shanjing had already been taken to carry stones. Zhao Lady, now unable to speak clearly, had instructed Fang Zhengwo to keep a close watch on Fang Jingjun. "If you don't work, you get hit. If you eat too much, you get hit." The way they treated Xia Shunning before is the same way they treat Fang Jingjun now. If she behaves, she can serve him. Once Zhao Lady finds a suitable family, she will marry Fang Jingjun off to give Fang Zhengwo a new wife. When Fang Jingjun returned to the village to reconnect with her family, her 2 braids were dark and shiny. When she first saw Xia Shunning, her hair was thin, dry, and frizzy. Fang Jingjun was so happy. From then on, she cherished her beautiful hair even more because she thought it was the only thing she had that was better than Xia Shunning. Unfortunately, in less than 6 months, Fang Jingjun's hair not only turned yellow but also started falling out. Her 2 braids were now thinner than one used to be. Fang Zhengwo, that troublemaker, a grown man, always pulled her hair during their fights. When Fang Jingjun discovered that Fang Zhengwo had pulled out a big handful of her hair again, she was furious. Ignoring everyone else, she bit down on Fang Zhengwo's wrist, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Fang Zhengwo was in so much pain he almost passed out, crying, "Mom, hurry and get rid of her. She bit a piece of my flesh." While crying, he swung his arms, slapping Fang Jingjun and pulling her hair. He pulled out whole clumps of her hair, skin and all. Zhao Lady was extremely anxious. Her body wouldn't cooperate, so she could only use her head to ram into Fang Jingjun's stomach. Fang Jingjun, having lived a good life for over 20 years, was physically stronger than the Fang family members. With a powerful kick, she struck Zhao Lady in the chest. Zhao Lady didn't even have time to scream. With a loud thud, she was knocked out on the ground. The soldiers watching the Fang family fight turned away. They had been told not to intervene as long as the Fang family wasn't hurting anyone else. Fang Jingjun's scalp was burning, and her thin braid looked even more pitiful. She lost her mind and shouted, "Fang Zhengwo, you troublemaker! Didn't I tell you not to pull my hair?" With that, she raised her hand to poke Fang Zhengwo in the eye. "Ah!" He screamed. Blood flowed from around his eye. "My eyes hurt, Mom." Fang Zhengwo finally let go, covering his bleeding eye, rolling on the ground in pain. The other laborers sent here watched the Fang family fight. They continued digging fish scale pits without caring. Once the pits were dug, they filled them with low alkaline soil according to the desert planting method provided by the camp, dug drainage ditches, watered to leach out the alkali, placed grass grids to stabilize the sand, and then planted shrubs. They watered regularly and would plant trees once the shrubs were established. After this process, the survival rate of the trees greatly increased. With the forest, rice and grains can be planted in the inner circle of the woodland. The Huang family doesn't dig fish scale pits, doesn't drain alkali, and doesn't stabilize the sand. It's surprising they can grow trees at all. Xia Shuning sat in the car, enjoying the breeze from the fan while watching the Huang family in a commotion. She took out 2 mesh bags and emptied the packaging of snacks like malt extract, chrysanthemum candy, and calcium milk biscuits. She filled them with sand, topped with a thin layer of malt extract and chrysanthemum candy. Then she mixed in some laxatives and emetics, creating 2 large bags of various items. She also packed some fruit candies, cucumbers, and tomatoes into her bag. Once Fong Jingjun and Fong Zhengwo were almost done, Xia Shuning put away the small fan, applied sunscreen, put on a military cap, and walked towards the Fong family with the 2 large bags. Most people sent to this place were labor reform prisoners who had committed offenses. These prisoners worked under the watch of armed soldiers, and Xia Shuning had applied in advance to visit the Fong family. The prisoners watched as a young female soldier approached with 2 large bags of goodies, swallowing hard. If it weren't for the armed soldiers keeping a close watch from a distance and Xia Shuning wearing a military uniform, they would have rushed over to grab the bags. However, they waited to see who would receive the items, planning to sneakily take them after work. Fong Jingjun stared in disbelief at the approaching soldier, her eyes wide. How can it be Xia Shuning? Shouldn't she be watering cotton at the farm? Shouldn't her skin be rough, dark, and covered in sunspots like mine? How is her skin even whiter and smoother than before, like freshly made tofu? No, it can't be. Fong Jingjun held her braid, trying hard to remember if Xia Shuning had worn a military uniform in her past life. She was sure that in her previous life, Xia Shuning was just an ordinary housewife, supported by Su Minin, living a life of comfort. Fong Jingjun believed that Xia Shuning must have bought the military uniform herself. During her past life scavenging, she had seen many things, and Xia Shuning didn't wear any military insignia, badges, or shoulder boards. Don't think you can fool her. There was a clever and bold man among the labor camp inmates, around 35 years old, from Haishur, whom everyone called Old Chow. He took the initiative to talk to Xia Shuning, saying, "Comrade, are you a soldier?" Xia Shuning smiled and nodded. Old Chow's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Fong family had friends or relatives nearby in the military? That meant he couldn't vent his frustration on the Fong family anymore. However, this female soldier had bright, clear eyes, indicating she was smart. How could she not know that she shouldn't openly bring such nice things to the labor camp? Usually, when people brought gifts to their friends or family in labor camps, they would remove the eye-catching packaging and deliver them quietly. Old Chow probed, "Comrade soldier, are you a relative or a friend of the Fong family? Bringing so many nice things to visit them? Must have cost quite a bit, right?" Xia Shuning shook her head, smiled, and said loudly, "I am not a relative of the Fong family. I reported them, and they were sent here." She looked around, smiling broadly. "I came to check if they are reforming properly. If not, I will report them again." Old Chow slapped his forehead and laughed, saying to Xia Shuning, "You surprised me. I was worried you would blame me. Because Fong Shanjing and his family don't take care of their trees, I had to teach him a lesson several times and reported him to the team leader. Now Fong Shanjing is carrying stones at the irrigation canal." Xia Shuning gave Old Chow a thumbs up and praised him. "Comrade, you did the right thing. You have truly remembered the great leader's teachings about revolution and production. The great leader taught us that we must promote greening our country. Fong Shanjing is slacking off in the important task of planting trees, which undermines socialism." Not only did she verbally praise him, but Xia Shuning also took a can of canned peaches from her bag and handed Old Chow a prickly cucumber, saying, "Comrade, the great leader taught us that the masses are the real heroes." We must always be vigilant in class struggle and carry the revolution forward. Old Chow's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had found treasure. He awkwardly rubbed his hands on his thighs to clean them before taking the canned peaches and cucumber. In this era, canned peaches were a rare treat. He couldn't even remember the taste of the syrup. Old Chow carefully rubbed the cucumber on his sleeve, took a big bite, and it was crisp and juicy. Nearby inmates quickly gathered around, staring at Old Chow's cheeks as he chewed, licking their lips, growing thirstier by the moment. Old Chow, under the envious gazes of everyone, ate the cucumber clean, even chewing on the stem. He squinted his eyes and smacked his lips, saying, "Sweeter than a cantaloupe." The other inmates saw Xia Shuning giving Old Chow canned goods and cucumbers and thought she was visiting him. One familiar inmate nudged Old Chow with his elbow and whispered, "Old Chow, is this beautiful girl here to see you?" Old Chow met Xia Shuning's teasing gaze and understood. He pointed to the Fong family nearby and loudly said, "This comrade is here to check if the Fong family is truly reforming." She reported them to the labor camp. The inmates were stunned. The girl soldier looked delicate and beautiful, but they didn't expect her to be so brave. She dared to fight against bad people and even came to visit after reporting the Fong family. What did the Fong family do to upset the soldier? Xia Shuning laughed and tossed Old Chow a pack of cigarettes. The inmates stared at the pack in Old Chow's hands, swallowing hard. One old smoker even drooled. If anyone gave him even a single cigarette, he would kneel and call them Dad. Old Chow, a corruption convict from the 1970s who wasn't executed, knew how to handle things well. He generously opened the pack and shared cigarettes with inmates who had grievances against the Fong family, introducing them as he went. "This is Old Zhang. The Fong family knocked down 3 of his young poplar trees, and he knocked out Fong Shanjing's tooth." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning handed Old Zhang a handful of fruit candies. Old Zhang's heart raced, and his hands trembled, regretting that he hadn't knocked out more of Fong Shanjing's teeth. "This is Old Huang. The Fong family stole water from his tank, and he kicked Fong Jiangwo, leaving him lying down for half a month. This is Old Li. The Fong family fought and disturbed his sleep at night, so he pushed them all into the latrine. This is Aunt Zhao. Fong Jingjun peeked at her son in the bathroom, and she slapped Fong Jingjun while sitting on her. This is Old Chen. Fong Jingjun accused Old Chen of touching her, and to prove he didn't, he touched her in public." Xia Shuning's mouth twitched. The Fong family was certainly causing trouble at the labor camp. The inmates here wouldn't spoil them like the villagers did. She really picked a good place for the Fong family, perfect for them to reflect on their actions. She took out all the fruit candies and handed them to Old Chow. Xia Shuning then pulled out a cucumber and a sharp little knife, standing by to peel the cucumber while watching Old Chow share the cigarettes and candies. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. If she works hard and relies on her own hands, she might not have enough to eat, but she won't go hungry. However, no one in the Fong family is willing to work properly, and the food supply is completely insufficient. Zhao Lady, who is unwell herself, still indulges the lazy Fong Jiangwo. When a person is extremely hungry, they lose their sense of honor and shame. It all started with a few bites of meat, leading to a downfall from innocent touches. In less than a month, Fong Jingjun progressed to accepting food in exchange for touches anywhere. The few trees she managed to grow were helped by those men. Men naturally exploit women. They wouldn't help a stranger for free. However, Fong Jingjun learned from her past life, thinking that as long as she kept her last line of defense, she would remain pure and could still marry a promising officer like Su Minin. For those with weak willpower, getting something for nothing can become addictive. At first, she thought she had only taken a small step back. Day by day, Fong Jingjuan's standards lowered. She believed her actions were secretive while still maintaining the demeanor of a young lady from the capital. What she didn't know was that the men at the labor camp were secretly betting on who would win her over without spending a dime. Fong Jingjun never understood one important truth. Relying on men is not fortunate. Rebirth doesn't make one wiser. A fool, even if reborn 100 times, won't change. Old Chow carefully observed Xia Shuning's expression, using a glance to stop the eager laborers. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, looking at the approaching Fong Jingjun with a half-smile. On the day she returned to recognize her family, her thick, black hair made the village girls envious. Now, Fong Jingjun's hair is dry and sparse, torn and messy. Her scalp has patches with scabs, and some areas are red and oozing. On such a barren scalp, a few strands of hair struggle to grow, and it's too much to ask for 2 braids. Seeing Fong Jingjun's sunburned, rough skin, Xia Shuning felt delighted. It turns out that photosensitive plants really can darken a person's skin. Her carefully extracted essence from photosensitive plants was not wasted. Even worse than getting tanned or sunburned is photoaging, which causes rough, thickened skin and wrinkles, and can even lead to skin cancer. During the apocalypse, Xia Shuning had no means to care for her skin. So now, even after drinking phoenix tears and daily using the spiritual spring for skincare, she still insists on applying thick sunscreen and layering hats and masks for physical protection whenever she goes out. Her skin was fair and delicate, her face glowing like the morning sun reflecting off the snowy mountains. Fong Jingjun looked at Xia Shuning, who appeared even more radiant than in her past life, feeling both hate and jealousy. However, she believed she was a reborn noble, far above someone like Xia Shuning, who she considered ordinary. Fong Jingjun frowned, glaring at Xia Shuning, and asked, "Xia Shuning, didn't you go to the countryside and get married?" Then, a thought struck her, and she gasped, "Are you trying to get close to Brother Minnan? That jeep belongs to him, right?" Xia Shuning raised her hand, ready to slap Fong Jingjun, but found herself hesitating. Earlier, she had been distracted by Fong Jingjun's messy hair and hadn't noticed her face closely. Now that she was closer, she saw that Fong Jingjun's cheeks were covered in swollen, pus-filled pimples. A slap would surely make it worse. Xia Shuning had once punched a monster in a post-apocalyptic world, getting its brain matter all over her. That disgusting feeling was unforgettable. After that, she had worked hard to improve her long-range skills. Since she couldn't slap her, Xia Shuning decided to give Fong Jingjun a little surprise. She pulled out a shiny razor from her bag and held it up, the blade glinting in the sunlight. Fong Jingjun was frozen in fear, stammering, "Xia Shuning, what are you doing? Don't go crazy, there are so many people watching." Fong Jingjun stepped back, but Xia Shuning advanced. She grabbed Fong Jingjun by the neck and gently twisted her wrist. With the razor in her right hand, she swiftly moved it along one side of Fong Jingjun's scalp. In just a few seconds, half of Fong Jingjun's head was shaved bald. Xia Shuning, being kind, left the other side with hair. Nearby, some inmates who had come in for fighting and others for more serious offenses watched Xia Shuning's skill with the razor in awe. This comrade Xia was definitely not an ordinary soldier. Lao Chao thought to himself that his family must be lucky today. He needed to stick close to Xia Shuning. He jokingly said, "Comrade Xia, that half-shaved head looks amazing." After speaking, he glanced at Fong Jingjun, whose face was pale. He pulled out a round makeup mirror and held it up to Fong Jingjun's face. She couldn't bear to see her transformed appearance. It was cruel for someone unattractive to look in the mirror.
Ah, ah, ah,
came the sounds of their screams. Fong Jingjun crouched down, holding her head and letting out a loud scream, waking the unconscious Zhao Lady. The first thing Zhao Lady did upon waking was to search for her beloved son, Fong Zhengwo, with blurry eyes. Fong Zhengwo was still rolling on the ground, covering his bleeding eyes and crying out in pain. This broke Zhao Lady's heart. She struggled to stand up and tried to reach out to pick up Fong Zhengwo. But at that moment, Fong Zhengwo was rolling around like a wild animal, making it impossible for 4 strong men to hold him down. Zhao Lady took several hits in vain. With a pale face, she looked for Fong Jingjun, muttering angrily, "Where did that ungrateful girl go? Why isn't she taking care of her brother?" The had greatly affected Zhao Lady's body. Now, not only was her face crooked and one side of her body weak, but her vision had also worsened. Zhao Lady didn't recognize Xia Shuning. she only confirmed Fang Jingjuan's location by her screams. She mumbled, "Ungrateful girl," not taking care of her brother. As she cursed, she tried to move closer but stumbled and fell into a sand pit. Struggling, she spat out the sand in her mouth and crawled toward Fang Jingjun. That ungrateful girl might run away with some wild man one day. She had to be brought back to take care of her brother. Xia Shunning, with a hint of malice in her smile, said to Fang Jingjun, "Take a good look. This is your blood relative. You should have lived like this all your life. You stole 20 years of Xia Shunning's life. How will you repay that?" Everyone, Xia Shunning needs to settle the score with the Fang family. Quickly add the book to your shelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shunning a free gift. Join the interactive activity. I will reply to all comments on my book, and I hear their rewards. Fang Jingjun swallowed a mouthful of blood. She watched Zhao Lady, who had suffered inching forward in the sand. With her left elbow on the ground and her right leg curled behind her, her mouth was crooked, and drool dripped from her chin into the sand. She was desperately trying to bring Fang Jingjun back to be a servant for Fang Zhengwo. Fang Jingjun looked at Fang Zhengwo, who was rolling on the ground, covering his eyes with his hands, kicking and thrashing about, crying out, "Fang Jingjun, you ungrateful girl, you've blinded my eyes." His pain was exaggerated. His eye had only bled a little, yet he accused her of blinding him. Fang Zhengwo was just trying to get Zhao Lady to punish her and deny her food so he could eat more himself. The mother and son, whom she looked down upon and disliked, turned out to be her own mother and younger brother. Fang Jingjun felt confused. "No, this isn't right. I have been reborn. I shouldn't have this kind of life. God gave me a second chance, not to suffer double the hardships of my past life, but to enjoy a better one. There must be some mistake." When she first returned, she thought she needed to correct her past mistakes by decisively cutting ties with the Xia family to avoid a shared fate of being sent to a cowshed. Now, instead of being sent to a cowshed, she had ended up at a labor reform farm. Wasn't this worse than her previous life? Fang Jingjun looked at the yellow sand and remembered something she had overlooked. In her past life, she had heard that Su Minen's mother, Chen Ping, praised her son for treating his wife, Xia Shunning, with great respect and care. Clearly, her daughter-in-law was just an ordinary housewife, living off her son. Yet, every time her son achieved something, he would thank Xia Shunning for her support. Fang Jingjun began to wonder if she had misunderstood. Could it be that Xia Shunning possessed some special talent that helped those around her? Should she maintain a good relationship with Xia Shunning to see if she could gain any benefits? Fortunately, she still had time to mend her relationship with Xia Shunning. Fang Jingjun hid her jealousy and looked at Xia Shunning with teary eyes, sincerely saying, "Sister Shunning, seeing you do so well makes me feel relieved. You have no idea how much I've suffered here. But I am willing to bear the hardships for you. If I hadn't returned from the capital to reconnect, you would be the one here in labor reform." Earlier, Xia Shunning had noticed how much Fang Zhengwo was crying, so she used her skills to help him recover quickly. Fang Zhengwo's eyes, which he had not rubbed excessively, had stopped bleeding and no longer hurt. He was just wailing, trying to get Zhao Lady to bring him some benefits. Suddenly, his injured eyes began to burn, and blood flowed again, as if someone were poking at his eyes with chopsticks.
Ah!
Fang Zhengwo let out a cry like a wounded animal, but since he had been wailing for a while, his voice had grown stronger, clearly indicating he was not truly hurt. Even Zhao Lady didn't take it seriously. She knew very well how much of Fang Zhengwo's antics were real and how much were just for show. But he was her only beloved son, and if she didn't spoil him, who would? Xia Shunning had just helped Fang Zhengwo improve his acting skills for his crying performance. Art comes from life. Fang Zhengwo's tears are fake. He has had it too easy. After being confronted by Xia Shunning, he will cry with real emotions. Xia Shunning took out a military water bottle and was about to take a sip. Next to her, Fang Jingjun automatically played the role of the good sister, even choosing her lines. Xia Shunning looked at her with a subtle expression and asked with a smile, Are you really willing to suffer for me? Fang Jingjun clearly saw the malice in Xia Shuning's eyes. She shivered but felt confident because of her rebirth. She thought if Xia Shuning was a blood bag for Su Minin in her past life, then in this life, Xia Shuning could be her blood bag too. Shuning, you are naturally blessed. Your future will only get better. What suffering do you have to endure? Though we are not born of the same parents, we are destined to be sisters. I was just not used to being back, and we had many misunderstandings. From now on, let's treat each other like real sisters, okay? What Zhao Lady did has nothing to do with me. At that time, I was just a child like you. In the future, I will treat you well, just like a real sister. Xia Shuning looked down at her coldly and retorted, how can it not be related to you? You are the one who benefited. You enjoyed 20 years of good fortune while I suffered for 20 years. How can you prove that you will treat me well? Why don't you find out who Zhao Lady teamed up with to take me to the countryside and send you to the city? A fierce look flashed in Fang Jingjuan's eyes. With a flattering smile, she asked, if I can help you deal with Zhao Lady, can we be good sisters? In both lives, Fang Jingjun never felt a motherly bond with Zhao Lady. She returned to the village just to avoid trouble under the identity of a poor farmer from the Fang family. Her ideal mother was someone like Song Peilon, a refined lady. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and coldly laughed. I'm not as thick-skinned as you, and don't like the sisterly act. Fang Jingjuan's expression fell immediately. Xia Shuning changed her tone and continued, however, your suggestion is interesting. If you can really deal with Zhao Lady, I might give you a small reward. Fang Jingjuan's breath quickened, and she couldn't help but ask, do you have some treasure? Her eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's face, not missing any subtle changes in her expression. Xia Shuning could easily see Fang Jingjuan's probing. She smiled proudly and said, I have plenty of treasures. Summer Shuning casually took out a jar of cream she bought at a department store in Beijing and handed it to Fang Jingjun, saying, for example, to help your skin become fair again. Fang Jingjun looked at the cream, feeling a bit disappointed that it wasn't something special. Could it be that Summer Shunning really had no treasures and was just lucky, especially for those around her? Anyway, there was plenty of time ahead, and repairing their relationship was the most important thing. At that moment, Zhao Lady finally crawled over, her thin fingers gripping Fang Jingjuan's ankle tightly as she mumbled, you little brat, go take care of your brother. Can't you see he's crying so badly? Summer Shunning nearly laughed. In the past, when she was treated as Zhao Lady's daughter, she was the little brat. Now, as Fang Jingjun took that role, she was the little brat. Whoever was Zhao Lady's daughter was a little brat, making Zhao Lady the ultimate brat's mother. To show her determination to torment Zhao Lady, Fang Jingjun kicked her hard, sending Zhao Lady tumbling over like a frog. She didn't expect her own daughter to hit her and rasped, hitting your own mother. You won't have a good end. May the heavens punish you. Summer Shunning thought of a new game, her smile cold and mischievous. Zhao Lady, choose one between Fang Jingjun and Fang Zhengwo, and I'll give them a gift. When Fang Jingjun heard about the gift, she thought about how Summer Shunning and Fang Zhengwo grew up together and must have a stronger bond. In her past life, Fang Zhengwo became the team leader thanks to Summer Shunning and Su Minin. Worried that Summer Shunning might give the treasure to Fang Zhengwo, she quickly said, I want it. Give it to me. Zhao Lady looked shocked at Summer Shunning, who appeared fair and beautiful in her brand new green military uniform, looking like a fairy. In the past, Summer Shunning had been timid around her, never daring to lift her head and always trying to please her. Zhao Lady had never seen such confidence and boldness on Summer Shunning's face, which made her uneasy. Realizing Fang Jingjun was shouting for the gift, she felt a rush of joy, thinking that Summer Shunning was living well and was here to give gifts to her sister and brother. Zhao Lady always knew Summer Shunning valued relationships, so while she mistreated her, she felt secure leaving Fang Zhengwo in Summer Shunning's care. Fang Zhengwo had practically grown up on Summer Shunning's back. This little brat was even more charming than her own mother. When she was starving and thin, she could still charm Su Minin into joining the army for her. Now she has become fairer, grown taller, and matured. so there are likely more men willing to spend money on her. Thinking of this, Zhao Lady glared at Fang Jingjun with frustration. If it weren't for her returning from the capital without a word, things might be different. Now she was still holding on to Xia Shuning, and just the betrothal money from Xia Shuning could build 3 big brick houses for Fang Zhengwo. After marriage, Xia Shuning could continue to support her family. The Fang family could live well instead of struggling to get enough to eat and doing hard labor. Fortunately, Xia Shuning is very loyal and took the initiative to come find them. Zhao Lady thought it through and forced a smile, but her expression looked fierce and scary, like a tiger. She tried to say, "Shunning, the gift is for your brother." For Zhengwo. The more anxious Zhao Lady became, the less clearly she spoke. She was afraid Xia Shuning would misunderstand and think she meant Fang Jingjun, so she raised her hand to point at Fang Zhengwo, who was rolling around. Although it was hard to hear what Zhao Lady said, those familiar with her could read her lips. Fang Jingjuan's face darkened, and a cold glare appeared in her eyes. She kicked up sand and threw it at Zhao Lady. The fine sand hit Zhao Lady's face and mouth, making it hard for her to open her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She tried to shout, but her mouth was full of sand. Seeing Zhao Lady's miserable state made Fang Jingjun feel satisfied, and she thought about tormenting Zhao Lady to please Xia Shuning. She kept kicking sand at Zhao Lady, wearing down her shoes until her big toes were exposed. Zhao Lady, determined, used her hand to find a piece of stone in the sand and swung it at Fang Jingjuan's calf.
Ah!
My leg! Fang Jingjun screamed and jumped back, blood seeping from her pants. Xia Shuning used her powers to infect Fang Jingjun with bacteria, watching the mother and daughter fight like dogs, occasionally adding her own tricks. Fang Jingjun felt the pain from the scratch growing worse and shouted, "Zhao Lady, do you only care about Fang Zhengwo? Do you see me as your daughter? Do you know how I provide for you every day? Fang Zhengwo is a grown man. Why should he just lie around and eat?" Zhao Lady finally cleared the sand from her eyes, which were bloodshot and filled with resentment as she looked at Fang Jingjun, not like a daughter, but like an enemy. Her lips were moving continuously, but she didn't know what she was saying. Xia Shuning suddenly realized a mistake. She had focused only on giving Zhao Lady a. She had overlooked that the original owner had been scolded by Zhao Lady for over 20 years, and now it was time for Fang Jingjun to get her share of the insults. Zhao Lady could be paralyzed, but she still had to be able to curse. With a flick of her fingers, she inserted a regular sewing needle into Zhao Lady's Higu point and another needle into her Lianquan point, both disappearing into Zhao Lady's body. Zhao Lady's throat first made a muffled gurgling sound, then she began to curse in a hoarse voice. "Fang Jingjun, you little brat, you brought this on yourself by crawling to men. Should I be grateful to you? If it weren't for me, would you have been a young lady for 20 years and lived a good life? If your brother weren't so young, do you think you would get to live well in the capital? You owe your brother 20 years of good life. You need to repay him." Listening to Zhao Lady's increasingly vicious curses, Fang Jingjuan's forehead turned red with anger, and her teeth ground together. She knew exactly who could make Zhao Lady angrier, and she shouted back, "Do you think I want to be Fang Zhengwo's sister? A useless piece of trash, while you act like a treasure. Why should I take care of him? When you're gone, I'll let him starve." Fang Jingjun had never been bullied in her first 20 years and had never faced anger from family in her past life. She was unwilling to be a burden to her brother. Before, she didn't resist because she couldn't fight against Fang Shanjing and Fang Zhengwo together. After she brought food back from those men, she always hid it to eat alone. Until one time, Zhao Lady caught the scent and incited Fang Shanjing and Fang Zhengwo to beat her up badly. Sometimes, those men were too rough, and Fang Jingjun had vowed to rely on her own hands for food. Fang Shanjing and Fang Zhengwo would still force her to find those men. Now they dared to use this to insult her. Who was cleaner than whom? The more Fang Jingjun thought about it, the angrier she became. She lunged at Zhao Lady, starting to punch her. Zhao Lady, unable to move well, bit Fang Jingjuan's inner thigh. Now it was Fang Jingjuan's turn to scream. Xia Shuning was tired of watching the mother-daughter fight. She placed everything left in the 2 bags in front of Zhao Lady and even pressed a handful of sand scorpions under the bags. Xia Shuning said loudly, Zhao Lady, these are your supplements. I hope you take care of your health, plant trees, and beautify the country. Zhao Lady and Fang Jingjun were both watching the items in Xia Shuning's hands as she finished speaking. They both wanted to rush for the net bags, but since Zhao Lady had difficulty moving, Xia Shuning helped by poking Fang Jingjun with a sewing needle. Fang Jingjun suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower back and couldn't help but curl up until the pain eased. By then, Zhao Lady had already hugged both net bags to her chest. These are for Shunning's brother, you little thief, don't steal them. Fang Jingjun lunged forward, and the 2 of them began to wrestle. Xia Shuning watched as a sand scorpion crawled into their clothes and felt relieved to walk away. Old Chow had been quietly observing the scene. Seeing that Xia Shuning remained calm, he let the Fang mother and daughter fight it out. He confirmed 2 things. First, Xia Shuning did not have a good relationship with the Fang family, and second, he needed to get close to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning found the office of the Labor Reform Farm. The walls were a faded blue-gray, decorated with a portrait of the chairman and a slogan that read, Labor Reform, Start Anew. The farm director was not there, but an instructor named Li was present. He wore glasses and appeared to be around 44 years old. Instructor Li looked at Xia Shuning, who was dressed in military uniform, and politely asked, Comrade Xia, what can I do for you? Hello, Instructor Li, my name is Xia Shuning. Here is my officer's certificate. I am a military doctor and would like to know if our farm needs a doctor for free consultations. I can treat common injuries, rheumatism, colds, and fevers. Instructor Li was thrilled to hear that Comrade Xia was there to discuss free consultations. He excitedly picked up a ceramic cup and rummaged through his drawer for a small packet of tea leaves to brew for her, but Xia Shuning stopped him. Instructor Li tightly grasped Xia Shunning's hands, shaking them up and down. Comrade Xia, our farm is in desperate need of doctors. If you can provide consultations here, it would be a huge help to us. The Northwest region has always lacked doctors, and there were no medical personnel in the farm's clinic. Whether it was the supervising staff or the laborers who fell ill, they could only be sent to the Fangchao Lake Hospital. Instructor Li had even considered finding a doctor among the laborers. Unfortunately, the task of afforestation on their farm is heavy, and they only send capable laborers who are serving time. Because the laborers on their farm are particularly tough, no doctors are willing to come to their medical room. Xia Shuning smiled warmly and said, I have acupuncture tools, simple surgical instruments, and some herbal medicine in my jeep. I wonder if we have any medicine on the farm? She wasn't there for free consultations. It would be best if the farm had its own supplies. If she used all her medicine, she would need to get it back from the Fang family. Instructor Li slapped his forehead and rubbed his cracked palms. Comrade Xia, come with me to the medical room. We have some common medicines there. Xia Shuning found that the medical room was quite spacious. It had common Western medicines like analgesics, tetracycline, licorice tablets, and penicillin, as well as basic medical equipment like stethoscopes, thermometers, syringes, and a medicine cabinet, all of which looked unused. Xia Shuning smiled at Instructor Li and said, This medical room looks good. Let's hold the consultations here. Please notify the patients first. I'll drive over to check the irrigation canal and be back in about an hour, Instructor Li said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. He nodded repeatedly at Xia Shuning. You get started, and I'll arrange for someone to tidy up the medical room and announce it to everyone. After discussing the consultation details with Instructor Li, Xia Shuning also inquired about the location of the irrigation canal. Leaving the farm office, she drove her military jeep to find Fang Shanjing. The most important thing about the irrigation canal is preventing leaks. If water seeps out severely, it won't reach downstream or irrigate much land. To build a leak-proof irrigation canal, a large amount of stone material is needed, but the farm doesn't have enough vehicles for transportation. The farm manager arranged for strong laborers to carry the stones. The sun was still scorching at this time, with not a single cloud in the sky. Before getting out of the car, Xia Shuning reapplied her sunscreen. With the car's electric fan blowing, She picked up the military binoculars from Zhuo Zhihing's car and saw Fang Shanjing bending down, slinging a rope over his shoulder. He pushed off hard with his toes in the sandy soil, and the stone slab stood up. With a 30-pound stone slab on his back, the rope dug into his shoulder, leaving deep purple marks and causing sharp pain. Since Zhao Lady brought Xia Shuning back from the capital with a fortune, Fang Shanjing hadn't worked in the fields for nearly 20 years and was no longer able to do heavy labor. Fang Shanjing has been reported to the irrigation canal for over a month now. The stones at the bottom of the canal are piled higher and higher, and his back is already bent from the strain. As Fang Shanjing walks, he mutters to himself, first cursing Fang Jingjun, troublemaker. Burden. Ever since you came back, our family has faced one disaster after another, and life has become harder. I might as well stew you one day. Then he curses Zhao Lady, thieving woman. If I had listened back then, since you turned out to be a burden, I should have just drowned you instead of getting involved with those wealthy people. Xia Shuning has given up getting close to Fang Shanjing mainly because it is too hot here. She gets out of the car to take a stroll and informs the supervising officer in charge of the labor reform inmates that there will be a free clinic at the farm's medical office today. Anyone in need can go to the medical office. As Xia Shuning leaves in a military jeep, she notices the excited and grateful looks from the supervising officer. After driving a distance, she takes out a slingshot and loads it with a stone she picked up near the irrigation canal. Seeing Fang Shanjing just lift a stone slab, she aims the slingshot at the back of his knee. Whoosh! The stone flies out. A sharp sound follows. Fang Shanjing falls to the ground, hit by the stone slab he was carrying.
Ouch!
My foot! Fang Shanjing's cries can be heard from far away.
Ha!
Xia Shuning bursts into laughter. Only she could come up with such a plan and actually pull it off. After her moment of joy, she heads straight to the farm's medical office since there's a big show waiting for her. Next, Xia Shuning has already seen about 20 patients at the medical office. At this moment, old Chow brings in a man with a pale, purple face. Comrade Xia, please help check on my little brother. Seeing the man's face, Xia Shuning immediately knows what's wrong. Heat stroke. Go lie down on the treatment bed and wait for me to do acupuncture. After disinfecting her silver needles, she needles the man's philtrum, higu, and naguan points. Before long, the man's face gradually returns to normal. Xia Shuning tells old Chow, if you have sugar, make him some sugar water to drink. 10 drops of water or rendan would also help. Old Chow quickly nods. I have sugar. I'll make it for him right away. Thank you, Comrade Xia. His admiration for Xia Shuning grows even more. This Comrade Xia is truly remarkable. Who would have thought she was a skilled healer? A small silver needle in her hands can cure any ailment. Doctor, please, save my family's Zhengwo. He can't go blind. Zhao Lady hadn't entered yet, but her voice came in first, shouting nonstop. When she finally entered the clinic, Xia Shuning almost laughed at Zhao Lady's swollen face, which looked like a pig's head. It could be used for ancestor worship. As soon as Zhao Lady stepped into the clinic, she thudded and knelt down. Doctor, please save my son Zhengwo. He is my only child, the last hope of the Fang family. Xia Shuning scoffed and coldly replied, there's no hope. You should prepare for a funeral. Zhao Lady's eyes were so swollen she could barely see, and she began to bang her head on the floor, pleading, Doctor, please think of a way. Zhengwo is my lifeline. Xia Shuning said slowly, unless you remove his eyeball, he won't survive today.
Whoa.
Zhao Lady cried out, no way. How dare you curse my Zhengwo? His eyes are fine. Fang Zhengwo's face turned pale from the pain, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His sweat rolled into his injured eye socket, causing him to twitch in agony. At this point, Fang Zhengwo couldn't scream anymore. He covered his eyes and groaned softly, blood seeping through his fingers. Xia Shuning remained professional but slightly indifferent. If he's fine, then you can go home. Next, the people in line were very unhappy with Zhao Lady and Fang Zhengwo, angrily saying, what are you doing here if he's fine? You're wasting Comrade Xia's time. Zhao Lady's face was swollen like a pig's head, her eyes barely open, making it hard to read her expression, but her resentment was palpable. The next person, holding their stomach, was about to step forward when suddenly someone shouted, "Everyone step aside. Comrade Song has been bitten by a snake." There was a commotion in the line. Two men rushed in, carrying a bespectacled man. The man with glasses had droopy eyelids, and his calf was swollen and shiny, with two deep bite marks oozing dark blood. Fortunately, someone at the scene seemed to know some first aid. A wide cloth bandage was tightly wrapped above the wound, near the heart. A man in his 30s, looking anxious, said to Xia Shuning, "Doctor, Comrade Song was bitten by a viper on his calf while digging a ditch." Xia Shuning calmly told the two men, "First, lay him down on the bed." She avoided the crowd's gaze, took out snake antivenom from her bag, diluted it with saline, and was about to inject it into Comrade Song when Zhao Lady reached out to stop her, insisting, "Doctor, we came first. Save my Jiangwo first." Xia Shuning was not going to be polite with her. She scoffed and mocked. "Zhao Lady, are you blind? Can't you see who I am?" Zhao Lady struggled to open her eyes and looked at the indifferent Xia Shuning, her hoarse voice filled with disbelief. "Shuning, is that really you? How can you treat illnesses?" Xia Shuning sneered. "I learned from Grandma Zhang, the elderly woman in the village. You forgot all the times you hit me because I helped her?" If Xia Shuning had volunteered to treat Fang Jiangwo, Zhao Lady would have definitely doubted her. In her mind, Xia Shuning had no skills besides her pretty face. But with Xia Shuning acting as if she didn't care whether she treated him or not, Zhao Lady felt that she had to insist on Xia Shuning treating him. Zhao Lady grabbed Xia Shuning with her still-functioning hand and ordered, "Shuning, Jiangwo is your brother. Treat him first." Xia Shuning held a syringe in one hand and placed her other hand on her hip, coldly saying, "Fang Jiangwo is Fang Jingyun's brother and has nothing to do with me, Xia Shuning." The crowd was also angered by Zhao Lady's inconsistency. "Did you not just say your son was fine?" They had been waiting in line for a long time, and now a troublesome person had shown up. Instructor Li's face darkened as he said sternly, "Zhao Lady, this is not the place for your tantrums. If you won't let us treat him, then take your son away. Don't delay Comrade Xia from saving lives." Xia Shuning pushed Zhao Lady aside and first injected the antivenom serum into Cadre Song's muscle. Then, she repeatedly rinsed the wound on Cadre Song's calf with saline, crushed some common plants, mixed them with porcelain, applied it to the wound, and tightly bandaged his calf. Xia Shuning asked Instructor Li, "Are there any ice pops at the farm? Ice packs can slow down the spread of the toxin." Instructor Li quickly brought a few ice pops, and under Xia Shunning's guidance, they applied ice to Cadre Song. Half an hour later, Cadre Song's purple lips gradually regained color, the swelling in his calf began to go down, and he became more alert. The crowd suddenly erupted. Last time, Erjuzi was also bitten by a viper and didn't make it to the hospital in time. "My old cow was killed by a viper." Instructor Li sighed, "Thanks to Comrade Xia. This viper is highly venomous and elusive. Where there are snakes, there are these, and they love to hide in the burrows of field mice. Comrade Xia, can you take a look at my knee? It really hurts whenever the weather changes." Zhao Lady saw how skilled Xia Shuning was and how many patients she had. She was worried that Xia Shuning wouldn't treat Fang Jiangwo. She rushed over, trying to grab Xia Shunning's leg, but Xia Shuning kicked her away. "Shuning, please help Jiangwo. Even if he isn't related by blood, you have taken care of him since he was little." Zhao Lady gently tugged at Fang Jiangwo's pants, saying, "Jiangwo, you should also ask your sister for help." Fang Jiangwo cried out to Xia Shuning, "Sister, it hurts so much. Please help me." Fang Jiangwo had never experienced such pain before, and he knew that Xia Shuning had always treated him well. However, he thought that everyone should care for him since he was the only son who could carry on the family name. Fang Jiangwo had always been well-fed and was stronger than the original owner by around 14 years old. Whenever things didn't go his way, he would lash out at the original owner. The Fang family bullied the original owner, but what hurt the original owner the most was Fang Jiangwo. A dog you raise from a puppy won't bite its owner. Moreover, Fang Shanjing and Zhao Lady cherished Fang Zhengwo above all else, so Xia Shuning couldn't let him have it easy. Xia Shuning's eyes flashed with satisfaction as she expressionlessly picked up a scalpel and disinfected it with alcohol. Then she said to Instructor Li, please get some straps to tie him to the chair so he doesn't interfere with my surgery. Two men stepped forward to hold Fang Zhengwo, who suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Xia Shuning coldly declared to him, I'm saying this one last time. If you don't want treatment, leave. Don't waste others' time. I have to return to the army soon. Everyone echoed, yes. If you don't want treatment, just go lie down. If you die, we can just wrap you up. Zhao Lady hurriedly said, no, we will treat him. She moved closer to Fang Zhengwo, trying to comfort him, but he kicked her hard, knocking her to the ground. The two men holding Fang Zhengwo saw his lack of compassion, even kicking his own mother, and they tightened their grip on him. Xia Shuning took out a silver needle and pricked a few key points on Fang Zhengwo, explaining to everyone, the infirmary doesn't have anesthetics, so I'll use acupuncture to help stop the bleeding and ease the pain. In reality, she used acupuncture to intensify Fang Zhengwo's pain and prevent him from fainting. Xia Shuning wanted him to feel every bit of the pain clearly. She picked up a large piece of wood and placed it in Fang Zhengwo's mouth. Wearing a mask, Xia Shuning raised the sharp scalpel, a smile flickering in her eyes. First, let's disinfect the injured eye. I'm sorry. I can't assist with that. Sister, don't blame me. Those bad things were taught by my mom. Go hurt her instead. Don't hurt me anymore. Sister, are you trying to kill me? If I die, the Fang family's lineage will end. When the last cut removed his eye, Fang Zhengwo didn't faint, but he was already losing his mind. Xia Shuning casually sprinkled some regular antiseptic powder and decided not to waste anti-inflammatory medicine on Fang Zhengwo, since the original owner had been left to fend for herself when injured by the Fang family before. She quickly bandaged Fang Zhengwo and advised Zhao Lady, keep the wound dry. If it gets infected, you might lose the other eye too. She felt great. The Fang family was now full of artists, each with their own unique beauty. Bald Fang Jingjun now had a limping dad, a mom who had suffered and a blind brother. Just missing the heroic character to save her from trouble? Xia Shuning skillfully continued her free clinic, while Zhao Lady wanted to get some medicine from her, knowing how attentive Instructor Li was. He immediately arranged for people to carry Zhao Lady and Fang Zhengwo back to the barn, while Fang Shanjing, who had broken his leg, was still not back. The people carrying them quickly set Zhao Lady and Fang Zhengwo down and ran back, eager to see Xia Comrade for treatment. Xia Shuning finished treating the patients in line and stood up to say goodbye to Instructor Li. Instructor Li, it's time for me to return to my unit. I'll come back for another free clinic, when I can. Instructor Li shook Xia Shuning's hand gratefully and said, Thank you, Comrade Xia. You have helped many people on our farm and saved Comrade Song and Fang Zhengwo's lives. I will write a letter of commendation to your unit. Xia Shuning nodded, accepting it without hesitation. After working hard all day and using a lot of medicine, receiving a letter of commendation was deserved. Then she emphasized, the Fang family has not been very active in their labor reform. Great leaders teach us that all bad things start from not working. We must work harder to truly change our mindset. Instructor Li promised seriously, I will make sure to keep an eye on the Fang family and help them change their mindset through hard work. With Instructor Li's assurance, Xia Shuning felt relieved as she left. Just as she approached her jeep, she noticed someone hiding behind it. Xia Shuning scoffed and ignored it. She opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, about to close the door when Fang Jingjun suddenly appeared from behind the car and blocked the door with her hand. Shuning, please take me with you, okay? With a loud bang, Xia Shuning slammed the car door shut. Fang Jingjun quickly pulled her hand back, barely avoiding a painful accident, and fell onto the sandy ground. Xia Shuning smirked mockingly. Have you lost your mind? You should install a drainage system. After saying this, she pressed the gas pedal, and the tires spun wildly on the sand, sending a cloud of dust flying toward Fang Jingjun. Fong Jingjun coughed and shouted angrily, "Xia shunning you." Before she could finish, the military green vehicle sped away. Fong Jingjun wiped the sand from her eyes, nose, and mouth, just as she was about to get up. The military jeep suddenly reversed like an arrow, stopping just inches from her toes. Xia shunning rolled down the window, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Su Min got married." Without waiting for Fong Jingjuan's reaction, she tossed a crumpled piece of paper with Su Min's address onto her. Ignoring Fong Jingjuan's disbelieving questions and desperate shouts behind her, she pressed the gas pedal to the floor, speeding through the swirling sand. As Xia shunning past a cluster of shrubs, she caught a glimpse of two glowing green eyes and smelled a strong scent of blood. She slammed on the brakes, the jeep screeching loudly. The headlights illuminated bloodstains on the sand, and a gray shadow curled up under the shrubs. As she approached, Xia shunning saw it was a wolf cub, no more than a month old, about the size of a small puppy. The cub was trembling, its silver gray fur matted with blood. Seeing Xia shunning come closer, the cub let out a whimper and bared its teeth at her. Xia shunning reached down and grabbed the fur on the back of the cub's neck, lifting it up and following the scent of blood to find its mother. A wolf cub this small wouldn't survive long without its mother, who must be nearby. Sure enough, about a kilometer away, behind a sand dune, Xia shunning found a mother wolf, but its body was already stiff, lying gruesomely in the sand. The mother wolf appeared to have been cut open, all its internal organs removed, and blood was everywhere. The cub, seeing its mother, let out a soft, pitiful howl. "Owo, owo," Xia shunning let go, and the cub rushed to its mother, gently nudging it with its fluffy head. The mother wolf could no longer respond, and the little cub whined sadly, "Owo, owo." The cub's soft whimpers sounded very pitiful in the night. As Xia shunning turned to leave, she realized she had no interest in wildlife protection. Suddenly, she spotted two glowing green eyes behind the sand dunes. A mature lynx was hiding there, its arched back resembling a drawn bow, with its front paws deeply embedded in the sand, ready to pounce on a wolf cub. The little wolf cub, with its fluffy fur standing on end, stood bravely in front of its mother's body. Its courageous yet comical appearance made Xia shunning laugh. Haha. Since the wolf cub had given her a good laugh, Xia shunning decided to help. She took out her crossbow and aimed at the lynx. At the same time, the lynx's sharp claws kicked up sand as it lunged at the cub. The crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, piercing the lynx's forehead, the shaft trembling as it embedded in its skull, blood gushing from the wound. Xia shunning quickly pulled out her whip, capturing the warm body of the lynx and trading it for 250 flame coins in the market. She then grabbed the wolf cub by the scruff of its neck and tossed it into her space, saying, "Little cub, I saved your life, so you owe me. You'll have to guard my home from now on." The wolf cub, unsure if it understood, yelped and howled in response. Then, Xia shunning lifted the mother wolf's body with one hand and swiftly entered her space. She took a photo of the wound on the mother wolf's chest, noting the unique pattern of the cut, determined to remember it. As she contemplated how to handle the body, whether to bury it in the medicinal field or sink it in the spirit spring, she noticed the cub tentatively touching the water's surface with its nose. It then made soft gurgling sounds, eagerly gulping down the spirit spring water. Suddenly, the cub jumped into the spring, looking up at its mother's body and howling. The little phoenix watched the cub with annoyance, saying, "This silly little thing doesn't think the spirit spring can bring its mother back to life, does it?" Xia shunning observed the cub and pointed at its eyes, saying to the little phoenix, "Did you see the golden ring in its pupils?" The little phoenix looked closely and saw a circle of tiny golden sparks floating in the cub's green eyes, resembling a green gem with golden contacts. It exclaimed, "Wow! You've saved a treasure. The space is going to upgrade with new features." A hint of pride flashed in Xia shunning's eyes as she gently lowered the mother wolf's body into the spirit spring. As the fur disappeared beneath the water's surface, the spring shimmered with a pearlescent glow, and countless bubbles surged up from the bottom. Two catfish slowly floated up and swam around the body of the mother wolf. Suddenly, the wolf cub bit Summer Shunning's index finger, and a drop of blood fell into the spring, creating ripples on the surface. Summer Shunning saw her blood mix with the mother wolf's blood in the spring, forming a shadow of a black wolf with golden eyes, which then entered the wolf cub's forehead. The mother wolf's body slowly sank into the spring, turning into shimmering blue light, while phosphorescent fire flickered in the depths. Summer Shunning noticed a tuft of flame-like red fur on the wolf cub's forehead. The bite on her finger caused a strange tingling sensation that gradually spread throughout her body. Accompanied by howls, countless images flashed through her mind. The Gobi Desert under the moonlight, the mother wolf leading her pack across the snowy plains, and the mother wolf fiercely protecting her cubs. A hoarse voice echoed in her ears. The only bloodline of the Black Wolf clan is entrusted to you. The wolf cub looked at Summer Shunning with its wet eyes and let out a small howl. Surprisingly, she understood its meaning. She leaned down and picked up the wolf cub from the spring, looking into its green eyes and asking, "Are you hungry?" The wolf cub howled again, meaning it was very hungry. Summer Shunning rubbed the red fur on the wolf cub's forehead and said to the little phoenix, "It's hungry. Can you prepare some milk powder for it? I remember there's plenty in the treasure house." The little phoenix, looking at the wolf cub's red fur, cheerfully said, "I didn't expect such a little one to be a descendant of the Black Wolf King. It can sense all unusual movements within a 3-kilometer radius." It jumped around excitedly, chattering away. "Congratulations on unlocking the beast language skill. You can now communicate with animals." Summer Shunning felt very happy and had a big appetite, drinking 3 cups of refreshing sweet milk tea. The sweet milk tea was a new recipe she learned, made by boiling milk and black tea together, cooling it down, and then adding sweetener and ice. For her main meal, she had stir-fried noodles with hand-pulled lamb. While she ate, the original owner took the wolf cub to prepare milk for it. With someone else working, Summer Shunning was happy to relax. After eating and drinking enough, Summer Shunning quickly drove back home in a military jeep. When she returned to the Zawa farm, it was already late. She planned to fill up the gas in the morning before returning the car to Zhuozhiheng. Just as she was about to push open the courtyard gate, it opened from the inside. Summer Shunning looked up and met Zhuozhiheng's dark gaze. She nodded and said, "Zhuotuan, you arrived just in time. Your car is parked at the entrance. You can drive it yourself in the morning." Zhuozhiheng initially built several red brick houses resembling barracks in a hidden location to ambush spies from country Y. He also had his own room there. In the familiar scent of medicine, there was a faint smell of alcohol that reached Zhuozhiheng's nose. He frowned and advised, "Comrade Xia, you shouldn't drive after drinking. It's too dangerous." Xia Shunning looked confused. What drinking? Who had been drinking? She thought of a possibility and, without saying a word, suddenly threw a punch aimed at Zhuozhiheng's face. Zhuozhiheng reacted quickly, dodging to the side as her fist grazed his cheek, creating a gust of wind. Xia Shunning's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she turned, sweeping her right leg toward him. Zhuozhiheng's tall frame was surprisingly agile as he spun to avoid it. In the distance, someone was playing Night on the Prairie on an accordion late at night. The distant singing suddenly became clear. "The beautiful night is so calm. Only my music remains on the prairie, wanting to write a letter to the girl far away." Xia Shunning combined punches and kicks, her attacks growing fiercer. She feigned a left punch, and when Zhuozhiheng reacted, she swiftly kicked toward his abdomen with her right leg. The accordion played. "Unfortunately, there is no postman to deliver my feelings." Zhuozhiheng was prepared and quickly sidestepped, reaching out with his left hand to grab Xia Shunning's ankle. The music shifted. "Only my music remains on the prairie, waiting for the 1,000 miles of snow to melt, waiting for the spring breeze to arrive on the prairie." Xia Shunning remained calm, pushing off with her left foot, leaning forward as her right fist struck again, aiming for Zhuozhiheng's chest.
Bang!
A loud sound echoed. Xia Shunning held nothing back, and Zhuozhiheng stepped back, clutching his chest. Xia Shunning steadied herself and mockingly said, "Zhuotuan, are you not sleepwalking?" What nonsense are you talking? She shook her fist at Zhuo Zhiheng. Do I look like someone who has been drinking? She was confident that unless Zhuo Zhiheng produced a breathalyzer right then, he could never prove she had been drinking. Zhuo Zhiheng's dark eyes focused on the spirited Xia Shuning, a hint of helplessness flashing in his gaze. He practiced combat techniques from the military, emphasizing a single strike to defeat the enemy. In his battles with Xia Shuning, Zhuo Zhiheng always held back a little. However, since Xia Shuning wasn't using her fire abilities against him, she showed no mercy. She fought fiercely, honed by her experiences in a post-apocalyptic world, leaving Zhuo Zhiheng in a tough spot. He didn't have time to keep nagging her about drinking and driving. The two of them had a thrilling battle. Xia Shuning ignored Zhuo Zhiheng and returned to her cozy space, feeling refreshed after exercising. She quickly entered her special area and saw the little wolf cub sleeping soundly by the spirit spring. The little phoenix joked, I suspect this little wolf cub thinks the spirit spring is its mother. Xia Shuning laughed. That's not wrong. Just like we have a mother river, there can be a spirit spring mother too. After that, she took a quick shower and headed to the training room. Earlier, during her fight with Zhuo Zhiheng, she discovered something amazing. At first, she was just moving around to distract him. Later, she found it quite challenging, not because Zhuo Zhiheng was difficult to handle, but because she noticed that the golden-eyed black wolf shadow would automatically appear to block his attacks. Xia Shuning couldn't let the golden-eyed black wolf shadow attack Zhuo Zhiheng. First, they were still connected by fate. Second, she didn't understand the shadow's power. While dealing with Zhuo Zhiheng's moves, she also needed to practice controlling the shadow's automatic defense. She didn't like others making decisions for her, so automatic defense wouldn't work. If the golden-eyed black wolf shadow couldn't move as she wished, Xia Shuning would rather give up her beast language than let the shadow act on its own. She struck herself with lightning in the training room and commanded the shadow to defend. After practicing all night, she could finally control the golden-eyed black wolf shadow with ease. She also came up with a good plan to temporarily solve their fate connection. Xia Shuning carved a wooden token in the shape of a wolf head from jujube wood and tied it around the little wolf cub's neck with a red string, planning to remove it after 49 days. The wolf head token could summon the golden-eyed black wolf shadow from a distance. She intended to find a reason to give this token to Zhuo Zhiheng. That way, if he were ever in danger, she could use the token to summon the shadow to protect him, keeping herself safe from being dragged into trouble. As Xia Shuning squatted by the spirit spring, tying the red string on the little wolf cub, it rubbed its fluffy head against her hand, whining, Friend, there's a bad chicken that keeps stealing my milk. Xia Shuning looked a bit confused. Friend? Chicken? Is there a chicken involved here? She threw the hunted mountain chicken into the space, not sparing any live chickens. Seeing so many chickens in the coop every day, she got tired of them. The little wolf cub proudly said, We are the best friends. Then, he raised his paw and pointed at the little phoenix. That's the bad chicken. The little phoenix, angry, raised its head and was about to peck the little wolf cub. You're the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. The little wolf cub puffed out his chest. I am the future king of the black-eyed wolf clan. The little phoenix looked at the wolf tag hanging from the little wolf cub's neck with disdain. A wolf king? What kind of wolf king wears a dog tag? The little wolf cub proudly shook his fluffy head. This is a gift from Xia Shuning, proving that we are the best friends. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes dangerously and coldly said to the little phoenix, Dog tag? The little phoenix immediately flew to the roof, continuing to provoke the little wolf cub. You don't even have a name, and you want to make friends. Xia Shuning has no friends. She doesn't need friends. She only needs a puppy. Xia Shuning raised her hand and threw a fireball at the little phoenix. The little wolf cub circled around Xia Shuning. Friend, give me a name. Xia Shuning tilted her head, pretending to think hard. From now on, you will be called Huang. Huang raised his head and proudly held twice at the little phoenix. He wagged his tail. Friend, I like the name Huang. It suits my future identity as a wolf king. Xia Shuning nodded seriously, happy that everyone was satisfied. She pointed at the wolf tag and said to Huang Kai, "This isn't for you. If you like it, I can make you an identical one later." Making another one was impossible. Xia Shunning's interest was only enough to carve one wolf tag. Especially since she had a ready-made 3D cloning printer, it would be easy to print an exact copy. Huang Kai was excited to hear that he would get another one, wagging his tail even more. With a splash, he jumped into the spirit spring, playing in the water while calling for his mom. The little phoenix thought this world was too crazy with a wolf named Huang Kai. As the only sane one in this world, it decided to continue watching TV shows. Huang Kai's fluffy ears perked up and said to Xia Shunning, "Friend, there's a male two-legged creature looking for you outside." Xia Shunning didn't bother to correct Huang Kai's naming issue. After all, she was the only human who could understand him. She changed into a clean green military uniform, braided her hair into 2 pigtails, put on a green military cap, and quickly stepped out of the room.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 knocks sounded at the door. Xia Shunning opened it without looking up and asked, "Zhua Tuan, is there something?" Zhua Zhiheng stared at Xia Shunning's bright almond eyes. His dark, deep-set eyes moved over her delicate nose and almost landed on her lips before he looked away. Zhua Zhiheng suddenly took a step back, creating distance between him and Xia Shunning. "Deputy Commander, Huang, is looking for us." Xia Shunning raised her head in confusion and asked, "When did we get a Deputy Commander Huang?" Zhua Zhiheng explained, "Commander Huang applied to go to a labor camp, so Deputy Commander Huang was transferred from another military district." Xia Shunning nodded and said to Zhua Zhiheng, "Give it to me." She always spoke briefly to familiar people. Zhua Zhiheng paused, furrowed his brow, sighed heavily, and handed over the car keys to Xia Shunning. He sensed that if he didn't give her the keys, she would just take them by force. Deputy Commander Huang was waiting. There was no time for a fight. Xia Shunning didn't care about his thoughts. As long as she had the keys, she could control the car. She drove fast until she slowed down near the military base. Zhua Zhiheng felt relieved. At least Xia Shunning would actively slow down. When he realized this, he frowned at his own unprincipled thoughts. The two of them knocked on Deputy Commander Huang's door. Zhua Zhiheng introduced Xia Shunning to the man in the office. "Deputy Commander Huang, this is Comrade Xia Shunning." Xia Shunning couldn't help but want to give Zhua Zhiheng a thumbs up. Most people would drop the deputy when addressing a leader in person. For example, behind his back, he would be called Deputy Commander Huang, but in person, just Commander Huang. She curiously looked at Deputy Commander Huang to see his reaction. She would also call him Deputy Commander Huang. Sitting behind the desk was Deputy Commander Huang, who looked to be around 40 years old and wore black-framed glasses. At first glance, he didn't seem much like a soldier, but more like an official. Xia Shunning had met 2 division-level leaders, Commander Huang and Commander Tang. Both had suffered greatly because of her. One lost a daughter to execution, and the other had a daughter sent to a mental hospital. She wondered if Deputy Commander Huang had a daughter. Deputy Commander Huang waved his hand kindly. "Comrade Xia, please come and sit here. I often hear Commander Du and Political Commissar Su mention your achievements. Every generation has its talents. I didn't expect Comrade Xia to be so young. Just awarded 2 second-class merits. My daughter is half a year older than you and just joined the army this year. She's far behind you. The army needs more excellent young people like you and Team Zhua." Xia Shunning's expression became a bit complex for a moment. She sincerely looked at Deputy Commander Huang and said, "I wish your daughter a safe and happy life." Feeling Xia Shunning's kind gaze, Deputy Commander Huang's expression softened even more. After exchanging a few polite words to warm up the atmosphere, he finally got to the point. "Our army recently received information from an undercover source that the United States will send a special operations team of about 6 to 9 people to cross the border from the desert into our country, heading to the Soviet Union to discuss military exercises against us. Our task is to prevent the U.S. Special Operations Team from meeting with the Soviet Special Operations Team. For this mission, our military districts Team Zhua and Comrade Xia will join the Special Operations Team. Comrade Xia will participate as a military doctor, responsible for treating all comrades. Regarding other mission-related details, Zhiheng, please discuss them with Comrade Xia on the way. Zhuo Zhiheng and Xia Shuning saluted together and said, "We promise to complete the mission." Deputy Commander Huang was very pleased with their spirit. "Now you both go back and pack your bags. We leave at 4 a.m. tomorrow." Zhuo Zhiheng and Xia Shuning walked out of the office building side by side. Zhuo Zhiheng spotted Chu Zhimo approaching and was about to greet him. Suddenly, Chu Zhimo's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to run. Xia Shuning hadn't planned to pay him any attention, but seeing his terrified face made her want to tease him. Not wanting to miss the chance, she quickly picked up a small stone and threw it at Chu Zhimo's knee. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell awkwardly onto a nearby officer, knocking another officer over in the process. The officer quickly got up and pulled out a notebook, saying, "Which unit are you from? Come register with me." Xia Shuning shouted, "Chu Zhimo from the vehicle company." Zhuo Zhiheng frowned slightly, his gaze on Chu Zhimo becoming sharper. Why was he so close to Comrade Xia? On the way back, Xia Shuning drove. The two remained silent, and before parting, Zhuo Zhiheng couldn't help but remind her. "This time, our enemies are not just the U.S. Special Operations Team, but also the Soviet Special Operations Team. The soldiers of the Special Operations Team from the beautiful country may not have individual skills as strong as yours or mine, but their weapons are top-notch. The same goes for the Special Operations Team from the Soviet country." Xia Shuning tossed the car keys to him with a serious expression and promised, "All right, we'll go together to get weapons from the beautiful country and the Soviet country. Once we have the weapons, both our individual skills and our equipment will be world-class." Zhuo Zhiheng's lips twitched. Knowing Xia Shuning, she wasn't just joking, she was serious about this. He couldn't talk her out of it. If he tried to convince her not to go, she would just go alone. He was sure that Xia Shuning preferred to act independently. He stayed silent, thinking at least she would take him along. Suddenly, a serious question popped into his mind. "Can you shoot?" He didn't even realize he already assumed Xia Shuning would definitely be able to get weapons from the beautiful country. Xia Shuning confidently replied, "I'm smart. I can learn just by watching." Zhuo Zhiheng felt that sounded familiar. He felt like he had heard Xia Shuning say that before, but couldn't quite remember where. With bright, dark eyes, he looked at Xia Shuning and said, "Comrade Xia, you should start packing your things. I'll help you apply for the shooting range. Today, you can practice shooting. If you practice more with your crossbow, you'll definitely become an expert." Xia Shuning was excited on the outside, but inside, she wondered if it was possible that her skill with the crossbow was because she was already an expert. She felt that joining the military was the right choice. Not to mention her vast resources, her skills would be wasted if she lived as an ordinary person. Moreover, Xia Shuning had a strong sense of crisis. If she accidentally returned to a post-apocalyptic world one day and neglected her fighting skills, it could be disastrous. Most of her important items were in her storage space, so she didn't have much to pack. She mainly needed to put on a show for others, so she packed some clothes, toiletries, and other essentials. She also packed several flatbreads, which wouldn't spoil and could be used as weapons if needed. After heating them, they would become soft again. Additionally, she included some beef jerky, dried fish, mushroom sauce, sugar, and mints as snacks. She had common and emergency medicines ready, as she hadn't reported to the infirmary yet. Another doctor on the team would help her collect them, and she would get them in the morning. With Tang Bing around, she felt completely at ease. Tang Bing took a sick leave from the art troupe and spent her days raising chickens, taking care of Junjun and Tong Tong, and looking after her parents. She was very busy and happy. Commander Tang noticed the growing relationship between Tang Bing and Xia Shuning and wished for them to become closer. He even helped arrange things for Tang Bing's sick leave. If it weren't for their same gender, he would have wanted to marry Tang Bing to Xia Shuning. Zhuo Zhiheng received written approval from Deputy Commander Huang and took Xia Shuning to the shooting range. Time was tight, so on the way, he had already explained the structure of the Type 54 pistol, magazine capacity, effective range, and shooting techniques to Xia Shuning. Zhua Zhiheng first demonstrated how to disassemble and assemble the gun. When Xia Shuning tried it for the first time, she was clearly a beginner. However, she improved quickly and became more skilled with each attempt. After disassembling and reassembling it 10 times, she no longer seemed like a novice. Zhua Zhiheng was prepared for her high shooting accuracy. After he demonstrated once, Xia Shuning, on her first attempt, scored 80 points with 8 shots. Her shots hit the target perfectly, every time. It wasn't that she couldn't score 100 points, it was just that the Type 54 pistol could only hold 8 bullets. The other soldiers at the shooting range were amazed. Who is this sharpshooter we have here? Her accuracy is so high. Did she practice shooting since she was a child? She's making it hard for me. I feel unworthy of my gun.
Can she teach me?
A female voice suddenly interrupted. The Type 54 pistol has an effective range of only 50 meters. Hitting the target every time isn't that impressive. Another voice chimed in. Comrade Huang Tingnan can hit moving targets with the Type 54 submachine gun every time. Comrade Huang Tingnan is the best shooter among our female soldiers. No new recruit can compare. Hearing this, Xia Shuning looked up and exchanged a glance with Zhua Zhiheng. He nodded at her and brought over 2 green-painted wooden boxes. He opened the boxes and took out the main firearms used by the troops, the Type 54 submachine gun, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 submachine gun, and Type 63 automatic rifle. He picked up the Type 54 submachine gun and began to disassemble and assemble it for Xia Shuning to see. A cool female voice interrupted. Commander Zhua, let me demonstrate for the new recruit. The surrounding female soldiers became excited.
Wow.
It's Comrade Huang Tingnan. Comrade Huang Tingnan must be here to teach the newcomers how to shoot. Let the newcomers see the skills of our sharpshooter. Xia Shuning looked at Huang Tingnan. The female soldier in front of her was tall and curvy, with healthy skin and slightly prominent cheekbones. Her gaze was proud and sharp, and her right hand, which held a gun, had thick calluses at the base of her thumb. She had a strong presence, like a Mother Earth figure, impressive and beautiful. Zhua Zhiheng seemed not to hear. His deep, dark eyes were focused on the gun in his hands, and as his fingers moved quickly, the gun turned into a pile of parts spread out on the table. Huang Tingnan's eager gaze followed his long fingers as she watched Zhua Zhiheng reassemble the parts into a gun. Once Zhua Zhiheng finished putting the gun back together, Huang Tingnan turned to the delicate Xia Shuning and kindly suggested, Comrade, Zhua just demonstrated too quickly. Would you like me to show you again in slow motion? The other female soldiers chimed in with praise. Huang Tingnan is so nice. I didn't know how to handle the gun at first, and she patiently taught me for almost a week. I didn't realize how strong the recoil of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was, and I almost hurt my collarbone. It was Huang Tingnan who saved me. I couldn't lift the Type 53 heavy machine gun, and she taught me to tie a red brick to my wrist to build strength. Huang Tingnan's shooting skills are just as good as Zhua's. Standing in front of the table full of guns, Xia Shuning took out a red hairband, raised an eyebrow at Huang Tingnan, and smiled, Comrade Huang, let's have a competition. Without waiting for a response, she closed her eyes, tied the red hairband around her head, and secured it at the back of her head. The hairband slipped down her fair neck. Xia Shuning called out, Comrade Huang, I'm ready. Zhua Zhiheng's dark gaze swept over her neck, and his eyes darkened slightly. The onlooking female soldiers began to chatter. How can she take apart a gun with her eyes covered? Anyway, she can't win against Comrade Huang, so losing with her eyes covered might look better? She may not have the skills, but she sure has some tricks. If she can assemble a gun with her eyes closed, I'll eat a pile of camel dung. Hearing this, Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. Huang Tingnan was a bit surprised. Since joining the army, she had always been the one challenging others. This was the first time someone had challenged her. This new female soldier was quite interesting, and she liked it. So, she would give her all to win. Huang Tingnan pulled out a blue hairband, covered her eyes, tied it tightly, and opened her eyes to find complete darkness. She declared loudly, I'm ready too. The blindfolded disassembly of firearms is mainly to train soldiers to skillfully operate weapons in any situation, enhancing their combat effectiveness and survival chances. It is also a challenging training subject in the military. I heard that at the shooting range, female soldiers were competing in blindfolded disassembly, and everyone who could came to watch. 3,
2, 1.
Start. As the whistle blew, the timer began. Xia Shuning's fingers quickly grasped the bolt of the Type 54 submachine gun. Everyone held their breath in the silent shooting range. Only the sound of gun parts clinking could be heard.
Clink, clink, clink.
Xia Shuning's delicate fingers flew up and down, placing the disassembled parts in order on the table. Huang Tingnan heard the sounds and realized that her speed was on par with Xia Shuning's, causing her breath to quicken. She bit her lip and increased her speed. The onlooking female soldiers were amazed. They thought this unfamiliar soldier would do well just to disassemble and assemble a set of firearms. They didn't expect her to look even more skilled than Huang Tingnan.
Click.
Huang Tingnan finished assembling the last gun and shouted, "Done." She quickly took off her headband, already thinking of how to comfort the new recruit who lost and might be in tears. Huang Tingnan confidently looked at Xia Shuning, meeting her dark, bright eyes. Xia Shuning smiled and extended her right hand, saying, "Xia Shuning." Huang Tingnan hid her surprise, shook Xia Shuning's hand, and gracefully introduced herself. Huang Tingnan. She paused and said to Xia Shuning, "You're really strong. I underestimated you. Let's compete again sometime." Xia Shuning's eyes curved into a smile as she replied, "Sure." She understood that Huang Tingnan was still not satisfied, and it seemed she needed to win a few more times to earn her respect and show who the real champion of the shooting range was. The onlooking female soldiers began to chatter. "This new recruit is pretty good." She completed it herself, took off her headband, and quietly waited without bothering comrade Huang. The new recruit actually beat Huang Tingnan. That new recruit is Xia Shuning. Which unit is she from? Is it time to change the top female shooter? I just saw Zhua Tuan demonstrating firearm disassembly to the new recruit. She just learned today, and she's already this good? Huang Tingnan has been handling guns since she was 2 years old. Could this new recruit's parents also be military personnel? The military values strength, and those with strong abilities are very popular. A soldier loudly asked Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, can you share your secret to disassembling a gun with your eyes closed? How do you become more skilled at it?" "I often forget the order of the parts. I can take it apart with my eyes closed, but I can't put it back together. I always end up with extra parts." Everyone laughed, as the soldiers who were just learning to disassemble guns with their eyes closed had all struggled with extra parts. Xia Shuning smiled and confidently said, "I memorized the gun by touch." A true marksman doesn't need their eyes. You have to treat the gun as part of your body. Hearing this, the soldiers who had faced challenges in their training fell into thought, repeating in their minds that a true marksman doesn't need their eyes. Only the female soldier who had just said that if Xia Shuning could disassemble a gun with her eyes closed, she would eat camel dung, scoffed and mocked. A rookie showing off? She just got lucky against comrade Huang this time. It's not like she won a formal shooting competition. Who knows? Maybe comrade Huang let her win, and now she's shamelessly sharing her so-called success. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and said to the camel dung female soldier with a smirk, "Comrade, why don't you go eat that camel dung now? I want to see." Everyone's attention turned to the camel dung female soldier. She felt embarrassed and angry, awkwardly saying to the crowd, "I was just joking." "Comrade Xia, why are you taking it seriously?" She paused, still not backing down. "Comrade Xia, a great person said that unity is strength. If you want to see me eat camel dung, isn't that undermining our unity? You have some issues with your thinking." She thought to herself, no matter how skilled you are at disassembling a gun with your eyes closed, once you're labeled as having problematic thoughts, you won't be able to progress here. Xia Shuning remained calm and said, "The great teacher taught us to keep our promises. You just said that if I can disassemble a gun with my eyes closed, you would eat a piece of camel dung. Everyone heard you." The surrounding female soldiers began to chatter. Zhen Qian said she would eat camel dung herself, so why is she blaming Comrade Xia? She often talks about eating camel dung. It's just disgusting to hear. Xia Shunning suddenly raised her voice. Great leaders teach us to speak the truth, do honest work, and be honest people. Comrade Zhen Qian's every word and action goes against what the great leaders say. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qian was drenched in sweat. As a low-ranking soldier, how could she go against the great leaders? She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and reluctantly said, "A deal is a deal. I will eat camel dung." Zhen Qian had a clever plan to get through this moment, knowing that no one would really watch her eat camel dung. Xia Shunning pointed to a pile of camel dung at the edge of the training ground and said to Zhen Qian, "Comrade Zhen Qian, there's a pile of camel dung. Go eat it." Everyone was surprised that Xia Shunning was so serious, and she had sharp eyes to spot the dung from so far away. All eyes turned to Zhen Qian. She stared hard at the pile of dung, wishing she could throw it at Xia Shunning's face. She had never liked this new soldier. Seeing Zhen Qian's grim expression, Xia Shunning teased, "Comrade Zhen Qian, you're not squeamish about camel dung, are you? The great leaders have said that the cleanest people are workers and farmers, even if their hands are dirty and their feet have cow dung." Did Comrade Bethune complain about the wounds of the injured being dirty? The crowd looked at Xia Shunning in surprise. They didn't expect her to be so knowledgeable about the great leaders' quotes. She could easily recall and apply their words. Xia Shunning was impressively strong. In the background, a little phoenix held a red book proudly and said, "This is my favorite book. I've copied it hundreds of times. Come and challenge me if you disagree." Xia Shunning couldn't help but roll her eyes and casually praise the little phoenix. "You're finally shining." Zhen Qian realized she couldn't let Xia Shunning continue, otherwise she would never progress here. She rushed over, grabbed the camel dung, her fingers trembling slightly, and pretended to be calm. "It's just a pile of camel dung, right? We soldiers aren't afraid of dirt." Determined, Zhen Qian took a bite, but as soon as she did, she couldn't help but gag and spit it out. Among the soldiers watching, some with weak stomachs couldn't help but gag at the sight. Xia Shunning lightly said, "Oh, Comrade Zhen Qian, I forgot to remind you that camel dung contains a lot of undigested fibers and is not suitable for eating. Don't casually say you want to eat camel dung in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Shunning turned and quickly left the military camp. Behind her, a voice called out from a distance, "Why are you all just hanging around instead of training? Zhen Qian, who told you to eat camel dung on the training field? 3 days of confinement for you, and the whole squad will be informed." Zhuo Zhiheng sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at Xia Shunning, seriously handing her a piece of paper. Xia Shunning took it and was surprised. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. "A self-reflection letter? Why do I have to write one?" Zhuo Zhiheng's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat. "Just in case Zhen Qian reports you. You might need it." Xia Shunning asked in confusion, "What could she report me for?" Zhuo Zhiheng reminded her, "Not being united with your comrades." Xia Shunning rolled her eyes dramatically. "What does she have that's worth uniting over? Let her report me." She handed the self-reflection letter back to Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng pursed his lips, deciding to let it go. If Xia was reported, he could testify that it was Zhen Qian who wanted to eat camel dung. When Xia Shunning returned home, she told Tang Bing that while she was away, Tang Bing should keep an eye on the house and contact Director Gui if there were any issues with the chicken coop. She quickly entered her space and saw the spiritual spring, her pupils narrowing in shock. The once clear spring was now murky, filled with half-eaten vegetables, flowers, wooden blocks, branches, and even herbs. Huang was digging a third large hole by the shore, while the little phoenix was busy fighting with the gossip fish in spring. The gossip fish, true to its nature, retaliated immediately, spitting fire while the little phoenix sprayed water. Only the original owner was acting normally, busy installing a fence for the medicinal field. Xia Shunning suddenly understood the feelings of a tired mother coming home to find her mischievous children had wrecked the house. At that moment, She was furious. Very furious. Taking a deep breath, she directly bought a dog cage from the Zhuke Mall, grabbed Wang Kai by the scruff of his neck, and tossed him inside. Wang Kai, 3 days of confinement for you, and the whole space will be informed. Little Phoenix, you will copy the Red Treasure book 300 times as punishment. Xia Shuning was even angrier looking at the dirty spring. She wouldn't even want to wash her feet in such filthy water. The little Phoenix weakly said, "If you don't punish me, I can help you clean the spring." Xia Shuning smiled slightly and replied, "You can copy it in different fonts. No simplified characters allowed." The little Phoenix was frozen in place. Xia Shuning thought of the garden design techniques from Yuan Yi. While she didn't know how to design a garden, she certainly knew how to shop. She opened the Zhuke Mall and hesitated between the imitation of the Summer Palace water system and the 3-tier garden water system. In the end, she chose the 3-tier garden water system, Yenji Sanwei Spring. The name clearly comes from a poem, drinking longevity in the clouds, playing in the mortal world below. The top layer is the cloud-top drinking area, surrounded by a round pool made of pure white jade, designated for drinking water. The middle layer is the bathing area, with terraced water channels surrounding it, where 8 trigrams fish swim leisurely. The water temperature is just right, creating a natural spa area. In these 2 layers, Xia Shuning set special restrictions, allowing only her to enter. The bottom layer is the play and irrigation area. The play area features a winding pool with a bottom made of pebbles arranged in a yin-yang pattern. A smooth stone slide is decorated with glowing stones, and a small boat gently sways in the water. Around the pool, she planted Tianshan, snow lotus, and wild mint, creating a fragrant atmosphere filled with mist. The irrigation area collects overflow water from all layers, which is purified and used to irrigate medicinal and agricultural fields. Xia Shuning watched the newly refreshed spring shimmer under the moonlight. She smiled and announced, "From now on, this will be Sanwei Spring." The little Phoenix squatted next to the Tianshan snow lotus and suggested, "You've already spent some money. Why not spend a little more to upgrade Sanwei Spring?" Xia Shuning shot it a sideways glance. "Are you just trying to get me to spend money, because you don't practice yourself?" The little Phoenix laughed awkwardly. "With our good relationship, how can you say it's a scam?" Xia Shuning replied with a half-smile, "What relationship do we have? A financial one?" The little Phoenix eagerly said, "A financial relationship is the strongest bond. It's also the purest relationship." Xia Shuning didn't believe it at all, but she did have a lot of gold in her space, and she couldn't spend it outside. Her belief was that money not spent doesn't belong to you. Feeling tempted, Xia Shuning decided to spend 30 small yellow fish to upgrade Sanwei Spring. The cloud-top drinking area was changed to a round pool carved from green jade, with a bottom of red agate and red maple and purple bamboo planted around it. The water here is the essence of the spring, crisp and sweet, strengthening the body and refreshing the mind. Drinking it daily increases fire-based abilities by 1 point and enhances fire attack power by 1 point, with long-term benefits for fire abilities. The middle layer provides bathing water, with a constant warm temperature that nourishes the skin, heals injuries, and boosts physical strength. The 8 trigrams fish live in this layer, where the spring water from the upper layer is first filtered by red jade and then guided by green bamboo, splitting into 2 paths. There is a channel called red jade, where the water glows red. The water is warm and soothing, relieving fatigue, moisturizing the skin, reducing dullness, and speeding up wound healing. After filtering the wastewater, it is directed to the medicinal fields through bamboo pipes, producing fire-type spirit herbs like red ginseng and flame mushroom. There is another channel called green bamboo, with blue-green water that irrigates vegetable fields, yielding wood-type spirit vegetables like emerald bamboo shoots and black ginseng seedlings. In the play area, a vermilion bird pavilion is built on the south side, with a path of red stones, planted with osmanthus and red maple trees. Inside the pavilion, there is a bronze incense burner that burns red sandalwood, enhancing fire-type abilities. Below the pavilion is the red flame pool, with a fountain shaped like a wolf's head made of brass, featuring golden eyes. Inside the pool, there are fire-patterned ink lotuses that can play with fire. On the north side, the green lawn corridor is built with purple bamboo, planted with pines and cypress. Hanging emerald wind chimes sway in the breeze, enhancing wood-type abilities. Under the corridor is the Xian ice pond, with yellow jade bricks along the edge and silver thread grass planted inside, allowing for water play. On the east side, a stone cliff waterfall is constructed, cascading down 3 levels, with the sound of the waterfall resembling music, promoting the flow of spiritual energy. At the bottom of the waterfall, a mechanism is hidden. Stepping on stone slabs shaped like wolf claws can trigger a water spray, allowing the playful to climb and splash. In the center, there is a Tai Chi pool, circular with a diameter of 30 feet, with the bottom decorated with red and green jade in a Tai Chi symbol, forming a gathering array to nourish the spiritual spring. The edge of the Yang fish is outlined with cinnabar stone in a flame pattern, with red copper beads for the eyes, and the Yang area is planted with red maple and hibiscus. The edge of the Yin fish is carved with emerald stone in a vine pattern, with turquoise inlays for the eyes, and the Yin area is planted with bamboo and ginkgo trees. Several spiritual springs converge here, with red and green colors swirling together, and spiritual energy cycles in this place. There are also restrictions set here, allowing only Xia Shunning to use it. Eventually, Xia Shunning exhausted all her small yellow fish and barely finished upgrading the 3-flavor spring. She grabbed the little phoenix by the neck and questioned sharply, "You trickster, didn't you say only 30 small yellow fish were needed to upgrade the 3-flavor spring?" The little phoenix felt a bit guilty. "You can't blame me. As the saying goes, renovations have no limits, and it's easy to exceed the budget. You just ran out of small yellow fish. You still have big yellow fish and gold bricks." Xia Shunning, having just experienced the joy of spending money, immediately felt the emptiness after running out of funds. The little phoenix mischievously said, "Now that you're out of money, you could go rob someone. Try out your upgraded fire abilities after enhancing the 3-flavor spring." Xia Shunning nodded, praising, "Good idea." The little phoenix happily flew towards the vermilion bird pavilion. Xia Shunning quickly grabbed the little phoenix by its tail feathers, "Then let's start by robbing you." She held up 3 fingers to the little phoenix. "Bring me 3 gifts." The little phoenix looked confused. "Why 3 gifts?" Xia Shunning looked at the little phoenix with a confused expression. "1 gift to celebrate my spiritual spring upgrading to a 3-flavor spring, and another gift to celebrate my 3-flavor spring leveling up." The little phoenix jumped twice and said, "That counts as 2 gifts." Xia Shunning rolled her eyes. "I told you to read more. 3 gives life to all things is better than 2. The little phoenix stared blankly, regretting its encouragement for Xia Shunning to upgrade the 3-flavor spring. It could have been used without the upgrade. Xia Shunning urged, "Hurry up. If you take too long, I'll raise the price." The little phoenix quickly replied, "I'll give you the sun, moon, and stars." Xia Shunning smiled wider and praised, "So you are generous after all." She released the little phoenix's tail feathers and patted its fur. "If you had been this generous earlier, I wouldn't have bothered you." Xia Shunning enjoyed a flaky pastry and drank rice wine while admiring the beautiful scenery around her. No wonder ancient people said that the joy of mountains and rivers is found in the heart and expressed in wine. She rested her chin on her hand, blinking her eyes as she watched the little phoenix perform, deciding that she should take advantage of the little phoenix more often. Spending someone else's money really doesn't hurt. Huang, who was splashing in the Shurji waterfall, perked up its ears and called to Xia Shunning, "Friend, there's a 2-legged creature looking for you." Xia Shunning left her space and opened the door to her den, realizing it was already bright outside. She had spent the whole night upgrading her spiritual spring and forgot to sleep. Zhuo Zhiheng looked down, his gaze lingering on Xia Shunning's face for a few seconds. He was puzzled. She looked lively, yet he sensed she wanted to go back to sleep. Zhuo Zhiheng said, "I just received a notice from Deputy Commander Huang. Our departure time has been changed to 2 days later. The Special Operations Team from the Southwest War Zone will set off first as our advance team." Xia Shunning nodded, indicating she understood. Zhuo Zhiheng thought she would go back to catch up on sleep. After finishing his business, he turned to leave. Having drunk the spiritual spring water, Xia Shuning felt wide awake and didn't plan to sleep. I'll head to the medical room first. Zhuo Zhiheng took out the car keys, holding them in his hand but not giving them to Xia Shuning. He wasn't sure if she wanted to drive today. Xia Shuning ran to the passenger seat of the Jeep, feeling a bit lazy today. Zhuo Zhiheng drove in silence. Xia Shuning gazed out the window at the poplar forest rushing by, spotting a few yellow sheep darting across the distant Gobi Desert. Her eyelids grew heavier, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks, and her breathing gradually became slow and steady. The familiar scent of medicine mixed with a hint of alcohol filled the car. Zhuo Zhiheng's fingers tightened unconsciously on the steering wheel. The road ahead was a bit bumpy, causing the car to shake, and Xia Shuning's had nearly hit the window. Fortunately, Zhuo Zhiheng slowed down in time. When Xia Shuning woke up from her yawn, the Jeep had already been parked outside the infirmary for a while. After saying goodbye to Zhuo Zhiheng, she walked into the infirmary. The interior was simple and tidy, with a few wooden tables and chairs, a row of metal medicine cabinets, and 2 old hospital beds. Inside the infirmary was a female soldier wearing a mask, around 23 years old, with dark circles under her eyes and 2 thick braids under her green military cap. Xia Shuning stood still and politely asked, "Is Director Bao here?" Xia Shuning reporting for duty. The female soldier stared at Xia Shuning, sizing her up, especially her strikingly beautiful face. With an unfriendly expression, she criticized, "Don't you see what time it is? Looking like that and wearing makeup to work, do you think you're here to attract someone?" Xia Shuning smiled slightly, a cold glint in her eyes, and replied, "With your appearance, not wearing makeup to work, are you really not trying to get back at society?" The female soldier was furious, her dark circles becoming more pronounced as she shouted, "You think you have a reason to be late?" Xia Shuning seized the opportunity to retort, "You're ugly, and you think that gives you a reason." In truth, Xia Shuning couldn't see the female soldier's face because of the mask, but since the soldier chose to attack her looks, she felt it was fair to respond in kind. The female soldier was so angry she looked like she might faint. How could there be such an arrogant new recruit? She showed no respect for her seniors. Xia Shuning blinked her big eyes, watching the soldier expectantly. If the soldier pointed at her, she would twist her finger. She had just taken a nap in the car and was eager to stretch her limbs. Unfortunately, the soldier was busy slamming things on her desk, taking out her frustration on the stethoscope, papers, and enamel cup. Hot water spilled all over the desk, and papers scattered everywhere. The soldier thought she was making Xia Shuning suffer, but Xia Shuning was completely unfazed. She realized she had no chance to move her limbs, so she turned to stare at the metal medicine cabinet, using her senses to explore what medicines were inside. The room became quiet until a cheerful voice broke the silence. "Is Comrade Xia here?" Xia Shuning turned around and saw a female soldier with a short hairstyle, around 43 years old, with a warm smile and single eyelids. The soldier took off her mask and said, "I am the head of the medical office, Bao Yun. Welcome, Comrade Xia." She extended her right hand, and Xia Shuning shook it back, feeling her strong and dry palm. "Comrade Xia, our conditions here are tough, and we really need capable doctors like you." Xia Shuning smiled and replied, "Thank you for the trust from the organization. I will do my best to serve the people." Director Bao pointed to a female soldier busy cleaning the table and introduced her. "In our medical office, it was just me and Xiao Jia before. Your arrival is very timely. We have to do rounds in the next few days and also inventory the pharmacy." She waved to Xiao Jia. "Xiao Jia, stop for a moment and come say hello to Comrade Xia." Xiao Jia looked up at Xia Shuning with an unfriendly expression and said through clenched teeth, "Bao Jia." Comrade Xia was late on her first day of work. She didn't arrive until almost 10:30. Director Bao's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment as she explained to Xiao Jia, Comrade Xia had to go to the Tianshan Mountains to gather medicine. Her attendance time is different from ours. This was arranged by the leadership. Xia Shunning noticed that Xiao Jia didn't want to greet her. With a smile, she took the initiative to say to Xiao Jia, "Comrade Jia, hello, I am Xia Shunning." Xiao Jia's fingers were gripping her pants, and her lips were tightly pressed together, showing her reluctance even more. Director Bao urged, "Xiao Jia, what's wrong? It's your turn to introduce yourself." Xiao Jia took a deep breath and stammered, "Comrade Xia, hello, my name is Jia Marin." She said Jia Marin very quietly and quickly. Xia Shunning almost laughed out loud. Although she couldn't see Xiao Jia's face under the mask, the name combined with Xiao Jia's awkward demeanor was quite amusing. What kind of parents would name their daughter Jia Marin? Xia Shunning didn't hide her amusement, and her beautiful smile made her seem especially sincere and kind. Director Bao nodded slightly, showing a hint of a pleased smile. She had just received orders that a special military doctor was coming to the medical office, and she was worried that Xia Shunning might become arrogant and hard to manage. Just then, a few soldiers brought in several boxes of medical supplies, and Xia Shunning proactively helped organize them. Her movements were skilled and quick, clearly showing her professionalism. The infirmary was quiet, yet busy when suddenly, the door curtain was flung open. Two soldiers in green uniforms rushed in, carrying an injured person. "Director Bao, please help. A soldier was hurt during training." Director Bao quickly put on rubber gloves to examine the wound. "It's a deep puncture in the right thigh. Give me the hemostatic clamp." Jia Marin pushed past Xia Shunning and grabbed the instrument tray. Blood was gushing from the wound, soaking 3 pieces of gauze instantly. Director Bao frowned and said to the soldiers, "The wound is too large. The clamp won't stop the bleeding, and we don't have any hemostatic medicine here. We need to send him to the military hospital right away." She reached out to Jia Marin.
Gauze.
Jia Marin was sweating and couldn't bear to look at the soldier's bleeding wound. When she handed over the gauze, she accidentally touched the wound, causing the injured soldier to grunt in pain. Feeling the sticky warmth on her fingertips, she suddenly fainted and almost fell on the injured soldier. The soldiers who brought him in were furious. "Are you serious? You can't stop the bleeding, and then you faint." Xia Shunning took out a silver needle and quickly wiped it with an alcohol swab, commanding everyone, "Step back." Everyone instinctively moved aside. She leaned in to examine the wound, noting that a metal rod had pierced through the front of the thigh and exited the back. Xia Shunning inserted one needle vertically into a pressure point and another at an angle into another point. She gently twisted the needle handle, and the injured soldier's body trembled slightly as his cold, bloodless body began to warm up. The flow of blood visibly slowed. Just as Xia Shunning was about to pour some powder on the wound, Jia Marin, who had regained consciousness, shouted, "What are you doing? You can't use unapproved medicine on a soldier." Everyone was startled, and Director Bao, who had been focused on Xia Shunning's work, shot Jia Marin a glare. "Be quiet." Xia Shunning seemed unfazed, her hands steady as she poured the powder. She first wrapped the ends of the metal rod with gauze to secure it, then skillfully bandaged the wound, finally using 2 splints to stabilize the thigh. Xia Shunning told the soldiers, "If you're taking him to the military hospital, do it gently to minimize movement. The rod must not be moved for 6 hours." The soldier looked at the bandage that had stopped bleeding and gave Xia Shunning a thumbs up. "Amazing! Those 2 needles worked better than the clamp." Director Bao asked, "Xia, why can't the rod be moved for 6 hours?" She had never dealt with such a serious injury in the infirmary before. Xia Shunning patiently explained, "Forcibly pulling out the iron rod could cause further damage to blood vessels and nerves, and it might worsen the bleeding." "You are being reckless. How many times have I said that the wound is deep? Take him directly to the military hospital. What are you doing here wasting time?" A loud voice came from outside the door. A tall, strong man, around 35 years old and nearly 2 meters tall, entered the medical room and ordered the 2 soldiers in green uniforms, Feng Liangping and Chen Lifu, "Why haven't you taken Lu Dawei to the military hospital yet? He is one of my best soldiers. He cannot be disabled." Director Bao's face turned bright red. Feng Liangping and Chen Lifu dared not look at Xia Shuning, their faces also flushed. Feng Liangping pointed at Lu Dawei and explained, Captain Zhu, Lu Dawei's bleeding has stopped. Comrade Xia helped bandage him. Captain Zhu looked at the pale and slender Xia Shuning, thinking her small arms could easily break, and disdainfully said, Another one just taking up space? Is the army a daycare? His gaze turned to Lu Dawei on the bed, and he angrily asked, The bleeding has stopped, so why haven't you pulled out the iron rod yet? With that, Captain Zhu stepped forward, ready to pull out the iron rod himself. Jia Marin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain Zhu was strong and imposing, like a mountain. She anticipated that Captain Zhu would give Xia Shuning a hard time. Director Bao quickly intervened. Captain Zhu, you can't pull it out. The military values strength, and although Director Bao had participated in the revolution long ago, his medical skills were quite ordinary and people generally looked down on the medical staff. Feng Liangping and Chen Lifu tightly held onto Captain Zhu's arms, one on each side, saying, Captain, you can't pull it out. Together, they weighed over 300 pounds. With a sudden, Captain Zhu shook them off effortlessly.
Bang!
Clatter. Feng Liangping knocked over a chair, and Chen Lifu bumped into the metal medicine cabinet. Get out of my way. I once had half my leg blown off on the battlefield, and the military doctor glued it back together. You all are just loafers, and you can't even pull out an iron rod? Captain Zhu's hand was almost on the iron rod. Everyone gasped in shock. Xia Shuning swiftly grabbed Captain Zhu's shoulder, applying pressure to a specific point. Captain Zhu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder before he could react. Xia Shuning then hooked her left foot around his ankle, exerting force from her waist and pulling him back sharply. With accompanied by the sound of dislocated joints, Captain Zhu was lifted off the ground. Everyone blinked in surprise.
Bang!
Another dull sound echoed. Zhu, the squad leader, had fallen to the ground, hitting the back of his head the floor, stirring up dust. The room fell silent, as if the air had frozen. Xia Shuning brushed off the dust from her hands, stepped forward, and firmly placed her foot on Zhu's chest, her tone icy. I told you not to pull it out. Can't you understand? Zhu was furious. He struggled like a raging bull, shouting, Get off. I'll break your legs. Feng Liangping looked at Xia with concern, worried she might get hurt. After all, when their squad leader got angry, even the camp leader could be in trouble, even if he ended up in confinement later. Comrade Xia, please get down. Xia Shuning slowly applied more pressure with her foot, smiling wickedly as she taunted, Get up and fight. Zhu's face, which had been red with anger, suddenly turned pale. His body twitched violently, cold sweat dripping down his temples to the floor. Around them, gasps filled the air. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe that the delicate Xia Shuning had easily pinned down the strong Zhu, who resembled a black bear. They thought she was just stepping on him casually, but she was actually targeting important pressure points on his chest. Pressing on the Zhongfu point can cause difficulty in breathing and a feeling of suffocation. Stimulating the human point can lead to severe pain and numbness in the arms. Applying pressure to the Jiwei point can cause intense nausea and abdominal cramps. The Ryu point can trigger sharp pain in the liver and gallbladder area. Xia Shuning continued to step on each pressure point one after another. Only when Zhu's pupils began to lose focus did she lift her foot, looking down at him with a smirk. Why aren't you getting up to fight?
Don't want to?
Just moments ago, the fierce Zhu was now curled up on the ground like a shrimp, coughing violently and unable to rise. The entire infirmary was eerily quiet. From the training ground, the song Fight When You Say Fight played, urging everyone to prepare for battle and not to back down against the opposition. Xia Shuning, with a confident smile, declared, No one is allowed to act up in the infirmary from now on. She paused, her tone growing serious. I don't care who you are, once you're in the infirmary, you behave like a dragon or a tiger. In the infirmary, I decide how the injured are treated. Zhu struggled to sit up, his chest marked with clear footprints, dark and bruised. He stared at Xia Shuning's delicate figure with a complicated expression, managing to say, Xia. Comrade Xia. Why can't we remove the iron rod? Xia Shuning raised her eyebrows slightly but spoke calmly. The iron rod is acting as a temporary tourniquet. If we take it out, blood will spray out, and he could bleed to death on the spot. Chen Lifeng's voice trembled. So the rod has to stay in? Lu Dawei was injured badly because he was trying to save him. While everyone was distracted, Xia Shuning took out a tetanus shot from her supplies, disinfected it, and injected it into Lu Dawei's upper arm. She then retrieved antibiotics, ceftriaxone and gentamicin, for him to take. Xia Shuning addressed the group. There is no operating table here. We need to get him to a military hospital to have the muscle cut open and the rod removed. With her current abilities and medical skills, she could almost bring the dead back to life. However, with so many people around, she didn't want to reveal her secret. She had done all the necessary first aid, using the best hemostatic medicine. If they didn't encounter an incompetent doctor, Lu Dawei's leg should be saved. When the military ambulance arrived at the medical room, Lu Dawei's painful expression eased a bit, and color returned to his lips. He opened his eyes and looked at Xia Shuning, hoarsely thanking her. "Thank you, Comrade Xia. I feel much better." Xia Shuning nodded and reassured him, "Don't worry, if you cooperate with the treatment, you can be back to training in 3 months at most." Chen Lifeng's tears suddenly flowed down. He tried to wipe them away, but they just kept coming, and soon he was sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Dawei's eyes sparkled with joy. He excitedly thanked Xia Shuning again. "Thank you so much. I thought I would have to transfer out." He never regretted saving Chen Lifeng because they were comrades, but he didn't want to leave the army. Squad leader Zhu kicked Chen Lifeng in the rear and scolded him with red eyes. "What are you crying about? If I die, you can cry all you want." Xia Shuning instructed the 2 soldiers who were going to lift Lu Dawei, "Just carry the whole stretcher and try not to jostle his injured leg." Squad leader Zhu rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'm strong. I'll lift this end, and you 2 take the other end." With everyone working together, they finally managed to lift Lu Dawei onto the ambulance smoothly. Squad leader Zhu looked at Xia Shuning, scratched his head, and requested in a deep voice, "Comrade Xia, could you please Lu Dawei to the hospital? There aren't many medical supplies in this vehicle, and I'm worried something might happen on the way." Xia Shuning raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the simple ambulance. Without saying a word, she stepped onto the vehicle. The military ambulance rushed to the military hospital, and Xia Shuning quietly used her abilities to help Lu Dawei reduce the jolting, preventing his wounds from worsening. Before the ambulance even came to a stop, Captain Zhu jumped out and ran into the hospital, shouting, "Doctor, we have an injured person who needs immediate surgery. A metal rod has pierced his thigh. Can you arrange for emergency surgery quickly?" His shout startled almost half the hospital. When the nurses heard about the metal rod, their expressions changed instantly. "Only Director Guan can perform this surgery, but he is on a mission. Would you like to transfer him to a hospital in Urumqi?" A thick metal rod was still lodged in Lu Dawei's thigh. Captain Zhu was anxious, fearing the wound would start bleeding again. Every time the ambulance hit a bump, he yelled at the driver, "Drive carefully. You're transporting a comrade, not a pig." Captain Zhu, as big as a bear, had a booming voice that nearly made the driver crash into a tree. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Xia Shuning opened the door and kicked him out. Gasping for breath, Captain Zhu ran after the ambulance for 3 kilometers, got back in, and finally learned to keep quiet. Now that they had finally arrived at the military hospital, he was shocked to hear the nurse suggest transferring them. It would take several hours to drive to Urumqi, and with the poor road conditions, Lu Dawei's leg would be ruined by the time they got there. Captain Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on his hips, ready to scold the nurse. The nurse, trembling at the sight of the furious man, stammered, "The doctors on duty here can't perform such a major surgery. The hospital in Urumqi has better medical facilities and more doctors who can do the surgery." It wasn't that she was trying to avoid responsibility. The border town was particularly short on doctors, and their military hospital had very limited medical resources. Director Guan was the pillar of their hospital, and he had been called away by Director Meng. Even so, the higher-level hospital was always trying to recruit doctors, and the military often borrowed personnel. Director Guan, who frequently went on missions, was busier than the hospital director. Xia Shuning smiled slightly and shot a sidelong glance at Captain Zhu. His expression stiffened, and he obediently lowered his hands and closed his mouth. In front of everyone, as a man, he couldn't let a little girl beat him. The nurse was quite surprised as she looked at the pretty young girl. Despite her delicate appearance, just one glance was enough to intimidate a man as big as a bear. Xia Shuning knew that the border town lacked doctors, but she didn't realize it was this serious. To her, it seemed like a simple procedure. Cut the skin, remove the metal rod, clean the wound, and stitch it up. She was surprised to find that there was only one person in the military hospital who could perform the surgery, and that person wasn't available. Taking him to the hospital in Urumqi was not an option for Xia Shuning, who knew what unexpected problems awaited them there. There was no need for such trouble, and there was no need for Lu Dawei to suffer more. Xia Shuning told the nurse, "The injured person can't wait that long. Otherwise, even if he's treated, he will have a limp. If you really don't have a surgeon available, just lend me an operating room. I can perform the surgery myself, and just arrange for 2 nurses or doctors to assist me." When she said this, both Captain Zhu and the nurse were stunned. Captain Zhu already knew that Xia Shuning's medical skills were better than Director Bao's. She could perform acupuncture to stop bleeding. However, he didn't expect that a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would dare to perform surgery. Captain Zhu was anxious and tried to stop her, saying, "Comrade Xia, I heard from Feng Liangping that you practice traditional Chinese medicine. Surgery should be done by a Western doctor. Lu Dawei is one of our best soldiers. He can't be lost before even reaching the battlefield." Xia Shuning looked at Captain Zhu coolly and replied confidently, who said that traditional Chinese medicine can't perform surgery. "Go find 2 male doctors and bring Lu Dawei to the operating room." The military ambulance had a stretcher that could fit 1 or 2 more people at most. Captain Zhu took up a lot of space, so no one else came along. When the nurse heard that Xia Shuning wanted to take the patient directly into the operating room, she immediately became anxious. "Young comrade, performing surgery is a matter of life and death. It's not the same as playing with needles." Due to certain reasons, many people looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. Xia Shuning took out her credentials and handed them to the nurse, firmly stating, "This is my credential. I am a military doctor. Either you find someone in charge or call Commander Du." She pointed at Captain Zhu, intimidating the nurse. "If you delay the treatment, he will punch you. I will report you too." The nurse was intimidated by Xia Shuning's strong presence and said, "I will go find the director right away." She hurried off to find the director. Xia Shuning called after her, "We'll wait for you in the operating room." Xia Shuning, along with Captain Zhu and 2 male doctors, had just pushed Lu Dawei to the door of the operating room. The nurse rushed over, sweating, followed by 2 doctors and an older man in his 50s. Out of breath, the nurse said, "Young comrade, the director has agreed for you to perform the surgery. These 2 doctors are students of Director Guan and will assist you." The 2 doctors behind the nurse went straight into the operating room to prepare. She pointed to the older man and introduced him. "This is our Director Meng." Director Meng approached Xia Shuning, looking her up and down, feeling increasingly anxious. Having practiced medicine for decades and seen countless doctors, including many young talents, he couldn't help but think that while the young girl was very pretty and suited to be a nurse, she didn't seem to have the qualities of a renowned doctor. With a serious expression, he warned, "You are Xia comrade, right? Commander Du has agreed for you to be the lead surgeon for this patient." Director Meng paused, his gaze becoming more intense. "But as an experienced doctor, I must remind you that the patient's life is the most important thing. The operating table is not a laboratory. I will observe and take notes during your surgery. If you cause the surgery to fail, even if the military does not pursue it, I will ensure you are disgraced in the medical field." Zhu Lianzhang, looking tense, stared at Xia Shuning, fearing she might lash out at Director Meng. As the head of the military hospital, Meng was a senior officer, while he was just a small company commander who had only fought with the battalion commander. Xia Shunying was brought to the military hospital by him. If she hit someone, he would also face consequences. Moreover, this was a military hospital. How would soldiers come for treatment if the director was attacked? However, Xia Shunying smiled confidently and said, "Then you can take good notes. I won't charge a fee this time." Everyone in the hospital was stunned, and Zhu Lianzhong sighed in relief, glad she wasn't going to hit anyone. Perhaps Xia Comrade wouldn't harm the old man? Director Meng had never seen such an arrogant doctor, and he was so angry that his lips trembled. "You." Zhu Lianzhong quickly put his arm around the old man's shoulder and whispered, "You can't win against her. Endure. Endure. Endure." Xia Shunying went about disinfecting herself, while Lu Dawei was pushed into the prepared operating room. At that moment, without a dedicated anesthesiologist, Xia Shunying quickly used her own anesthetic to replace the hospital's medication. The anesthetic gradually took effect. Standing at the operating table, she signaled the two doctors to thoroughly disinfect the exposed instruments. Then, she took out the Tai divine needle and, using a swift motion, first pricked the Higu point. Higu controls energy, locking the blood flow. Next, 3 needles almost simultaneously pierced the blood C point, Zisonli and Sanyinjiao. Director Guan's students gasped as they looked at the wound. The iron rod has pierced the femoral artery. This surgery is very likely to fail, even with Director Guan here. Dean Meng's eyes widened in shock. This is the Tai divine needle technique. Xia Shunying said coldly, "Be quiet." After that, she used hydraulic scissors to cut off the long ends of the iron rod. Next came the most dangerous part of the surgery. A small mistake could cause the patient to bleed heavily or damage blood vessels and nerves, leading to failure. Xia Shunying firmly held the iron rod and pulled it out sharply. Everyone expected a lot of blood to gush out, their hearts racing. Instead, Xia Shunying quickly inserted a needle into the Reniying point. The needle tip trembled, but there was no heavy bleeding, and the blood flow noticeably slowed. Lu Dawei's breathing was steady, and he showed little sign of pain. Everyone thought acupuncture can actually stop arterial bleeding. The three of them felt like bowing to Xia Shunying. It was truly eye-opening. In their lifetime, they had never seen acupuncture stop arterial bleeding. How amazing! Without heavy bleeding, there was no need for a blood transfusion, causing less harm to the patient's body, and the recovery would be faster. Xia Shunying ignored them, focused on mixing spring water with saline and hydrogen peroxide to rinse the wound alternately. Her hands moved quickly, threading the needle and suturing the blood vessels with her slender fingers flying up and down. The two doctors and Dean Meng watched her every move intently. Everyone wished they had more eyes to take in the dazzling sight. By the time Xia Shunying finished suturing the wound and applied the hemostatic medicine, everyone was still in a daze. The two doctors had only prepared the operating room and disinfected the iron rod. They hadn't done anything else. They suspected that even without them, Comrade Xia could have completed the surgery on her own. Xia Shunying checked Lu Dawei's condition. His vital signs were stable, and the surgery was a success. As she packed up, she reminded them, "The surgery was successful. You can handle the rest. Lu Dawei will wake up in half an hour. Monitor him for 24 hours before transferring him to a regular ward." Since recognizing Xia Shunying's incredible acupuncture skills as the legendary Tai divine needle technique, Dean Meng had been in an excited state. By the time he came to his senses, Xia Shunying had already walked out of the operating room. He hurried after her, saying, "Comrade Xia, wait a moment." Outside the surgery, Captain Zhu paced back and forth, his hands tightly clasped, muttering to himself. As soon as he saw Xia Shunying, he anxiously approached her and asked, "Comrade Xia, how is Lu Dawei?" Xia Shunying glanced at him and replied seriously, "I did my best. You need to prepare the necessary items." Captain Zhu's face turned pale, and his eyes felt dry. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Does Lu Dawei know?" Xia Shunying slightly smiled. "Lu Dawei is still under anesthesia." Captain Zhu wiped his face and said, "Thank you. Comrade Xia. I'll go by a crutch. He had already planned to set aside 5 yuan from his allowance each month to send to Lu Dawei's family. This time, Captain Zhu didn't blame Xia shunning. Only the chief could perform such major surgeries in a military hospital, so it was unreasonable to expect the young comrade to ensure success. They were comrades, and doing their best was what mattered. Xia shunning noticed his unusual lack of criticism. She wouldn't be able to scold him this time, so she would have to create another opportunity later. She kindly reminded him, Captain Zhu, I meant for you to prepare for Lu Dawei's hospitalization. He will need to stay for a month and can only return to duty after the stitches are removed. Xia shunning used absorbable sutures from her supplies for Lu Dawei's blood vessel repair, while only the outer layer of the wound was stitched with hospital sutures, which would need to be removed later. Captain Zhu was silent for a few seconds, trying to understand her words. Once he figured it out, he shifted from sadness to joy and exclaimed, Ha!
Ha ha. Ha ha.
Lu Dawei will be back in a month. At that moment, the finishing touches in the operating room were completed, and Lu Dawei was wheeled out, still under the effects of anesthesia. The doctors needed to take him to the post-operative recovery room. Captain Zhu excitedly followed along. Dean Meng, who had rushed out, looked at Xia shunning with fervent eyes and asked, Comrade Xia, did you just perform the legendary tie needle technique? Xia shunning raised her chin and replied proudly, the free teaching time is over. Answering questions comes at a different price. Dean Meng laughed with sparkling eyes. This comrade was definitely not an ordinary military doctor. She must be a prize student of a medical master, perhaps even a highly regarded direct disciple who had already graduated. Director Meng looked at Xia shunning as if she were a rare treasure and cheerfully asked, Comrade Xia, are you interested in coming to our hospital? Xia shunning interrupted him without hesitation. I'm not interested in being a director. You should do your job well. Have you not touched the surgery records? Hurry up and fill them out. With that, she ignored Director Meng's overly enthusiastic attempts to keep her and walked away. Xia shunning had spent the whole night decorating her spiritual spring and planned to report to the clinic today before going back to her place for some rest. Unexpectedly, a surgery came up, and although she felt physically fine from drinking the spiritual spring, she was mentally exhausted. Yawning repeatedly, she thought about how to get back home from the hospital. As she reached the hospital lobby, she bumped into Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng lowered his gaze, glanced at Xia shunning's face, and quietly said, Comrade Xia, we're going the same way. Let's go back together. Of course, she wanted to take the ride. Xia shunning wasn't concerned about why he was at the hospital. She nodded at Zhuo Zhiheng and prepared to leave with him. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out, Shunning, what are you doing at the hospital? Xia shunning turned around to see Tang Yeye holding a registration slip, accompanied by a man in green military uniform, who looked to be around 28 and held the rank of captain. The captain's eyes lit up when he saw Xia shunning's fair and beautiful face. Tang Yeye noticed the captain's gaze and felt a flash of annoyance. Zhuo Zhiheng subtly shifted to block the man's blatant stare. This action caught Tang Yeye's attention. She looked at Zhuo Zhiheng, her eyes suddenly filled with interest, as if she were captivated by him. She thought to herself that, just as she had dreamed, Xia shunning always had good company, and the men around her were exceptional. Tang Yeye scrutinized Xia shunning, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Xia shunning's stomach, and gently asked, Shunning, are you feeling unwell? She stepped closer, attempting to take Xia shunning's arm, but Xia shunning firmly pulled away. Maintaining her composure, she continued with concern, with something so big happening, why did you come to the hospital alone? If you had told me earlier, I would have definitely come with you. The captain, following Tang Yeye's gaze, also looked at Xia shunning's stomach, his eyes showing disdain, thinking she was another woman lacking self-respect. Zhuo Zhiheng felt a surge of anger and wished he could take off his uniform and confront him. Xia shunning tugged at his sleeve and smiled. Zhuotuan, I'm thirsty. Could you please get me a bottle of sparkling water? Zhuo Zhiheng took a deep breath and turned to leave. Xia shunning watched his back, smiling brightly. Taking advantage of the two people across from her being dazzled by her sweet smile, she quickly moved. A silver flash appeared between her fingers, and she discreetly pricked Tang Ye's acupuncture point. Tang Ye's subtle slander was very hidden, but it hurt more than blatant rumors. With open rumors, you can clarify. But how do you clarify subtle slander? For Xia Shuning, this was not a problem. She didn't mind playing the role of a savior. Xia Shuning tilted her head and said with a troubled expression, "You're already pregnant. How can I trouble you?" Tang Ye was skilled at hiding her sharp words. She didn't expect Xia Shuning would dare to slander her in public. Her eyes turned red immediately, tears welling up as she pitifully complained, "Shuning, how can you say that about me? You know how important reputation is for a girl like me." Before she could finish, Tang Ye suddenly covered her mouth and started gagging. The soldier instinctively supported Tang Ye, but his gaze was drawn to her gagging, staring intently at her belly, momentarily stunned. Xia Shuning wore a mocking expression, her gaze openly scrutinizing both Tang Ye and the soldier. Her meaningful glance first landed on Tang Ye's belly, then shifted to the soldier. Xia Shuning's eyes seemed to scold him for being reckless. Feeling Xia Shuning's gaze, the soldier suddenly pushed Tang Ye away. Caught off guard, Tang Ye exclaimed, "Ouch," and fell heavily to the ground, twisting her ankle. He didn't have time to help her and quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, it wasn't me."
Oh my.
Xia Shuning exclaimed. She took a step back, pointing at Tang Ye on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Oh no." In broad daylight, someone actually dared to push a pregnant woman. "Everyone, come look, it's a crime." Xia Shuning's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Originally, this group of people was all handsome men and beautiful women, but Xia Shuning stood out as exceptionally beautiful, drawing even more attention. They paused to listen, some stealing glances, others eavesdropping. With Xia Shuning's outcry, the crowd had an excuse to join in. The enthusiastic crowd that arrived first quickly took the moral high ground. An older woman with a bamboo basket pointed angrily at the soldier, scolding, "What a sin! Soldier, you're making a mistake. Great leaders taught us that women can hold up half the sky, and here you are trying to bring it down." A middle-aged man frowned and accused, "Comrade, your wife is pregnant. Is it right to push a pregnant woman?" An elderly lady with a picture of a great leader on her chest stood with her hands on her hips and said sternly, "How can you be so irresponsible? Your wife is carrying your child, and you still hit someone?" The man in the green uniform waved his hands frantically, trying to explain, No, she's not my wife." As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent, looking at each other in shock. In the next moment, the crowd erupted with louder accusations. "If she's not your wife, then how did you get her pregnant? That's outrageous." A woman wearing a white hat shouted, "This man is really terrible." People in the crowd, who loved to see drama, gathered even more. The man in the green uniform was sweating and didn't dare to help Tang Ye anymore. He shouted at her, "Comrade Tang, please say something. Tell them the baby in your belly isn't mine." Tang Ye's eyes were red. She wanted to speak too. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt nauseous and dizzy. Her face turned pale, looking weak and fragile, almost like a victim of domestic violence. A woman with a red armband grabbed the sleeve of the man in the green uniform, saying, "How can you call yourself a man? You dare to do this but won't admit it? What a disgrace. Come with me to the Women's Association." Someone else suggested, "This morally corrupt person should be taken to the police station." An angry elder called out, "He's a soldier. We should report him to the army for mistreating women and get him expelled. He doesn't deserve to wear that uniform." When the man in the green uniform heard they might escalate this to the army, his face turned pale with fear. He had a chance to be recommended for party school training and couldn't let a woman he barely knew ruin it for him. He shouted defiantly, "Comrade Tang, we haven't met many times. Today you said you felt unwell and asked me to take you to the hospital. You need to clarify this and clear my name." Seeing that Tang Ye still wouldn't speak, he broke down, "Tell everyone whose child you're carrying." "It's definitely not my child. I'm still A. His words hit the crowd like a bombshell, leaving them stunned. But the crowd had good intentions, so how could they be at fault? The real problem was those who messed up relationships. As they regained their composure, they turned their accusations toward Tang. Someone spat on the ground, saying, "Ugh. So it turns out this woman was cheating? She can't control herself and drags others into it. That person is still innocent.
Oh.
This girl looks gentle, but she is so reckless. She's a young lady. Doesn't she feel embarrassed?" Tang Ye's face turned pale, and she trembled with anger. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but immediately felt nauseous again. But she had to speak up. She couldn't let these people slander her. Tang Ye lowered her head, holding her increasingly painful stomach. She tried to buy some medicine from the space shop to solve her current problem. The scene was chaotic, and Xia Shuning was very pleased. She stood at the back of the crowd, trying not to laugh so hard that she cried. Suddenly, she received a notification. Tang Ye wanted to buy anti-nausea medicine. It's worth mentioning that Tang Ye had not noticed anything strange about her space. She stored things there every day. Of course, if one had to say there was something unusual, it was that the prices in her space fluctuated wildly. The items Tang Ye needed would always be more expensive, while those she didn't need were on sale. However, she believed this meant her space was more advanced. Of course, it was advanced. This was the familiar killer system that Xia Shuning had spent a lot of money to help her develop. Since the system launched, Xia Shuning often counted the money she earned from Tang Ye and felt confused. She couldn't understand where this foolish woman got the confidence to scheme against her repeatedly. She happened to have a bottle of special fake pregnancy medicine for Tang Ye, which she hadn't found the chance to give her yet. Xia Shuning labeled the fake pregnancy medicine as anti-nausea medicine, then glanced at Tang Ye's account balance. Xia Shuning decided to do a good deed and priced it according to Tang Ye's balance, so she wouldn't be unable to afford it. Tang Ye saw that the shop had just listed the anti-nausea medicine and excitedly clicked to buy it. Tang Ye held the anti-nausea medicine and drank it all at once. As soon as the medicine went down, she no longer felt like vomiting. Tang Ye tightly gripped the empty bottle, her nails digging into her palm. Her eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning, filled with resentment. Xia Shuning was looking up, enjoying a popsicle bought by Zhuozhiheng. With a crunch, she bit off a big piece of the popsicle, making a loud crunching sound as she chewed. The coolness slid down her throat, both icy and sweet. Her lips were bright red from the cold popsicle. Zhuozhiheng glanced at her hurriedly before looking away, gripping his bottle of soda tightly. Seeing Xia Shuning so relaxed and happy made Tang Ye even angrier, but she was used to appearing weak. Tang Ye clenched her fists, hiding the resentment in her eyes, and tearfully defended herself. "I am not pregnant." She pointed at Xia Shuning, her voice trembling with accusation. "Shuning, we came here together, and I have always considered you my best sister. How could you slander me in public?" Xia Shuning smirked slightly and threw her used popsicle stick right at Tang Ye's face. "Who said we are best sisters? This is a hospital. If you are pregnant or not, a check will reveal it." Tang Ye, looking weak and pitiful, couldn't believe Xia Shuning dared to hit her with a popsicle stick in front of everyone. She had never faced such humiliation. Her delicate features were filled with sadness and despair, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Covering her face, Tang Ye began to sob, her heart filled with anger. Seeing her cry so genuinely, the crowd felt sympathy and began to murmur. Could there be a mistake? But she was just gagging like my wife did when she was pregnant. Maybe she just has an upset stomach? She seems like a good girl. She wouldn't be pregnant out of wedlock, right? Xia Shuning pointed at Tang Ye's slightly rounded belly, her tone dripping with sarcasm and undisguised glee. "You came to the hospital with a big belly, throwing up, and you blame everyone for misunderstanding you?" Everyone's gaze followed Xia Shuning's slender finger to Tang Ye's belly. They looked shocked. What's going on with her belly? Why does it seem bigger than before? Tang Ye's once flat stomach was visibly swollen. A woman with a bamboo basket confidently stated, "You all don't understand. She's still early in her pregnancy, so her belly isn't big yet. She must have been holding it in before. To prove her point, the woman demonstrated by in her own slightly protruding belly, showing how it could appear flat. The crowd looked enlightened. A woman wearing a red armband looked at Tang disapprovingly and advised, "Young lady, in your belly like that while pregnant isn't good for the baby. Maybe she doesn't want the baby. Is she here for an abortion? Oh dear, young lady, you should keep it. My sister can't have children and is looking to adopt." Tang Yaya's mind went blank. This was an incredible humiliation. She incredulously pressed on her swollen belly, remembering that it had been flat when she left home that morning. Tang Yaya's forehead was throbbing, her face was flushed, and she felt both shocked and angry. A doctor hurried over, asking, "Who is the pregnant woman that fell?" Someone in the crowd had called for an obstetrician. Everyone pointed to Tang Yaya. A strange look crossed her eyes. She was sure she wasn't pregnant. The doctor had arrived just in time to prove her innocence. Soon, she would confront Xia Shuning and make her regret it. She forced a smile, weakly extending her wrist, and said in a pitiful tone, "Doctor, could you please check my pulse? I'm not pregnant. I just have a stomachache." They misunderstood me. Zhua Zhiheng glanced at Xia Shuning, showing some concern. Meanwhile, Xia Shuning looked excited, eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold, sipping on soda and almost ready to snack. The obstetrician took her pulse. After a moment, the doctor withdrew her hand and said seriously, "This is a slippery pulse." Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, the doctor explained, "You are over 4 months pregnant, and the baby is in a stable position. You can go upstairs for an ultrasound." At this announcement, the crowd erupted in chatter. No matter the era, being unmarried and pregnant is frowned upon. A woman shook her head, full of disdain. "Oh dear, if she's pregnant, why deny it? This girl is full of lies, pretending to have a stomachache after doing something like this." Overcome with anger and distress, Tang Yaya swayed and collapsed to the ground. The obstetrician said sternly, "Pregnant women can be emotionally unstable. Please don't provoke her further. Who will take responsibility if something happens?" The crowd quieted down, shifting their tone. "Young lady, since you're having a baby, you should take care of it." A woman with a red armband advised earnestly, "Yes, the child is innocent. Don't make a mistake." Others joined in, saying, "That's right, have the baby and raise it well. There's still a long life ahead." Tang Yaya felt her mind racing. How did things escalate to this point? She clearly wasn't pregnant. Why didn't anyone believe her? What would others think of her now? With her head down, tears streamed down her face. If she had known, she wouldn't have greeted Xia Shuning. It was all her fault. Tang Yaya glanced around for the man in the green military uniform, her family's arranged match. How would she explain this to her parents? Looking down at her feet, she searched but couldn't find him anywhere. She held back from the crowd's comments and looked around. Tang Yaya was stunned. The person in the green military uniform had slipped away without her noticing. Xia Shuning smiled wickedly and beautifully, calculating that if she counted the 10 months of pregnancy, Tang Yaya would have to endure at least 6 months of discomfort. Did she still have time to get into trouble? In a good mood, Xia Shuning stepped outside. Zhua Zhiheng looked at Xia Shuning's slim figure and quietly asked, "Shall we grab something to eat first?" Xia Shuning felt hungry too. She hadn't tried any local food in Urumqi yet. Zhua Zhiheng took her to a local restaurant on the old street. As soon as they entered, the smell of lamb filled the air. A server wearing a flowered hat poured them some mint tea. Xia Shuning ordered what she wanted since Zhua Zhiheng would eat anything. 2 plates of pilaf, 1 serving of roasted lamb chops, 1 serving of stir-fried meat with naan, and 2 bowls of lamb soup. It wasn't mealtime, so there weren't many diners, and the server brought the food quickly. The pilaf looked golden and tempting, the lamb chops sizzled with oil, the stir-fried meat was crispy and savory, and the lamb soup was creamy. Xia Shuning took a spoonful of pilaf. It was too sweet and very oily. She frowned, finished the pilaf in her mouth, and didn't want a second bite. Xia Shuning focused on the lamb chops and stir-fried meat, which were all her favorites. By the time she finished the lamb soup, Zhuo Zhiheng had cleared the table, including the pilaf that Xia Shuning had only taken one bite of. Xia Shuning thought Zhuo Zhiheng was a great dining companion. On the way back, as Xia Shuning felt drowsy, the space suddenly alerted her. "Friend, the two-legged creature in the car behind you has been following you since you left the hospital." Xia Shuning glanced back using the rearview mirror. A Haishi brand car was following them at a steady distance. They weren't far from Urumqi, and there were many cars on the road. The car seemed normal at first glance. Xia Shuning had a rough idea of what the people inside looked like. She had noticed someone following her when she left the hospital. She questioned the little phoenix in her space. "Huang, who is still a baby, knows to give a warning, but why have you never warned me?" The little phoenix replied proudly, "Huang is a watchdog. I'm not. I'm a noble ancient divine beast." Xia Shuning threw a fireball at its beautiful tail feathers. "I don't keep idle people or idle beasts." The little phoenix hurriedly dodged the fireball. What a joke. Xia Shunning's fire abilities are now stronger than in the apocalypse. If hit by her fireball, it could be deadly. The little phoenix argued, "It's Wansai's fault for being so foolish. When bad people meet you, they are the ones in danger. You won't get hurt, so why warn them?" Xia Shuning thought this made sense. She looked outside the car. In the distance, the Tian Shan snow peak stood tall, while the nearby Gobi Desert had no grass, with only a few scattered camel thorns by the roadside. The car behind them had followed for nearly 10 miles. Not long ago, Xia Shuning noticed that Zhuo Zhiheng also sensed something was off with the car behind, so she said to him, "Leave it to me." Zhuo Zhiheng pressed his lips together and nodded. The road narrowed, and wind-eroded landforms began to appear on both sides. Xia Shuning saw a large wall of cacti ahead, with each cactus over 10 meters tall, resembling a wall of spikes. "This is it." She took out a round mirror from her army green bag and turned to Zhuo Zhiheng, saying, "In a moment, I'll start flashing the mirror, and you rush towards the patch of red willows on the left." After saying this, Xia Shuning opened the car window, extending her hand with the mirror outside, aiming it at the glaring sunlight. The light reflected from the round mirror flashed into the eyes of the driver behind them. In her mind, the Yakyu Sakura mirror also reflected sunlight, dazzling the driver behind. At the same time, Zhuo Zhiheng sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. The driver behind felt a flash and briefly lost sight. With a loud crash, the car behind plunged straight into the cactus patch. Xia Shuning and Zhuo Zhiheng turned to look back. The entire car had flipped over, crashing into the cacti, with shattered windows and the body covered in spikes. The driver was covered in cactus thorns, looking like a hedgehog. Xia Shuning couldn't help but laugh and urged, "Let's go." "Zhuo team." Zhuo Zhiheng kept his hands on the steering wheel, motionless, and quietly asked, "It seems like this person was after you. Shouldn't we catch him and interrogate him?" Xia Shuning shook her head. "This is just a small fish. We'll leave him to catch the big one. Let's head back for now. I'm tired." Zhuo Zhiheng glanced at Xia Shuning. He looked spirited but also a bit lazy. He didn't say anything more and quickly drove back. When Xia Shuning returned home, she left a message. "No one is allowed to disturb me. Anyone who does will be dealt with." She went straight to her space, climbed into bed, and fell asleep. The sudden fatigue made her sleep for almost a day and night without any interruptions. Xia Shuning was checking on the 9-leaf spirit grass in the medicinal field. This particular grass was given to her by the little monkey after it saved the big monkey. Now, the 9-leaf spirit grass was thriving in the space. Huang, who was happily splashing in the water, shook his fluffy head and said to her, "That two-legged creature is back." As soon as Xia Shuning heard this, she knew Zhuo Zhiheng had come for a reason. She quickly grabbed her prepared luggage, left the space, and opened the door to her home. She directly said to Zhuo Zhiheng, who was standing at the door, "Let's go." Zhuo Zhiheng glanced at her lively face and thought that Xia seemed to have rested well. He turned and walked away, with Xia Shuning following behind, her gaze drifting to his tall figure. Zhuo was a striking person, with a strong and cool demeanor that made it easy to overlook his perfect physique. His broad shoulders supported an upright posture, and his belt highlighted a slim waist, while his green military pants hugged his long, sturdy legs. He looked very strong. The two of them first went to the military base to meet up with the other members of the Special Operations team. There were a total of 9 people in the team, led by Lu Bao, whom everyone affectionately called Old Lu. The Special Operations team was divided into 2 groups, A and B, with Old Lu providing mobile support. Each group had a military doctor. Besides Xia Shuning, the other doctor was a male soldier named Sun Yong, who was about 27 years old. Xia Shuning was in Group A, while Zhuo Zhiheng was in Group B. Since the tasks for Groups A and B were different, after the groups were assigned, Xia Shuning called Zhuo Zhiheng aside. She spent a long time trying to replace the wolf head token hanging from Wang Xi's neck with a new one she had printed. Xia Shuning took out the wolf head token and handed it to Zhuo Zhiheng, her clear eyes filled with sincerity. "Zhuo, this is a protective charm I carved myself. You must take good care of it. Don't lose it." She didn't explain the purpose of the wolf head token, which was to protect against harm from their shared fate. This was mainly because Wang Kai had only worn it for a short time, and it could barely withstand one instance of harm. Additionally, the effectiveness of the wolf head token had not been tested. What if Zhuo Zhiheng thought he was invincible with the token and started taking reckless risks? If he got seriously hurt, it would put her in danger. Zhuo Zhiheng's deep black eyes locked onto Xia Shuning. "I will take good care of it." Xia Shuning's bright eyes looked at him, her eyelashes fluttering as she urged, "Then put it on now." Once Zhuo Zhiheng securely tied the wolf head token around his neck. Xia Shuning looked happy and satisfied, reminding, "That's great. Make sure you don't lose it." A dog and a man, oh no, a wolf and a man, were now wearing matching wolf head badges. Wang Kai, at such a young age, had already learned to feel jealous from the little phoenix. It was howling in the space, "Awa. Friend, you can only have me as your wolf. You can't raise other wolves outside. Mom said that our wolf clan is very loyal." Xia Shuning rolled her eyes and complained, "I'm not a wolf. Loyalty means nothing to me." She waved her hand at Zhuo Zhiheng, grabbed her backpack, and followed Group A. Zhuo Zhiheng's eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's figure. She was slender but stood tall, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The members of the Special Operations Group were all elite soldiers gathered from various places. Xia Shuning didn't know if they knew each other, because the people in the car were very quiet, and there was no one she recognized. The members of Group A were very dissatisfied with the military doctor Xia Shuning assigned to their group. She clearly couldn't compare to the military doctor Sun Yong from Group B. Xia Shuning glanced out the window. The wind in the Gobi Desert carried fine sand, ruthlessly hitting the uniquely shaped Yaden landforms. The hills stood tall and oddly shaped, some resembling ancient temples, some like giant mushrooms, and others like the Sphinx. The 4 men from Group A stared at Xia Shuning, her delicate profile making her look so fragile that a gust of wind could knock her over. She was very pretty, but what good was that? What they needed was a comrade they could trust with their backs. This overly beautiful female doctor seemed particularly timid. They worried that if she turned around and heard the night wind howling in the ghost town, she might cry. The 4 men exchanged a knowing glance. Then Gao Feng, who had practiced external martial arts since childhood, spoke up. "Comrade Xia, you know this mission is very important. We can only succeed. We cannot fail." Xia Shuning turned to look at the very strong Gao Feng. Those who practiced traditional martial arts were called kung fu soldiers in the army. Compared to ordinary soldiers, they were given more attention and had a bit of pride. She obediently nodded, meaning she understood. But inside, she was thrilled. This was like a toy being delivered right to her. After sitting in the car for a long time, Xia Shuning was almost bored to death. She had been wanting to stir up some trouble. Gao Feng thought Xia Shuning's attitude was submissive, so he spoke even more domineeringly. "You better stay in the camp and not wander around. If because of you we get exposed, affect the mission and cause it to fail, or even lead to the sacrifice of team members, you won't be able to handle the consequences. After this, the four men looked at Xia Shuning with eager eyes, intentionally saying harsh words to provoke her. Once Xia Shuning got so upset that she cried, they would immediately say, "Oh, our comrade says a few words to you, and you can't take it? You even have to cry. If we encounter the enemy, we'll need to assign someone to comfort you. How about you leave the medical supplies and return with the vehicle?" Before they set off, they had discussed with their leader, Lu Bao, to make sure Xia Shuning would leave halfway. They knew that if they directly asked Lu Bao for a male medic, he would criticize them for being biased against female soldiers. If Xia Shuning left on her own, it would be seen as her retreating, and they wouldn't be blamed. They all knew basic first aid, so leaving the supplies with them was enough. They were going to fight, and didn't want to carry someone who would slow them down. They had all seen what happened to the female medic named Huang during the public trial. A female medic on the battlefield either took credit for their achievements or held them back. Brave men should die heroically on the battlefield. They didn't want to end up like that excellent who was harmed by their own team. What Xia Shuning didn't know was that since Wang Heyun was executed, female medics in the army had been facing tough times, and almost no one wanted to team up with them for missions. Leader Lu Bao initially disagreed with Xia Shuning joining the action team, but it was Commander Du who vouched for her. Commander Du had said, "Comrade Xia Shuning is an excellent soldier. If her joining leads to the failure of this mission, I will take responsibility." With that, Lu Bao couldn't say anything against it. However, when he was assigning teams, he heard that Xia Shuning was recommended by Zhuo Tuan. He deliberately separated her from Zhuo Zhiheng and placed stronger, more experienced members in Team B. His expectation was that Team A would need to complete the mission. As long as there were no casualties, that was enough. He would follow Team B to work the mission. Wang Kai stood at the top of the Shiji waterfall, howling to volunteer. "Awa. Friends, let me out to bite them." Xia Shuning laughed. "Wang Kai, we will let you out, but be quiet for now." She raised her bright, beautiful eyes and looked at each of the four men with a disdainful gaze. They had been secretly sizing her up with contempt, and now it was her turn to return the favor. Then she spoke boldly. "Have you all discussed this? All of you big men just gossiping behind my back. Isn't that annoying? If anyone disagrees, come and fight me." Xia Shuning smiled, her eyes challenging and arrogant. "Are you coming one by one, or all at once?" The car suddenly fell silent for a moment. Xiao Mingda grabbed the already rolled-up sleeves of Gao Feng and shouted angrily, "Comrade Xia, we are all comrades here. You are being too arrogant. I've been in the army for so long and have never seen anyone so cocky. That's because you haven't seen much. It's surprising to you," Xia Shuning said carelessly, seemingly ignoring the anger of the four men. Gao Feng was completely furious. "If you weren't a female soldier, I would have knocked you out today." Xia Shuning, fearing he might not act, continued to provoke him. "Are you afraid of getting beaten by a female soldier?" Gao Feng turned red with anger, struggling to hit Xia Shuning, while Niu Xinghua and Yulong held him back, urging him. "Gao Feng, calm down. We're in a car." Xia Shuning looked around, her lips curling into a cold smile. "This generation of male soldiers is weak. Do you think the enemy will choose the battlefield?" Niu Xinghua and Yulong exchanged glances with Xiaomingda and quietly let go. They thought this comrade Xia is beautiful, but her mouth is too sharp. She needs to learn a lesson. Let her face some hardship. After all, if Gao Feng hits her, they will pull him back. If a female soldier can't even take one punch, she should just leave the army. Gao Feng swung his fist at Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning raised her fist to meet his with ease. The three men exclaimed in unison, "Gao Feng, hold back." Gao Feng had practiced martial arts since he was young, and his punches were strong. He once broke 3 ribs of a comrade during training and was grounded for half a month. They just wanted to teach Xia Shuning a lesson, not hurt her. Injuring a female soldier would be embarrassing. With a loud bang, Niu Xinghua, Xiaomingda, and Yulong were stunned. What did they just see? The seemingly delicate comrade Xia took Gao Feng's punch head-on? Did Gao Feng, seeing how pretty she is, go easy on her? Only Gao Feng knew that half of his body was numb. He covered his shoulder, looking at Xia Shunning in disbelief. What kind of martial arts do you practice? Xia Shunning looked around, revealing a beautiful yet mischievous smile. Now it's my turn. As she finished speaking, her right hand moved like lightning, striking the pressure point of Gao Feng first, followed by an elbow strike to Xiao Mingda's pressure point. Almost simultaneously, her left fist hit Niuxinggua's pressure point, and her elbow struck Yulong's pressure point. The four men instantly felt a sharp pain, and tears streamed down their faces. They all covered their eyes, groaning in pain. Xia Shunning's sweet and crisp voice reached their ears. Can't handle it? Are you crying? You soldiers really are getting weaker. The four men cried out in frustration, their anger boiling over. Xia Shunning, how could you play dirty? Xia Shunning crossed her arms, a mix of mockery and disdain in her tone. Is this how you comfort yourselves? With that, while their eyes were still recovering, she swiftly delivered a kick to each of their lower bodies.
Ah!
They all cried out in unison. Xia Shunning's movements were quick and fierce, and they all let out a collective scream. The driver, startled, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, causing the van to lurch into a pothole. The vehicle bounced, but Xia Shunning had already secured herself. The four men hunched over, clutching their midsections, their faces twisted in pain. They were thrown around in the not-so-spacious van, landing in a heap. It was truly adding insult to injury, wasn't it? Xia Shunning's smile deepened, revealing a hint of mischief. Now that's what I call playing dirty. If you had a stronger stance, you could have blocked that move. Anyone who has practiced Wing Chun knows how to counter a low kick. The four men were extremely angry. They didn't even reflect on their mistake of underestimating her, because she was a female soldier. This time, Xiao Mingda charged in first, swinging his fist with a fierce expression, shouting, Are you going to kick your teammates again? Xia Shunning met his fist with her own, and then struck his face with her left. Afterward, she spoke with a confident tone, no more kicking, this time it's a punch. Then, Niuxinggua, Gao Feng, and Yulong took turns to fight. Each one received a pair of black eyes, their faces looking quite battered. Yes, Xia Shunning knew how to keep things in balance. After all, they were on a mission and couldn't afford to fight among themselves before taking down their target. So, aside from those kicks, she only hit their faces. Now, whether they are from the beautiful country, the Soviet Union, or the Chinese nation, no one can tell that these four men were once soldiers. In the driver's seat, the soldier driving the vehicle heard loud banging sounds coming from the back. He couldn't help but shiver and cautiously called out, Comrade Xia, if you're fighting them, please don't hit me. I'm not with them. Xia Shunning felt very cheerful and replied with a smile, Don't worry, comrade. I usually don't hit people randomly. The four bruised men, with veins bulging on their foreheads, looked at her with accusing eyes. Not hit randomly? Are they not people? The van stopped after driving another 5 kilometers, very close to the target area, and could not go any further. They turned back the same way. Xia Shunning got out of the van with her 4 defeated subordinates. They needed to march quickly for 5 kilometers to reach their target area, located in the eastern part of the Gurbantungut Desert at Rainbow Bay. Originally, they all needed to use face paint for camouflage, but now only Xia Shunning needed it, and she had already prepared it in the van. Xia Shunning glanced coldly at her defeated subordinates, raised her fist, and said, We will gather at the target cave soon. Everyone, pay attention. 1. No lagging behind. 2. Run faster. After saying this, Xia Shunning, with a large backpack, dashed off and disappeared. The 4 defeated subordinates didn't even exchange glances and quickly took off after her. They all shared a common question in their minds. Didn't old Lu say that Xia Shunning was a military doctor? Considering their current load, it was like a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run, with male soldiers finishing in 20 minutes and female soldiers in 23 minutes being considered excellent. If they couldn't beat Xia Shunning, they could at least comfort themselves with the thought that the van was cramped and they were all tall and strong, unlike Xia Shunning, who was small and agile. If they couldn't outrun a female soldier in an armed cross-country run, they would truly be embarrassed. Led by Xiao Mingda, the 4 of them ran with all their might, almost exhausting themselves. After running for 10 minutes, they were out of breath and still hadn't seen Xia Shuning's figure. Gao Feng asked, "Why haven't we caught up to her? How can she run so fast?" The Gao family was known for martial arts, and their ancestors had even produced martial champions. His great-grandfather used to say that those who could fight usually couldn't run because they didn't need to. Those who could run usually couldn't fight because if they couldn't win, they had to run. Xia Shuning was simply extraordinary. She could both fight and run. Xiao Mingda said uncertainly. Lao Lu mentioned she just joined the army a few days ago. Do you think she might be lost? Niu Xinghua asked worriedly. Should we go look for her? Yu Long replied firmly, of course we should. The Gobi Desert is deserted and has many wild animals. If she gets lost, it could be dangerous. Xiong Ingda decided, all right. Let's drop our things in the cave first. Then you all rest here while we take turns searching for her. The four men ran, feeling both worried and a bit superior. Even if the female soldier was skilled, they believed her sense of direction couldn't match theirs. Some, like Xiaomingda, imagined finding the lost Xia Shuning. In his mind, a panicked Xia Shuning would shed grateful tears and promise not to hit him in the face anymore. Naive Gao Feng pictured Xia Shuning surrounded by wolves, and he heroically rescued her. When Xia Shuning was happy, she would teach him her secret move to defeat four men with one punch. Niu Xinghua and Yu Long, being food lovers, imagined Xia Shuning lost in the Gobi Desert, thirsty and nibbling on a cactus. They each offered her a jug of fresh water, and after she drank, they became sworn brothers. The three brothers worked together to steal the big fat pig raised by the army. The four men became increasingly cheerful. Suddenly, Xia Shuning's mocking voice rang in their ears, mixed with disdain. Are you guys just running in circles like donkeys? The four men clutched their ears in pain. Their daydreams burst like soap bubbles. They stood frozen, rubbing their ears, and noticed overlapping footprints on the ground, realizing they had been running in circles around some large rocks. The cave they were aiming for was hundreds of meters away, and Xia Shuning stood by the cave shouting at them. Xiong Ingda felt uneasy. It felt like we were chasing ghosts. Niu Xinghua, a bit scared, said, Don't scare me. This place seems to be called. The cave they were aiming for was hundreds of meters away, and Xia Shuning stood by the cave shouting at them. Xiong Ingda felt uneasy. It felt like we were chasing ghosts. Niu Xinghua, a bit scared, said, Don't scare me. This place seems to be called Devil City. Yu Long corrected him, This isn't Devil City. It's Rainbow Bay. Gao Feng snapped back to reality, excitement in his eyes. Comrade Xia, was that a lion's roar you just— Nixingguo, 22 minutes and 8 seconds. Yulong, 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Plus 5 minutes of running in place. Your weighted endurance scores are terrible. Go back and practice harder. I won't accept teammates holding us back. The four men felt embarrassed, and their faces turned red. Gao Feng, curious, asked Comrade Xia, How long did it take you? As he spoke, the four men caught the delicious smell of food coming from the cave. They entered the cave and saw a camp stove with flames cooking bread and meat, steaming and fragrant, making their mouths water. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something but couldn't, looking like four big fools. Gao Feng slapped himself, wondering what gave him the courage to ask Comrade Xia how long it took to reach the cave. The four men felt their faces burning. While they were guessing that Comrade Xia had gotten lost, they never expected. Gao Feng slapped himself, wondering what gave him the courage to ask Comrade Xia how long it took to reach the cave. The four men felt their faces burning. While they were guessing that Comrade Xia had gotten lost, they never expected he not only arrived early, but also cooked. Who exactly is Comrade Xia? How can he be so strong? Oh my, what a shame. Old Lu is too much. Actually, the food wasn't cooked by Xia Shuning. She brought it from her space, but there was no need to tell them that. The four men quickly gathered around and started eating the noodle soup. Gao Feng wiped the soup splatter off his face with his sleeve and said in admiration, Comrade Xia, your cooking is so delicious. Xiaomingda leaned in with his bowl. Comrade Xia, we were rude earlier. We didn't recognize your greatness. Nixingguo chimed in. Yes, We were foolish and didn't see your true worth. Yulong finished the last sip of soup and wiped his mouth. Comrade Xia, we're just rough guys. We can't expect much from us. Gaofeng suddenly felt weak compared to them. These guys were all trying to get close to Comrade Xia without him. He put down his bowl and cupped his hands to Xia Shunning, saying, Comrade Xia, I will listen to you from now on. Just let me know if you need anything. Xiao Mingda and the others exchanged glances, thinking Gaofeng was shameless, and they all said in unison, Comrade Xia, we will listen to you too. We are here to serve you. Xia Shunning raised her chin, her confidence shining through. Then you all need to work hard. If you want to be my followers, you can't be weak. She simply said a sentence that excited Xiao Mingda and Gaofeng. Xia Shunning noticed that everyone had almost finished eating and had started to clean up the dishes. She changed the topic and asked them, have you noticed that our group's task is too easy? Old Lu, as the team leader, will definitely follow the core combat group. He must be relying on Team B to complete the mission. Xiao Mingda and the others exchanged confused glances. They had heard her, but didn't fully understand. As soldiers, obeying orders is their duty, ingrained in them since their first day in the army. They were used to following commands, enduring hardships, and completing tasks with all their effort. Seeing their expressions, Xia Shunning realized they were completely unaware of the situation. She took out a military map from her bag, and Xiao Mingda and the others gathered around, holding the corners of the map. Xia Shunning pointed at her markings on the map with her slender fingers. The green is the cave we are in now, the yellowed is the task area assigned by Old Lu, and the red is the core combat area. Team B should engage with the Americans or the Soviets first. If the enemy breaks through from the red, then it will be our turn to deal with the remaining enemies. Xiao Mingda's expression darkened as he recalled that he had planned to let Gaofeng send Xia Shunning back. He was frustrated to realize that they were also sidelined, saying, Old Lu's arrangement is unreasonable. Our individual assessment scores are the best in our respective squads. He glanced at Xia Shunning and added, although we can't compare to you, Comrade Xia, we are not weak soldiers. Gaofeng's face turned red with anger. As a skilled fighter, he couldn't believe he wasn't allowed to confront the Americans directly. He shouted, why can't we go to point A? No one in Team B is better than me at fighting. Niu Xinghua and Yulong looked equally upset, saying, this is too disrespectful to our Team A. Hearing this, Xiao Mingda and the others exchanged glances and, feeling downcast, said to Xia Shunning, we thought we were called Team A because we were stronger than Team B, and Old Lu was going to support them. As long as we get rid of you, we would be a super ace team, each one of us a top soldier. Their voices grew quieter and more awkward. Xia Shunning rubbed her ears, which had hurt from their noise, and gestured for them to be quiet. You are definitely not weak soldiers. Upon hearing what Xia Shunning said, the four of them, Xiao Mingda and his team, felt a surge of excitement. Who doesn't like praise from someone they admire? Xia Shunning paused and continued, weak soldiers cannot join the special operations team. She changed her tone and pointed to her temple, but to become a top soldier, you need not only physical strength but also intelligence. You all lack brains. If anyone else dared to say that to Xiao Mingda and his team, they would definitely confront that person and use their strength to make them take it back. However, standing in front of them was Xia Shunning, who was incredibly strong and capable. The four exchanged glances and said, Comrade Xia, you're smart. You tell us what to do, and we will follow you. They had become clever. Not having brains was fine as long as they could rely on someone strong. Xia Shunning nodded, looking confident, and pointed to a red on the map. We will march lightly and quickly to here. Gaofeng, who was straightforward and quick to speak, asked, what about the yellowed? Are we ignoring it? Xiao Mingda quickly added, the yellow is the task area assigned by Old Lu. We must follow the orders and cannot completely ignore it. Xia Shunning casually replied, when on a mission, orders can be disregarded if necessary. As long as we can achieve the final mission goal, that's what matters. Then, she smirked slightly, her eyes holding a hint of sarcasm. Besides, Who said we are completely ignoring the yellow? The four exchanged looks, and to avoid Xia shunning thinking they were too foolish, the most clever among them, Xiaomingda, organized his thoughts and asked, "But there are only 5 of us. Who will go to the yellow area to ambush the enemy?" What he didn't say was that all 4 of them wanted to follow Xia shunning to the red area and confront the enemy directly. Xia shunning calmly said, "We don't need to send anyone." The 4 of them were shocked, looking at Xia shunning in disbelief. Not sending anyone? Xia shunning raised her eyebrows, revealing a beautiful yet mischievous smile. Was the earlier experience fun? Xiaomingda, Gao Feng, and the others froze, unable to speak. The thoughts they had during that experience were too embarrassing. It was 100 times worse than being publicly embarrassed by Xia shunning. Xiaomingda asked hopefully, "You probably don't know what someone trapped in a maze thinks, right?" Xia shunning smiled slightly, her eyes holding a mix of amusement and confidence. Xiaomingda felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a mix of fear and relief. Thankfully, he was a comrade of Xia shunning, not her enemy. From then on, in countless life and death situations, he felt similar fear and relief again and again. Gao Feng admired Xia shunning greatly, saying, "Did you create the maze too? How did you do it?"
Teach me.
Niu Xinghua and Yulong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "After you reached the cave, not only did you cook, but you also set up the maze? Today must be their lucky day." They were in the same team as a master, like Xia shunning. Xia shunning raised her hand to signal the 4 to be quiet, and Xiaomingda and Gao Feng immediately fell silent. Calmly, she said, "Put down everything except your weapons and water bottles. In 5 minutes, we will set off and march quickly to the yellow zone. We must reach the designated meeting point in the yellow zone in 10 minutes. No one gets left behind." Xia shunning looked at them with a cold gaze. "With me, there's no abandoning or giving up. Those who fall behind will stay with the enemy in the Devil's City forever." Xiaomingda and Gao Feng straightened their backs. "Run!" With Xia shunning's command, the 4 figures dashed out and disappeared in an instant. The night wind picked up, sand hitting their faces, the air filled with the smell of blood. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng ran swiftly, focused only on one thought: to run. They poured all their strength into their legs, racing forward and kicking up a cloud of dust. In the moonlight, colorful rocks stood tall in various shapes. Some rose like trees or umbrellas, some lay low like lions or tigers, some were strange, resembling gods or demons, others were solemn, like castles or temples. The strong wind blew through the reddish, bright yellow, and grayish-blue rock formations, creating a howling sound like a devil's roar. The rock formations were like a maze. One wrong step could lead them astray. Whenever one of them was about to get lost, a sudden whip from above would guide them back onto the right path. When they reached the designated meeting point, Xiaomingda and Gao Feng were out of breath, feeling like their lungs were about to burst, with their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. The scene before them almost made them cry. They thought they were trapped in a maze. They saw Xia shunning calmly sitting by the campfire, grilling lamb skewers with red willow wood from the Gobi Desert, and it was clear she was using the local yellow sheep. In the firelight, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. The rich aroma of the lamb fat filled the air, and they could hear a foreign song playing. "Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying." This was a beautiful anti-war song favored by soldiers. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng didn't understand the foreign lyrics, but they were touched by the gentle and sorrowful melody. It reminded them of a song they often sang during their training. "The cold wind blows and the leaves fall. The army is a green flower. Dear comrades, don't think of home. Don't think of your mother." Unknowingly, tears streamed down their faces.
Clap. Clap.
The sound of applause broke the moment, and Xia shunning sneered, "Have you lost your vigilance? How can you fall for the same trick twice? Come over here." The night hid their embarrassment as they wiped their tears and moved closer to Xia shunning. Niu Xinghua and Yulong were drooling over the grilled skewers. "Comrade Xia, is this yellow sheep from the Gobi? Is all of this for us?" Xiaomingda and Gao Feng swallowed hard in unison. Xia Shuning looked at them with a half-smile and handed them 2 skewers, saying, "If you're not afraid of danger, come eat." Niu Xinghua and Yu Long shivered in fear and quickly waved their hands. "And no, we just ate. We're not hungry." Xia Shuning returned the skewers to the fire to continue cooking. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bag, poured out 4 pills, and tossed them along with a water bottle to the 4 of them. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. "This is a reward, it will help against the smoke." Xiaomingda and Gao Feng took the pills with the water. Xia Shuning then picked up a brush, dipped it in her special mixture of cinnabar and black dog blood, and gently touched their foreheads while silently reciting a mantra. "Open the heavenly eye." Xiaomingda curiously asked, "Comrade Xia, what is this for?" Xia Shuning smiled and said, "It's to improve night vision and intelligence." She pointed at the skewers of lamb roasting over the fire. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng, along with 2 others, froze in place. This was not lamb skewers, it was clearly a deadly black scorpion. Niu Xinghua and Yu Long felt cold sweat running down their backs, relieved they hadn't been tempted earlier. Xia Shuning ignored them and fiddled with the fireworks she had bought at a high price. She wondered who would arrive first, the Americans or the Russians. Xia Shuning ordered, "Stop standing around and come help." Under her guidance, Xiaomingda and Gao Feng worked on making incendiary devices, carefully grinding sulfur into powder, wrapping white phosphorus within, and sealing it up. Gao Feng asked Comrade Xia, "Is this really useful? We have guns. Why do we need this?" Xia Shuning held up one incendiary device and smiled. "Do you want to test its effectiveness?" Gao Feng turned pale, quickly shook his head, and fell silent. Wang Kai barked, "Friends, the prey is in the net." Xia Shuning instructed the 4 to spread out and hide in designated positions. Then, she started playing an anti-war song that American soldiers liked. Gao Feng mumbled, "We could just take them out. Why play them music?" The 7 members of the Special Operations Team from America were supposed to head straight to the meeting point with the Russians. However, they were drawn in by the intermittent music and the smell of meat. Seeing the empty campfire with lamb skewers and hearing the familiar song mixed with the sizzling of the meat, the lieutenant raised a hand to stop his subordinates. "Be careful. This could be a trap." "How could there be roasted meat in the desert?" One soldier swallowed hard. "Lieutenant, do you smell that? It reminds me of my grandma's barbecue." Another soldier's voice choked up. "This song reminds me of my mom." A very large soldier arrogantly said, "Lieutenant, we have guns. We can definitely overpower them." The others agreed, "Yeah, even if this is a trap set by the Chinese, what can they do to us?" "That's right. Just a few days ago, we captured several fully armed Chinese soldiers." "Exactly. Our American equipment is world-class. Their homemade weapons can't compare." The 7 dark figures lowered their guns and instinctively moved closer to the campfire, drawn by the light. They hummed softly to the rhythm of the song, with someone picking up a skewer of lamb and handing it to a friend nearby. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. 7 dark figures immediately dropped their skewers, pulled out their guns, and aimed at the sky. In the next moment, after a few muffled sounds, the 7 figures tossed away their weapons. Some knelt on the ground, trembling, making the sign of the cross over their chests. Others closed their eyes, hands together, quietly confessing in Latin. The lieutenant's eyes filled with tears as images of the cross on the road to Jerusalem filled his mind, and he bowed his head to make the sign of the cross. In the sky, amidst the stars, a giant figure of Jehovah appeared, with compassionate eyes, looking down on his people. The phosphorescence added a flowing quality to Jehovah's clothing, swaying in the night breeze. It was a miracle. The 7 dark figures formed a circle, softly chanting hymns of praise. Xia Shuning silently collected all the weapons from the ground into a space. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng stood frozen, staring up at the giant statue of Jesus in the sky. If the figure in the sky had been Guanyin or the Jade Emperor, they would have knelt and bowed even without their military uniforms. Xia was truly impressive, completely unpredictable. They thought Xia Shuning would use his unbeatable skills to fight against the soldiers of the beautiful country. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng were ready to seize the moment and shield Xia Shuning from bullets. After all, the military action team of the beautiful country had world-class equipment. No matter how good Xia's skills were, it would be hard to resist such powerful weapons. At that moment, the radio played. Jehovah rained sulfur and fire from heaven upon, destroying the cities and all the inhabitants. As soon as the word destroy was spoken, Xia Shuning threw a firebomb at the enemy lieutenant. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng immediately threw firebombs into the circle formed by the 7 dark figures upon receiving Xia Shunning's signal. These firebombs had been enhanced with fire abilities by Xia Shuning, making them incredibly powerful. With a loud bang, an orange fireball shot into the sky. In an instant, the 7 dark figures turned into 7 fireballs. The lieutenant screamed in agony amidst the flames, shouting, "Sulfur and fire. We are guilty. The Holy Father is punishing us." Xiaomingda and Gao Feng were stunned. Their perspectives completely changed. Could enemies be defeated like this? They were completely unnecessary. The first time Xiaomingda and Gao Feng faced their enemies head-on, it was so easy. Xia Shuning flicked her wrist, and the Zhuke whip shot towards the 7 fireballs. Sparks flew everywhere. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Gao Feng was excited and shouted, "Xia, it looks like you're playing with fireworks. Let me join in." Xia Shuning ignored him. She wanted to collect all the valuables from the 7 people before they turned to ashes. She used her mind to check the lieutenant's notes, took out a map, and marked a blue point. She ordered Xiaomingda and Gao Feng, "Gather at this point in 15 minutes. Xiaomingda respectfully asked, "Xia, aren't we going to the core battle area?" Xia Shuning calmly replied, "You need to hurry and rescue the captives. The Americans have a tradition of mistreating prisoners." Upon hearing this, Xiaomingda and the others felt a surge of emotion. Xia had previously said that in her presence, no one would be abandoned. They were prepared for the possibility of being left behind if they got hurt. They didn't expect her to actively go and rescue their comrades. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng held back their excitement and ran off. Since taking the pill from Xia, they felt more energized than ever. By the time Xiaomingda and Gao Feng were out of sight, the 7 members of the Special Operations team had turned to ashes. After cleaning up the scene, Xia Shuning took out the lieutenant's locator and buried it in the sand. Then, she arranged the ashes in the sand to spell out, "God is here." This was meant for the land satellites of the United States. Soon after, agents placed a classified file on the desk of the CIA director. The file detailed how the 7 members of the Special Operations team were burned to ashes by God in the northwest desert of China. It included a photo taken by land satellites showing God is here. The Pentagon issued a reward of $100,000 for information about the incident. Nothing came in until the reward increased to $500,000. They received a tape sent from the northwest region of China. The quality was a bit blurry, but it contained a lot of information. From the moment Jehovah appeared in the sky to the fireballs falling from above, instantly turning the 7 members to ashes. With this unedited tape, Xia Shuning became a person with $500,000 in her overseas account, but that's a story for another time. At that moment, Xia Shuning quickly finished her tasks and took out the small electric scooter, which had already been sprayed with an invisibility coating. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng thought she was carrying a heavy load for off-road travel, but in reality, she was using the scooter the whole time. Of course, she was faster than all of them combined, so why would she run on her own? Next, Xia Shuning put on a realistic wolf head mask. Huang suddenly got excited and howled at the moon. A whir.
Dad, Dad, Dad.
"It's me, Huang Kai." Huang Cai's howl almost startled Xia Shuning away. Little Phoenix was laughing so hard it was shaking, mimicking Huang Kai and calling out to Xia Shuning in a sweet voice, "Dad,
Dad, Dad."
Xia Shuning flicked her whip at Little Phoenix, sending feathers flying around the space. The original owner quickly picked up the fallen feathers, and with the ones she had saved before, She had just enough to make a feather duster. Xia Shuning grabbed Wang Kai by the scruff of its neck and pulled it out from the space, placing it in front of the scooter. She really couldn't let Wang Kai and Little Phoenix continue to interact like this. Xia Shuning felt that her Zhuke space resembled a strange species research center. There were no normal beings except for her. The root of all this chaos was the abnormal divine beast, Little Phoenix. She tightened the throttle, and the scooter roared as it sped into the dark desert. Xia Shuning didn't need to turn on the headlights. No one could crash into her, and she could crash into whoever she wanted. The scooter raced through the sand and gravel. It was Wang Sai's first time on the scooter, crouching on the handlebars, its pupils reflecting the cold moonlight, its gray fur standing on end in the wind, gripping the metal handle tightly. Wang Kai felt very majestic and decided that this spot would be its throne from now on. It howled continuously, with its voice piercing through the night. Awo. Xia Shuning twitched her mouth. She could understand animal language. Wang Kai was shouting, "Get up, brothers! Fight alongside me!" She retorted, "Wang Kai, you're just a wolf cub that hasn't been weaned yet. What brothers do you have?" Wang Kai, like a soon-to-be crown prince, replied seriously, "Dad, we are golden-eyed black wolves. Since ancient times, wolf kings have come from our clan." Xia Shuning exclaimed angrily, "Don't call me Dad." Wang Kai replied with a hint of grievance, "Dad, we wolves never abandon our outstanding children." Xia Shuning felt that Wang Kai had completely been led astray by the Little Phoenix. The two of them spent every day watching melodramatic shows, and their minds were not quite normal. She really didn't need to argue with a wolf cub that hadn't been weaned yet. Let it call whatever it wanted. After running a few hundred meters, Xia Shuning surprisingly heard more wolves talking to Wang Kai. The lone wolf greeted Wang Kai, saying, "Little brother, I'm here." Wang Kai declared confidently, "Keep up with me. No one falls behind. With me, no one gets abandoned." Listening to their wolf talk, Xia Shuning thought it was truly a crazy night. She turned around and saw a sea of green eyes behind the car. The wolves scattered across the desert heard Wang Sai's howls and kept asking to team up. The wolf pack began sharing their news, and Xia Shuning learned from the lone wolf that yesterday, 6 soldiers from Huang were captured by soldiers from the beautiful country. The ranks of these soldiers were higher than the 7 who were burned. The lowest was a captain, and the highest was a major. The 9 of them were hiding in an abandoned stone temple on the desert. The soldiers were and hanging from stone pillars, suffering torture from the soldiers of the beautiful country. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng arrived at the meeting point, surprised not to see Xia Shuning. They pinched their own skin to make sure everything before them was real. Their thighs and waists were bruised, confirming that Xia Shuning had not arrived. Xiaomingda nervously asked his teammates, "Comrade Xia just said, you must hurry to rescue the captives. The beautiful country has a tradition of torturing prisoners." The other 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, that's what she said. A chill ran through their hearts as they realized one thing. Comrade Xia had not come. It turned out that Comrade Xia really wouldn't lend a hand to her struggling comrades. If one wasn't strong enough, they didn't deserve to be her teammate. At that moment, Xiaomingda and Gao Feng saw a scene that made their hearts sink. The soldiers from Huang were hanging from the stone pillars, covered in wounds. Soldiers from the beautiful country were holding 3 muscular pit bulls on chains. These pit bulls were strong, with excellent endurance, and the hormones they released during a fight could make them lose the sense of pain, becoming more fierce as they battled. In short, pit bulls were extremely dangerous, even more so than Tibetan mastiffs. The 3 pit bulls had blood-red eyes fixed on the injured soldiers hanging in the air. The leading soldier from the beautiful country whistled, and the 3 fierce dogs immediately jumped, eager to pounce on the wounded soldiers. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng's eyes widened with anger, and he was about to rush forward. He was held down by Xiaomingda and the others. "Fengzi, don't be impulsive. Their guns are all loaded. If you run over there, you'll be shot down." Gao Feng wiped away a tear. "Are we just going to watch those vicious dogs tear apart our comrades?" Niu Xingwa said, "If only Comrade Xia were here, she would definitely have a way. Yulong agreed if we had known, we should have made more Molotov cocktails. The ones Comrade Xia taught us to make worked so well. If we could throw a few over there, we might have a chance to save them. The four of them didn't realize that in their eyes, Xia Shunning was capable of anything. Xiao Mingda gritted his teeth. For example, I can be the bait to draw their fire while you guys go to rescue them. Xiao Mingda and Gao Feng had not yet come to a conclusion. The cruel soldiers had already released the chains, and the sound of dragging chains was heard as a big dog lunged at the injured soldiers. Forget it, I'm going to fight these dogs. Gao Feng shouted and charged forward, followed closely by Xiao Mingda and the others. The soldiers heard the commotion and spotted Xiao Mingda and the others, immediately aiming their guns at them. The American major, feeling confident, arrogantly ordered, "Shoot their limbs, leave one alive. My dogs like to eat fresh meat." Xiao Mingda and the others were equipped with grenades. They planned to get a bit closer, pull the pins, and take the soldiers down with them. Even if it was 1-for-1, it was worth it. Every soldier they took out was a gain. As a big dog lunged at an injured soldier, suddenly a gray figure leaped into the air, crashing into its side and knocking it to the ground. Amidst the dust, a pack of wolves quickly formed a tight formation. 2 male wolves bit down on the dog's hind legs, while 2 others flanked it, attacking its belly and neck. Wolves are indeed highly organized creatures, with clear roles and cooperation, showing intelligence comparable to humans. The attacked dog let out a mournful whine, and under the wolves coordinated, it gradually lost the strength to struggle. The soldiers watched in shock as the wolves appeared in the camp and quickly fired warning shots. Seeing the fearless wolves, they immediately abandoned Xiao Mingda and the others. The dark gun barrels were aimed at the wolves that were tearing apart the dog, ready to pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver light flashed, and dozens of sewing needles shot out, piercing the soldiers' palms with precision. The sound of guns hitting the ground echoed. 7 gray wolves darted out, grabbed the fallen weapons, and quickly disappeared. Huang stood on the back of a large gray wolf, directing the pack. Howl. Get them. As the howling stopped, the pack surged from all directions, attacking the American soldiers. The sounds of claws tearing through bulletproof vests, bones cracking, and the soldiers' cries mixed together, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. The 4 who had planned to fight bravely, Xiao Mingda, Gao Feng, and the others, stared in confusion at the surprisingly impressive Huang, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Mingda was completely puzzled. He had served for a long time and had never heard of training wolf soldiers. He couldn't help but ask, who brought these reinforcements? Niu Xinghua and Yulong were so scared that their legs trembled. They had been afraid of dogs since childhood. Especially now, with blood everywhere, at least 20 adult male wolves were attacking pit bulls and American soldiers. One asked, "What do we do now?" The other asked, "Will the wolves bite us?" Only Gao Feng had a clearer thought process. He shouted at Huang, "Comrade Xia, is that you? How did you turn into a wolf cub? Do you still recognize me?" "It's Gao Feng." With a loud bang, Gao Feng was kicked away and landed heavily beside a gray wolf that was tearing into an American soldier's thigh. The interrupted wolf opened its large, bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and stared intently at Gao Feng with its eerie green eyes. Gao Feng covered his head and yelled at Huang, "Comrade Xia, help me." Xiao Mingda, Niu Xinghua, and Yulong all turned their heads, pretending not to know this fool. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at the suddenly appearing Xia Shunning, who seemed like a miraculous savior. No wonder they hadn't seen Comrade Xia at the gathering point. She had gone to catch wolves. Yulong asked in admiration, "Comrade Xia, you caught this many wolves in such a short time?" Niu Xinghua said straightforwardly, "Comrade Xia, we thought you wouldn't come to rescue your comrades." Xiao Mingda elbowed Niu Xinghua, hurriedly praising, "Comrade Xia, you trained these wolves so well, just like soldiers." Xia Shunning twitched her lips and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't they test your IQ when you enlisted?" Xiao Mingda, Niu Xinghua, and Yulong happily replied, "Should we test our IQ?" "We all passed." When Xia Shunning heard that they had passed, She immediately understood the intelligence level of these guys, just barely passing. After all, with the traditional overconfidence of Chinese men, if their IQ test scores were high, they would definitely announce the scores accurately. Xia Shuning glanced at the soldiers still hanging on the stone pillars and pointed to the 2 Soviet jeeps parked nearby, commanding, "You go rescue them. Take apart the back seats of the jeeps and move the injured there first." The American major had already lost an arm to a wolf. With his bloodied palm trembling, he raised a white handkerchief and waved it at Xia Shuning, pleading in broken Chinese, "Ma'am, using animals in battle is against international humanitarian law. I want to surrender." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, revealing a beautiful yet cruel smile. "Hunting is an animal's instinct. Perhaps our wolves in China also enjoy eating their prey alive. And I never accept surrender." Everyone present recalled how the American major had arrogantly claimed that his dog liked to eat live people. They all confirmed that Xia Shuning had been there and heard that statement. Now she was specifically here to settle the score, although no one knew where she had been hiding earlier. Xiaomingda and Gao Feng instantly felt a connection with Xia Shuning. Only they understood why Xia Shuning, who could easily knock the American soldier away, chose to catch a wolf instead. "If you dare to let your vicious dog attack our soldiers, we will let wild wolves attack you." The American major's pupils suddenly contracted. He realized he was doomed. He roared and lunged at Xia Shuning, shouting, "I'll fight you." Xia Shuning didn't even look at him and simply snapped her fingers. Wang Kai immediately howled. A strong gray wolf leaped from the side and bit off the American major's leg.
Ah!
The American major let out a heart-wrenching scream that was particularly chilling. The wolf's bloodthirsty green eyes became even more excited. Xia Shuning pointed at the howling major and ordered Xiaomingda and Gao Feng, him of his clothes. "You 4 change into their uniforms." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomingda and Gao Feng quickly changed without hesitation. Xia Shuning looked around, her lips curling into a smile, her tone chilling. "Take your time." With her command, the gray wolf began to tear into the still-living American major, bite by bite. The American major screamed, "You're abusing a prisoner of war. I'm going to sue you in international court." Xia Shuning threw a pill into his mouth to prevent him from dying too quickly and said, "I hope you live to see that day." The major from the beautiful country was too focused on his pain to listen to what Xia Shuning said. He felt like he was about to faint. He saw the prisoners of war that his beloved dog had killed, surrounding him, watching as he was torn apart by a gray wolf. It turned out that being bitten was so painful. Outside, Wang Kai was in charge, hosting a picnic for its friends. Some sick gray wolves received medication when Xia Shuning collected weapons and valuables from the beautiful country. She casually gave them the pills. Xia Shuning's medicine, enhanced with a special essence, was very effective and could cure most ailments. After the gray wolf pack noticed their companions were lively after taking the medicine, they looked at Xia Shuning with increasing respect. One wolf said, "The Wolf King of the Black-Eyed Wolf King clan can actually transform into a human. Didn't they say that after the founding of the country, one cannot become a spirit? As long as you have connections, anything is possible." Xia Shuning listened to their wolf talk with an expressionless face. It is said that an adult wolf's intelligence is comparable to that of a 7-year-old child, and some smarter wolves can match the intelligence of teenagers. She thought that Xiaomingda, Gao Feng, and the others had intelligence similar to that of the gray wolves. Xia Shuning took out her homemade first aid kit from her space and prepared to treat the injured soldiers. There were 6 soldiers, 5 of whom were severely injured with wounds that were starting to rot, and they were barely conscious. One soldier was the most severely injured, possibly suffering from extreme mental stress. Even in a coma, his body was restless, showing signs of potential mental instability. After checking his pulse, Xia Shuning quietly said, "Weak pulse, severe dehydration, dilated pupils, and stress-related mental disorder." She quickly cleaned, disinfected, bandaged, and injected antibiotics for all the injured soldiers. For the one who was confused, she used a special needle to seal his pressure points and gave him calming medicine, which finally made him quiet down. Xiao Mingda and Gao Feng watched Xia Shuning save the soldiers and suddenly remembered that her identity was a military doctor, not a war god. They realized how fortunate it was that Xia Shuning was there today. If it were an ordinary military doctor, it was uncertain if they would all survive. Gao Feng asked Comrade Xia, "Aren't you going to deal with those wolves outside?" Xia Shuning slightly smiled, her eyes holding a hint of amusement as she replied, "Have you ever seen a military doctor deal with wolves?" Xiao Mingda, Gao Feng, and the others fell silent, realizing that, yes, Comrade Xia was a military doctor. Xia Shuning's cold gaze swept over the four of them, as if assessing something. Xiao Mingda and Gao Feng, along with two others, felt very nervous. Did Comrade Xia plan to choose one of them to manage the wolves? Niu Xinghua and Yu Long were afraid of dogs. Their tall bodies shrank back, and they didn't dare to look directly at Xia Shuning, hoping she wouldn't pick them. They didn't want to be the Wolf King. Gao Feng, feeling anxious, quickly volunteered, "Comrade Xia, I raised dogs before joining the army. I can do it." He wanted to be the Wolf King. Xiao Mingda was also eager to try. The legendary wolf soldiers sounded really cool, and he said cautiously, "I haven't raised dogs, but I'd like to give it a shot." Xia Shuning rolled her eyes and ignored their comments, asking, "Which of you can drive?" Yu Long quickly raised his hand. "I can." Xia Shuning nodded, "Good. Change back into your clothes, and you will drive the injured to the military hospital." She thought for a moment, took out a national flag and instructed Yu Long, "Hang this on the front of the car." Xiao Mingda and Gao Feng looked disappointed. It turned out they weren't being chosen as the Wolf King. Niu Xinghua felt secretly pleased. Then, Xia Shuning went to the driver's seat of another vehicle and gestured to the dazed Xiao Mingda, Gao Feng, and Niu Xinghua, "You three, get in the car. Follow me." Gao Feng looked longingly at the pack of wolves through the window and waved goodbye. "Goodbye, my wolves." Xiao Mingda opened his mouth in surprise. "Comrade Xia, are we just leaving all those wolves behind?" He felt heartbroken. They were all his wolf soldiers. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, her expression unfriendly, and teased, "If you two don't want to leave, you can stay and be their meal." Gao Feng and Xiao Mingda immediately sat up straight. As Xia Shuning treated the injured, her expression was compassionate, calm, and serene, like a benevolent figure. It was so confusing that they forgot how painful her punches could be and how fierce she was. Xia Shuning coldly reminded, "Buckle your seatbelts." Then, she shifted into gear and accelerated. The jeep shot forward like a rocket. Gao Feng, Xiao Mingda, and Niu Xinghua held onto the handrails tightly, afraid of being thrown from the vehicle and becoming a meal for the wolves. With Xia Shuning's fierce driving, she could probably make the commander of the vehicle unit explode with anger. Chu Zimuo, who was watching his subordinates practice driving, sneezed 3 times in a row. He rubbed his nose, wondering who was talking about him. After a few minutes, Xiao Mingda felt the driving route was off. He took out a map to check carefully and, after some thought, decided to ask Xia Shuning directly. After all, they got lost in the Gobi Desert, so Xia Shuning definitely wouldn't get lost. The more Xiao Mingda and the others interacted with her, the more they admired her. In a short time of working together, even though they didn't contribute much, their eyes were opened to new possibilities. In this world, it seemed there was nothing Xia Shuning couldn't think of, do well. Xia Shuning's thoughts were beyond her understanding, so to avoid slowing her down, it was best to ask her directly. Xiao Mingda organized his words and asked, "Comrade Xia, isn't this the way to the red zone? Aren't we supposed to meet up with Team B?" Xia Shuning remained calm and explained, "There's no need to go to the red zone. The information from the undercover agent is either wrong or the enemy is too cunning." Gao Feng eagerly asked, "Comrade Xia, where are we going then?" Xia Shuning smiled wider, showing a hint of mischief. "We're going to meet with the Special Operations Team from the Sioux country." Gao Feng first looked at Xiao Mingda and Niu Xinghua in their beautiful country military uniforms, noting that Xiao Mingda was even wearing a major's uniform. He then looked down at his own uniform and bluntly asked, "Comrade Xia, does this count as defection?" Xiao Mingda quickly covered Gao Feng's mouth, punched him lightly, and scolded, Shut up. Do you even think before you speak? Nyo Xinghua calmly asked Comrade Xia. What do you need us to do? Just tell us, and we will follow your orders. Xia Shunning shook her head and said, when we arrive, you don't need to say anything or do anything. Just stand there looking very angry. Gao Feng, Xiaomingda, and Nyo Xinghua looked at each other with clear confusion and then suddenly seemed excited about something. Gao Feng, unable to contain his excitement, asked, if we're not going to fight, are we still letting the wolf soldiers go? Wang Kai was currently sleeping soundly in the back, having had a very active day outdoors, so it was sleeping particularly well. Xia Shunning let out a barely audible cold laugh and teased, you all need to use your imagination. The jeep drove north for about 10 minutes, and they could see a deserted mud house in the distance. Xia Shunning said calmly, we're here. Xiaomingda and the others thought that since they had arrived, it was time to stop. Just as they relaxed their grips, Gao Feng quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xia Shunning slammed on the gas, and the jeep charged forward like a wild bull, speeding towards the abandoned mud house. Inside the car, there was a loud bang as Gao Feng's head hit the roof of the jeep, nearly knocking him out. Xiaomingda and Nyo Xinghua were tightly strapped in their seats, being thrown back against the chair. Outside the car, there was a loud boom, as dust flew up, mixed with Suyu's curses. Xiaomingda and the others couldn't understand what was being said outside, but just from the tone, they knew it was very harsh. They looked out the window and were stunned. The abandoned mud house had half of its roof knocked off. Amidst the swirling dust outside, several Su-style pistols were aimed directly at the front of the car. Comrade Xia always made her entrance in such a novel and unpredictable way. Xia Shunning quietly commanded, do as I say. Without hesitation, she ignored the black muzzles of 8 or 9 guns and jumped out of the car. Xia Shunning quickly moved to the back seat, bent down, and opened the severely deformed car door, gesturing for the officer to get out. Seeing such a submissive Xia Shunning, Xiaomingda and the others felt a chill of fear. What was Comrade Xia planning to do? Hey everyone, can you guess what Xia Shunning is up to? Quickly add the book to your shelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shunning a free gift. She loves you all. Some readers have reminded me that my book has been pirated. If you like Xia Shunning, please read the full text on Tomato Novel. Creating is not easy, so please support Xia Shunning on Tomato. Xia Shunning looked at the terrified expressions of Xiaomingda and the others, smiling slightly. Major, please get out of the car. They had to endure Xia Shunning's chilling gaze, lifting their chins and puffing out their chests, trying to appear proud. As they got out of the car, they deliberately stomped their military boots loudly, looking just like arrogant soldiers from a beautiful country. Gao Feng cursed in the foreign language Xia Shunning had taught him. Those Russians really have no credit. Almost got me killed here. Stop. Don't move, shouted the Soviet agent in a loud voice, his thick arms bulging with veins. Xia Shunning didn't even lift her eyelids, casually pushing the gun aimed at her with a finger, her tone a mix of anger and arrogance. Is this how you treat your allies? With that, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked the Soviet agent in the stomach.
Bang!
A loud sound echoed. The Soviet agent, weighing over 200 pounds, flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the remaining half of the mud wall, spitting out blood. The wall collapsed with a crash, sending dust soaring high into the air. The other Soviet agents were shocked and were about to pull the trigger. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The guns of the agents from Sioux country were bent in an unusual way. Xia Shunning moved quickly, and no one could see her actions clearly. She skillfully dodged the attacks from the Sioux country agents, moving gracefully through the dust. Xia Shunning always managed to strike the agents in vital areas like the heart, armpits, throat, and lower abdomen before they could even react. The Sioux country agents appeared strong and intimidating, like powerful bears. It was clear to everyone watching how formidable they were. Even the trio of Xiaomingda would need considerable effort to take them down. However, in Xia Shunning's hands, these agents turned into mere playthings, offering little resistance.
Bang! ah. Thud, ah, ah.
The sounds of hits, screams, and breaking bones mixed together, creating a chilling atmosphere. In less than 3 minutes, the Sioux country agents were kicked into the ruins, bruised and broken, unable to get up. Xiaomingda and the others realized that Xia Shuning was just playing around and hadn't seriously harmed them. Xia, you really do treat them like your own, they thought, feeling touched. Xia Shuning stepped on the chest of the leading Sioux country agent and asked, "Is this all you can do? How dare you betray us? You traded dozens of our lives with the military of Hua country for what?" She pulled out a stack of photos from her bag, all taken from the briefcase of a major from the beautiful country. The photos showed captured soldiers being tortured. She threw the photos at the agent's face and pressed on. "Major Ivanov, explain why, before you arrived, we were able to capture 6 Hua soldiers ourselves. But once you came, the situation changed dramatically, and our people were almost wiped out by Hua soldiers." Humph. Gao Feng crossed his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction with a snort. Xiaomingda lightly tapped on the backpack of Niu Xinghua, and the Sioux agents immediately recognized that it contained a radio. Niu Xinghua whispered to Xiaomingda, "The Russians love to stab in the back. Who knows, they might have sold us out to Hua country. We should also be wary of Sakura country and Wai country." Xiaomingda's expression darkened as he gave Xia Shuning a subtle glance. Then he extended his right hand, made a rude gesture towards Major Ivanov, and mimicked cutting his throat with his hand. Xia Shuning respectfully nodded at him, while Xiaomingda's expression grew more sinister. In reality, he was sweating from fear. He had forgotten to arrange things with Comrade Xia in advance. All his expressions and actions were just acting, and Comrade Xia couldn't blame him later. Xia Shuning slightly smiled, a cold glint in her eyes. "If there isn't a reasonable explanation, you can expect retaliation from the Pentagon." Major Ivanov's eyes flickered as he subtly shifted his gaze from Xia Shuning to Xiaomingda and back to Xia Shuning. This woman, clearly wearing the uniform of the Huagua military, looked like she could knock anyone out with one punch. Who would have thought that in less than 2 minutes, she could take down all these excellent KGB agents? Her superior must be someone they could never defeat. A hint of jealousy flashed in Major Ivanov's eyes. The Americans were indeed wealthy, with such an outstanding female agent. She could fight and also infiltrate the Huagua military. They had secretly contacted the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation to disguise themselves as Huagua people and ambush the Americans, planning to frame the Huagua for it. Even if exposed, the Americans would only cause trouble for the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation. When things escalated, their Soviet Union could mediate and profit from the situation. The fools from the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation, despite years of training, made mistakes as soon as they were on a mission. They were far inferior to the American female agent in front of them. The orders were clear: wear Huagua military uniforms and take out a few American soldiers. How could they leave only 3 American soldiers alive? They should have wiped them all out. Major Ivanov had no idea how those few managed to escape, and the groups from the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation had already gone dark. However, according to the plan, even if they failed, the Huagua soldiers should have gone after the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation. Why did they come after them directly? They had never informed any party about this hideout. Now, he had to find out who leaked his location. In the space, Wang Kai stretched and howled at the sky. "All the wild wolves in the Gobi Desert are my brothers." Major Ivanov opened his blue eyes, trying to appear sincere, and said to Xia Shuning earnestly, "Beautiful lady, please tell your superior that there must be a misunderstanding. We Soviets never betray our allies. It's the Sakura Nation and Wai Nation that love to stab their allies in the back." Xia Shuning scoffed coldly. "Of course, Soviets don't betray allies. They just conveniently forget their existence." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Ivanov's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to speak. "I can tell you where the over 600 tons of gold left by Pedrov is buried." Xia Shuning blinked. She knew the legend too. The Russian General Pedrov fled to northeast China after the October Revolution, taking a large amount of gold stolen from the Tsar's treasury. She squinted, a half-smile on her face as she looked at him. Are you saying that over 600 tons of gold is buried in the northeast? I already know that. Ivanov looked at Xia Shuning with increasing respect, but still had a sly glint in his eyes. I can tell you the exact location. This was news that the Soviet agent had just obtained from Sakura country, and he was sure that even if Xia Shuning knew the exact location, she wouldn't be able to easily take over 600 tons of gold from China now. Xia Shuning nodded and leaned in to hear the specific location from Ivanov. Then, she threw the knife she had seized from the American soldiers at Ivanov's feet, revealing a beautiful yet fierce smile. That's half a clue. You have half an hour. Only one of you can leave here alive. Ivanov's eyes turned red as he grabbed a sharp Ontario 3 Malawian Kwacha's naval knife and exchanged words in Russian with the Soviet agents. In an instant, a brutal scene unfolded in the ruins. Soviet agents fought each other with knives, while those without weapons could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Ivanov's naval knife, under the incredulous gaze of his old partner, severed his carotid artery. Xiaomingda and the others were stunned. Comrade Xia, why did the Soviets suddenly start fighting among themselves? Xia Shuning smirked coldly. Have you heard of the Great Purge in the Soviet Union? They suspect there are traitors among them. She had worked hard for this moment, not just to easily eliminate a few Soviet agents. Xia Shuning was looking forward to the infighting among the Soviet agents. After all, during the Great Purge, the Soviets had killed hundreds of thousands, nearly wiping out all key military figures. She also wanted to plant a thorn between the American and Soviet agents. Want to form an alliance? Not a chance. Gao Feng asked in confusion. Comrade Xia, aren't you going to stop them? The Chinese military had no tradition of infighting. Comrades usually sacrifice themselves for one another. In situations like this, they would rather leave the hope of survival to their comrades, so Xiaomingda and the others couldn't understand why the Soviet agents were fighting to the death. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, her smile widening as she said seriously, it's a tradition in our country not to interfere in other nations' internal affairs. We must follow the rules. Her tone suggested she was someone who truly respected discipline. Xiaomingda and the others felt a bit ashamed. Xia's understanding of cultural theory was impressive, far beyond their own. Seeing that the foreign agents were nearly defeated and Ivanov was severely injured, Xia hoped he could hold on until they returned home. Otherwise, she would have to create some distraction herself. After all, without the foreign agents fighting among themselves, it would be difficult for her to retrieve over 600 tons of gold from the northeast. Suddenly, Wang Kai howled, the other wolf you have is in trouble. Xia didn't understand at first. I don't have another wolf. Wang Kai was thrilled to hear Xia admit he was her only wolf. He shook the wolf tag around his neck and added, you also tagged that two-legged creature. Now Xia understood he was talking about Zhuo Zhiheng. A look of confusion crossed her face. She had already taken care of the agents from the beautiful country and the foreign nation. How could Zhuo Zhiheng be in trouble, especially to the point of needing a wolf tag for protection? Fortunately, she had tagged him first. Otherwise, she would have been dragged into his issues. Xia called to Xiaomingda and the others, get in the car. We're heading to the red zone. With that, she turned and headed for the jeep. Before Xiaomingda and the others could settle in, she pressed the gas pedal hard, and the jeep sped away. Luckily, Xiaomingda and the others were quick to buckle their seatbelts before even sitting down. As they approached the red zone, Xiaomingda in the passenger seat quickly waved a red flag to signal their identity without needing a reminder from Xia. The B group was camped at the abandoned stable of Bai Leoi. Xia parked the car and entered the temporary camp, where the Special Operations Team Leader, Old Liu, was wrapped in bandages. The medic, Sun Yong, was frowning deeply as he prepared to inject the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng lay there, pale and without visible injuries, but he had lost consciousness. Xia glanced at the syringe in Sun Yong's hand, snatched it away, and threw it back to him, saying curtly, this won't help. Don't waste the medicine. Sun Yong was startled by Xia's action and angrily replied, Comrade Xia, do you know how to respect people? You and I are both medics. If you have questions about my treatment plan, We can discuss it. I can listen to everyone's suggestions. You're a soldier, not a bandit. How can you just take action without thinking? Xia Shuning let out a barely audible cold laugh. Not all military doctors are the same. She looked up and down at Sun Yong and said bluntly, your medical skills aren't great, but you sure talk a lot. Sun Yong felt a surge of anger. Since he became a military doctor, he had saved countless lives and had never been questioned about his skills. When he set out, he was surprised to see a female military doctor in Team A. He had even asked Old Lu why such an important mission included a female doctor. Old Lu simply said that Xia Shuning had just joined and was assigned by higher-ups, and he couldn't refuse. Sun Yong was worried about Team A's safety. He would only feel at ease if he saw them return safely. Fortunately, there were no enemy attacks and no casualties. But luck doesn't equal skill. The female military doctor, Xia Shuning, had no battlefield experience. A new doctor dared to interfere with his work? Today, Sun Yong decided to teach this female doctor how to be a military doctor. He lifted Zhuo Zhihing's shirt to reveal the wound and patiently instructed, Comrade Xia, lacking medical knowledge can harm people. We must be more humble than others. Look here, there are clear signs of infection. We need to use penicillin quickly. As he spoke, he raised the syringe to inject Zhuo Zhihing. Suddenly, a flash of silver caught his eye. Before Sun Yong could react, 9 silver needles of varying lengths had already been precisely inserted around the wound. The needle tips trembled slightly and began to darken. Sun Yong was shocked. His hand holding the syringe froze in midair as he looked at Xia Shuning in disbelief. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Traditional medicine is only for health maintenance, not for treating illnesses. Why are you not staying in the medical room and taking on tasks? This is nonsense. He glared at the silver needles around the wound, his face darkening, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, if something happens to Zhuo Team, you won't be able to compensate. Xia Shuning raised her eyelids and glanced at Sun Yong, shaking her finger at him wrong. I'm worth much more than Zhuo Team. You really lack insight. Sun Yong was so angry he was shaking. Was the main point of his argument about who was more valuable, Xia Shuning or Zhuo Team? He was clearly reminding her that traditional Chinese medicine should also follow scientific procedures. First take the pulse, understand the patient's condition, and then provide a safe treatment plan. Sun Yong felt that having a female military doctor like Xia Shuning was a huge challenge to his medical knowledge. Even he, an experienced doctor, would do a skin test before injecting penicillin into Zhuo Tuan. Sun Yong decided to treat Zhuo Tuan first, and then focus on teaching Xia Shuning a lesson. Just as he was about to approach, he saw Xia Shuning pull out a medicine bottle and dump a red pill the size of a baby's fist. Without even looking, she shoved it into Zhuo Zhihing's mouth. Seeing this, Sun Yong was so furious he nearly spat blood. He rushed over to remove the pill, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? Zhuo Tuan is unconscious and can't swallow. Shoving that big pill in could choke him." Xia Shuning kicked him away with a swift move. Sun Yong didn't expect her to act so aggressively. He was caught off guard and took the hit.
Ouch,
He exclaimed, holding his waist and glaring at her.
You
kicked me." Xia Shuning ignored him and accurately inserted a needle into the acupoint behind Zhuo Zhihing's ear. As she pushed in some energy, the silver needle became hot, and Zhuo Zhihing's throat muscles suddenly twitched, allowing the pill to finally slide down his esophagus. Sun Yong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the unconscious Zhuo Zhihing swallow such a large red pill. Was this how you fed medicine to a patient? Xia Shuning seemed like a wandering doctor, her methods strange and unscientific. Xia Shuning looked Sun Yong up and down. He was hunched over, unable to stand straight, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. She laughed mockingly. "Dr. Sun, you Western doctors can't even handle this small problem? No wonder you couldn't tell that Zhuo Tuan was poisoned by a snake. If I hadn't stopped in time, Zhuo Tuan would have been harmed by you. Even if you were chopped up, it wouldn't be enough compensation." Sun Yong, stunned, looked at her in shock and asked 3 questions in a row. How could a small puncture wound be snake venom? Old Lu was injured with Zhuo Tuan. Why wasn't he poisoned? How have I harmed Shuatuan? You're slandering me. Xia Shunying removed the silver needle near Zhua Zhihing's wound, and the infected area was no longer red or swollen. The puncture wound was nearly invisible. She lightly touched the wound, saying, "The viper venom is spreading. If you don't detoxify it and just inject penicillin, it will accelerate kidney failure." Sun Yong still didn't believe it. He questioned, "Without a blood test, how can you claim it's snake venom? What scientific basis do you have?" Before he finished speaking, he exclaimed louder in pain. Sun Yong's already injured back felt worse, and he began to sweat. Old Liu, who had been pretending not to be there, couldn't help but explain, "Comrade Xia, I didn't see any snakes on the way with Shuatuan. Shuatuan was shot while trying to save someone. Fortunately, he wasn't hit by a bullet, but he does have a needle mark." At this point, old Liu suddenly realized, could the snake venom have been injected with a syringe? But we didn't see the enemy with a syringe, did we? Sun Yong's face turned red. How could such a serious matter of treating and saving lives rely on guesses? He angrily said, "Even if we can't inject penicillin without a blood test, no one can conclude it's snake venom. Comrade Xia, don't exaggerate just to show off." Xia Shunying raised her hand and punched him under his right eye. Sun Yong instinctively closed his eyes, but still got hit. In a fit of anger, Sun Yong shouted, "I want to formally report military Dr. Xia Shunying for repeatedly hitting me without cause."
Cough.
Old Liu awkwardly cleared his throat. Sun Yong remembered that old Liu also didn't like the new military doctor. He put his hands on his hips and threatened Xia Shunying, "Old Liu is a witness. He will testify for me. No matter who you became a military doctor through, if you don't follow military discipline and hit your comrades, you'll be dismissed."
Cough. Cough.
Old Liu coughed again, and seeing Sun Yong getting more worked up, he had to remind him, "Xiao Sun, your back is already better." Only then did Sun Yong realize that his back had indeed healed. He had been standing with his hands on his hips for quite a while. Xia Shunying smirked and said, "Others remember the well digger when they drink water, but military Dr. Sun, as soon as your back feels better, you start reporting doctors. It's people like you who cause medical disputes." Sun Yong felt a bit confused, but he quickly retorted, "Who causes medical disputes? Is there a doctor who hits patients?"
You.
"You think it's justified to hit people?" Xia Shunying raised her chin arrogantly and said, "Do you understand acupoint stimulation therapy?" She pointed at the dark circles under Sun Yong's right eye. The Jingming acupoint is below the eye, connected to the bladder meridian, and is specifically for treating acute back sprains. With a panda eye, Sun Yong mumbled, "That's not scientific. If my back hurts, I should treat my back, not my eye." His mind was completely confused. This method of treating illness was completely different from everything he had learned in his life. Everyone clearly said that traditional Chinese medicine was useless. Xia Shunying smiled mischievously, with a hint of playfulness, of course, also with a method of treating back injuries that didn't involve direct eye contact. But she had intentionally hit Sun Yong, so she aimed for a visible spot. Old Liu was an experienced soldier and had some knowledge. He was sure that this military Dr. Xia was quite capable. He smiled and said, "We are all comrades here, just joking around, so don't take it to heart." Xia Shunying's smile widened, showing a bit of cheekiness and arrogance. "I've already hit him, and it felt good, so I definitely won't take it to heart. As for Dr. Sun, who knows, he might end up writing 101 complaint letters about me." Sun Yong was so angry at Xia Shunying's words that he jumped up. "Who's writing complaint letters? I was just trying to scare you." Xia Shunying replied bluntly, "If you're not skilled, you should read more. Without blood tests, you won't even be able to diagnose an illness." The three of them were exchanging witty remarks back and forth. A petite and curvy girl carefully entered with a bowl of water, stopping in front of Zhua Zhihing's bed. Sun Yong's face turned red as he quickly straightened his wrinkled clothes and said softly, "Comrade Li, I can feed Zhua with water." Comrade Li turned back, flashing a bright smile at Sun Yong, her slightly protruding front teeth making her look even more adorable. She gently said, "This isn't drinking water. I'm just wiping Zhu's face so he feels more comfortable. After saying this, Comrade Li dipped a handkerchief in a little water and carefully wiped Zhu Zhiheng's face, then his ears and neck. She raised her hand to unbutton Zhu Zhiheng's shirt. Sun Yong stepped forward and stopped her. Comrade Li, there are differences between men and women. Let me do it. Comrade Li's face turned bright red, looking shy and helpless, which made her seem quite pitiful. Sun Yong wondered if he had been too blunt while talking to Comrade Li. Xia Shuning looked indifferent as she glanced at Comrade Li, who was about to leave, and noticed her patched cloth shoes. She smirked slightly, her eyes flashing with mockery and disdain, and coldly said to Comrade Li, "Hand it over." The scene fell silent, and there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Comrade Li shook her head, her face flushed. "Comrade, you can't accuse me. I haven't taken anything." Sun Yong pulled Comrade Li behind him and said to Xia Shuning without courtesy, "Why are you being so fierce? Comrade Li is a good girl. If it weren't for her, we would have lost even more people this time. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." No matter how long Sun Yong's arms are, they can't be longer than her legs. Before Sun Yong's fist even touched Xia Shuning's hair, she had already kicked him down. Sun Yong was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up straight and was hitting his backside to ease the hurt. Old Lu's face turned dark. After all, he was the leader of this special task force, and he had already shouted for them to stop. Xia Shuning showed him no respect and heavily injured Sun Yong right in front of him. Having served for over 10 years and having fought many battles, he had never encountered such a rebellious soldier, especially a female one. Old Lu shouted, "Xia Shuning, you will be grounded when you get back." He understood the military better than Sun Yong. The military values talent above all, and someone as skilled as Xia Shuning might not even face a military court for today's incident. Grounding was the most likely punishment. It was also the maximum penalty he could impose within his authority. Xia Shuning didn't even glance at them. Neither Sun Yong's cries nor Old Lu's shouts caught her attention. She picked up the wolf badge that had slipped from Comrade Li's chest and dangled it in front of him, swaying it back and forth. Xia Shuning kicked Comrade Li's pale face. "Who sent you to steal this?" At first, she thought this woman was there to poison Zhu Zhiheng, but it turned out she was after the wolf badge. Zhu Zhiheng had only worn the wolf badge once, so how did she target it? "Hey everyone, guess Comrade Li's identity. Quickly add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. She loves you all." Old Lu pointed at the wolf badge, his expression furious. "You hurt your own comrade and innocent people just for a broken wooden badge." Xia Shuning stood firmly on Comrade Li's chest, clearly satisfied with her position. She looked down at Old Lu and said slowly, "You're just making excuses." Old Lu's eyes showed a hint of confusion, and he angrily replied, "Xia Shuning, don't change the subject. I'm not making excuses." Sun Yong finally caught his breath and was anxious to rescue Comrade Li, who was still under Xia Shuning's foot. He suspected Xia Shuning had broken all of the girl's ribs. With a flushed face, Sun Yong reminded Old Lu, "She just insulted you. Xia Shuning, get off Comrade Li. You've knocked her out." Xia Shuning calmly replied, "That just means I wasn't stepping hard. Otherwise, how can I stay calm?" Comrade Li endured the sharp pain, her eyes tightly closed, barely breathing. Hearing what Xia Shuning said, she was filled with intense hatred. Where did this annoying Xia Shuning come from? How infuriating! She was determined to defeat Xia Shuning, to break all 206 bones in her body, grind them into powder, and scatter them into the Lansong River. If Xia Shuning could hear Comrade Li's thoughts, she would surely tell her, "You forgot one bone." While most people have 206 bones, Xia Shuning has 207. She has one extra rebellious bone. Old Lu reflected for a moment, looking up at the sky with no sight. Anger surged in him, and he glared fiercely at Xia Shuning, raising his hand as if to punch her. Suddenly, he noticed the eagerness in Xia Shuning's eyes. That's right. Xia Shuning was waiting for him to make the first move, so she could justify hitting him. In this world, Her only remaining virtue was humility. Usually, Xia Shuning would let the other person make the first move. If the other person hesitated, she would create conditions for them to act first. But in special situations, Xia Shuning would act freely. Old Lu, being an experienced veteran, was very emotionally intelligent and skilled in handling people, able to deceive leaders and persuade new recruits. Without a sure win, he couldn't easily confront a newcomer like Xia Shuning. Winning would be fine, but if he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. Old Lu changed his expression and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Comrade Xia, even if Comrade Li accidentally took the wolf head badge from Zhuotuan, we should wait for Zhuotuan to wake up and settle it with Comrade Li. Maybe Zhuotuan won't mind, and we'll just give the badge to Comrade Li. At that point, wouldn't you feel awkward, Comrade Xia?" Xia Shuning rolled her eyes and casually replied, "What do I have to feel awkward about? If anyone should feel awkward, it's you all." Her life motto was, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others." Old Lu's forehead twitched. He felt that his usual tricks of deceiving leaders and persuading recruits had no effect on Xia Shuning. He raised his voice slightly, emphasizing, "The badge is ultimately Zhuotuan's property. Shouldn't it be up to Zhuotuan to decide whether to hold Comrade Li accountable? Besides, even if the badge is valuable, it's not worth more than a life. How about you come down and ask her?" Sun Yong, anxious and unable to intervene, finally found an opportunity and quickly chimed in. "Yes. Yes. Yes. You should get off Comrade Li." He no longer dared to confront Xia Shuning. Initially, she was just standing on Comrade Li's chest with one foot. But when he impulsively tried to hit her and missed, it was infuriating. He ended up getting kicked in a sensitive area and had several ribs stepped on. Xia Shuning shook her head and moved her foot, changing her position. "The ground is too hard. It's softer here." Lao Lu and Sun Yong instinctively looked at what was soft under Xia Shuning's foot, but then felt something was off and quickly looked away. Xia Shuning smirked and taunted Lu Bao. "Fang Yong, what are you two looking at? Are you respecting women? Shouldn't you write an apology?" Lao Lu and Sun Yong felt a bitter taste in their throats. How could she question them about respecting women? Was she really standing on a woman's chest and talking about respect? Xia Shuning, with her sharp tongue, was definitely more annoying than someone who just fought. She wasn't the type to just use her fists. She was a new kind of tough person who would strike first and then talk. Comrade Li felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, almost spitting it out, but he swallowed it back down. With Xia Shuning around, the tricks she usually used were completely ineffective. What kind of delicate flower could grow under someone else's foot? Seeing that the two men were useless, she stopped pretending to be faint. Comrade Li bit his tongue, pulling Xia Shuning's foot up with both hands, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fang Yong, feeling distressed, turned red and nervously blurted out, "Get down. You've made her spit blood." Lao Lu also urged, "Comrade Xia, don't really step on Comrade Li to death." Xia Shuning looked back and forth between Fang Yong and Lao Lu with a mocking expression. "Did you learn your medical skills from Lao Lu? Stepping on the chest only causes rib fractures or a pneumothorax. How could it make someone spit blood? Dr. Fang, you always say this isn't scientific or that isn't scientific. Why aren't you talking science now? Or, you both can lie down and let me step on you a few times and I'll see if you can spit blood?" Fang Yong's face turned red with embarrassment. In his concern, he forgot basic medical knowledge. Simply stepping on the chest, as long as there's no direct damage to the lungs or internal organs, has a very low chance of causing someone to spit blood. Lao Lu made a startling realization. You really shouldn't mess with someone like Xia Shuning, who is both tough and knowledgeable about medicine. She could step on you until you were half dead, and you'd just end up with a minor injury. If Xia Shuning could hear Lao Lu's thoughts, she would share a piece of social news with him. A female medical student stabbed her ex-boyfriend multiple times, avoiding vital organs, and the man was seriously injured, but the law deemed it a minor injury. Li was extremely frustrated, biting his tongue in pain, planning to first play the victim before defending himself. However, the atmosphere that usually evokes sympathy from men one of weakness and helplessness, was completely ruined by Xia Shuning. He could only swallow the blood in his mouth, straining to lift Xia Shuning's foot with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Li couldn't understand how someone who looked so thin and frail could be so heavy. It felt like a giant was standing on his chest. Thankfully, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, or he would have been seriously hurt. Li opened his eyes, weakly glancing at Fang Yong, then shifting his gaze to Lao Lu. He felt resentment inside, while his face showed a pitiful and helpless expression as he shyly said, "I didn't steal this wolf badge. It was given to me by Zhuotuan." Lao Lu had an expression that said he expected this, and he advised Xia Shuning with concern. "Comrade Xia, see? I told you so. This badge was given to Comrade Li by Zhuotuan, not stolen." At that moment, Fang Yong's feelings became complicated. He tried to sort through his emotions, which were mixed with both joy and worry, along with some unclear feelings. The joy was that Li was not a thief, and Xia Shuning had no excuse to bully her anymore. The worry was that Li had no other feelings for him. It had all been his misunderstanding. When Li helped Zhuo Zhiheng clean his face earlier, he confirmed that Zhuo was still unconscious. After all, he had been poisoned and would never wake up again. If things went well, he could not only obtain the badge but also continue to stay hidden in Huagua as Zhuotuan's beloved, possibly getting closer to military personnel. With a pitiful expression, Li spoke softly, his pale face showing happiness, regret, and shyness. "Even though we only met once, I felt a connection with Zhuotuan. When he gave me the badge, he said it wasn't valuable. It was a protective charm given to him by his elders since he was a child, and he has worn it around his neck ever since. I'm told this can keep you safe. The elders' good intentions are all in this wooden plaque." With tears in her eyes, she looked at Xia Shuning and pleaded, "Comrade Xia, I didn't know you cared so much about Zhuotuan." Comrade Li paused deliberately, took a deep breath, as if calming her emotions. "About Zhuotuan's plaque. If I had known you cared so much, I would never have accepted it." Her words were powerful, not a single blame directed at Xia Shuning, leaving no room for criticism. She said everything without being explicit, all hinted at. When Comrade Li spoke, her face was pale, with only a hint of color on her lips, looking as fragile as a flower battered by a storm, evoking sympathy. Her expressions, tone, and manner were all vivid and natural performances. Fang Yong instantly believed Comrade Li's words. Even though he felt jealousy, he tried to convince himself Zhuotuan was still unconscious and Comrade Li was vulnerable. Only he could protect her. He looked at Xia Shuning as if she were a queen disrupting others' feelings, assuring Comrade Li, "Since Zhuotuan has given it to you, the plaque is yours. No one can take it away. The military is a place of discipline. No one should take advantage of their abilities." Old Lu felt that playing the mediator was safer, as he was the only one in the room who hadn't been confronted by Xia Shuning. With a face full of earnestness, he tried to smooth things over, saying, "Comrade Xia, you and Comrade Li are both women. You should understand and help each other. Zhuotuan is excellent, and you, Comrade Xia, are also excellent, but there are many outstanding soldiers like Zhuotuan in our army. Why should we hang our hopes on just one? This plaque isn't worth much. Since Zhuotuan gave it to Comrade Li, let's respect her wishes and return it to her. Comrade Xia, if you like the plaque, you can ask Dr. Fang to get you one later. You two are good comrades. Everyone goes through this." After he spoke, old Lu couldn't help but show a hint of pride, feeling that his words were perfectly crafted and would surely satisfy everyone. Xia Shuning thought that if old Lu were in modern times, he would be the kind of mediator who makes the news, not for his skills but for getting into trouble. His last sentence successfully annoyed both women. Fang Yong looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Xia Shuning had a blank expression as she raised her fist and punched old Lu in the left eye, giving him a panda eye that matched Fang Yong's. She raised her eyebrows and revealed a beautiful yet mischievous smile, saying in a tone that was both playful and serious, "You don't know someone until you fight them. Old Lu, we're good comrades now." Fang Yong was stunned. He never expected Xia Shuning to be so fierce. She even hit an injured person. Old Lu was wrapped in bandages, and she still found a way to strike him. Old Lu never thought that being a peacemaker in front of Xia Shuning would be such a risky job. It was one thing for her to hit him, as he was tough, but why did she have to hit him in such a noticeable spot? Despite his anger, Old Lu felt a strange sense of pride. He had figured something out. Xia Shuning would find any excuse to hit someone. He wanted to slap himself for saying, "You don't know someone until you fight them." Now, at the scene, besides the injured Zhuo Zhiheng, Xia Shuning had already taken action against everyone else. Xia Shuning squatted down, and comradely felt the weight on her chest grow heavier. She felt like a turtle carrying a stone tablet, almost ready to break. Xia Shuning took out Wangcai's wolf head tag, having already purified Zhuo Zhiheng's tag, and hung it back around Wangcai's neck. Wangcai believed the wolf head tag symbolized his identity, and wearing it meant he could see his dad. He was very unhappy that Xia Shuning kept taking his wolf head tag, and he held deep resentment towards anyone who tried to take it from him. Feeling wronged, Wangcai decided to find a chance to summon his wolf brothers to vent his frustration. Xia Shuning waved the wolf head tag in front of Comrade Li, smiling as she asked, "Do you want this wooden tag?" Comrade Li bit her lip, looking pitiful. "Comrade Xia, if you truly like it, I won't take it." She paused and carefully suggested, "Could you let me hold the tag temporarily? I want to pray for Zhuo's recovery during his injury." Old Lu and Fang Yong felt they were witnessing a bizarre event. Xia Shuning kept surprising them. Fang Yong thought that even if Xia Shuning killed him today, he had to speak up for the victim. He had to be true to his conscience. With a brave expression, he stared at Xia Shuning and said seriously, comradely, "You can't be so kind. Some people take advantage of the weak and will only bully you more." Xia Shuning confirmed she was one of those people Fang Yong was talking about, and since he was asking for trouble, "She is so kind, of course she would choose to support him." Xia Shuning raised her hand and punched Fang Yong in the left eye again. Now Fang Yong has a pair of black eyes. Old Lu instinctively covered his right eye and took 3 big steps back. Xia Shuning looked around, smirking mockingly. Why not just ask Zhuotuan directly about the badge? Finally reached 4,000 words. Please review it, and let's make sure this doesn't happen again tomorrow. Old Lu and Fang Yong stared blankly with their black eyes, first looking at Xia Shuning, then at the still unconscious Zhuotuan. How do we ask this? Comrade Li felt disdain inside but showed concern on her face, saying sadly, "Zhuotuan's life is hanging by a thread. Can we let him rest and recover?" "Xia, I know you dislike me and think I took Zhuotuan from you. I understand why you can't accept this reality. After all, you knew Zhuotuan first. But fate is so mysterious. There are no right or wrong timings. The wrong people drift apart, and the right people meet. We are all helpless. If you are really upset and need to vent, you can hit me, yell at me, just come at me directly. After all, I've already been stepped on like this. As long as Zhuotuan is safe, I can give my life for you.
Come on.
Step on me.
Step on me a few more times.
I don't mind." As she spoke, she closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks, falling onto the sand, hitting Old Lu's eyes, and piercing Sun Yong's heart. Comrade Li pretended to be sorrowful, but felt quite pleased inside. Humph! This Xia Shuning, relying on her pretty face, is strong and ruthless, making men afraid. She, a naturally beautiful woman who has been pampered since childhood, doesn't understand what kind of woman men truly like. Her words only solidified Zhuo Zhiheng's feelings for her while stepping on the beautiful Xia Shuning to enhance her own charm. Even if her looks are ordinary, and she can't compare to even a strand of Xia Shuning's hair, just being able to take a man from such a stunning girl proves her great attraction to men. Xia Shuning's eyes curved with a childlike innocence that was cruel. Old Lu and Sun Yong's expressions changed, their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. Without giving them time to react, Xia Shuning stomped heavily on Comrade Li's left chest, right on the 3rd rib, right near the lung. Comrade Li's eyes bulged, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up blood, mixed with pink foam. Xia Shuning's voice was bright and sweet as she laughed. "Since you are begging so hard, I am a soldier. Always ready." Serving the people. Old Lu and Sun Yong gasped in shock. Hearing the noise, Xia Shuning looked at Sun Yong and raised her hand to show a slap gesture. Sun Yong looked at her with suspicion. He was surprised to see that Xia Shuning finally got off comradely. Sun Yong's expression changed as he looked at comradely, who was curled up on the ground, barely alive. It was truly pitiful. Just one glance made his heart ache. Sun Yong gritted his teeth and slapped himself twice, causing his lip to bleed, angrily saying, "Is this enough? Xia Shuning, don't go too far." Sun Yong mistakenly thought that Xia Shuning meant he should hit himself, so she would stop stepping on comradely. For the poor comradely, he would do anything, even let Xia Shuning step on him. Well, maybe not that. He still had a mission to complete. Xia Shuning looked at Sun Yong with confusion and asked seriously, "How did you become a military doctor with that kind of intelligence? Have you ever delayed treatment due to your lack of smarts? And don't think slapping yourself will help you avoid tuition fees. With my medical skills, just learning a little is like your ancestors striking gold. I only charged you 5 yuan. It's practically charity." Sun Yong pressed his hand against his bleeding lip, shocked. "What tuition fee?" Xia Shuning lifted her foot, and both Sun Yong and Old Lu quickly stepped back, covering their lower bodies. Xia Shuning smirked, her eyes cold, mixed with mockery. "Did you see the pink foam she coughed up? That's from the lungs. If the lungs are injured, the blood will definitely have pink foam. You, a doctor, can be tricked by someone faking blood with a tongue? That's the most unscientific thing. Is your brain connected to your rear end? Or is your rear end connected to your brain? When I get back, I will write a report suggesting that all military doctors must undergo regular assessments to participate in battlefield rescue and military medical services." Sun Yong was speechless, his already swollen face turning red and purple. Even Old Lu, a rough man, felt embarrassed for Sun Yong. He realized that Xia Shuning was tough and her words were sharper. Old Lu, being the most experienced in the room, decided to ease the tension and change the subject. "Forget about the plaque for now. Let's treat Comrade Li's injuries. Comrade Xia, if something happens to Comrade Li, how will you explain it? With your skills, don't let small issues lead to big losses." Old Lu thought this advice was sincere and meant to help Xia Shuning, not expecting her to be grateful, just hoping she wouldn't act out. To his surprise, Xia Shuning looked unappreciative, her gaze cold and her expression proud, with an unmistakable hint of malice as she mocked, "You should worry about yourself. How can you call yourself a comrade with this attitude?" She glanced between Comrade Li and Old Lu, boldly declaring, "I will definitely report both of you." Old Lu felt a sinking feeling, realizing the trouble Xia Shuning could cause. In a short time, she had already harmed several people. He hadn't even decided whether to report her yet. She was so confident that he couldn't figure out her background, fearing she was connected to powerful people. Her arrogance surpassed that of any child from a high-ranking family. The fierce aura she carried suggested she had been through serious battles. After all, Old Lu had grown up on the battlefield, and his survival was purely due to luck. Xia Shuning, with her skills, could fight better than anyone else and had medical knowledge that surpassed others. She could walk confidently on the battlefield. Children from influential families rarely possess such abilities while remaining low-key. Now, Xia Shuning was openly threatening to report him, and Fang Yong? How audacious! He and Sun Yong had been on the receiving end of her wrath, always trying to reason with her. What had they done wrong? Xia Shuning didn't care about Old Lu and Sun Yong's thoughts. She looked around and calmly stated, "The team leader's orders are final." Old Lu and Sun Yong were momentarily stunned. Why was Xia Shuning so determined? Could someone in a coma really be given medicine, or even speak? Was this how all traditional medicine practitioners behaved? Xia Shuning walked over to Zhu Zhiheng, took out a special needle, and skillfully inserted it into an acupoint, causing him to twitch suddenly, his veins bulging, and he uncontrollably groaned in pain. Old Lu was shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He trembled as he urged, "Comrade Xia, we value freedom in relationships. Even if Zhua has wronged you, it doesn't justify this treatment. You can express your grievances to the political officer or Commander Du, but you can't mistreat the injured like this. This will really get you in trouble. Even Commander Du can't protect you." Fang Yong snapped back to reality from his shock. His family had been in medicine for generations, and he had never seen a doctor like this. He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Xia Shuning, how can someone so inhumane become a military doctor? This is a complete moral decline." Xia Shuning frowned instinctively, pressing down Zhuo Zhiheng's Higu point. She said to the furious Sun Yong, not very pleased, "The tuition has risen to 50 yuan. This is a masterclass. No, this is a national masterclass. Although you can't understand or learn it, I can't let you watch for free." Before Fang Yong could respond, old Lu lost his temper. He abandoned his usual self-preservation instincts, pulled out his handgun from his waist, aimed it at Xia Shuning's temple, and seriously warned, "Comrade Xia, whatever you did to me and Fang Yong, we won't hold it against you. But you cannot harm Zhuotuan. He is a war hero. Put down your needle and step 3 paces away from Zhuotuan." Xia Shuning remained calm and didn't even spare a glance at old Lu, as if he were aiming at Zhuo Zhiheng. Not only did Xia Shuning not remove the needle, but she also provocatively inserted a few more. Zhuo Zhiheng looked even more pained, his body restless. Old Lu gritted his teeth, his finger firmly on the trigger, and shouted, "Xia Shuning, if you move again, I will really shoot." Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, and old Lu felt a numbness in his arm. With a clatter, his gun fell into the sand. Old Lu was once again shocked. He looked down to see 3 sewing needles stuck in his elbow, the most ordinary peony brand sewing needles. A box costs only a dime. Old Lu was a rough man and only recognized the sewing needles. But Fang Yong had memorized the Huangdi Neijing since childhood. He didn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine and was forced by his family to study it while he rebelled and wanted to become a Western doctor. However, Fang Yong had some foundational skills and could see a bit of the method. He realized that Xia Shuning had needled old Lu's Sonli point near the elbow, which could cause numbness and weakness in the arm. Xia Shuning could actually perform blind acupuncture. And from a distance, Fang Yong's temples throbbed. He remembered being held by his great-grandfather as a child, who told him about his travels in his youth and how he had the fortune to meet an old Taoist who practiced acupuncture. What did his great-grandfather call that old Taoist's acupuncture technique? Fang Yong furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Old Lu looked alarmed. Although he knew that Xia Shuning was skilled, he never expected her abilities to be this impressive. Without even turning around, Xia Shuning used a regular sewing needle, costing just a dime, to disable his gun hand. Her needle was faster than his bullets, more accurate and much cheaper. In other words, on the battlefield, Xia Shuning could kill faster and at a lower cost. With such a level of lethality, being her enemy would mean sleepless nights. At that moment, Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly sat up.
"Ah,
"Zhuo, you're not dead.
ah."
Zhuo, you're still alive." Fang Yong and old Lu were so startled that they exclaimed loudly, even mumbling nonsense. Their faces turned red as they pressed their lips together to avoid making any more embarrassing sounds. It was no wonder they reacted this way. It was truly shocking. This was even more surprising than old Lu's first kill or Fang Yong's first surgery. It was like a resurrection. Comrade Li, lying on the ground, was also startled back to reality.
Impossible. How could this be?
Zhuo Zhiheng had clearly been poisoned by a special snake venom, so how was he completely fine? Zhuo Zhiheng ignored the nonsense from old Lu and Fang Yong. They were probably still shocked from his sudden fainting and would need extra practice when they returned. Zhuo Zhiheng paid no attention to his pain. He was used to injuries. Especially since this time he had no external wounds, just sudden body aches, which he could endure well. Xia Shuning appeared unfazed, as if she had intentionally woken him up with her silver needle. For her, causing him pain was a trivial matter. In her logic, without her, Zhuo Zhiheng would probably have been on his way to the afterlife. She saved his life, so it was reasonable for him to feel a bit of pain, right? Zhuo Zhiheng's dark eyes looked at Xia Shuning with surprise. Comrade Xia, how did you get here? Xia Shuning didn't waste time on small talk. She playfully twirled the red string on the wolf talisman. The talisman swayed in front of Zhuo Zhiheng, and he caught a glimpse of its smooth white surface, causing him to look away. Xia Shuning was in a great mood and asked cheerfully, "The woman on the ground said this wooden talisman was given to you by an elder, and you've carried it since childhood, but then you passed it on to her." She emphasized the word elder intentionally. She had curved eyebrows and a sly glint in her eyes, with a smile that clearly told Zhuo Zhiheng that she was very willing to be his elder. Zhuo Zhiheng twitched his lips, thinking about the protective charm given to him by an elder. He put on a serious face and clarified to the stunned old Lu and Fang Yong, "This wooden plaque was given to me by Comrade Xia before she left." Zhuo Zhiheng then looked down at Comrade Li, who was lying on the ground in a messy and bloody state. His gaze turned cold, and he spoke in a stern tone. "Why should I give my things to a woman of unknown background?" The need to catch enemy spies was deeply ingrained in Zhuo Zhiheng, leading him to boldly question and carefully verify. He then glared at old Lu. "Old Lu, have you interrogated the woman on the ground? What is her identity? Why was she at the edge of the desert? Why, faced with so many dead, did she only cry without?" Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Zhuo Zhiheng hadn't finished speaking when he slammed something back down, as Xia Shuning had just pulled out a silver needle. Fang Yong's mouth dropped open in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. He stammered, That's the Tai divine needle." He finally remembered that afternoon when his great-grandfather sat in a rocking chair telling stories about the Tai divine needle. But how could someone as young as Xia Shuning possess it? Old Lu's face turned even paler than Zhuo Zhiheng's as he finally understood that Xia Shuning was going to report him and Fang Yong. Old Lu was leading the team not because he was the most capable, but because he had spent many years in the army and was most familiar with the desert terrain. The army leaders also hoped he would achieve results this time and smoothly get promoted to the position of deputy battalion commander. Xia Shuning had a sarcastic expression, her tone full of schadenfreude. "You too are doomed, inviting wolves into your home, one treating a female spy as a comrade and the other treating a female spy as a goddess." Comrade Li curled up, trembling and shaking her head in denial. "No, I'm not. I'm not a female spy. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Xia Shuning had no interest in teaching or solving problems. Her patience was only to continue provoking and suppressing Sun Yong. She held a grudge. She still remembered the proud and dismissive look in Sun Yong's eyes when they first met. He had already offended her deeply then. With a gentle expression, Xia Shuning asked, "Do you want to know why her pulse changed? Why is she bleeding?" Sun Yong quickly nodded, eager to find out. Ever since he learned that Comrade Li was a female agent and not a weak victim, his shameful thoughts disappeared. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "If you want to know, go read The Complete Guide for Women." Sun Yong's expression stiffened, but he wasn't angry. He searched all his pockets and found only $3.80. Feeling embarrassed, he sincerely thanked her. "Comrade Xia, thank you for your guidance. I will read The Complete Guide for Women carefully." He shyly offered her the money with great respect, saying, "I don't have much money on me for the mission, so please take this first. I will definitely pay you back for the tuition when I return." If possible, he hoped to become Xia Shuning's student. He wondered if someone as dull as him even had that qualification. Xia Shuning didn't refuse. She took the money and stuffed it into her bag. Old Lu, with a confused and embarrassed expression, asked, "Comrade Xia, I saw her being bullied by 3 men on the sand dune, and she was crying so hard she lost her voice. When we were about to rescue her, she even warned us about quicksand nearby. Later, she told us where enemies were hiding under the dunes, allowing us to defeat several of them with minimal casualties. She said she came from Baiwe to seek refuge in Taching, and I checked her identification. It was all real. If she is an agent, Why would she harm so many of her own comrades? Xia Shuning sneered inwardly. Warfare is full of deception, and kindness does not lead armies. Such a reckless plan required not only self-sacrifice, but also the sacrifice of many comrades. This scheme was quite malicious and clearly designed to target Chinese soldiers, who are known for their compassion and care for the weak and vulnerable. In conservative Chinese culture, if someone witnessed a woman being mistreated, they would generally offer help, especially soldiers. Xia Shuning had read about the Vietnam War and knew that the lack of vigilance towards the Vietnamese people led to heavy casualties in the early stages of the war. Encountering injured elderly, women, and children, the soldiers of Huang, driven by compassion, extended a helping hand, only to end up dead or injured themselves. The Huang soldiers could fight fiercely on the battlefield, yet they were cruelly killed by the weak and vulnerable of the enemy nation in a silent war. Xia Shuning, calm and composed, said, "You can't protect the children without risking the wolves. Not killing you is because her target has always been Zhuotuan." Her icy gaze swept over Lao Lu and Sun Yong. They dared not meet Xia Shuning's clear eyes and looked down in shame. Xia Shuning got straight to the point. On the battlefield, there are only enemies and allies, no men, women, or children. Any mercy can be deadly. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself and will only bring more casualties and danger to your comrades. Lao Lu felt very guilty and said in a low voice, "It was my fault that Zhuotuan got hurt. My men went to save Comrade Li from the quicksand, and they almost lost their lives. Zhuotuan was injured and unconscious because he was trying to save that soldier." Xia Shuning, with a calm expression, declared, "So this scheme is quite clever. One link leads to another, and your B team is wiped out." Lao Lu humbly asked, "Comrade Xia, how did you know she was a female spy right away, even though you weren't at the scene?" He now understood Xia Shuning's ruthless methods against Comrade Li. He initially thought Comrade Xia was arrogant, but it turned out she had keen insight and quickly identified the female spy. Xia Shuning's smile deepened, hiding extreme ruthlessness behind her innocence. Of course, it was because she was more wicked than the wicked, more ruthless than the ruthless. She never hesitated to assume the worst about others. The smile on Xia Shuning's face was as chilling as the eternal ice atop Tian Shan Mountain, and she mocked. Everywhere on her is filled with ridiculous flaws. Lao Lu and Sun Yong immediately perked up, looking at Xia Shuning with eager curiosity. Even Comrade Li on the ground secretly lifted her head, listening intently. She also wanted to know how she had been exposed. She had almost fooled everyone. She had the badge in hand. She just needed to leave, and her mission would be complete. Comrade Li had already planned in her mind how to spend that huge bonus. But everything was ruined by Xia Shuning. At first, Comrade Li reflected that she shouldn't have helped Shu Zhiheng clean up. This ambiguous action sparked jealousy and resentment in Xia Shuning, who, as a beautiful woman, deliberately picked on her. However, she secretly observed how Xia Shuning treated Zhu Zhiheng. It seemed less like affection and more like animosity. Xia Shuning was very aggressive, not caring whether he was injured or if it would hurt him. This Xia Shuning was completely different from the soldiers discussed in the advisor's class. She was very beautiful, very fierce, and very cunning. Xia Shuning calmly pointed at Comrade Li's shoes and said, "Her clothes are clearly ill-fitting. They must have been given to her by you. But the shoes fit her, which means they are her own. Look at her shoes. Now look at your own shoes." Old Lu and Sun Yong looked down at their military boots, then at Comrade Li's patched cloth shoes. Comparing the two, they quickly noticed the problem. Sun Yong, being blunt, said, "We wear durable military boots that are worn out, but her cloth shoes have no signs of wear on the edges or soles." Old Lu slapped himself in the face. Such an obvious flaw. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it for so long. He thought there was something wrong with Comrade Xia when it was actually his own foolishness and arrogance. Xia Shuning, with her long black eyelashes fluttering, coolly pointed out their oversight. "Not just wear, but the patch placement is also wrong. She claims she was kidnapped while going to Taken, so the toes and heels should be worn from walking on sand. The patch on the upper is just for show, and the stitching method used for the patch is from a foreign country. What stitching method did you use to repair the shoes? Soldiers in the unit, especially veterans like Old Liu, had sewn their own boots before. He blurted out, "It must be a cross-stitch, otherwise they won't last 10 kilometers before coming undone." Xia Shuning nodded in approval and continued pointing at Comrade Li's shoes. The thread used for her patch is fluorescent fishing line, which serves as a signal marker at night. Comrade Li bit her lip, feeling extremely regretful. She never expected that the patched shoes she had specially changed into before the mission would lead to her exposure. Those useless props team members really deserved it. Sun Yong hesitated. At first, I actually checked her hands and found no calluses from a gun. Xia Shuning smirked, raising her hand to swat away Comrade Li's shoes and socks, revealing her fair and smooth feet. Did you check her feet? It's hot and dry this season. Her soles have no blisters or even a single. Is that reasonable? The spies from the enemy country, with help from the Soviet Union, have studied our soldiers and are sure you are too shy to look closely at female comrades. The enemy does not discriminate by gender. Don't think that female spies must be beautiful. Ordinary looks and a weak demeanor fulfill your heroic dreams of helping the underdog. Lao Lu and Sun Yong felt deeply ashamed and very angry. They had both checked Comrade Li's identity in their own ways, but fell into the trap set by the enemy. Feeling fooled was terrible, 100 times worse than being beaten by Xia Shuning earlier. Xia Shuning continued. On the battlefield, everyone you meet, regardless of gender or age, is assumed to be a bad person. You must make a guilty assumption. Not having calluses does not prove she is a good person. It only means she has other, more hidden ways to kill. Hearing this, Comrade Li felt a surge of fear, making it hard for her to breathe. This Xia Shuning was truly ruthless. Too harsh. Too cruel. Falling into her hands today would be worse than death. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she pressed her tongue against her cheek, about to. Xia Shuning struck suddenly, her left fist hitting Comrade Li's chin like lightning, followed by a right hook to her cheek. The first punch jolted Comrade Li's head back, almost making it fly off her neck. The second punch hit her right cheek, just as she was about to bite down. Thud! There were two sharp sounds, and Comrade Li's teeth mixed with blood flew out, rolling half a meter away on the sand. Xia Shuning raised her hand, removing her chin, her eyes dark and pure, her tone cold with a hint of menace. Did I allow you to die? Lao Lu and Sun Yong both took a big step back, trembling at first, then nervously feeling their own jaws ache. In the next moment, they felt the sense of security provided by their motherland. Fortunately, like Xia Shuning, they were also from Huang and not her enemies. As a struggling medical student, Sun Yong had certainly worked hard for 10 years. Since he corrected his attitude under Xia Shuning's strict training, he was always ready to explore the ocean of knowledge. Although he didn't understand why Xia Shuning suddenly knocked out Comrade Li's teeth, he believed she had her reasons. Their lack of understanding was due to their ignorance. Fang Yong leaned in, using a broken tile to sift through the blood for the teeth that Comrade Li had lost.
Wow.
6 false teeth. Old Liu was also drawn over, staring at the false teeth in disbelief, and asked Xia Shuning, Comrade Xia, how did you know she had 6 false teeth? Xia Shuning rolled her eyes and replied, I don't have X-ray vision. Just knock them out and you'll find out. Old Liu's temples throbbed. Knock them out? Those were human teeth. They weren't grapes that could grow back after being knocked off. Once teeth are knocked out, they can't be put back. He realized that Comrade Xia was not joking. She truly didn't see foreign spies as human. There was a certain luck in being from the same country. Sun Yong poked at the false teeth with a brick for a while, then smiled at Xia Shuning, raising his right hand like a good student. Xia Shuning gave him a look that said to hurry up. Sun Yong proudly said, I discovered that all 6 false teeth are hiding poison. Xia Shuning rolled her eyes at him again, this time with a mocking tone. Wow. What a major discovery. Then she paused, and Sun Yong's heart raced. He felt more nervous than when he had taken a final exam without studying in college. Xia Shuning teased him, asking, "So, what kind of poison is inside?" "Hey, everyone, guess what poison is hidden?" Hint. Guess by country. Quick, add to your bookshelf, give a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. She loves you all. I plan to stay up late to write another 2,000 words to make it up to everyone. I should finish before 2 a.m., so everyone can sleep now and check in the morning. Cold sweat dripped down Fong Yong's back. He swallowed hard, his fingers nervously fidgeting with his pants seam, and his mind felt foggy. He opened his mouth.
Well, that.
Old Lu looked at him with sympathy, shrinking back to avoid being dragged into Fong Yong's troubles. If a top student from medical school couldn't answer, how could he, a person who learned to read in a military literacy class? Fong Yong dared not look into Xia Shuning's eyes, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The medical school didn't teach me. I'm a doctor. At that moment, he just wanted to hide in the sand. Xia Shuning let out a half-smile, lightly mocking, medicine and poison go hand in hand. Then she recalled how Xiaoming Da and the others had looked down on her while praising Fong Yong as an excellent graduate of the military medical university. Xia Shuning smirked slightly and continued her teasing. Aren't you an excellent graduate of the military medical university? Did you feed all your toxicology knowledge to camels? Fong Yong's face turned red, and shame flickered in his eyes. He couldn't even remember if they had a toxicology class in college. He had never attended one. He felt that he had always aspired to study medicine to heal people, so why waste energy on toxicology? At that moment, an excellent graduate of the military medical university was being mocked by a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Fong Yong thought it was fine to feel embarrassed in front of Xia Shuning, but he couldn't let his school's reputation be tarnished because of him. Fong Yong looked at Comrade Li, realizing he no longer saw him as weak and could observe her calmly and rationally. From Comrade Li's bone structure and muscles, he concluded that she must be a female spy from Vietnam. With the country identified, the possibilities narrowed significantly. He could deduce the correct answer from the common poisons used by Vietnamese people. Fong Yong looked at Xia Shuning's face, as if the answer was written on it, and said, "Is it the venom of the Vietnamese cobra? They often apply snake venom to their arrows." Xia Shuning crossed her fingers and gave him a thumbs down. Fong Yong, unfazed, continued, "Is it the aconitine from Vietnam?" Xia Shuning gave him another thumbs down, pointing to her false teeth, and said confidently, "The color of the venom is wrong. Vietnamese aconitine is blackish purple, while this is a bright blue." Fong Yong, bold in his guesses and eager to try, continued, "Then is it cassava cyanide?" Xia Shuning slightly nodded at Fong Yong, looking very aloof. Fong Yong broke into a big smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. He got it right. Now he had saved his school's reputation and was no longer a disgrace to it. Just as Fong Yong smiled, showing 6 teeth, he was about to reveal his 8th tooth when Xia Shuning's smile deepened and the mockery in her eyes pierced him again, giving him another thumbs down. Fong Yong quickly retracted his smile and asked urgently, "Did I get it wrong again?" He raised his hand and pointed at Comrade Li, saying, "The more I look at her, the more she resembles a woman from Vietnam." "Are these the only poisons commonly used in Vietnam?" Xia Shuning gently shook her head, ruthlessly shattering his daydream, but also giving him a glimmer of hope. "You got one word right." At that moment, old Lu, who had been silently examining the dentures, suddenly spoke up. "Look at the welding point of these dentures. The silver mercury alloy is sealed, and the joints are polished so finely. This polishing technique resembles that of a factory in Sakura country." Old Lu came from a family of blacksmiths, so he naturally had a keen interest in anything related to metalwork. Fong Yong gasped, looking at her appearance. She must be a female spy from Vietnam. How could she have dentures made in Sakura country? Traveling from Vietnam to Sakura country for dental work is too far and expensive. Aren't people from Vietnam supposed to be poor? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Comrade Li's eyes as she quickly curled up. She hoped Xia Shunning would ignore her like a pile of camel dung. Xia Shunning leaned to one side, her posture casual and carefree, and nodded at Fang Yong, praising him. With your way of thinking, you'd get lost even in a sandstorm. Fang Yong instinctively wanted to laugh, but old Lu elbowed him. Why are you laughing, little brother? Are you out of your mind? Even a rough guy like me understands. Xia Shunning was mocking Fang Yong for his confused logic. Although Comrade Xia liked to take the initiative, her insults were always fresh and varied. Indeed, a strong person excels in every way without any shortcomings. Xia Shunning waved a red willow branch in her hand, urging, "Keep going. Use that brain of yours before it evaporates in the sun." Fang Yong's mind raced, and his hands were busy as he pulled a small tuft of hair. He got one word right, so what could that poison be? Xia Shunning's eyes flashed as she saw a huge business opportunity. If Fang Yong kept pulling his hair while thinking, he would be bald in no time, and she could sell him hair growth products at a high price. She also wanted to test Fang Yong more, encouraging him to think actively and go bald sooner. Suddenly, Fang Yong slapped his forehead, his voice cracking. "It's cyanide."
Painful cyanide.
Comrade Li, who had no teeth, looked terrified and laughed madly. Since she had no teeth and her chin was not in place, her mouth leaked air. Her laughter got stuck in her throat, sounding strange and uncomfortable, like nails scraping against glass. Xia Shunning's expression darkened as she swung the red willow branch, soaked in horse blood, suddenly striking Comrade Li on the back of her neck. At the same time, she complained unhappily, "It's so noisy." The next second, Comrade Li realized she couldn't make any sound, and in panic, she touched her throat, her face twisted in fear. Fang Yong excitedly mimicked the movements of Xia Shunning from earlier, looking incredibly cool. What seemed like ordinary red willow branches in the desert were transformed by Xia Shunning into something extraordinary. He looked at Xia Shunning with admiration, seeking approval. "Comrade Xia, am I right? It's cyanide, isn't it?" Xia Shunning didn't keep them guessing any longer. She scoffed and said directly, "You only guessed one layer of the poison. The fangs have 2 layers. The outer layer is the deadly desert scorpion venom, while the inner layer is the cyanide commonly used by people from Sakura country." Fang Yong, forgetting his experience, put on medical gloves and picked up tweezers to remove the fangs. Old Lu was shocked by Xia Shunning's quick actions. He pointed at the silent Comrade Li and trembled as he asked, "Is she mute?" "The team still wants me to interrogate her." Xia Shunning changed to a more comfortable stance and casually replied, "Then let's interrogate her now." Xiaomingda and a few others outside, along with other soldiers, listened to the entire process. He turned to the other soldiers proudly and said, "Isn't our group's medic amazing?" Old Lu, a seasoned soldier who never shed a tear even when shot or injured on the battlefield, now felt wronged and wanted to cry. Who could tell him how to interrogate a mute?